In the basketball court of Nanjing Normal University, all players are in position. The squeaking of sneakers against the floor resonates in the air, while the rhythmic thump of the basketball echoes as it strikes the ground. A shorter player is drenched in sweat, tirelessly sprinting back and forth, while the interior players engage in fundamental dribbling drills, oblivious to their exhaustion, driven solely by the desire to enhance their skills in the shortest time possible. At this moment, Lin Hao sits silently in a corner chair, his gaze fixed on the others as they train, his eyes brimming with the yearning to take the court once more. A year prior, he too had been among them, drenched in perspiration, running tirelessly on the court. His remarkable talent and shooting accuracy had earned him a reputation in the collegiate league, further amplified by his striking, aloof demeanor which attracted numerous female admirers. Regrettably, fate played a cruel joke on him, one that, while not life-threatening, felt more unbearable than death itself. A year ago, he suffered a tragic car accident, resulting in a broken right leg. He spent 3 months in the hospital, and upon his discharge, he walked with a noticeable limp, missing the finals as a consequence. Everyone found the timing of the accident suspicious, occurring just a day before the championship game. Simultaneously, his girlfriend, Chun Wen-yuan, chose this moment to leave him. Her reason was simple. She desired a hero, not someone with a disability. The series of blows left Lin Hao on the brink of despair, yet his brother Mu Hao did not abandon him. With the support of the team captain, Xiao Hua, the burden felt lighter, and he managed to endure. Now, reflecting on that fateful incident, he muses that had it not occurred, he might have fulfilled his promise to lead the Nanjing Normal University team to victory in the league championship. A year has passed, and Lin Hao has contemplated much and gained wisdom. What is destined to happen will occur. He must let go of what needs to be released and steadfastly hold on to what deserves persistence. Now, as the game approaches a critical juncture, he finds himself merely an observer, the sensation of helplessness gnawing at him more painfully than death itself. With a deep, silent sigh, Lin Hao's gaze drifts to his right foot, a cold expression etched on his face, forever tinged with resentment. Outside the stadium, the atmosphere is electric, the university basketball court never lacking in fervor, currently showcasing an exhilarating spectacle. "Look, isn't that Kai Gowen? He seems quite dashing," one observer remarks. "Is it really Kai Gowen? Isn't he playing for the Institute of Technology? What brings him here?" Another queries, "Didn't you hear? He's considering transferring to our school, claiming he wants to help us secure the championship." A third interjects. "Really? Then what about Lin Hao?" Someone else chimes in. "Ha. Can Lin Hao even play anymore? It's been a year. If he could, he would have returned by now. He's probably finished," a nearby youth scoffs. A group of young men engaged in a half-court game discusses the situation animatedly. Kai Gowen, a key player for the Nanjing Institute of Technology, has gained a reputation in the local basketball community. Rumors of his potential transfer have spread, igniting much speculation. Naturally, some are hopeful that he could lead Nanjing Normal University to victory, while others resent his arrogance. At this moment, Kai Gowen, clad in trendy streetwear, deliberately presents himself with a suave demeanor. On the court, he dazzles with flashy skills, leaving defenders in his wake before finally releasing a shot. Infuriatingly, his attempts consistently find the net. Kai Gowen shrugs nonchalantly, turning to the defender with a provocative gesture, his demeanor exuding both challenge and arrogance. Onlookers can barely contain their disdain, yet feel powerless to intervene, resorting to hushed discussions. Then, a stocky young man decisively breaks from the crowd and strides purposefully towards the nearby gym. Brother Hao, Kai Gowen is here to show off at our school." The chubby fellow bursts into the gym, breathless. Mu Hao, already aware of Kai Gowen's intentions to transfer, hadn't anticipated such an immediate display of bravado. He angrily tosses aside the basketball and shouts to his teammates, "Brothers, this guy is too arrogant. This is Nanjing Normal University, not his Institute of Technology. Let's confront him. Right, we can't let him get away with this." The others echo, their anger palpable. As they reach the entrance, Mu Hao suddenly remembers something. He turns to Lin Hao, who appears lost in thought, and bellows impatiently, "Brother Hao, Kai Gowen is stepping all over us. It's intolerable. Don't forget that your injury is directly linked to that guy. If you're a man, you should come with me and teach him a lesson, or you'll never hold your head high again." Don't mind him, the preliminary matches are in 3 days. This is just his usual tactic, don't fall for it. Lin Hao replies calmly, casting a cold glance at him. Mu Hao anticipated this response. If Lin Hao wouldn't go, he would. You've truly disappointed me, Mu Hao retorts, flinging his words as he storms out with a few brothers. Lin Hao remains silent, his brow furrowed. He understands that with Mu Hao's temperament, this won't end easily, and the crucial preliminary matches are drawing near, leaving no room for further mishaps. This is a match they cannot afford to lose. Nanjing Normal University's chance to enter the collegiate basketball league hinges on this very game. Mu Hao charges onto the court, where a crowd has gathered, expressing their dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, he rushes in and, taking advantage of Kai Gowen's moment of inattention, shoves him forcefully. Caught off guard, Kai Gowen stumbles back, nearly falling over. Having never experienced such humiliation, Kai Gowen quickly regains his composure, seizing the ball to retaliate. Fortunately, Mu Hao reacts swiftly, blocking his attempt. The atmosphere grows tense as the situation escalates, igniting a brawl between the two sides. Everyone stop! A thunderous voice booms, silencing the crowd instantly. They turn to see a girl with a ponytail, clad in tight jeans and a white t-shirt, striding toward them with an icy demeanor. It is Xiao Hua, the captain of the Nanjing Normal University basketball team, an unrivaled beauty whose presence commands respect, yet no one dares pursue her. Seeing the chaos spiral out of control, Xiao Hua steps forward decisively. Her reputation precedes her, leaving no room for dissent. Even the once arrogant Kai Gowen must relent. Matters on the court should be resolved here, not through senseless brawls. And you, Kai Gowen, if you're just here to mess around, you'd better leave. You're not even a student of Nanjing Normal University yet, Xiao Hua asserts, pointing at the open space with unwavering courage, undeterred by Kai Gowen and his imposing companions. Kai Gowen, stung by the setback, seeks to regain his dignity. He glances at Xiao Hua and then turns to Mu Hao. The cripple doesn't dare show up. It doesn't matter if you come if you're bold. Let's have a match and see if you've improved at all. You've got some guts I'd hate to turn you into a dog, Mu Hao retorts, thumping his chest and pointing at Kai Gowen. He then turns to Xiao Hua and says, Xiao Hua, don't interfere, just watch how I deal with him. If he doesn't show Kai Gowen that Nanjing Normal University isn't to be trifled with, the latter might think them easy prey. Mu Hao picks up a basketball and hurls it toward Kai Gowen. As the court brims with tension, Xiao Hua knows that as long as they keep it civil, she can't object. But can Mu Hao truly best him in Onion? Fine. Let's see if my underling is worthy of being my teammate. Kai Gowen scoffs, tossing the basketball back at Mu Hao. Without a second thought, Mu Hao pushes it back, forcefully sending the ball toward Kai Gowen. You're the guest, it's your turn to attack. If you lose, you'd better leave. With that, Mu Hao positions himself at the three-point line, lowering his center of gravity, fully prepared for Kai Gowen's offensive. Amidst the throng, a cool, striking figure watches the unfolding drama with keen interest. He had initially come to mediate, but Xiao Hua's intervention has provided him relief now. He is eager to see if his former rival can still perform. As the basketball hits the floor, Kai Gowen showcases an array of dazzling dribbling maneuvers, attempting to exploit a momentary gap to break past the defense. Yet Mu Hao remains steadfast, his focus unwavering. The defensive skills imparted by Lin Hao are more than sufficient to counter such flashy antics. Kai Gowen retreats a step to create space, then accelerates, breaking to the right. Mu Hao decisively spread his arms. Although he could keep pace with the defensive rhythm, Kai Gowen's speed was undeniably swift, and his ball handling skills were exceptionally deft, making it exceedingly difficult to intercept the ball. Kai Gowen had already maneuvered past Mu Hao, who could have charged directly toward the basket, but instead, he executed a sudden stop, dribbling the ball behind his back to his left hand. By the time Mu Hao approached, Kai Gowen feigned a move that sent him stumbling. A chorus of boos erupted from the sidelines, clearly expressing their discontent at Kai Gowen's arrogance. Mu Hao recognized that Kai Gowen was toying with him, and a surge of frustration ignited within him. Clenching his fists, he prepared to escalate the intensity of the confrontation. After creating some space with a retreating step, Kai Gowen lightly tapped the basketball down to the right, raising his hands with a nonchalant expression. On the court, this was a gesture of disdain. He could effortlessly make a layup, but chose to mockingly spread his arms instead. With Mu Hao's temperament, his fists clenched, he was ready to spring forward if he couldn't win the game. He would at least assert his dominance. Mu Hao, focus on your defense. Xiao Hua, noticing Mu Hao's rising anger, quickly called out, urging him not to let emotions lead to defeat. Kid, your defense is utterly pathetic. You truly aren't cut out for basketball. Kai Gowan scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Mu Hao, indignant, lowered his stance, gesturing defiantly as if daring Kai Gowan to come at him. Kai Gowan smirked. Mu Hao was no match for Lin Hao. A onion with such a player would be a breeze. Since he dared to confront him, a single humiliation would suffice. He would decisively show him who the real champion of a university was. Lin Hao frowned, instantly recognizing that Kai Gowan was serious. With a swift motion, Kai Gowan shifted the ball from his right hand to his left, employing minimal feints, then switched back to his right hand, using his body to forcefully drive through. Mu Hao, seeing the aggressive approach, maintained his footwork with unwavering vigilance, extending his arm to guard against a sudden jump shot. However, upon noticing Mu Hao's readiness, Kai Gowan initially intended to take a mid-range shot to conclude the skirmish. But given the circumstances, he decided to use his body instead. With a lowered shoulder and a burst of acceleration, Kai Gowan suddenly decelerated, colliding his right knee violently against Mu Hao's leg. Ugh! The unexpected pain caught Mu Hao off guard, causing a wave of numbness to wash over him as he fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Gowan charged toward the basket, delivering a powerful one-handed dunk accompanied by a roar, prompting another round of boos from the crowd. Kid, go back and practice for a few more years. You're hopeless at this game. Kai Gowan taunted, standing over Mu Hao with a mocking finger wag. Meanwhile, Mu Hao sat on the ground, clutching his knee in evident pain, struggling to rise. Yet, with his fiery disposition, he was determined not to back down. He had to confront Kai Gowan. Ah Hao, stop! A commanding shout pierced through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention and halting Mu Hao's clenched fist midair. Looking up, he saw Lin Hao standing beneath the basket with his hands in his pockets. At a height of nearly 6 feet tall, coupled with his striking mohawk, he caught the attention of several passing girls, who couldn't help but cover their mouths, as if they had spotted a prince stepping out of a comic book. Oh, look who it is, the limping one. What, you want to play too? Ha ha ha. Kai Gowan burst into laughter, and those around him joined in, showing Lin Hao no respect. For an athlete, being called a cripple struck at the very core of one's pride. Lin Hao's expression remained impassive as he coldly addressed Kai Gowan. You may leave. Huh, Lin Hao, who do you think you are, telling me to leave? I intend to transfer to Nanjing Normal University and lead this pitiful team to the championship. However, a team that would accept a cripple holds no interest for me. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Hao, teach him a lesson. Mu Hao's fists tightened once more, waiting for Lin Hao's cue to send Kai Gowan fleeing. Lin Hao had no intention of engaging in a fight, even though there were whispers of Kai Gowan's involvement in a past incident. Since you dare to show your face, how about onion on? Kai Gowan shrugged, pointing at Lin Hao with newfound arrogance. Then let's do it. I dislike idle chatter, Lin Hao replied, gesturing towards the three-point line, inviting him to attack first. Kai Gowan slammed the basketball onto the ground, stepping back toward the three-point line with a sneer. Humph, a cripple thinks he can guard me. Pathetic. Is that so? Lin Hao lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched, bracing himself for Kai Gowan's advance. There was a certain familiarity in the air, yet Kai Gowan had no intention of easing up. He was determined to dominate the court today. Releasing the ball, Kai Gowan performed a simple between-the-legs dribble, noticing that Lin Hao remained still. He chuckled inwardly. A cripple was still a cripple. How could he possibly keep up? Then came a series of between-the-legs dribbles, devoid of any intent to attack. Lin Hao's focus remained unwavering, eyes locked on the ball. As Kai Gowan prepared for another move, Lin Hao's reflexes kicked in, and with a swift motion, he cleanly intercepted the ball. The basketball sailed past Kai Gowan's legs, his momentum preventing him from turning in time. Meanwhile, Lin Hao swiftly maneuvered around him, securing the ball in his hands. This move was swifter than any legendary phantom hand, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Stepping back, he released a clean jump shot. The basketball arced beautifully against the backdrop of the setting sun. With a swish, the ball found nothing but net. Lin Hao's hand remained poised in the air, his eyes radiating an unprecedented coldness. He had never intended to engage Kai Gowen in a duel, nor did he seek to humiliate anyone. Basketball was not a tool for scorn, but a representation of dreams. Yet Kai Gowen had crossed a line. He had forgotten the essence of basketball, revealing his ugly nature time and again. If Lin Hao did not step up to teach him a lesson today, it would not only betray Mu Hao, but also the dignity that had been trampled upon. In that moment, the court fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the basketball hitting the floor and the rapid heartbeat of the spectators. Is this real? Has the once great three-point shooter Lin Hao returned? Gasps of disbelief echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, all of them bewildered. Kai Gowen, crouched nearby, could only curse himself for having let the ball slip away. Chapter 2. Coach, I'm coming. Kai Gowen, accept your defeat and leave. Xiaohua and Appo's tone was frigid, starkly contrasting with her fiery personality. She cast a glance at Lin Hao. Clearly pleased with his earlier performance, yet his foot? The resolute Lin Hao remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Kai Gowen. Haha, I shall await you in the finals. Of course, that is if you, the cripple, can make it to the court. I will show you who the strongest player truly is. Kai Gowen sneered at Lin Hao, hurling his taunts before turning to leave. Get lost, you are not welcome here. Mu Hao and Appo's furious shout echoed like the farewell of a stray dog. Kai Gowen shot a glare at Mu Hao, dismissing him entirely, and then turned back to Lin Hao, extending his thumb in a mocking gesture. I forgot to mention. Shun Wenyuan is already my woman. Ha! Shut your filthy mouth and get out of here. Xiaohua, furious at his inappropriate comments, pointed towards the exit and shouted. Kai Gowen merely revealed a smirk, striding away confidently. The basketball court erupted in exhilarating applause, the atmosphere palpably lighter following Kai Gowen and Appo's departure. What is Kai Gowen and Appo's current strength? Xiaohua approached Lin Hao, glancing at his right foot and softly asking, a flicker of concern shadowing her eyes. It and Appo's manageable. It and Appo's been a year, still the same. A waste of talent. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Have you considered that with Kai Gowen and Appo's individual skills, coupled with the overall strength of Nanjing University of Technology, a three-peat championship is within reach? Why did he choose to transfer to our team? Xiaohua inquired nonchalantly. Who cares why? If he dares to provoke me again, I will beat him up. Mu Hao shouted angrily. He wishes to lead a mediocre team to victory, thereby proving his own worth and enhancing his draft prospects. Xiaohua spoke with keen insight. Lin Hao and Appo's expression grew increasingly cold, his eyes glimmering with stubbornness and resentment. Who told him that we would be the bottom feeders this year? You can end Appo's. Be thinking of playing yourself, can you? But your foot? I know my limits. Lin Hao gazed calmly ahead, his thoughts inscrutable. Witnessing his indomitable spirit, Xiaohua felt a surge of respect. She hoped for a miracle to unfold, a hero and Appo's return to rescue the team. 3 days later, the Nanjing Normal University Gymnasium was filled to capacity, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. As the most critical preliminary match, victory meant progression, while defeat signified elimination. Thus Nanjing Normal placed great importance on this event, with even the university leaders present in the audience. Haha, quite a crowd, I see. Come to witness their miserable defeat? Haha. Yuan Fei, the core of Hoka University, was resolute in his determination to win tonight. After all, only by defeating them could they advance. And without Lin Hao, Nanjing Normal was nothing but a pushover. He laughed heartily in the center of the court, while his teammates displayed their disdain, giving no heed to their opponents. At the same time, Yuan Fei turned to Kai Gowen, who was seated at the sidelines, giving him a thumbs up. Kai Gowen nodded slightly, then made a gesture across his throat, signaling Yuan Fei to show no mercy. Once receiving a response, Kai Gowen glanced at Lin Hao, who sat at the far end, clad in training gear. What could he possibly achieve? Watch out for number 9, Yuan Fei. We must not relax our defense on the perimeter. Execute a 3-2 zone defense, one front and one back to close off the lanes. Ensure the interior defense is prepared, positioning early to prevent easy penetrations. We must control the ball and execute off-ball screens to provide Wenjin with shooting opportunities. Coach Li Kun was unyielding, meticulously arranging tactics an hour in advance, particularly focusing on number 9, Yuan Fei. Wenjin, the absolute core of the team post Lin Hao, was the only viable scoring substitute. The starting lineup consisted of forwards Mu Hao and Zhang Xin, guards Wenlong and Li Jian, and the pivotal point guard, Wen Jian. Let us go. We can definitely win this. Xiaohua clenched her fist in encouragement before turning to glance at Lin Hao, who sat at the end of the bench, enveloped in a sense of inexplicable disappointment. Lin Hao remained undeterred. Even if Coach Li Kun ignored him, it would and oppose to extinguish his dream of playing basketball. With a sharp whistle, referees signaled the start of the game. And center Li Jian successfully won the tip-off. Mu Hao swiftly carried the ball past half-court. According to Coach Li Kun and Oppo's strategy, he passed the ball directly to point guard Wen Jian, the primary offensive threat. In contrast to Hoka University and Oppo's quick-paced transition game, Nanjing Normal boasted a clear height advantage. Slowing the tempo to dictate play, they aimed to leverage their height in the paint for dominance. Position yourselves according to the plan, Wen Jian signaled, directing his teammates. After Mu Hao executed an off-ball screen, he moved towards the three-point line, establishing position. Seizing the moment, Wen Jian made a backdoor cut, utilizing Mu Hao and Oppo's screen, and launched a three-pointer. The basketball swished through the net, marking their first score. "Get back, watch the baseline," Wen Jian shouted, clapping his hands. As the core of the team, Wen Jian was responsible not only for offensive duties but also for communicating and guiding his teammates. This had previously been Lin Hao and Oppo's role. But now he could only sit at the end of the bench, silently observing the unfolding game. The opposing number 3 dribbled past half-court, unhurriedly signaling for movement. Lin Hao recognized from the 3 fingers raised that they were executing a play. The most daunting aspect of team basketball was such a point guard, short in stature yet high in basketball IQ, constantly shifting strategies to invigorate the team and Oppo's offense and engage every player in both attack and defense. Had Lin Hao been on the court, he would have disrupted their strategy with aggressive defense. Yet, Wen Jian seemed to lack any sense of pressure in his defense. "Focus on the man, not the ball. Don't lose your position," Wen Jian shouted, directing his teammates. No sooner had he spoken than an opponent slipped through to the three-point arc, left wide open. By the time guard Long rushed over, it was already too late. Yuan Fei adjusted slightly and released a clean three-pointer that swished through the net, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. "You are not my match, loser." Yuan Fei disdainfully taunted Lin Hao, who remained unperturbed. Kai Gowan, satisfied with Yuan Fei and Oppo's performance, sensed the tide of the game shifting in his favor. Lin Hao, unaffected, noted Wen Jian and Oppo's growing irritation. It was evident Yuan Fei had little regard for Lin Hao, who sat on the sidelines, which only deepened Wen Jian and Oppo's disdain for him. Wen Long, receiving the ball in the front court, continued to execute Coach Li and Oppo's strategy, signaling for the interior to set a screen for Wen Jian, ensuring the baseline movements aligned perfectly to keep Wen Jian as the focal point of their offense. Wen Jian, fueled by frustration, was determined to unleash his pent-up energy on the court. After receiving Wen Long and Oppo's signal, he cut through the baseline. Following a lateral screen from Mu Hao, Wen Jian found himself unguarded, positioned beyond the three-point line. He received the ball from Zhang Xin. With a slight adjustment using only his thumb, Wen Jian released a stunning shot, the basketball soaring through the air with an elegant arc. "Beautiful," Coach Li Kun exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. The simplest and most effective tactic is the screen. Its maximum efficacy lies in having a top-tier shooter who can conclude the play rather than waste the opportunity. This had once been Lin Hao and Oppo's specialty, but now it fell to Wen Jian. Wen Jian shot a fierce glare towards Lin Hao, raising 3 fingers and poking them towards his own head, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. "Oh, internal conflict, is it?" Kai Gowan was taken aback that a newcomer like Wen Jian dared to express discontent towards Lin Hao. It appears that Lin Hao has indeed reached the end of his strength. Considering the situation, how could a cripple be a worthy opponent? As the first half concluded, both teams were evenly matched, with Nanjing University of Technology utilizing Yuan Fei and Oppo's individual prowess to enter halftime with a slender 3-point lead. This advantage, though seemingly insignificant, was far from simple in Lin Hao and Oppo's eyes. In the final match of the preliminary rounds, where destiny hung in the balance, every possession was of utmost significance. No point could be squandered. On the sidelines, Coach Li Kun anxiously beckoned all players, expressing his dissatisfaction as he opened the tactical board. "You must keep a close watch on their number 9 player. Implement a 3-2 zone defense. Do not allow him any opportunities. Use your height to force him to linger at the perimeter, cut off his passing lanes, and induce mistakes. To stop him is to secure victory." The importance of this match weighed heavily on Coach Li Kun. He dared not relax, especially during the crucial third quarter of the second half. In such pivotal moments, Li Kun found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the times he led Lin Hao. Whenever the stakes were high, Lin Hao would invariably rise to the occasion. Despite a record of more losses than victories, Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's innate talent and fierce desire to win were qualities Li Kun held in great esteem. Regrettably, an unforeseen incident had shattered all plans, and Li Kun instinctively glanced back at the trailing Lin Hao, sighing inwardly, lamenting the talents that fate had conspired against. Lin Hao sensed the coach and Amp, Oppo's hopeful yet despondent gaze and dared not dwell on it, focusing intently on the game. As the whistle blew, Mu Hao initiated the play from midcourt, with Wen Long controlling the ball at the top of the arc. The opposing team also adopted a 3-2 zone defense to guard against Wen Jian and Oppo's outside shooting. Wen Jian and Oppo's movements were consistently met with defenders, compelling the ball to be passed inside. The offense opened up seamlessly once space was created in the paint, allowing for successful one-on-one plays. Surprisingly, Wen Jian took it upon himself to guard Yuan Fei, who capitalized on Wen Jian and Amp, Oppo's unconventional approach to bolster his personal offensive efforts. The two teams exchanged blows, with Nanjing Normal University and Oppo's interior play slightly stronger, yet Hongke University maintained a relaxed composure. However, with less than 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Coach Li Kun and Amp, Oppo's greatest fears materialized. Hongke University suddenly surged, igniting a fervent defense that resulted in successive steals and rebounds, all transformed into fast break points. In a mere 2 minutes, Wen Jian and his teammates were left bewildered, suffering a 10-0 run that flipped the score from a 5-point lead to a 5-point deficit. To make matters worse, Wen Jian received his 6th foul and was ejected from the game. We are employing a 3-2 zone defense. Why are you manning up against number 9? This is a competition, not a pickup game, Coach Li Kun bellowed, pointing at the tactical board in frustration. Wen Jian, feeling disgruntled, thought to himself that if not for the need to win this match, he would not have exerted himself to such an extent, incurring 6 fouls. This is a qualifying match. You are a core player. If you cannot perform normally, how can the team secure victory? Do you think you are invincible, capable of defeating the opponent single-handedly? Li Kun, recognizing Wen Jian and Oppo's dissatisfaction, smashed the tactical board in exasperation. Kai Gaowen wore a satisfied smile and once again displayed a low gesture towards Lin Hao, who chose to ignore it. The audience was left in shock. Having never witnessed Coach Li Kun so furious, it seemed that continuing the game was no longer necessary. With morale plummeting, the faces of all present reflected an unmistakable sense of helplessness and disappointment. Coach, let me play. Chapter 3. The last-minute game-winning three-pointer. A composed voice resonated from behind, akin to a sudden aurora illuminating everyone. Lin Hao, Xiuhua called out, a hint of concern in her tone. Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's gaze was piercing, his presence reminiscent of a majestic lion. Li Kun furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's right foot before ultimately shaking his head. Abin, you and Amp, Oppo's, re-up. He called out to Abin at the back. Me? Am I really going in? Abin stammered, surprised, knowing his shooting percentage was below 50. Coach, please trust me. Now that I and Amp, Oppo's, am standing, I won and Amp, Oppo's, abandon basketball. Let me play? Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's eyes shone with determination and resolve. With less than 2 minutes remaining, the doctor assured him that as long as he avoided any severe exertion, he would be fine. It and Oppo's just 2 minutes. I can manage, coach. Lin Hao understood that the team was at a critical juncture, and he must step forward. Let him have a go. It's only a brief moment. Wen Long gently encouraged from behind, quickly retracting his words, wary of incurring the coach and Amp, Oppo's wrath. Li Kun turned back, and as he regarded Lin Hao, a glint reminiscent of his former ferocity flickered in his eyes. Lin Hao, brimming with his former confidence, patted his chest, as if recalling the pinnacle of his prowess. Li Kun had never intended to reinstate Lin Hao, but after hearing about last night and Amp, Oppo's events, he pondered the true essence of basketball. Was it not about the struggle, the passion, the perseverance? Revert to the number 10 strategy, enhance the 3-2 zone defense, and accelerate our counterattacks, Li Kun decisively instructed. Retracting the tactics board as the referee and Amp, Oppo's whistle sounded. Initially bewildered, the crowd erupted with excitement. Move it, brothers, let us go? Mu Hao shouted fervently, rallying Lin Hao as they charged onto the court. The number 10 strategy was Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's signature three-point play, with teammates setting screens to create space for his shot. After a year away from the court, Lin Hao had finally returned. Lin Hao is back on the court. Look, Lin Hao? Isn't he injured? How can he still compete? It's really him. He looks so cool. The audience buzzed with anticipation at Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's reappearance. Wow, this lame guy actually made it back on the court? Looks like your university is a haven for misfits. I'm glad I chose not to transfer. Kai Gaowen sneered disdainfully. Lin Hao, poised to defend against the opposing guard, ignored Kai Gaowen and Amp Oppo's taunts. Instead, Mu Hao retorted, Kai Gaowen, watch out. In the finals, I'll make you regret it. Kai Gaowen smirked, signaling Yuan Fei to expedite the game. Yuan Fei nodded, pivoting with the ball and driving aggressively from the left side. Mu Hao and Amp Oppo's defense was evaded, and he could only chase from behind, swiftly attempting to intercept Yuan Fei and Amp Oppo's shot. Yuan Fei lifted the ball high, feigning a shot as the referee and Amp Oppo's whistle blew. Miraculously, the layup found its mark, and the referee signaled for a 2-point +1. Mu Hao, exasperated, raised his hands to the referee, insisting he hadn't made contact. I didn't even touch him. That's a phantom foul. He protested. If you lack the skill, don't blame the referee. You lot think you can compete with us? You're all just dead weight. How about you say that again? Mu Hao charged at Yuan Fei, but Lin Hao restrained him. Stay calm. This is a game. Winning is more important than silencing them. Lin Hao held Mu Hao back, knowing he had already committed 4 fouls. Any further provocation could lead to a technical foul, putting him out of the game. If the opponents exploited this, it would only worsen their position. As the game progressed, Lin Hao checked the score, 65-57, trailing by 8 points with under 2 minutes left. Don't fret. It's just 8 points. 3 3-pointers, and we win, Lin Hao said with remarkable composure, encouraging his teammates. Yuan Fei held the ball, and Lin Hao stepped forward, taunting. You want to get past me. I'll make you question your existence. Yuan Fei shrugged, dismissive. You are just a worthless has-been. Even your girlfriend was taken. How do you still have the audacity to play? With that, Yuan Fei dribbled, signaling for everyone to clear out as he created a one-on-one situation. He took a step back, preparing to drive in. Lin Hao remained undeterred, leaning in to effectively block Yuan Fei. Realizing Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's defense was formidable, Yuan Fei hesitated, only to have the ball slip from his control and into Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's grasp. What just happened? Yuan Fei was bewildered as he heard cheers erupt. Looking up, he saw the ball had swished through the hoop. Score, 65-60, now just a 5-point deficit. Li Kun waved his hand, and the players immediately intensified their defense. Yuan Fei, caught off guard, was cornered between 2 defenders, and Lin Hao seized the opportunity for a swift steal, sending the ball towards midcourt. Fast break, Lin Hao shouted, deftly passing the ball to the advancing Mu Hao. Yuan Fei sprinted after them, attempting to defend, but it was too late. He leaped in a desperate attempt to block. The crowd erupted with excitement as Mu Hao soared high. Thump. He executed a powerful dunk. Score, 65-62. The audience exploded with jubilation, their cheers drowning out the referee's whistle. What? Yuan Fei raised his hands in confusion. I merely went for a block. Idiot, Mu Hao jeered. You pushed me. No worries. You can't even hit free throws, with a success rate below 30%. Yuan Fei glanced at the clock. Just 40 seconds remained. His team led by 3 points. He remained unfazed, confident that if Mu Hao made the free throw, they would still be ahead by 2, allowing him to execute a strong drive for a 4-point lead. Mu Hao approached the free throw line, inhaling deeply as he glanced back at Lin Hao. With focus, he shot. Swish. Score, 65-63. Full court pressure, apply the heat. Lin Hao shouted, leading by example with tight defense on Yuan Fei. With only 40 seconds left and a 2-point lead, Yuan Fei smirked coldly, extending his arms. After using a screen, he charged in, drawing a whistle from the referee. Yuan Fei raised his hands, nonchalantly stepping to the free throw line, where he calmly sank both shots, widening the score to a 4-point lead. Now, time was of the essence. The best strategy was to set screens. Li Kun quickly signaled for a screenplay. Li Jian moved to set a screen beyond the 3-point line for Lin Hao, while Zhang Xian created space. Lin Hao decisively shot, narrowing the score to just 1 point as only 15 seconds remained. Until the last moment, anything can happen. Kai Gaowen quickly gestured for action, while Yuan Fei, unperturbed, received the pass and calmly dribbled to the front court. As the opponents refrained from foul tactics, he merely needed to run down the clock to conclude the game. You can't win. You couldn't even protect a woman, yet you aspire to be my rival. What a joke, Yuan Fei retorted, stepping back to create space, ready to execute a last-second shot to humiliate Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained silent. Such a feeble provocation held no significance for him at this moment. Suddenly, seizing the instant when Yuan Fei continued to taunt, Lin Hao executed a lightning-fast steal, snatching the basketball directly from Yuan Fei and Amp Oppo's hands as it bounced off the floor. A fast break ensued, yet the opposing team's defense was remarkably swift. Li Jian set a solid screen, leading everyone to believe it was a conventional pick-and-roll strategy. However, in a bold move, Lin Hao flung the ball from beyond his own three-point line. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The sensation was reminiscent of a familiar rhythm. The height and softness of his release were exquisite, the arc reminiscent of the legendary Ray Allen. As the ball soared, the arena fell into a breathless silence. Every gaze transfixed on the basketball suspended in the air, breaths held and fists clenched in anticipation. When the ball reached its apex, the final whistle echoed throughout the venue. With a swish, the basketball sailed through the net, and the referee signaled the shot as valid, a last-second, game-winning three-pointer. A roaring cheer erupted within the arena. We have advanced. We can finally compete in the official matches. All the players from Nanjing Normal University surged toward Lin Hao in jubilation. As the game concluded, Yuan Fei stood rooted in place, hands on his hips, as if the entire world had crumbled around him. Kai Gaowen looked at the jubilant crowd, utterly disillusioned with Yuan Fei. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of resentment towards Lin Hao ignited within him. Since he had arrived, he would ensure Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's downfall would be even more profound. Lin Hao turned to point at the rising Kai Gaowen, a fierce determination emanating from him. We shall meet on the court. Chapter 4. Inexplicable. Kai Gaowen departed, leaving behind only a lingering glint of ferocity in his gaze. In his heart, Lin Hao had always been his most formidable rival. Throughout the entirety of the University League, only Lin Hao could stand toe-to-toe with Kai Gaowen. After Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's injury, Kai Gaowen had rightfully claimed the title of the strongest student, but now, Gaowen, do not be vexed. We shall have ample opportunities to teach Lin Hao a lesson. This time, they merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, sneered Jiang Peng, his face twisting into a menacing expression. Do not even mention him. From tomorrow onward, I expect all of you to train diligently. Not a single one of you is permitted to be late. Kai Gaowen bellowed over his shoulder at his loyal teammates. No one dared to utter a word. They silently resonated with his fervor, eagerly awaiting the moment they could settle the score on the court. In the locker room, the most exuberant Mu Hao burst into song before everyone, reveling in their victory. Nothing thrilled him more than winning a match, especially with Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's return. Brothers, tonight and Amp Oppo's match was spectacular. Not only did we showcase our prowess to our opponents, but we also reminded the school of our capabilities, particularly Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's death-defying three-pointer. It was magnificent, truly deserving of the title of the year. To commemorate Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's return, I propose a celebration tonight, and I shall foot the bill, Mu Hao exclaimed, raising his hand to stir the atmosphere. I concur. Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's return is worthy of celebration. Zhang Xian remarked coolly from the corner, towel in hand. Indeed, let us celebrate Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's return. The others chimed in eagerly, intoxicated by the long-awaited victory. Ahem. A cough echoed as Coach Li Kun entered, accompanied by a physical education teacher, assistant coach Liang Wenzhou. Coach Li, we were just about to celebrate. Would you care to join us? Mu Hao called out cheerfully, oblivious to the serious nature of the player-coach relationship. Li Kun entered with the intention of reminding them that it was merely one match, and the outcome was now behind them. The team needed to focus on the future, not just on advancing. Forget the results. The qualifying rounds are over, but that does not determine how far you can go. I expect you to continue to strive for excellence in the upcoming matches, for the honor of the school and yourselves. When you achieve victory, I will personally celebrate with you, Li Kun stated, devoid of any hint of joy, before taking his leave. Assistant coach Liang pointed at the team, his stern expression softening into a thumbs up as he cheered. Well done. Keep up the hard work. Liang Wenzhong was a jovial young teacher who blended seamlessly with the students and was quite pleased with their performance, especially in the final moments. Yet, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Coach Li Kun and Amp Oppo's risky decisions. This matter was far from resolved. Alas, it seems our plans have been dashed. Mu Hao lamented, his spirit deflated. Yes, after such a hard-fought victory, we should celebrate. How about we sneak out? The cunning Zhang Xin suggested mischievously. Hey, let us not risk it. If Coach Li finds out, the consequences will be dire, the timid one long stammered. If you keep quiet, and I keep quiet, who will ever know? One Jin chimed in, playfully tapping Wen Long on the head as if reprimanding a younger sibling. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Lin Hao called out, nodding at Wen Jian before making his exit, neglecting even to shower. Hey, you're the star. Without you, what is there to celebrate? Mu Hao cried out in protest. But Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's character dictated his actions. He paid Mu Hao no heed and strode out resolutely. How dull, Mu Hao sighed, waving his hand in disappointment. We'll celebrate another time. Let us plan for the weekend. Karaoke, no one is to be absent. Though Lin Hao had dampened their spirits, the prospect of singing together over the weekend rekindled their excitement. Outside the gymnasium, Xiu Hua stood in the evening breeze, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of those passing by, their laughter filling the air with the essence of summer. From a distance, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the gym. Though she recognized him, he felt oddly unfamiliar. Had the summer of 18 been devoid of storms, would 19 bring any? Xiu Hua, Lin Hao called, jogging over and waving. Xiu Hua smiled and waved back. I'm here. This was Xiu Hua waiting for Lin Hao, marking the first time he had agreed to meet her outside. While everyone rejoiced over the match, Xiu Hua had some matters regarding the game she wished to discuss with him. As he approached, Lin Hao maintained his usual cool demeanor, though now a newfound confidence flickered within him. Congratulations on your return to the court, Xiu Hua beamed. Lin Hao exhaled deeply. The match had been arduous. As for the notion of returning to the court, he felt it was premature to celebrate. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. By the way, let me treat you to a drink. There is something I wish to discuss, Xiu Hua added. The two made their way to the cafeteria on the first floor, ordering drinks. Having finished the match, it was already 8:30, and after a brief walk, it was nearing 9. Lin Hao, while your performance tonight was commendable, remember this is merely the beginning. There are numerous details you must attend to. Each match is invaluable to you. Lin Hao understood that Xiu Hua was here for basketball, and indeed, those details required vigilant attention. However, he still harbored uncertainties about whether Coach Li Kun would provide a definitive stance on his return to the court, and he would need to advocate for himself tomorrow, with Xiu Hua and Amp Oppo's support being crucial. First, there is the shadow cast by your injury. I can see you are hesitant in physical confrontations. Then, there is your familiarity with the court. I need you to invest more effort into that. As for everything else, we can set it aside for now. Xiu Hua had witnessed Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's every move on the court, and she was well aware of his capabilities. The absence of a clear directive from Coach Li Kun meant he would have to report to the school authorities. As this was not merely a game, but also a matter of student safety, Lin Hao had not been activated on the roster, implying he retained his name without any intent to participate. At the outset, the school had opposed retaining Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's name, and it was through Li Kun and Amp Oppo's persistent efforts that it was granted. Suddenly allowing Lin Hao to play would breach protocol, and thus, there would be consequences to address. Understood. I will focus on regaining my form through training, Lin Hao replied coolly. Tomorrow at practice, do not rush. First, listen to Coach Li Kun and Amp Oppo's guidance. The school leadership was observing tonight and Amp Oppo's match. While we won, numerous responsibilities still lie with Coach Li Kun. You must appreciate the weight of his role. We are all in this for the game. Xiu Hua was concerned about the school and Amp Oppo's potential stance, fearing that Coach Li Kun might feel compelled to refuse Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's further participation. She also worried that Lin Hao might take the situation to heart. Understanding the nature of his character, the two discussed various basketball-related topics, not departing until nearly 10:00 and Amp Oppo's clock. The next morning, Lin Hao rose early, as was his custom, to train. However, this training was not mandated. It was a regimen he had set for himself. An 800-meter morning run was his current limit. Following that, he engaged in strength training and rope skipping. Completing these two workouts would consume nearly 2 hours, leaving him drenched in sweat while others were still asleep. This was the discipline required to evolve into an exceptional basketball player. Upon finishing his training and heading to class, Lin Hao felt as if he had become a national idol overnight. Not only did passing students cast him curious glances, but even the security guard at the entrance of the teaching building gave him a thumbs up. "Uncle Lu, what is this about? Have I done something wrong?" Lin Hao approached, puzzled. "Haha, Lin Hao, you are truly remarkable. You've brought honor to the school and elevated our entire teaching building. I've heard all about you, young man. I have faith in you. Keep it up." Security guard Uncle Lu had loved basketball in his youth, but age had since confined him to spectating, relishing the game vicariously through the younger generation. Last night truly ignited a fervor within him, reminiscent of his youthful days, and he found himself gazing with newfound admiration. "Oh, Lin Hao, you are here as well." A melodic female voice reached his ears. Upon looking up, he noticed Wu Man strolling in, arm in arm with Xiu Hua, both adorned with radiant smiles. However, for reasons unknown, when Xiu Hua caught sight of Lin Hao, she suddenly lowered her head, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a faint flush on her cheeks. Lin Hao felt a sense of bewilderment. Could Xiu Hua truly blush? "Well, man, I have no classes this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you at the basketball court. I've bought some milk tea. Do come by to enjoy it together." Mu Hao hastily called out to Wu Man with a grin. "Haha, I must keep an eye on Xiu Hua. If she goes, then I shall too. But class is starting. We must take our leave," Wu Man replied cheerfully as she led Xiu Hua towards the classroom. With her head bowed, Xiu Hua seemed to shy away from conversing with Lin Hao, hastily pulling Wu Man along. Lin Hao was left even more perplexed. What was happening? Chapter 5. The morning class was quite ample. During lunch, Mu Hao glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Lin Hao, Coach Li Kun seems to be calling you to the principal and AMP, Oppo's office. Didn't and AMP, Oppo's, you check your phone?" Lin Hao shook his head, admitting he had indeed neglected his phone today. However, the mention of the principal and AMP, Oppo's office struck him as peculiar. Mu Hao quickly speculated, could it be that the principal wants to personally commend us for last night and AMP, Oppo's victory? Lin Hao dared not entertain such thoughts, hastily checking his phone. The urgency in the messages was evident, and after hastily finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. Just as he turned, a familiar figure strode toward him. Lin Hao thought he was mistaken, questioning her presence here. "Chen Wenyuan," Mu Hao exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet. Chen Wenyuan had long since ended her relationship with Lin Hao, citing his inability to play basketball as her reason for no longer loving him. In truth, she had moved on to another, dating Kai Gaowen, which infuriated Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, you can end Oppo's, be with her. You are my boyfriend," Chen Wenyuan declared, pointing at Lin Hao with boldness. She spoke loudly, fearing that others might not hear her, drawing curious glances from those nearby. While one might be accustomed to boldness, such audacity was unprecedented. This scene erupted just as lunch was being served, creating quite a stir in the cafeteria. What on earth is happening? Lin Hao was bewildered. Upon seeing the phone Chen Wenyuan extended toward him, he realized it was a photo of him and Xiu Hua enjoying drinks together the previous night. It seemed the photo had circulated, and Lin Hao suddenly understood why Xiu Hua had been acting strangely today. "Chen Wenyuan, what are you doing here? This has nothing to do with you," Mu Hao shouted indignantly. Chen Wenyuan, with her fiery and unabashed demeanor, cared little for others and Oppo's opinions, as long as she was true to herself. Even though they had broken up, she could not tolerate Lin Hao and Oppo's association with Xiu Hua. Ignoring Mu Hao and Oppo's outburst, Chen Wenyuan seized Lin Hao and Oppo's hand, attempting to pull him back. However, Lin Hao evaded her grasp and strode purposefully toward the exit. He had no time to waste with her. Coach Li Kun was waiting. "What are you doing, Lin Hao? Do you think I'm easy to bully? I like you, and I don't want you with Xiu Hua," Chen Wenyuan shouted after him, her voice rising in a raucous manner. This was the first time she had made such a declaration in front of so many people, unashamed, while Lin Hao felt utterly embarrassed. "I have things to attend to. Leave me alone. Who I choose to be with is my own business and does not require your interference," Lin Hao replied coldly, unwilling to engage further. "Wow, this is outrageous. Why am I not so lucky to have girls chasing me around campus?" Mu Hao laughed, directing his comment at a chubby classmate. The classmate glanced at his protruding belly, patted it, and walked away, defeated. Chen Wenyuan pursued Lin Hao all the way to the sports office building, where she coincidentally encountered Xiu Hua coming from the opposite direction. "Oh, so this was all prearranged. Xiu Hua, let me tell you, Lin Hao is my boyfriend. You have no chance, Chen Wenyuan yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Hua without seeking clarification. Xiao Hua, taken aback by the sudden outburst, felt her composure slip away. Seeing her discomfort, Lin Hao quickly gestured for her to leave. Coach Li Kun is waiting. You should go in. Xiao Hua, understanding the personal nature of the conflict, refrained from further comment and entered the building. Chen Wenyuan would have stormed inside had she not been hindered by the facial recognition system. Sister, this is Nanjing Normal University, not your Nankai University. You may have no shame, but we still have our dignity. Mu Hao murmured, his thoughts aligning with the sentiment. Chen Wenyuan spun around, exuding an intimidating aura that made even Mu Hao avert his gaze in fear. Don't waste my time. If I don't get a response from Lin Hao today, I won't leave, she declared angrily. Mu Hao dared not argue. Whether she stayed or left was her affair, but she certainly couldn't enter the building. As Lin Hao and Xiao Hua walked down the corridor, an awkward silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sound of their footsteps. Coach Li Kun probably wants to speak to you about last night's events. Don't worry, I will help you explain, Xiao Hua suggested softly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Thank you, Lin Hao replied quickly, though he was still uncertain about the topic at hand. In the office, Principal Peng, responsible for overseeing educational duties, had been waiting for quite some time. Coach Li Kun and Assistant Liang had exhausted their arguments, yet Lin Hao's participation remained undecided. The injury report from a year ago explicitly stated Lin Hao could no longer engage in vigorous sports, and the consequences were clearly outlined. The silent atmosphere was disrupted by Lin Hao and Xiao Hua's arrival. Noticing the somber mood, Lin Hao sensed trouble. Coach Li Kun, Principal Peng, Lin Hao greeted firmly, maintaining his politeness in front of his educators. We've been waiting for you. Coach Li Kun indicated for them to sit before continuing. Principal Peng is a commendable leader who cares greatly for our basketball team. He personally oversaw last night's game and was satisfied with the outcome. Now, he wishes to discuss matters with you. The underlying message in Coach Li Kun's words was unmistakable to Lin Hao. This was not concern, it was a reprimand. Principal Peng had been the one to oppose Lin Hao's entry into the team, citing the injury report as justification. Even if Nanjing Normal University did not secure the championship, the student's future could not be jeopardized. From an educational standpoint, Principal Peng's decision was sound. However, from the perspective of sportsmanship, he might inadvertently hinder the rise of a future star. Lin Hao, you know your situation best. I am doing this for your own good. Winning a game does not mean you can continue to play. I have already discussed this with Coach Li Kun. Your basketball career ends here, Principal Peng concluded curtly. Wait. Principal Peng, this is not a discussion, it's a command. Xiao Hua interjected, asserting her stance against the decision. A top student at Nanjing Normal University, her words carried weight. Principal Peng, committed to the students' futures, remained resolute in his decision. Xiao Hua, this matter does not concern you. I am acting in Lin Hao's best interest. There is nothing more to discuss, he asserted firmly. With little to add, Coach Li Kun understood the situation. He had never intended to include Lin Hao, but circumstances had compelled him otherwise. Out of respect for both parties, it was up to Lin Hao to voice his perspective. Xiao Hua, feeling desperate, stood and exclaimed, Principal Peng, you are making a sweeping generalization. From your position, it may seem you are acting in Lin Hao's best interest, but have you ever sought his own approval? Moreover, injuries on the basketball court are undesirable, yet every athlete who steps onto the field has faced injuries. If we simply avoid the game due to a minor injury, what becomes of the spirit of sportsmanship? Xiao Hua's eloquence was exceptional, a champion of debate, and she was determined not to relent. An injury is an injury. We need the spirit of sportsmanship, which can only exist without severe consequences. Lin Hao is different. Continuing could confine him to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Is that the future you envision for him? Principal Peng's words resonated with gravity, emphasizing that one cannot always prepare for the worst outcomes. Even if success were achieved, sacrificing the future was a cost too great to bear. No matter how compelling the argument, it stood powerless in the face of potential consequences. Coach Li Kun, fully aware of the situation, refrained from further debate with Principal Peng. He valued talent, yet could not jeopardize Lin Hao's future. At this juncture, it seemed unnecessary to continue the discussion. I am acutely aware of my own body. I shall not succumb to a wheelchair. Lin Hao's voice resonated like a bombshell, awakening everyone to the inevitable outcome. Even if Principal Peng opposed vehemently, Lin Hao would rise to the occasion. You are merely a student. Do not challenge the expertise of a physician with your obstinacy. I hope you can reflect calmly, Coach Li Kun remarked coldly. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Principal Peng, stating that the doctor's report was merely a judgment based on his current injuries. I recall McGrady once said that doctors told him he could only play basketball for 3 years. Yet he persevered on the court and became a great player. Life is never perfect. It is up to us to strive for improvement. I cannot guarantee that I will surpass McGrady, but I can fulfill the expectations of those who believe in me through my own efforts. An injury may affect my present, but it shall never dictate my future. No one knows my body better than I do. I will conquer this injury and bravely step onto the basketball court. Even in defeat, I shall have no regrets about my choice, and I implore Principal Peng to grant me the opportunity to realize my dreams. Emotional appeals bore no weight on Principal Peng. If mere sentiment could persuade, tragedies would cease to exist. I am responsible for your future. This is my final decision, Principal Peng affirmed, formalizing the matter. As he departed, Lin Hao refrained from shedding tears. He turned back and shouted coldly, Principal Peng, you cannot prevent me from playing basketball. If you insist on stopping me, then expel me. Lin Hao, what are you saying? This is utterly disrespectful, Coach Li Kun exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, urging an immediate cessation of such thoughts. Principal Peng turned resolutely, unperturbed by a student's threats. Should you violate school regulations, expulsion would be entirely justified. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate, with no one able to mediate. At that moment, fervor surged, igniting a silent battle between the two. If Lin Hao is expelled, I will voluntarily withdraw, Xiao Hua declared passionately, rising to join the fray. The situation had become untenable. 2 students threatening the principal was a matter of disgrace. Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Is this how you speak to the principal? Return and reflect on your behavior, immediately. Coach Li Kun hastily interjected, believing that allowing them to leave was the only way to quell this threat. Indeed quite audacious. 2 students think they can threaten me with expulsion. Very well. I shall see if you possess such capability, Principal Peng replied with a cold smile, turning to depart. As he left, silence enveloped the office, a suffocating tension filling the air, draining Coach Li Kun of his anger. This is absurd, utterly absurd. Chapter 6. Trembling with fear seeing Coach Li Kun in distress. Assistant Liang gestured for the 2 of them to leave first, suggesting they discuss it later at the training hall. Lin Hao had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a deadlock. It was his issue, and Xiao Hua should not have intervened. Ultimately, he realized he had been too impulsive. Upon exiting the office, the 2 walked with their heads down, engulfed in a heavy silence. Xiao Hua had never disappointed anyone with her actions, and her decision to step forward this time was not a mere whim. She would undoubtedly follow through. Here they come, Mu Hao exclaimed as he spotted the 2 approaching the door. Meanwhile, Chen Wenyuan was outside the building, arms crossed, exuding an intimidating presence while waiting. Upon seeing the pair emerge together, her face ignited with fury. I just saw Principal Peng storming past. What happened? We won the game, Mu Hao asked anxiously. Principal Peng is here to issue orders. He won't let Lin Hao play anymore. What? He truly takes our goodwill for granted? After Xiao Hua recounted the situation, Mu Hao's anger intensified. It was absurd that such a bizarre incident could occur after a victory. If the 2 decided to withdraw from school, wouldn't the team dissolve as well? What should they do now? Should they truly stand their ground against Principal Peng? Although Mu Hao was furious, he still needed to heed Lin Hao's opinion. What else can we do? We'll hear Coach Li Kun's thoughts this afternoon. If that fails, we must approach the principal. We cannot remain idle, Xiao Hua said, her voice tinged with resignation. Lin Hao felt equally helpless. His hopes were now pinned on Coach Li Kun. Of course, Mu Hao did not voice his thoughts directly, having devised a plan. But the current situation made it difficult to express. Just when one wave subsides, another rises. This female warrior you've stirred up, I suggest you resolve it among yourselves. Mu Hao hinted at Chen Wenyuan with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Hua glanced at Lin Hao, noticing his impatience, and felt a surge of urgency. The situation could not spiral further out of control. She had to alleviate his burden. Chen Wenyuan, you and Lin Hao have been apart for over a year. What do you truly desire? Xiao Hua confronted her, displeased. What do I want? Now I want to know what you intend to do. Do you think I'd just hand him over to you? Not a chance, Chen Wenyuan retorted fiercely. Unreasonable and infuriating, Lin Hao had no intention of engaging with her. Let us go to the gym, he called back to Mu Hao, striding away. Don't walk away. We need to clarify this, Chen Wenyuan shouted, chasing after him. You're just a nuisance, incessantly prattling on and demanding a resolution. Unable to tolerate her behavior any longer, Lin Hao turned around, pulling Xiaohua close and glaring at her. Xiaohua is my girlfriend. That is how it is. I am formally stating that I have a girlfriend and cannot be with you. You may leave. Xiaohua was taken aback. She had never witnessed Lin Hao so enraged and dared not retaliate. Chen Wenyuan's eyes widened, her previous bravado evaporating in an instant. In a panic, she had not expected Lin Hao to shout at her. Releasing her grip, she turned and marched away. Fortunately, there were no other witnesses nearby. Otherwise, this scene would surely have made headlines. Chen Wenyuan stood frozen, watching the retreating figures, utterly at a loss, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Inside the gym, Wenlong had already prepared the gear for the three, but with the absence of the two, he began practicing alone, sweat soaking his hair. What took you so long? Today is your first official training session. Hurry and change. Wenlong shouted over his shoulder, unwilling to slacken his training. Lin Hao said nothing as he changed into his gear. He glanced at Xiaohua, intending to explain, but upon seeing her flushed face, he decided against it. Xiaohua felt somewhat extraneous standing at the sidelines, observing Lin Hao immerse himself in training, her thoughts lingering on the earlier incident, a smile inexplicably creeping onto her face. Come here, I need to discuss something with you. Mu Hao, clutching a ball, walked past Xiaohua, hastily making his way to the door. As the other teammates were still in class, apart from Uncle Lu who was supervising, it was just the three of them. Forget about earlier, don't take it to heart. Lin Hao is just trying to deal with Chen Wenyuan, Mu Hao explained to Xiaohua, attempting to smooth things over. Xiaohua shrugged, a hint of a resigned smile playing on her lips. It's fine, I won't dwell on it. Mu Hao did not linger on the topic and quickly stated, with internal and external troubles, we must first resolve Lin Hao's playing situation. I've decided to take him for a reevaluation. That is a good idea. After such a long recovery, a reevaluation will yield a report. This way, we can justifiably approach the principal, and the matter should be resolved naturally. I agree, but will Lin Hao consent? Xiaohua inquired, her concern evident. I'm worried about Lin Hao, which is why I came to find you. Since that incident, he has been haunted by multiple disappointing evaluations, leaving him with lingering shadows. If he is unwilling to go, you are the only one who can persuade him. Mu Hao exclaimed, clapping his hands in exasperation, though a sly grin crept onto his face. Xiaohua considered this. It was indeed the only viable solution. Even if Lin Hao was reluctant, they had to give it a try. On the court, Lin Hao refrained from exerting himself too much, focusing instead on three-point shooting drills. Wenlong passed the ball, and Lin Hao shot from various angles, honing his shooting touch and accuracy. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net echoed repeatedly, accompanied by the delightful sound of sneakers squeaking against the floor. The swish of the net was a melody beloved by all players. As Wenlong's passing speed increased, Lin Hao's shooting became quicker, and the swish resonated even more beautifully. Noticing that the passing speed had slowed, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, wiped his sweat, and shouted to Wenlong, "Your passing is too slow. Make it quick, precise, and fierce." Got it, Wenlong replied, scratching his head sheepishly. As a point guard, often regarded as the brain of the team, he was responsible for orchestrating plays. A skilled ball handler is expected to be where the ball is at all times. Why don't we take a break? Xiaohua suggested, glancing at the progress. Lin Hao shook his head slightly. This was his first official training, and he could not afford any mistakes. Moreover, the league would commence in a week, and he needed to regain his form before the matches began. I'm fine, Lin Hao replied coolly, stepping back to the corner. Just as he arrived, Wenlong's pass was already on target. As he caught the ball, his back foot landed. Knees slightly bent, and he effortlessly released the shot. The sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated again, prompting a satisfied shout from Wenlong. Following that, another bounce pass landed perfectly in his hands, and Lin Hao's shots were nearly flawless. Such a staggering shooting percentage relieved Xiaohua, as she saw Lin Hao returning to form. If Coach Li Kun were to witness this, he would surely be delighted. For a full hour, Wenlong delivered 500 passes, all three-pointers. Lin Hao's shooting accuracy had reached an astonishing 80%. Had it not been for fatigue, it might have been even higher. That's enough. Your shooting form has changed. Throwing more would be a waste, Xiaohua calmly called from the sidelines. As the team leader, she understood the training content well and tailored it according to each player's characteristics. At this point, Lin Hao was drenched in sweat, yet his expression conveyed dissatisfaction. There is something I must discuss with you regarding your playing status. I need you to accompany me for a re-evaluation, Xiao Hua said seriously as she approached him. Lin Hao stiffened, his breathing slightly erratic. Turning to meet Xiao Hua's gaze, his resolve gradually strengthened. All right, if this is the only opportunity, I must confront it. He had previously hesitated to undergo re-evaluation, fearing the results might shatter his basketball dreams once and for all. No news is often the best news. Why seek out unnecessary trouble? Yet now the situation has changed. To truly step onto the field, Lin Hao must confront this daunting challenge on his own. Ultimately, he once again entered the familiar doors of the hospital. The hustle and bustle around him was palpable, filled with anxiety. Although Lin Hao appeared calm, he trembled in the waiting area after undergoing a series of examinations. It's all right, I'm here with you. At that moment, Xiao Hua's eyes brimmed with compassion as she gently clasped Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao, somewhat bewildered, lifted his gaze to meet her enchanting visage, which etched itself into his heart. Good. Don't be nervous. It's merely a follow-up checkup, which is a positive sign for us, Mu Hao remarked with a sense of tranquility. When the announcement called for Lin Hao to proceed to room 3, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he felt stiff as he rose to his feet. Let us go. We'll accompany you. Xiao Hua swiftly assisted Lin Hao, acutely aware of his continued trembling. In the examination room, the doctor, a robust man in his 30s, was scrutinizing the X-ray images. Upon seeing Lin Hao enter with his companions, he curiously inquired, "Is there really any significant issue? Why the need for assistance?" This question intensified Lin Hao's anxiety. He had always harbored a fear of confronting doctors. "Doctor, what does the X-ray indicate?" Xiao Hua inquired hastily. The doctor, adjusting his glasses, observed Lin Hao's attire and recognized him as a basketball enthusiast. Having once shared a similar passion, he was well aware of the common injuries that occurred on the court. From the images, the ligaments and soft tissues appear intact. There are no signs of a sprain, though a slight crack can be seen on the knee. Engaging in vigorous activity could lead to a tear, potentially resulting in more severe injuries. Thus, the initial diagnosis recommended refraining from intense exercise. The doctor's words sent a chill down Lin Hao's spine, evidently not a favorable prognosis. They said not to come, yet insisted on dragging me here. Now, everything seems dire, he thought. Could it really be that serious? It's been over a year, and there's still a crack? Mu Hao whispered, peering in concern. The doctor, smiling reassuringly, responded, "Young man, I understand your passion for basketball. The thought of being sidelined is more painful than anything. However, based on your recovery progress, returning to the court shouldn't pose significant issues." "Really? I can actually play?" Mu Hao exclaimed, nearly leaping up to embrace the doctor. The doctor frowned slightly, recognizing the impulsiveness of youth, yet empathizing with their current feelings. Lin Hao's furrowed brow relaxed. The mere notion of being allowed to play was more effective than any remedy. Hold on. I understand your excitement, having been in your shoes before. However, I must finish my statement, the doctor interjected, raising his hand. Your injury has not fully healed, so you must avoid strenuous activities for now. If you insist on playing, you must strictly regulate your time on the court, but I still advise against it. Chapter 7. Ready to step onto the court, the doctor's words carried a certain weight. Yet Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor, which was quite an improvement compared to before. In contrast, Mu Hao resembled a deflated balloon, his sorrow evident on his face as he slumped wearily into a chair, exclaiming, "Doctor, please don't startle me like that. I'm still a student, and my fragile heart can't handle such shocks." "Haha, you're quite the humorous young man. Allow me to finish my explanation before you lose hope," the doctor replied with a smile, placing the film down. "This fracture is not a major issue. As long as it heals, there will be no problems. Within a year, achieving this level of recovery is commendable. I know an experienced traditional Chinese doctor who is the orthopedic specialist for a professional basketball club. He has worked with athletes for decades. I had a bone fracture treated by him in my youth. I recommend you visit him and hear his opinion." The doctor swiftly pinned down the address and contact information, handing it over as the final verdict. Upon exiting the hospital, Mu Hao was still sweating profusely. The doctor's conclusion was still less than favorable, and Principal Peng would not take it lightly. Lin Hao remained silent, keeping his head down as they walked. The new Guangming market was not far. They should make it there without any issues. "Let us hurry," Xiao Hua said, hailing a taxi. Lin Hao nodded. Since Dr. Zhai specialized in treating professional basketball players, he must possess considerable skill. Rather than living in apprehension, it would be wiser to seek a complete examination at once. Half an hour later, they arrived at New Guangming Market, struggling to find the correct door number after numerous phone calls. Are all old doctors like this? They don't have clear signage for their clinics? Mu Hao complained, panting as he followed. Is that you, Lin Hao? Come in quickly, an elderly voice called from within. Seemingly welcoming. Lin Hao was taken aback. How did he know his name? A miracle worker? Entering, he was greeted by the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine in a courtyard-style home that exuded a sense of the Republic of China era, with a cool ambience. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from inside, freezing the three in their tracks. The sound was far more harrowing than any beating, reminiscent of the anguished cries from ancient bone-setting practices. What on earth is happening? Are they really setting bones? Mu Hao trembled as he watched someone grip a stool, fear washing over him. Fear not. This indicates that Dr. Zhai is quite renowned. Let us go in and take a look, Xiaohua reassured, boldly leading the way. It was a lie to claim they were not anxious. Upon entering, they beheld a man seated, wailing in agony, while a tall, elderly man, around 60, vigorously manipulated one of the man's feet. The trio stared wide-eyed, having never witnessed such a scene before. The doctor's demeanor was serious, his hands steady and skilled as they moved expertly around the man's ankle, who appeared to be in excruciating pain. Mu Hao quickly glanced at Lin Hao. Fear etched on his face. Xiaohua gestured for them to remain calm, intently observing Dr. Zhai's technique. Lin Hao took a deep breath. He felt confident in the doctor's abilities. Just then, a photograph caught his eye, compelling him to step closer for a better look. It was a team photo of a basketball squad clad in training uniforms, with the championship coach, whom Lin Hao greatly admired, standing in the center. He had once led the national basketball team to an impressive 8th place at the Olympics and had dominated the Asian basketball scene. Dr. Zhai stood beside the coach. And apart from him, the only other person present was a player. In this photo, Dr. Zhai appeared youthful and dapper. Hanyuan basketball team, this is truly remarkable. Mu Hao exclaimed, following Lin Hao's gaze, excitement replacing his earlier tension. This photograph was over 30 years old, a precious relic of the early basketball players. Nearby hung additional photos, including several with players and even a few depicting the current athletes. Isn't that the national player? I particularly admire him, Mu Hao exclaimed, pointing at one of the photos with enthusiasm. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Dr. Zhai's prowess was evident in his ability to treat such stars, showcasing his exceptional medical skills. All right, the dislocation has been corrected. There is nothing serious. Remember to apply medicine and reduce swelling. Do not exert yourself too much when you return. Dr. Zhai calmly instructed as he patted the man's foot. The man, utterly exhausted, slumped in a heap, his face pale. After regaining composure, he handed over 50 yuan, which Dr. Zhai accepted as a younger assistant arrived with a special ointment for bandaging. Lin Hao, please take a seat, Dr. Zhai called back. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, unsure how the doctor knew him, but complied and sat down promptly. Dr. Zhai, are all these photos yours? Mu Hao asked excitedly. Aha, what do you think? If they weren't mine, why would I display them here? Dr. Zhai replied with a chuckle, sitting on a small stool. These are all professional athletes and stars. You've interacted with them face to face? Mu Hao asked, starstruck. Indeed, they are all professional athletes. However, to me, they are just my patients. My job is to treat their injuries and ensure their careers are prolonged, Dr. Zhai explained. Then, does that mean Dr. Zhai can help Lin Hao recover? Xiaohua inquired, diving straight into the topic. Dr. Zhai paid no attention to Xiaohua and instead began to examine Lin Hao's knee. At first, Lin Hao felt nothing, but suddenly, when Dr. Zhai touched the area near his knee joint, a jolt surged through his body, akin to an electric shock. This sensation would often resurface during intense exercise, conjuring memories of pain that would cloud his performance on the court. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's reaction, Dr. Zhai understood immediately. He then signaled for Lin Hao to relax and proceeded to straighten his right leg, bending it back and forth. Lin Hao remained unaware of what Dr. Zhai was doing, still entranced by the recent shock-like sensation. Suddenly, with his left hand gripping Lin Hao's ankle and his right hand twisting at the knee, Dr. Zhai applied force. Lin Hao was caught off guard, letting out a muffled grunt. Ha ha, finally, someone else feels the pain too. The previous patient laughed, seemingly reveling in Lin Hao's discomfort. Mu Hao and Xiaohua exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing as they watched Lin Hao's reaction, both feeling a surge of concern for him. Lin Hao clenched his teeth, eyes wide with a grimace. His hands, unsure where to rest, tightened into fists, beads of cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Yet Dr. Zhai remained undeterred, continuing his skilled manipulation. Lin Hao gripped the stool, his teeth grinding audibly. Mu Hao and Xiu Hua could only watch anxiously, too apprehensive to voice their concerns. Mere minutes later, Lin Hao heard the unsettling sound of dislocation, as if his entire knee had been compressed, causing more discomfort than the initial impact. "All right, there is nothing serious, just a dislocation," Dr. Shai said, releasing his grip and patting Lin Hao's shoulder calmly. Lin Hao, now utterly drained, slumped in his chair, his complexion pale and devoid of strength. His shirt was completely soaked. Mu Hao could hardly believe what had just transpired. Could it be that he was truly healed? "Dr. Shai, what do you mean by misalignment?" Xiu Hua inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Dr. Zhai took a seat, retrieving white gauze from his drawer to begin his meticulous cutting. "My son informed me over the phone that there's a fissure on his knee. It usually doesn't cause any issues, but during intense physical activity, it becomes strained. If this persists, it could lead to a torn wound, resulting in a fracture, and at that point, he may very well end up in a wheelchair." Dr. Zhai stated confidently. His condition has not fully healed, and coupled with subsequent exertion, his mind retains certain memories of the injury. "I have just realigned the misaligned area. For now, avoid excessive strain, apply the medication, and once the swelling subsides, we can proceed." "Was that doctor we saw today your son?" Xiu Hua asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Yes, he is the one who referred you here. Otherwise, do you truly think I possess the gift of foresight?" Dr. Zhai chuckled. "So, what is the verdict? Can he continue playing basketball?" Moheo asked anxiously. "Once fully healed, there will be no problem, but remember to rest adequately and refrain from overexertion." Dr. Zhai replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao perked up, raising his gaze, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. Moheo looked at Xiu Hua with delight, and she too broke into a long-awaited smile. However, she quickly regained her composure. Being able to play again meant Lin Hao would likely push himself to the limits. A reminder was necessary. Dr. Zhai stood up, observing the trio's excitement, and gestured for them to temper their jubilation. Rest was still essential. He then personally applied the ointment to Lin Hao's injury. Once bandaged thoroughly, he patted Lin Hao's shoulder and pointed to a photograph on the wall, saying, "Your injury is not as severe as his from years past. Do you know he fractured his wrist before the Olympics and couldn't participate? Yet, he recovered in just 6 months. Do you not have that same confidence?" The three of them instinctively gazed at the photograph, where the two individuals appeared exceedingly joyful. Dr. Zhai, filled with vigor, expressed satisfaction with the current circumstances. "All right, 3 applications of the ointment will reduce the swelling. Remember, do not engage in any physical activity or expose it to water until the swelling has subsided. Try to rest as much as possible. With 3 applications, I assure you, you'll feel invigorated," Dr. Zhai declared with conviction. "Haha." Moheo suddenly clenched his fist, exclaiming with excitement, "I can really get back on the court. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful." Dr. Zhai nodded appreciatively, finding pride in witnessing their return to basketball. Lin Hao smiled and nodded in gratitude. Moheo hastily took out his phone to capture a selfie with Dr. Zhai, even photographing the pictures on the wall. This would serve as a trophy to boast about. Perhaps even a chance encounter with a star athlete in the future. "All right, now you must lie in bed for 3 days without moving. Once the swelling goes down, we will speak with Principal Ping and Coach Li Kun," Moheo said as he assisted Lin Hao back to the dormitory. 3 days have already passed. What does it matter? As long as you can fully recover, lying down for 30 days would pose no issue. However, the conversation had only just begun. Chapter 8. Suspension as night fell. Lin Hao returned to the dormitory, oblivious to the greater tempest that was silently brewing. Inside the office, a photograph of Lin Hao being assisted by Mu Hao into the dormitory reached Principal Ping's phone. The white bandage on Lin's leg indicated yet another injury. Furious, Principal Ping slammed his palm against the table and bellowed in anger. He then summoned Li Kun to his office for a reprimand and suspended him from his position as head coach, assigning the role temporarily to assistant coach Liang. Li Kun had initially intended to accompany Principal Ping to the dormitory to confront Lin Hao, but he realized that he must not involve himself in this matter. After all, Lin Hao is still just a child, and minor transgressions could be forgiven. Accepting the situation with resignation, he understood that the leaders had made their intentions clear. To protest further would not uphold his standing as a competent coach. Upon learning the news, Liang Wentian personally called Principal Ping to explain that Lin Hao had not attended practice that day, nor had he appeared on the court. It was impossible for him to have sustained an injury while playing basketball, and it had nothing to do with Coach Li Kun. He implored Ping to reconsider his decision. But the evidence was irrefutable, and Liang found himself at a loss for words. Returning to the gym to gather his belongings, Li Kun received a call from assistant coach Liang, to whom he briefly updated on the team's affairs. Liang went in, without further ado, made his way to the gym. By then, the team had disbanded. After practice, Li Kun merely wished to steal a few more glances at his players. Future opportunities would be scarce, and any return would only render him a spectator. What happened? How did Lin Hao get injured? I had no knowledge of this. Who leaked this information? Liang Wentian erupted upon their meeting, seething with anger over this baseless rumor. Li Kun remained composed. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the photograph spoke volumes. Mu Hao was seen helping Lin Hao into the dormitory, with a thick white bandage wrapped around his knee, clearly an indication of post-injury treatment. With evidence at hand, Li Kun refrained from confronting Lin Hao, fully aware of the boy's character. It was the photographer's actions that were truly detestable. No, the team cannot be without you. You are the head coach and must not depart, Liang insisted, sensing Li Kun's silence. The impending competition loomed, and the hard-earned qualification could not simply be squandered. Li Kun longed to lead the team into battle, but found himself at the mercy of fate. A prodigious talent could not take to the court, and the suspension of his head coach was a bitter blow. Li Kun felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall. Further argument seemed futile. Xiao Liang, you are still young and require more experience. I have watched you grow over the years. Believe in yourself, and you will surely lead the team to greater achievements. Coach Li Kun, please do not say that. The more you say, the more distressed I feel. We still do not know the full story. We must find Lin Hao and get to the bottom of this. If he has indeed concealed his injury from us, he must be held accountable. But I trust he would not do such a thing. Xiao Liang, I am weary as well. Principal Peng's decision is just. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Focus on your duties. Li Kun patted assistant coach Liang on the shoulder and departed, harboring no further thoughts. Everyone knew that Li Kun had devoted himself entirely to the school team, only to have his coaching position revoked in the end. He bore this anguish silently, never voicing it to anyone. Regardless of Principal Peng's decisions, he could only acquiesce, for the incident had transpired under his watch. And he felt he had let Lin Hao down. Watching Li Kun's forlorn figure retreat, Liang Wentian felt as though his heart was being sliced. Without Li Kun, the team's morale would undoubtedly suffer. How could they face the upcoming matches? Taking a deep breath, he resolutely headed toward the dormitory. It was already 8 in the evening. After Mu Hao helped Lin Hao wash his clothes, he settled in front of the computer to play basketball games, their favorite pastime, where Mu Hao reigned supreme. A knock echoed at the door, but Lin Hao, engrossed in his book while lying on his bed, and Mu Hao, caught in a fierce battle with Wen Long, failed to hear it. Hey, someone is knocking. Open the door quickly, Lin Hao called out. Mu Hao kicked his stool, and it was only then that Wen Long, irritated, reluctantly made his way to the door. Assistant Coach Liang, what brings you here? Wen Long was taken aback upon seeing Liang Wentian. What assistant coach? You coward. You think you can intimidate me just because he is here? Useless. Mu Hao boasted, still maneuvering his mouse. Liang Wentian overheard this insolence and realized Mu Hao's impulsive nature had led him to disrespect authority. He could not let this slide without reprimanding him. Upon entering, Liang Wentian's gaze fell on Lin Hao, and the sight of the thick white bandage ignited his fury. He stormed over to Mu Hao, seizing him by the collar and bellowing, "You wanted to challenge me, did you? Tomorrow in the gym, bring your best skills and face me. If you lose, you're out." Mu Hao, bewildered, was yanked from his seat, nearly dropping his mouse. He had not expected Liang to take him seriously. His earlier bravado had been mere jest. "Why is Assistant Coach Liang here? You should be resting at home. This place is chaotic enough without you." Mu Hao hastily attempted to change the subject. "Stop with your flattery. I've taken note of your actions, and if you don't show up tomorrow, you are free to leave. The choice is yours," Liang Wentian scolded angrily. Mu Hao had not intended to challenge the assistant coach. He felt cornered and had no choice. What if Assistant Coach Liang loses? He timidly inquired. "What did you say?" Liang Wentian's anger flared even more. "Are you truly that audacious?" "And no. I admit you're the coach, and I'm just a rookie. You're joking, right? Don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health." Mu Hao quickly backtracked, desperate to appease Liang. Finally, Liang refrained from further confrontation, but the matter concerning Lin Hao required clarification. He turned to Lin Hao, fixing him with a stern glare, and demanded, "Explain this situation clearly." Lin Hao had not informed anyone about his follow-up examination and was taken aback by Liang's sudden visit. The timing was particularly unfortunate, as it was evident that the visit was related to his knee. He had planned to wait until the swelling subsided before clarifying matters, But now, misunderstandings had arisen. Mu Hao immediately recounted the entire sequence of events, particularly the final outcome, with resolute clarity, hoping to surprise Liang. However, Liang's expression shifted from anticipation to hesitation. To lay blame seemed unjust, yet to absolve them was equally difficult. There were too many quacks in the world. A few children could easily be misled. You all need to think before acting. Can you really trust the words of such charlatans? You have not healed in a year. Yet you believe you can take the court in 3 days? This is ridiculous. You truly infuriate me. Forget about being duped. You prance in here, bandaged up, as if you wish for everyone to be oblivious? Just look at this. This photograph has already reached Principal Ping. And Coach Li Kun has been suspended because of this incident. Without Coach Li Kun, can the team still be called a school team? Liang Wentian lamented, thumping his thigh in frustration. The three of them could hardly believe that Coach Li Kun had been suspended, although they had not participated in practice. They knew he had been leading the team through tactics earlier in the afternoon. How could such a significant event have transpired in such a short time? Assistant Coach Liang. You must be joking, Mu Hao exclaimed, unnerved. At this moment, Liang and Appo's fury was futile. The pivotal issue lay with Principal Peng. Lin Hao could forego playing. But Coach Li Kun must not leave the team. Principal Peng had always opposed Lin Hao's participation, having his own considerations. It was only after being moved by Lin Hao's words that Coach Li Kun decided to take a gamble on him, seeing hope in his presence. Now, with Coach Li Kun suspended, it was all a consequence of Lin Hao's impulsiveness. I hope you will think things through in the future and not act solely for your own sake, Liang admonished. The words of Assistant Liang plunged Lin Hao into a deep sense of foreboding. He recognized that at times he had indeed been rather self-righteous. The recent suspension of Coach Li Kun served as a prime example. However, what troubled him even more was the individual who had sent the photograph to Principal Peng. Their motives were far from innocent. I must seek out Principal Peng and clarify the matter, Lin Hao resolved, preparing to rise. Assistant Liang obstructed him with a hand and said sternly, No, your current circumstances would only complicate matters further, given your present state. Do you think Principal Peng will listen to your explanations? I have come here to ascertain the specifics. Frankly, your current situation disappoints me greatly. Can you truly place your trust in the words of those charlatans? Leave this matter to me. I shall find a solution regarding Coach Li Kun. Assistant Liang, while unwilling to put Lin Hao in a difficult position, was determined to take action. The preservation of Coach Li Kun was paramount for the team. Losing an exceptional player was already a significant setback, and losing the head coach would extinguish any remaining hope for the team. In the room, Lin Hao sat on the bed, reminiscing about Dr. Zhai's treatment. The discourse indeed bore a hint of quackery, and he found himself wavering. Yet, there is no antidote for regret. The events had transpired, and he must confront Principal Peng to elucidate the situation. Who could have orchestrated this? Who possessed such idle malice? Mu Hao banged his fist against the wall and shouted, Who dares to play these games with us? If I find out who it is, they'll regret it. Lin Hao pondered the identity of the perpetrator, considering the limited number of acquaintances he had. Moreover, the individual had managed to directly deliver the photograph to Principal Peng, indicating they were no ordinary person. Could it be him? Suddenly, Lin Hao's mind conjured the image of Kai Gowen, who had previously sought a transfer by directly contacting Principal Peng. It was highly likely that Kai had leaked this incident. Lin Hao, Coach Li Kun has been suspended. What should we do now? This matter cannot be resolved with Principal Peng, Mu Hao exclaimed, his voice filled with anxiety. Mu Hao was equally at a loss when the phone on the table rang. Hello, Xiuhua. Mu Hao answered promptly. Upon learning of the situation, Xiuhua immediately called Lin Hao. But upon reflection, realized that Lin Hao was unable to move. If Principal Peng were to see him, it would likely complicate matters further. Do not overthink it. Assistant Liang has come to see you. I noticed Lin Hao's calm demeanor when he left, but I could sense his despair, Mu Hao recounted with resignation. Xiuhua, with her meticulous mind, interjected, There is no need to rush. Lin Hao cannot move right now. Approaching Principal Peng would be counterproductive. Therefore, Lin Hao, take good care of yourself for 3 days. Did Dr. Zhai not say that you would be able to get out of bed after 3 days? Regardless of whether he speaks the truth, we can approach Principal Peng for a thorough discussion in 3 days. If all else fails, we may have no choice but to consider withdrawal from school. Upon hearing Xiuhua and Appo's final suggestion, Lin Hao understood her intentions. This was indeed the only viable option to safeguard Coach Li Kun, and he felt compelled to attempt it. Very well, it is settled. We shall convene in Principal Peng and Appo's office in 3 days. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Hao and Appo's eyes. exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce wind sweeping across the icy waters, a testament to his resolute spirit. Lin Hao glanced at the timid Wenlong, who seemed at a loss for words. Lin Hao, do you have any plans? Mu Hao inquired softly, secretly resolving to withdraw from school alongside him. Ultimately, this matter was theirs to bear. Any actions taken would be Lin Hao's own. Involving Xiuhua was merely a FAAD, a necessary course of action that could not be openly acknowledged. Rest assured, I will not allow Coach Li Kun's suspension to stand. The team needs him. But what about you? Do you truly intend to withdraw from school and abandon basketball? You cannot conceal this from me. We are brothers, and we shall face these challenges together. Mu Hao's words left Lin Hao feeling even more helpless as he looked down at his right leg. The source of all his troubles. In 3 days, everything would be revealed. Chapter 9. Special invitation match. On the following day, the school team resumed their regular training. However, after learning of the recent events, the atmosphere was laden with unspoken tensions, leaving many unable to confront the situation directly. Mu Hao remained silent throughout the day, consumed by thoughts of where to uncover the source of the rumors. Lin Hao, too anxious to change his dressings, relied on Mu Hao to take a taxi to Dr. Giant Appo's house for supplies, repeatedly inquiring about his potential recovery to the point of exasperating the physician. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Hao exhibited no signs of improvement. With the official match just 3 days away, scheduled for next Wednesday, anxiety gripped him, especially considering their opponent, a university team from the same city, which boasted superior strength compared to Nanjing Normal University. The recent suspension of the head coach only exacerbated Lin Hao's urgency. That evening, as Lin Hao removed the bandages, he felt little discomfort. Aside from the remnants of ointment on his knee, the only notable sensation was a faint herbal aroma. How does it feel? Any sensation? Mu Hao asked nervously, observing Lin Hao and Appo's knee. Cautiously, Lin Hao squatted a few times and flexed his foot, yet felt no remarkable difference. All good. Let us find Principal Peng right away. Lin Hao exclaimed, rising abruptly. Find Principal Peng. It's past 7. He has already gone home, Mu Hao replied, steering Lin Hao toward the restroom. You should hurry up and clean yourself. I'm taking you to a match. Mu Hao had received a call from Xiuhua the previous weekend about a match at Fenghui Square, organized for open participation. The manager there, familiar with Xiuhua, had invited her to bring the team. With no option to decline, she agreed to participate, and now they awaited the 8 p.m. kickoff. Although this was not a significant match, securing victory was not a daunting task for a player of Mu Hao's caliber. The reward was modest, a pair of basketball shoes. However, to help Lin Hao regain his competitive edge, it was deemed essential to engage in this simple street match. Hurry up. The match is about to start. It may be cancelled if you don't arrive soon. Xiuhua's voice crackled urgently over the phone. We're on our way, just a red light away. Mu Hao shirred, peering out of the taxi window. Driver, can you speed up? The match is starting soon. Young man, this is the city center. There's nothing I can do at this hour, the driver replied helplessly, wishing he could soar through the traffic. With the promised 8 p.m. start time approaching and the clock reading 7:50, the traffic showed no signs of easing. Running to the venue seemed a more viable option than waiting. Forget it, driver, pull over, we're running, Mu Hao declared in a fit of urgency, grabbing his backpack and turning back. The driver, though bemused, activated the hazard lights, allowing them to exit the car amidst the congestion. Quickly now. We have 10 minutes to make it, Mu Hao urged, glancing at the traffic-clogged road as he sprinted onto the sidewalk. Lin Hao followed closely, careful with his steps, still apprehensive after removing the bandage. Strangely, he felt no discomfort while running, possibly a psychological effect. 10 minutes was hardly an impediment for a traffic light. And with few pedestrians around, Mu Hao's pace was relaxed. Tonight's match features 2 invited teams, the champions from our South City community and our university team from Nanjing Normal University. Both teams are youthful and boast talented players. Let us see how these semi-professional teams measure up against each other. The commentator, well prepared, announced enthusiastically, yet the main players from Nanjing Normal had yet to arrive. Wenlong had made several calls, growing increasingly frustrated as Mu Hao failed to answer. After several inquiries from the event supervisor about the match's commencement, Xiuhua merely requested 2 more minutes, allowing players to warm up. With only 5 minutes remaining, they would have to pull someone from the audience to start the game if the team did not arrive soon. The squad was already small, and with Lin Hao, they were just 6 players. Others hesitated to make calls, fearing repercussions from Principal Peng. They're here, Mu Hao shouted, raising his hand, drawing the crowd and Appo's attention. who murmured discontent at their tardiness. Could you have arrived any later? We're missing one player, Li Tsong exclaimed irritably. Mu Hao quickly waved his hand. No time for complaints. Get me a bottle of water. Wen Long handed over 2 bottles, and they hurriedly drank. Xiaohua glanced at Lin Hao, noting his readiness, and nodded in approval. She then signaled to the referee that they were prepared to commence, prompting the whistle to blow, indicating the start of the match. Let Lin Hao start. Zhang Xian can rest for now, Mu Hao urged as he set down the water. Not so fast. You 5 go first, Xiaohua instructed. Pulling out her tactics board. This match will be played to 120 points, with 3 10-minute quarters, following street ball rules. This setup favors us. We need to play to our rhythm and draw them into our style. Li Jian and Zhang Xian would focus on exploiting their height advantage inside, while Mu Hao would temporarily assume the small forward position. Be wary of their fast breaks. They are the champions of South City community and should not be underestimated. After outlining the strategy, Xiaohua clapped her hands, and the referee allowed the community team to start the game, with the home team on offense. In terms of physicality, Nanjing Normal did not hold a significant advantage. The champions from South City were nearly at the level of a typical university team, with the region's overall basketball proficiency bolstered by professional teams, fostering a rich basketball culture at the grassroots level. How could you bring them out for a match when the official game is about to begin? This timing is quite risky, Lin Hao inquired. Xiaohua was well aware of the implications. If Coach Li Kun were present, she would have consulted him first. However, she had already sought his approval. They needed to harness the competitive spirit through this match, providing an opportunity for the players to regain their confidence. More importantly, Xiaohua wanted to ascertain Lin Hao's readiness to compete. I know what I'm doing. Let us observe the situation for now, Xiaohua replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the unfolding match. The South City Community's number 3 point guard was taller than Wen Long and displayed impressive speed, effectively orchestrating the plays. Positioned at the corner, the 3-point shooter was relentless, running back and forth, making shooting opportunities difficult to come by. When the defense collapsed, the number 3 guard would drive in, distributing the ball to the corner for a high success rate from beyond the arc. At the end of the first quarter, Nanjing Normal found themselves trailing by 2 points, although they managed to hold their ground. The opponent's aggressive and fast-paced style was far from that of a typical recreational team. Holding the tactics board, Xiaohua circled the court, explaining, their number 5 is the core of their strategy. He may not stand out visually, but pay close attention. After illustrating number 5 and Oppo's offensive patterns, the team grasped the uniqueness of their approach. I need you to do something. When number 5 cuts along the baseline, let him pass. The defending player must follow closely to ensure he receives the ball, but does not take a shot. Once the ball halts, position yourself to block the center and amp Oppo's advance. And within 3 possessions, their strategy will be thoroughly disrupted. Xiaohua succinctly outlined the plan, and the team confidently made their way onto the court. Lin Hao, observing from the sidelines, felt entranced by Xiaohua and Oppo's tactical analysis, reminiscent of Coach Li Kun's presence. The strategic approach and execution were strikingly similar. In the second quarter, the opposing team refrained from utilizing their 3-point shooter, opting instead for a small ball strategy focused on fast breaks. They capitalized on offensive rebounds to initiate quick transitions, clearly exploiting Li Jian's slower foot speed. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself unable to adapt to the opponent and Oppo's tactics, forcing him to allow Mu Hao to elevate the defense and thwart the rival and Oppo's fast breaks. In the second quarter, the community champion team triumphed by 4 points, concluding the first half with a 6-point lead. The atmosphere among the spectators grew increasingly restless as they derisively directed their scorn towards the university team. How could a collegiate team falter against a mere community champion? It seemed the university squad was not as formidable as anticipated. In the face of such commentary, the community team members radiated excitement. They were determined to secure victory in this match, showcasing the prowess of grassroots basketball to all. The game was far from over, yet the urgency among the audience was palpable. Mu Hao, unable to contain his frustration, shouted back at the spectators, Don and Oppo's, take it to heart. The audience can be the best coach. Now you see that our opponents are no easy feat. If you wish to avoid derision, focus on winning this match first. Xiaohua coldly interjected, that sentiment may sting, but even the coach is contemplating the challenge we face. I have analyzed their strategies. They primarily rely on 3-point shots complemented by fast breaks. Expect them to alter their approach in the third quarter, emphasizing their shooting plan. What about the fourth quarter? Wen Long inquired timidly. Will they revert to fast breaks? How do we defend against that? Xiaohua paused, caught off guard by the question, while Mu Hao, sensing the awkwardness, thumped Wenlong on the head and bellowed, "What are you thinking? We must dominate them in the third quarter, turning the fourth into garbage time." "Oh, I see," Wenlong replied, scratching his head in resignation. Xiaohua cast a glance at Lin Hao, who remained a mere observer, seemingly unwilling to enter the fray. Not wishing to disturb him, Xiaohua clapped and rallied the team, urging them to energize their spirits. "You train tirelessly. Now is the time to embody the essence of professional athletes and execute our strategy." After the whirlwind of the second quarter, Li Jian and his teammates were already panting for breath. Particularly, when Long felt the strain between launching fast breaks and countering the opponent and Oppo's assaults, fatigue was setting in. If substitutions were permitted, he would have long requested to step off the court. The desire for Lin Hao to enter the game was, after all, an unwise longing. As the third quarter commenced, the opposing team indeed introduced their sharpshooter, number 5, who had rested the entire second quarter and was now brimming with energy. His three-point prowess would be crucial. The match resumed, with the point guard signaling at the top of the arc, prompting the center to sprint towards the three-point shooter's position. Number 5 decisively maneuvered around the baseline, utilizing a screen from the center, while Li Jian, stationed at the opposite corner, remained immobile, anticipating number 5 and Oppo's arrival. With no opportunity to receive the ball, the point guard had no choice but to drive in. When Long, realizing the impending threat, committed a foul, Lin Hao shouted in protest, and when Long, resigned, raised his hand in acknowledgement of his mistake. "Li Jian, remember to adhere to the strategy. Do not preempt," Xiaohua urged, swiftly gesturing to him. Xiaohua refrained from berating Li Jian for his premature actions. Had it been Coach Li Kun, he would have been immediately substituted and subjected to a barrage of reprimands. Following 2 free throws, the score had widened to an 8-point gap. Though the deficit was not insurmountable, the second half was just beginning, and there was no need for haste. When Long advanced the ball into the front court, directly employing a dual tower strategy for an interior assault, given their professional training, they clearly held the upper hand in physical confrontations, and consecutive post plays rapidly closed the gap. Conversely, the opponent's offensive rhythm faltered as they struggled to exploit their three-point shooter, leading to a disarray in their tempo. Capitalizing on this momentum, Nanchita surged ahead by 5 points, prompting the opposing team to call for a timeout and swiftly revise their offensive tactics. Chapter 10. For three-pointers, the transformation of the community champion team was remarkably timely. Recognizing the need to stifle the three-point shooter, they decisively opted for pick-and-roll plays, allowing the sharpshooter to become the finisher while the others engaged in relentless screens. The fifth three-point shooter certainly did not disappoint, showcasing remarkable agility as he navigated through screens to receive the ball and shoot. His shooting space and release speed were exceptional, coupled with a notably high accuracy rate. The finest tactic in the world is undoubtedly the pick-and-roll, whether in professional arenas or local competitions. Those who can effectively execute this strategy are undeniably gifted players. After taking the lead in the score, Xiaohua cleverly responded by switching defenses once the pick-and-roll was initiated, extending his hand for close defense to disrupt the shooter's rhythm. Meanwhile, the opposing point guard, number 3, continued to leverage his physicality to draw fouls against Wenlong, frequently keeping the score tight through free throws. As the third quarter concluded, the teams remained evenly matched, with Nanchita holding a mere 2-point lead as they entered the final stanza. Amidst the intense back and forth on the court, with players fiercely battling and coaches engaging in a battle of wits, the crowd erupted in cheers, and among them, a familiar face radiated satisfaction. Li Kun had specifically come to witness the game and was profoundly moved by the electric atmosphere. As he squeezed through the throng, he encountered a group of familiar faces, which filled him with joy. However, upon overhearing someone remarking on the impending humiliation of the university team at the hands of the community team, he felt a twinge of discomfort. It was indeed questionable for Xiaohua to lead the team into street ball competitions, yet as he heard the disparagement, Li Kun was eager to see if the community team truly possessed such prowess. Witnessing the unfolding drama, not only were the fans on-site exhilarated, but Li Kun too could not help but regard this community team with newfound respect. The community champion team boasted a well-rounded lineup, and the coach's acumen was commendable. The ability to swiftly adapt strategies in response to the on-court dynamics was crucial, and competing against such a coach would undoubtedly facilitate Xiaohua's growth. Li Kun saw no reason to hinder this, but rather was intrigued to observe how the champion team would prevail over the university squad. Our efforts to thwart their three-point strategy had somewhat succeeded, but the pick-and-roll was not entirely effective. They were likely to adjust their tactics to a fast break. Xihua, surveying the opposing team's buoyant morale, confidently declared that they should adopt a quick-strike approach. Aware that the opposing coach was astute and would exploit their limited numbers to seize victory. Today, Xihua had only brought 6 players. And with Lin Hao unable to freely enter the game, the team was essentially relying on 5 to carry the entire match. The second quarter's rapid pace had favored the opposing team, and in this crucial period, they were bound to repeat their earlier tactics. Should the tempo quicken, fatigue would inevitably lead to defeat, a realization not only evident to Xihua but also to the experienced spectators on the sidelines. The pressure mounted on Xihua. The players' fighting spirit required the coach's motivation. An excellent strategy could unleash the players like ferocious beasts, and now was the moment to test Xihua's mettle. Let us push the fast break. We'll exploit our physical advantage in the paint. Let us see how fast they can go, shouted Lin Hao, his knees buckling under the strain. Even as he struggled to catch his breath, he could not help but start devising tactics. Fast breaks are not feasible. Our energy is nearly depleted. We must control the pace. When Long gasped in response, a tactical dispute emerged, and for the situation to shift, Xihua needed to step up. However, he currently lacked a superior strategic counter, for a skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Let us continue to attack with our height. Lin Hao, can you withstand their fast breaks? Xihua asked, determined to ignite his desire for victory. I'm fine. This street ball game is nothing to worry about, Lin Hao proclaimed, rising with confidence. All right, you will guard their number 3, Xihua instructed, tapping the tactical board. I'm preparing for a surprise attack. For the first 2 minutes, we'll implement a zone defense. Watch for my hand signals, and we will switch to man-to-man defense. When the enemy is still, we shall move, catching them off guard. And finally, I will reap the rewards of the match. Xihua and Oppo's strategy evolved in tandem with the opponent and Oppo's adjustments. Man-to-man defense was the ideal approach. Street ball typically favors zone defense, which does not demand excessive physical exertion. After all, these were amateur players. Sustaining a high-intensity man-to-man defense for an entire quarter was implausible. Once both teams began to tire, Xihua held a secret weapon in reserve. As anticipated, the opposing team accelerated their pace, attempting to wear down their opponents through rapid transition plays. They swiftly scored 2 points. Taking the lead, Li Kun felt a surge of anxiety. This lineup genuinely posed a challenge for Xihua. At this moment, a 2-3 zone defense would be more effective than a 3-2 setup, providing coverage against their fast breaks and 3-point attempts while the towering figures in the paint ensured rebounding security. On the court, Lin Hao's defense against the number 3 point guard visibly disrupted the opponent and Oppo's rhythm. Struggling to keep pace, he resorted to physicality, leading to a noticeable frustration from the opposing player. After 2 minutes of zone defense, the score reached 100-96, with a 4-point gap. With only 20 points remaining until the 120-point threshold, 9 successful shots would conclude the game. The secret weapon could not yet be unveiled, and Lin Hao decisively signaled for the team to fall back. Down. Quickly, he shouted. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. What did down even mean in the context of a basketball game? Li Kun watched in exasperation. He was well aware of the implications of the down tactic. For Xihua to employ it now seemed like an invitation to disaster. The rhythm of the game shifted when Long guarded the opposing shooting guard, while the number 3 point guard was assigned to Lin Hao. Under Lin Hao's tenacious defense, the opposing player found no opportunity to break through. In contrast, Lin Long's ball-handling skills stirred the tempo of the game. The fast-paced exchanges resembled the explosive dynamics of a marathon, with both teams racing fiercely. Within 5 minutes, the opposing coach called for a timeout. Breathing heavily, the 5 players leaned on their knees, panting. The demands of man-to-man defense were exhausting. With the down tactic initiated, the score remained largely unchanged, either resulting in fouls or missed shots, stagnating at 108-106, with Nanchita trailing by just 2 points. Observing the intense physicality on the court, the opposing coach recognized the drop in scoring efficiency. The most straightforward solution was to rotate players, utilizing fresh legs to secure victory. Li Tsong, take a breather. Lin Hao, revert to the number 3 position. Lin Hao, you're in at number 2, Xihua calmly instructed. The atmosphere was momentarily stunned. Amidst their heavy breathing, the only sounds were the accelerated heartbeats of the players. No one could believe that this was the strategy Xihua had proposed. Not even Lin Hao himself. It was now time to seize the match. 12 points remained for three-pointers. The opposing team would hesitate to attempt three-pointers, likely opting for drives instead. We would switch to a zone defense, compelling them to shoot from the perimeter. Wenlong, you should know how to execute this, Xiahua declared. Setting aside the tactical board, his confidence palpable. I understand, Wenlong replied, swallowing hard, still processing the situation. No, wait, is Lin Hao ready? Zhang Xian, clutching his side and gasping for breath, glanced at Xiahua. Lin Hao, having just removed his bandage, was not necessarily prepared for immediate play, and even he felt uncertain about his readiness. However, this was not a concern for Xiahua. Without confidence in this strategy, he would not dare unveil such a trump card. What? Do you not believe in Lin Hao's three-point shooting? Xiahua questioned, casting a glance at Lin Hao. Lin Hao found excitement in this approach. For three-pointers were merely a practice for him. As the referee and Oppo's whistle sounded, Xiahua crossed his arms confidently, gazing at the opposing team. Victory was imperative, confidence was the key. The opposing coach was equally determined to secure the win, planning to utilize interior plays, control the boards, and accelerate the fast break. Aiming to resolve the contest within 10 exchanges. Bring in Lin Hao? Li Kun furrowed his brow, his mind racing with concerns. The intensity of street basketball often led to injuries. Should he intervene immediately? The whistle blew again as the community champion team initiated the play, with player No. 3 controlling the ball. After signaling for a screen, he drove to the basket with a sudden burst of speed. Zhang Xian tightened his defense, determined not to allow a breakthrough. Realizing the lane was blocked, the opponent opted to pass to the perimeter, but their shot clanged off the rim. Zhang Xian seized the rebound and passed it to Wenlong, displaying decisive control, advanced past half-court and spun the ball in the air. At this moment, Lin Hao was already positioned in the corner. Recognizing the cue, he cut sharply along the baseline. Li Jian observed and moved forward to set a screen without the ball. Employing the same baseline maneuver as the opposing team and Oppo's number 5 three-point shooter to reach the opposite corner. The ball, assisted by Mu Hao and Oppo's precise 45-degree pass, landed in Lin Hao and Oppo's hands. With an open look from beyond the arc, Lin Hao, poised and ready, received the ball. His familiar shooting motion sent the basketball soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net. The referee signaled a three-pointer, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The height and finesse of his shot clearly indicated his professional training. Li Kun nodded in satisfaction. This was the three-point shooter he had developed, capable of raining threes upon entering the game and making the competition feel effortless. However, Li Kun found it perplexing that Lin Hao showed no signs of impairment. His jumping height and shooting speed appeared unaffected. Could he truly be fully recovered? Defense, maintain pressure, Xiahua shouted, reminding the coach to stay alert and guiding the players on the court. Turning back, the opposing team's fast break had reached the front court, and Lin Hao had positioned himself, arms spread wide like a giant net. Yet, the opponent aimed a counterattack, charging aggressively from Lin Hao and Oppo's right side. Instead of engaging physically, Lin Hao took a step back, granting a bit of space for the opponent to penetrate. Underneath the basket, player number 3 rose for a one-handed layup. Suddenly, a shadow darted overhead, delivering a thunderous block. Mu Hao, recovering the rebound, opted against a fast break and passed to Lin Hao, who promptly raised his hand. Wenlong hastened to assist, receiving the ball and crossing half-court. Once again, they executed the same baseline play from the same position. Lin Hao caught the ball and launched another three-pointer, which sailed smoothly through the net. Beautiful. This three-pointer deserves my respect, a nearby young man exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. Defense. Where are you? Allowing the opponent to shoot so easily from the same spot. Are you daydreaming? The opposing coach, furious, pointed at the defender, nearly ready to substitute a player. 2 consecutive three-pointers overlooked and incensed the coach, who stomped his foot in frustration. The score widened to 114, leaving only 6 points to close the gap, merely 2 three-pointers. Mu Hao, growing more energetic, snagged a rebound, and continuously set screens for Lin Hao. The opponent and Oppo's defense was tightly glued to Lin Hao, who, without hesitation, utilized Mu Hao and Oppo's screen to create a sliver of space, catching and shooting with assured accuracy. Quickly transition back, hold your ground, Xiahua called out, emphasizing the importance of the final offensive play. The interior defense tightened, resolutely guarding the basket, and the rebound was firmly secured. The entire arena anticipated that the last shot would be taken by Lin Hao, leaving everyone curious about the opponent and Oppo's defensive strategy. Wenlong held the ball at the arc, and Xiaohua signaled for a play. Lin Hao decisively launched from the baseline, with two defenders closing in. In a stunning display, he abruptly altered his direction, circumventing towards the free throw line at a sharp angle. Receiving the ball amidst consecutive screens from Zhang Xin and Mu Hao, the opponent and Oppos, as hands were mere inches away. And the crowd held its breath, captivated by the difficulty of the impending shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Would it find its mark? Chapter 11 Application Letter Li Kun did not anticipate that the opponent and Oppos' defense would prove so effective, managing to block right before his eyes after two consecutive off-ball screens. Had it been a typical player, their shot would have undoubtedly been altered due to interference. Yet, facing Lin Hao, a fervent shooter capable of trembling while making three-point attempts, was a different story. In that moment of collective breath-holding, the sound of the net swishing echoed, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Several young fans could no longer contain their excitement and rushed onto the court to pay homage to Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained unfazed, for three-pointers were merely a minor challenge, akin to a slightly elevated training exercise. Following this match, he regained a semblance of confidence. The absence of pain while running was undoubtedly a result of his consultation with Dr. Zhai. However, Lin Hao and Oppos' mind was singularly focused on one thought, to convey to Principal Ping that he had made a complete comeback. Well, I didn't end Oppos. To expect you to have such an impressive three-point shooter, I concede my defeat wholeheartedly, said the opposing coach, Fei Chong, with a beaming smile as he approached for a handshake. You and Oppos, too modest, Coach Fei. Your championship team truly lives up to its reputation, leaving our players and Oppos' legs trembling. Indeed. It is as you say. Xiaohua humbly nodded in acknowledgement. The outcome of the match was secondary. The real emphasis lay in the learning experience. Fei Chong, a celebrated coach, was rarely impressed, yet in the realm of campus basketball, a loss was not surprising. Achieving such a close score was satisfactory, serving more as encouragement than defeat. Dr. Zhai is indeed a miracle worker. He said you could step onto the court without hesitation. And now we can confidently approach Principal Ping, Mu Hao exclaimed with excitement. Lin Hao contemplated this matter, with the foundation laid by this friendly match. Persuading Principal Ping would pose no challenge. What a thrilling match. I believe everyone present witnessed the prowess of both teams, showcasing the basketball spirit of Nanjing. As a token of appreciation, we at Feng have prepared generous gifts for each player, a pair of basketball shoes. We hope you continue to support us, the host shouted enthusiastically, elevating the atmosphere. The applause lingered, with young fans reluctant to depart. It was a rare opportunity to witness such an exhilarating game. And now they had become Lin Hao and Oppos' admirers, eagerly approaching for photographs. Li Kun revealed a long-lost smile. It seemed wise not to intervene. Lin Hao and Oppos' situation warranted further discussion with Yang Quan. Of course, the matter required additional investigation. It would be prudent to pay a visit to Dr. Zhai. As Lin Hao stepped away from the crowd, he happened to look up and caught sight of Li Kun turning away. He paused, astonished to encounter Coach Li Kun here. Just as he intended to pursue, he was halted by eager fans. Reluctantly, Lin Hao watched the retreating figure. The awards ceremony concluded, and they received a modest monetary prize. They were now seated at a late-night snack stall outside the campus, animatedly discussing the game, with Mu Hao being the most exuberant. Xiaohua sat in the center, smiling silently, satisfied with the positivity displayed during the match. Her focus remained on Dr. Zhai's words. This friendly match had dispelled all her doubts. Lin Hao understood that this was merely a test run. His late-game appearance was aimed at proving himself to Principal Ping and preparing for the upcoming formal matches. Xiaohua, I raise my glass to you. This friendly match was pivotal. Without your secret weapon, we would have truly embarrassed ourselves, Mu Hao declared with exuberance. Xiaohua lacked his enthusiasm for drinking, yet could not refuse the gesture, opting for tea instead. Mu Hao, if you put forth such effort during the formal matches, we will undoubtedly advance further, she encouraged, raising her cup in acknowledgement. Mu Hao is the type who either played with all his might or not at all. If you're going to be lackadaisical, you might as well stay home and sleep, he remarked. Setting down his cup, Mu Hao's gaze shifted to Lin Hao. Noticing his lack of excitement, he tapped the table and asked, Lin Hao, you certainly stole the spotlight today. I must ask, are you still planning to play? Lin Hao looked up, his eyes filled with indifference. Mu Hao understood Lin Hao and Oppos' thoughts but felt compelled to speak up at this juncture. Playing time was earned through effort. Even in front of Principal Ping, one must stand firm. You need not worry about this matter. I will speak with Principal Ping tomorrow, Lin Hao asserted decisively. Such conviction prompted Mu Hao to give a thumbs up without hesitation. The others nodded in agreement, solidifying their resolve. After finishing their late-night snack, it was already 10:30 when the trio returned to their dormitory, where the surroundings remained lively. Lin Hao, however, was unaccustomed to staying up late. He typically retired by 10:30, save for basketball nights. After washing up, it was 11:00 and Oppos clock when Lin Hao settled onto his bed, only to see his phone light up. Opening the message, he found one from Xiaohua. Lin Hao, tonight and Oppos. S-game proved that your foot is fine. I consulted Dr. Zhai and his son in detail. Your injury is not as insurmountable as you believe. It's merely your anxiety that has left a shadow, resulting in lingering scars. As the competition approaches, ensure you rest well. Together, we shall realize our basketball dreams. Do not reply, good night. Having read the message, Lin Hao refrained from responding as Xiaohua suggested. Her concern filled him with warmth. He was determined not to disappoint her as his foot healed. Early the next morning, Lin Hao stood alone outside Principal Ping and Oppos' office, waiting. Principal Peng had a habit of arriving 20 minutes early to prepare for the day's work. However, today seemed unusual, with just 15 minutes until start time. He had yet to appear. Was he perhaps on a business trip? Xiaohua, you are a commendable student, and the school holds you in high regard. They are already discussing the possibility of your graduation and retention. Your actions are misguided. How could you allow Lin Hao to lead you astray? A stern voice echoed in the corridor, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The voice was somewhat jarring. Principal Ping evidently believed Lin Hao was the instigator behind this situation. This caused Lin Hao to furrow his brow slightly, but today was pivotal, and he needed to maintain his composure in front of the principal. As they crossed paths, both parties were taken aback. Principal Ping's expression tightened, surprised to see Lin Hao. However, what was said before was not without reason. He had every right to hear it. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? Xiaohua asked, somewhat bewildered that he was waiting at the office door. Lin Hao nodded slightly, stepping back to indicate for Principal Peng to enter the office for a discussion. Xiaohua approached, expressing a hint of exasperation. I just ran into Principal Peng downstairs and mentioned this matter to him. Lin Hao recognized this as Xiaohua and Oppos' deliberate arrangement, but chose not to comment. Everyone was making earnest efforts for the match, which was commendable. You needn't say anything further. I know what you intend to do. Coach Li Kun could have avoided this situation, but if not for your stubbornness, I would not be addressing this, Principal Ping remarked while organizing his computer. To gain Principal Ping and Oppos' approval, Xiaohua had even arranged for Dr. Zhai to provide a statement, coupled with his son's strong endorsement. This situation could have yielded a definitive conclusion. However, after presenting it to Principal Ping, he seemed to dismiss it entirely, labeling it as mere quackery, claiming that a barefoot doctor could not possibly treat professional athletes. Xiaohua felt helpless. They had done everything possible, yet Principal Ping remained unconvinced. Ultimately, the only recourse left was to submit a protest for withdrawal, leading to the earlier confrontation in the hallway. Principal Peng, this matter is not as you have heard. Just look at Lin Hao. He walks without issue. Who recovers from an injury like this in just 3 days? Xiaohua maintained her stance, determined not to leave empty-handed today. Principal Ping glanced at the time, his tone serious. Time is running short. You should head to class. What will it take for you to believe? Lin Hao asked, his eyes wide with determination. Lin Hao had no intention of lingering any longer, nor did he desire to complicate matters. The outcome hinges on a single statement. If it proves unfeasible, matters can be resolved today. Principal Peng lifted his gaze, visibly displeased by Lin Hao's words. Such students possess character, yet it ought not to be exhibited on the court. Should they concentrate on their studies, a promising future awaits. Lin Hao, heed my words. My actions are driven by concern for your well-being. I shall not allow any of my students to forfeit their future. You are entirely capable of achieving it. Principal Peng reiterated his stern stance, declaring the situation impossible. There was no need for further discourse. Lin Hao, undeterred, placed the prepared application on the desk and stated, please sign it, allowing Coach Li Kun to return to the team. I shall not impede your duties. Lin Hao, refrain from being impulsive. Let us discuss this matter amicably, Xiaohua urged swiftly. Having made up his mind upon arrival, Lin Hao pondered why. If Nanchida could not fulfill his basketball aspirations, he should and Oppos seek another opportunity elsewhere. If Nankata was not an option, then perhaps Nambwa technology could suffice. Even if he could not enter the collegiate league this year, a year of rest could be advantageous, allowing for a fresh start next year. What are you doing? Is this a threat? Principal Ping and Oppos' expression turned stern. Can we not manage our students anymore? Lin Hao extended a hand. Speaking calmly, Principal Ping, This is not a threat. One must adapt to survive. I refuse to stifle my basketball dreams. I hope you can understand. Dreams are magnificent. And leaving Nanshida in pursuit of his basketball ambitions is not erroneous. This was the most compelling rebuttal, rendering even Principal Ping's ire powerless. Since Lin Hao has made his decision, count me in. Xiao Hua, recognizing that persuasion was futile, opted to join his cause. Principal Ping glared at the pair. The atmosphere thick with tension. It is natural for teachers to consider their students' welfare. Without rules, chaos ensues. If all students behaved in such a manner, what chaos would ensue? Leave the application here. You both return to class. I shall contemplate the matter. Principal Peng responded as per usual. Let us resolve today and oppose. As affairs today, Principal Peng. Please sign now. Lin Hao was resolute in his intent to depart. Principal Ping inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration. He glanced at the application, then looked up to say, "Withdrawing from school necessitates a meeting for discussion. I cannot make unilateral decisions. Return to class and do not waste time. I await your response." Lin Hao acknowledged with a nod before turning to leave. "Xiao Hua, please wait a moment," Principal Ping said as he picked up the phone to make a call. Lin Hao glanced back, aware that some discussions were inappropriate in his presence. Having made his decision, he resolved to act accordingly. Upon entering the classroom, Mu Hao could no longer contain his curiosity. Noticing Lin Hao and Appo's troubled expression, he dared not inquire further. Throughout the morning, Lin Hao awaited news from Xiao Hua, yet curiously, no communication came. With the competition commencing tomorrow, the team and Appo's head coach had yet to return, and there had been no training sessions. He remained uncertain of Principal Ping and Appo's intentions. This year presented a hard-won opportunity, yet the turmoil surrounding Lin Hao and Appo's participation was disheartening. Lin Hao could sacrifice his own interests to exit the team. But Coach Li Kun could not step back. The team's backbone, without his guidance, would likely face yet another early exit. Would all their efforts then be in vain? The day dragged on painfully, filled with 7 classes. Until school concluded, Lin Hao received no word from Xiao Hua. Finally unable to endure any longer, he dialed her number, only to find it switched off. This was peculiar. How could her phone be off in the middle of the day, especially after school had ended? It seemed Xiao Hua was deliberately avoiding him. Resolving to confront the situation, Lin Hao grabbed his books and rushed towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Coach Li, what brings you here?" Lin Hao began, but Mu Hao had already exclaimed. Li Kun frowned, his expression a mix of affection and frustration. "Let and Appo's not go elsewhere. We must clarify matters right here in this classroom." Chapter 12. Military orders until only the 4 of them remained in the classroom, including when Long Li Kun was aware that this matter was all part of their plan. The 3 of them shared a dormitory, and no one could leave. Li Kun was summoned by Principal Ping and was met with a stern reprimand, as he was accused of inciting the situation behind the scenes. Although Li Kun yearned to explain, he ultimately accepted Principal Ping's perspective and came over to clarify the situation. Li Kun threw the application form onto the table and demanded, "Lin Hao, your audacity is impressive. Resorting to such childish tactics, I have overestimated you." Upon seeing his written application in Li Kun and Appo's hands, Lin Hao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Principal Ping continued to place the blame squarely on Li Kun. Believing that Lin Hao had approached him alone to avoid Li Kun and Appo's interference. Now, it seemed, there was a misunderstanding. "This is quite reckless, Lin Hao. You should have considered this more carefully." Mu Hao feigned ignorance and exclaimed. Lin Hao, however, found no futility in the situation. Since Li Kun had arrived, he believed it was best to clarify matters. "Coach Li, I hope you can understand my position. I may not be able to step through the gates of Nanshire University and may have to leave for good," Lin Hao stated calmly. Li Kun was not there to place blame. He understood his players well. Lin Hao yearned to play more than anyone and craved victory. The fact that he could not play when the opportunity arose was something Li Kun did not wish to witness either. However, playing came with risks, and no one could guarantee that further injury would not occur. The doctor and Appo's words held authority, and Principal Ping viewed the matter from a higher perspective. Li Kun nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Lin Hao, I have nurtured you, and I empathize with your feelings. You are one of the players I hold in high regard. But there are risks on the field, and you must also consider Principal Ping's intentions. I am considering Principal Ping's perspective by doing this. I do not wish to put Coach Li in a difficult position. At the very least, you cannot leave the team," Lin Hao asserted confidently. In front of Coach Li, Lin Hao never dared to lie. Among all the teachers, he respected Coach Lee the most and believed that Coach Lee could fulfill his requests. In truth, Li Kun was unsure of what to say. Given Lin Hao and Appo's character, if he truly could not play, he would not change his mind. Therefore, his visit was not only to stabilize Lin Hao's emotions, but also to help him find a solution. In the morning, he had deliberately arranged for Liang Quanon to cover 2 physical education classes and had asked Xiaohua to take Lin Hao to Dr. Zhai and Appo's home. After hearing Dr. Zhai and Appo's detailed explanation, the weight on his heart had somewhat lifted. However, without a medical report, it would be impossible to persuade Principal Peng. Upon consulting Dr. Zhai and Appo's son, the response was consistent with the previous report. Intense exercise was not recommended. Ideally, he should refrain from playing. Though both were father and son and doctors, their conclusions differed. Yet, Li Kun trusted Dr. Zhai, recalling his professional experience, especially before the 2008 Olympics. That said, the spirit of sports would never allow Lin Hao to concede. As long as Lin Hao did not give up on himself, neither the coach nor the teachers should abandon him. After careful consideration, Li Kun decided to stand by Lin Hao and Appo's side. The competition is approaching. You wouldn't want to see the team lacking cohesion, would you? Let me ask you again. Are you prepared to play? Li Kun inquired with a serious expression. It was an unnecessary question. Had Lin Hao not wanted to play, he would not have taken such actions. I am always ready to take the field and maintain peak performance, Lin Hao replied passionately. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I will assist you, Li Kun declared, slapping the table. Come with me immediately and follow my instructions. Li Kun and Appo's sudden actions left Lin Hao bewildered. Had he not come to persuade him? Why was he now assisting him? Lin Hao believed that Coach Lee would not be untrustworthy and stood up to follow him. I will join you. You go ahead and train. Do not delay. Lin Hao insisted, unwilling to let his personal matters interfere with the team. Coach Lee was no longer the head coach and could not appear on the court, so there was no need for further consideration. They exited the teaching building, heading straight for Principal Peng's office, without exchanging many words. Lin Hao understood the implications and would naturally grasp the situation once he met Principal Peng. Upon entering the office, he saw 2 elderly gentlemen conversing. Li Kun greeted them upon entry and then turned to say, Lin Hao, you know them, so I want to elaborate further. It was then that Lin Hao realized it was the esteemed former principals, Tao and Zhang, both of whom had long retired and were celebrated contributors to Nanshi University decades ago. The university's team had once flourished under their leadership, achieving a triumphant 3 consecutive championships, establishing a dynasty. It was this dynasty that afforded Principal Tao the opportunity to remain at the school. Lin Hao had met Principal Tao upon his arrival at Nanshi University, receiving encouragement to help the school regain its former glory. At that time, expectations for Lin Hao were high, but the outcome had been regrettable. Although both former principals were disheartened, they bore no resentment. Injuries were unwelcome occurrences for all. Hello, Principal Tao and Principal Zhang, Lin Hao said, bowing respectfully to them. Principal Tao extended his hand with a smile, saying, Lin Hao, I have heard you submitted a withdrawal application to Principal Peng. I must address this with you. To leave before fulfilling your commitments is akin to desertion, and deserters face severe repercussions. Indeed, it has been many years since Nanshi University claimed a league championship. Outsiders might think we are solely educators and not cultivators of talent. If necessary, we 2 old men will suit up and help Nanshi University secure another championship. Principal Zhang exclaimed, slapping his chair. This statement carried weight, though everyone understood its context. Lin Hao was genuinely astonished that Coach Lee could summon such esteemed figures. This was no small feat. If Principal Peng refused to show them respect, that would be his problem. I have disappointed both of you, and I feel guilty after my injury. Now that I cannot play, I can only let down your high hopes. I apologize, Lin Hao said dejectedly. His words felt like a performance intended for Principal Peng, leaving the latter to react. Principal Peng appeared helpless. He had not anticipated that Li Kun would bring them along. While he had to maintain decorum, he could not compromise on principles. Principal Peng and Appo's intentions were to look out for Lin Hao, yet he found himself being criticized, as if no one understood the true circumstances. My esteemed principal, I have shared all my thoughts with you. We cannot take risks. We must be responsible for the students. Principal Peng said, exhausted from explaining. I am fully aware of my situation. Everyone understands Principal Peng and Appo's good intentions. However, you must release me to make my own choices. Lin Hao responded decisively. At this moment, Principal Peng felt intimidated. According to Lin Hao and Appo's logic, the school and Oppo's rules could be disregarded? Do not speak, Principal Ping retorted. Young Ping, this is where you are mistaken. How can you silence the student? They are the backbone of the school, striving to bring glory to Nanshire University. I believe you are overthinking this. There is no issue with Lin Hao returning to the school team. Do not revert to the old ways, Principal Zhang interjected. Raising his voice and delivering a conclusive statement, the two had come today to resolve the matter amicably. Li Kun had made it clear over the phone that while Lin Hao might not be able to immediately return to the field, he could gradually acclimate to the situation. Experiencing injuries on the field was something they both had ample experience with. Lin Hao was not lightly injured. His confidence needed to be nurtured gradually. Regaining form through competition was an essential journey for every player. If they did not trust Li Kun, how could they confidently entrust the team to him? Principal Ping recognized their purpose for being there. It seemed that refusing their request today would be impossible. However, he was wary of the responsibility that accompanied such decisions and knew that clarity was necessary in front of everyone present. The two venerable principals are filled with anticipation for Lin Hao, and I share their sentiments. Since we are all striving for the glory of the school, what if I were to sustain another injury? An additional injury would be solely my concern, unrelated to Principal Peng, Lin Hao resolutely replied. Everyone is aware that this responsibility is too great to bear, yet Lin Hao must step forward to provide assurance. If one were to constantly dwell on the possibility of injury, there would be no purpose in undertaking this endeavor. The so-called dream of basketball would merely be empty rhetoric. I concur with Lin Hao and Oppo's perspective. The players must assume their own responsibilities. Li Kun nodded in agreement. The arrival of circumstances necessitates support from others. Even though Li Kun is no longer the head coach, he should not hinder the future of the players. Inviting the two esteemed principals is a final effort. If Principal Ping remains unconvinced, the decision will fall to the two elder principals. Principal Ping sighed deeply, feeling helpless yet still concerned. However, given the situation, there is no need to entangle matters further. We shall proceed as you wish, but I have one condition. If we cannot achieve results this year, I will find it difficult to advocate for you at the meeting. Principal Peng remains resolute. He does not intend to allow them an easy confrontation with the competition, insisting on the necessity of pressure. Rest assured, if we fail to deliver results this year, I will personally withdraw from the school team, Lin Hao declared without hesitation, establishing a firm commitment. Excellent. I appreciate your boldness and confidence. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Principal Peng responded, visibly pleased as he gave a thumbs up. In just a few simple exchanges, all matters were deftly addressed. It must be said that experience certainly has its advantages. Lin Hao and Oppo's application had little effect on the two elder principals, yet it managed to elicit a concession from Principal Peng, achieving the ultimate objective. Lin Hao did not react with excessive joy. After all, this was a minor episode. Now that his concerns have been resolved, Coach Li Kun has yet to arrive. Without him, the team lacks its commander. How can they engage in battle? Principal Peng, I can make a solemn pledge in front of the two esteemed principals. But you should also meet my request to reinstate Coach Li, Lin Hao stated calmly. Indeed, this request is not unreasonable, Principal Tao interjected. Li Kun is an excellent coach who has steadfastly maintained his position over the years, and I hold him in high regard. Thank you for your recognition, Principal Tao. Li Kun expressed his gratitude, subsequently relaxing and adding with a smile, in truth, I have also contemplated stepping back. The team requires progress, and fresh blood is essential. This applies to both the coaching staff and the players. Mr. Liang is a promising talent. It is time for him to take the court. No, that assertion is incorrect. Age does not dictate a coach's capability. The older they are, the more seasoned they become. He is still young and needs your guidance. This is the essence of team legacy. Therefore, the burden on your shoulders is even greater, and you must return immediately, Principal Tao urged earnestly. Old Tao speaks wisely. A solid foundation may shift, but no one remains with the team indefinitely. Especially for a university team, a good player can only stay for 4 years at most. Those 4 years pass in a blink, and without continuity, it becomes challenging to achieve results. You are an experienced coach. You understand how to navigate transitions. And the team needs you. Principal Zhang recognized Li Kun's significance to the school team and was acutely aware of the injustices he faced. He had also reprimanded Principal Peng earlier, who had relented. This matter should serve as a lesson, never to be repeated. Coach Li, if you do not agree to return today, this temple may very well be dismantled, Principal Peng remarked with a shrug and a resigned smile. Li Kun, too, yearned to return. Since Lin Hao is able to take the court, Victory is undoubtedly the goal. Chapter 13. Return inside the school gymnasium. Xiaohua dared not glance at her phone, as Principal Peng's words echoed in her mind. Coach Li Kun's silence further deepened her anxiety. The current training had devolved into mere formality, with the match set to commence tomorrow, the first being a home game. With a dispirited team, what could they possibly bring to the competition? Get your act together. Look at yourselves. Have you forgotten your players? You're not even as spirited as an old lady crossing the street. Wake up. Liang Quanquan could no longer contain himself and shouted. The team's lack of fighting spirit was glaringly evident. The impending match was fraught with vulnerabilities, and as a coach, he must not turn a blind eye. How can we muster any spirit? Coach Li has been dismissed. Lin Hao is on the verge of dropping out. We lack a head coach and a core player. What is the point of playing? Mu Hao slammed the ball forcefully onto the gym floor, the resounding noise reverberating throughout the hall, leaving everyone stunned. Finally, the silence erupted. Mu Hao could no longer endure it. What was there to fight for in such a team? He might as well follow Lin Hao and transfer schools. Pick up the ball. Liang Quanquan shouted at Mu Hao, who stood defiantly with his arms crossed, looking up and retorting, Coach Liang. Do you really think we have a chance? This stubborn principal only cares about results. He would gladly invite Kai Gowen over. Let us fulfill his wish and leave. Let Kai Gowen come and take his championship. With that, Mu Hao tossed the ball aside and strode toward the exit, dismissing any notion of retrieving it. Mu Hao, what are you doing? Come back. Xiaohua rushed over, blocking his path, determined not to let him go. Mu Hao, his face ablaze with anger, exclaimed, Xiaohua, stop deceiving yourself. We are exhausting ourselves on the court while he sits in his office and criticizes. What is the point of staying with such a team? You should come with me. Leave, and no one will stay. Don't mislead others, Wen Jian interjected, clutching the ball, visibly displeased. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Hao, but only Wen Jian continued practicing his shots. Lin Hao's presence was not as crucial as he claimed. Without him, Wen Jian still played exceptionally well. As Mu Hao prepared to leave, he looked down on Wen Jian, not wishing to engage in further conversation. Mu Hao, if you leave the gym today, you won't be coming back. The team doesn't need players like you, Liang Quanquan declared firmly. Mu Hao scoffed, glancing back with derision. Coach Liang, I respect you enough not to cause a scene. A team like this isn't worth my time. Mu Hao, what are you doing? The match is tomorrow. Don't be impulsive. Xiaohua once again blocked his path, knowing that if he stepped out now, he would never return. Don't stop me. It's useless unless Principal Peng speaks up and Lin Hao returns. Mu Hao calmly replied. I'm done too. If Lin Hao doesn't come back, we're destined for an early exit. This match will only be an ordeal. I can't take this anymore. Li Tsong tossed the ball aside and stood up. Others followed suit, expressing their desire for Lin Hao's return. Li Tsong, Zhang Xian. What are you doing? This is practice. The match is tomorrow. Wen Jian snapped back, his impatience evident as he approached them. Without Lin Hao, we can't reach the finals. We might as well not go, Zhang Xian lamented. Who says we can't reach the finals without Lin Hao? Am I inferior to him? Just because he is a year older doesn't mean he can outperform me. I assure you, with me, Wen Jian, we absolutely have the strength to advance. Wen Jian pounded his chest confidently. This also aligned with Liang Quanquan's approach of maintaining the team's core established by Li Kun, regardless of how the upcoming matches unfold. This lineup was currently the strongest and must be faced with resolve. Our team's strength is not lacking. We need unity to achieve better results. We've managed without Lin Hao for this long. I hope no one disrupts our cohesion. Mu Hao, you may leave. The team doesn't need you. Liang Quanwan asserted with the authority of a head coach, emphasizing the need to prioritize the team. Mu Hao said nothing, merely shrugged at Xiaohua. The situation was clear. Coach Liang, Mu Hao's just being impulsive. He means no harm. The team needs to be united. No one can be absent. Xiaohua quickly interjected. Let him go. The team doesn't need a parasite. Liang Quanquan maintained his stance. Zhang Xian, known for his fiery temper, couldn't tolerate Liang Quanquan's actions and stormed out. Zhang Xian, come back. What are you doing? Wen Jian shouted as he stood up. Zhang Xian paid him no mind and left without a backward glance. Li Tsong followed suit, leaving Wen Long in a state of confusion, unsure whether to stay or go. At this moment, the atmosphere resembled that of a tree falling and monkeys scattering. Coach Liang Quanquan struggled to maintain control. With the match looming tomorrow, the sudden disbandment of the team left the very essence of the competition in jeopardy. What is going on? Has training ended? Li Kun called out, blocking Mu Hao's path. Upon seeing Coach Li Kun, Mu Hao frowned, completely unaware of what had transpired, glancing at Lin Hao beside him. A hint of vitality had returned to his previously stern face. Lin Hao, why are you with Coach Li? Mu Hao asked, perplexed. The match is tomorrow. Where else would we be if not training? Lin Hao replied, his tone tinged with reproach. Mu Hao was at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the two. We're done. Without Coach Li and Lin Hao, there's no hope for this team, Zhang Xian declared, unable to mask his anger. Nonsense. Who says we can't manage without a head coach? Coach Liang is an excellent coach. All of you come with me. Li Kun rebuked, pointing at the group. He then led them back inside, just as he encountered Xiaohua rushing out. Upon seeing Coach Li with Lin Hao, she was momentarily taken aback. Had this matter reached Coach Li so swiftly? Coach Li, this is all my fault. I didn't team manage things well. I'm sorry, Xiaohua bowed apologetically. Li Kun quickly raised a hand, saying, You've done well. There's no need to apologize. Let us discuss the current situation. Everyone, gather around. I have a few words to share. Seeing Coach Li Kun present, the players naturally felt compelled to comply and gathered around. Li Kun gestured for them to relax. I understand the recent events have put you in a difficult position, but regardless of what happens, you are all part of this team, and you must prioritize the team's honor. Although this is Coach Liang's first time leading the team independently, we all know his capabilities. I believe he can guide you to perform even better, and you should support him. It's not that we don't support. Look at the team's current state. What can we support? Mu Hao raised his hands in resignation. Exactly. With just us few, what can we do? If it weren't for Lin Hao, we wouldn't even qualify. And now he is not allowed to play. It's impossible to compete, Zhang Xian echoed. Liang Quan felt cornered by the situation and remained silent. Apart from regular training, they could only await news from Principal Peng. Lin Hao appreciated his teammates' trust. Upon his return, he had no intention of disappointing them. Li Kun smiled gently, fully supportive of the players' thoughts. Since everyone has their opinions, let us sit down and have an open discussion. Share what you want to say, even if it's something you've hesitated to express. Don't worry about offending anyone. Today, we'll have a heart-to-heart talk, he declared with a hearty laugh, ensuring no one strayed from the team's principles. Xiaohua quickly cleared off the clothes from a bench, and everyone took a seat on the players' bench. Mu Hao conspicuously brought a chair for Coach Li Kun, maintaining a face-to-face dialogue. Liang Quanwen occupied his usual position beside the players, still serving as an assistant coach. Li Kun, without much thought, surveyed all the players, his heart brimming with unspoken words. The essence of a successful team lies in its unity. Skills can be honed, tactics can be learned. However, without cohesion, a team is like a scattered sand, and even the strongest squad cannot venture far. Under Li Kun's leadership, the Nanjing Normal University team has achieved commendable results. Had it not been for a minor mishap, the team would have been even more united. Xiaohua, as the team leader, your role is the most arduous. You may speak first. Li Kun said with a smile directed at her. Xiaohua glanced around, noticing everyone was awaiting her words, and with a gentle smile, she responded, I am not weary. My primary hope is for everyone to showcase their true abilities during the matches. Let us communicate openly about any issues and strive to perform well as a team. Beyond that, I have little else to add. Indeed, you have all heard the team leader's sentiments. Your performance today was disappointing, and it warrants serious reflection, Li Kun admonished. Pointing at a few individuals, Mu Hao, feeling disgruntled, interjected, This is not our fault. You mentioned our lack of spirit. But isn't that due to the team losing its essence? He continued, Ultimately, it falls back on Principal Peng. Lin Hao's foot is healed, and everyone agrees with the current assessment. Why is he not allowed to play? Can one person's decision truly undermine everyone's efforts? Exactly. Our hard work is aimed at achieving better results. Lin Hao is our cornerstone. We need him to step up. If he is not permitted to play, then I shall not participate either. Others echoed in agreement. Even Liang Quanwen remained silent, simmering with frustration. All right, this matter serves as a catalyst. Is there anything else anyone wishes to voice? Any grievances are welcome, as long as they are deemed unreasonable, Li Kun inquired with satisfaction. There isn't much else. The training arrangements are adequate, and the gym provides various facilities. However, one point remains. We must not be restricted in our freedom, Mu Hao asserted. Freedom? Li Kun questioned. Perplexed, what freedom? Who is preventing you from going out? I mean, the freedom to love, Mu Hao said, lowering his head bashfully. Laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the tense atmosphere. Lin Hao glared at Mu Hao, feeling that the latter was alluding to him. Mu Hao, I must address you on this matter. Love is indeed your prerogative. However, I merely wish to remind you of your responsibilities as students, not to let yourselves become engrossed in distractions. This misunderstanding lies with you. So it is best you resolve it swiftly, Li Kun explained with a hearty laugh. Mu Hao nodded vigorously, his face expressing gratitude. Does anyone else have any thoughts? If not, I have good news to share. You need not go anywhere. Remain with the team to prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's match. This also means that Coach Liang will return to his role as an assistant coach while taking on Lin Hao's individual training, Li Kun announced with a smile. What? You are back? Mu Hao suddenly stood up, looking incredulously at Li Kun. Haha, Li Kun nodded confidently in response. Chapter 14. Comprehensive Training Suddenly. The gymnasium erupted with exhilarating cheers, more fervent than those celebrating a championship victory. This commotion prompted security personnel to rush in, only to find the crowd in jubilant uproar, leading them to intervene. Hey, keep it down. This is a gymnasium. Remember your decorum. Rest assured, we won. Bring the house down. Mu Hao shouted back excitedly. The security guards simply couldn't comprehend the thrill these individuals derived from a mere basketball game, sweating profusely and clashing for a ball. Was it not exhausting? Coach Li. Congratulations on your return, Yang Wenjung exclaimed eagerly as he approached. Coach Li Kun nodded with satisfaction. I appreciate your dedication during this trying time. It was your steadfastness that kept the team afloat when it was at its most challenging. You've done exceptionally well. Yang Wenjung recognized he was still unqualified to lead the team, yearning for Coach Li's return, believing all the hardships were worthwhile. Lin Hao. Congratulations on your newfound freedom to play. The spotlight is now on you, Yang Wenjung said, turning to Lin Hao, who beamed with joy. He was elated to be back on the court, thanking Coach Liang for not giving up on him, expressing gratitude to the team and all who continued to support him. Indeed, being back is the best outcome. Finally, we are all together. Now it's time for our performance. Xiao Hua encouraged with enthusiasm. United we stand, unbreakable as steel. Nanjing Normal University will surely prevail. Mu Hao shouted, his excitement evident on his face. Lin Hao remained calm. After the exhilaration, tranquility was necessary. The team, too, had to immerse themselves immediately into training. Coach Liang, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. With Lin Hao and Coach Li back, I represent all my teammates in extending my apologies, Mu Hao quickly expressed. Liang Wenjung wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge. Yet his expression was serious as he pointed to the court, commanding, immediately shoot 100 baskets and complete 50 laps. You may leave only after finishing. Failure to do so means you won play tomorrow. All right, Mu Hao exclaimed, rushing onto the court with immense excitement. The other players also began their drills, leaving no room for despondency. However, Lin Hao noticed when Jian standing apart, devoid of excitement or enthusiasm. He perceived Lin Hao's return as a threat, though he said nothing. It was evident to all that Lin Hao remained the core of the team, relegating Wen Jian to a secondary role. The team, much like a fraternity, was rife with rivalries. Everyone aspired to be the best, and with talent comes an unwillingness to settle for less. Wen Jian, I'm back. Let us work hard together. Lin Hao proactively said. Not only was Mu Hao headstrong, but so was Wen Jian. When Liang Wenjung had brought him to the school team, he had earned Coach Li Kun's endorsement as a promising basketball talent destined for greatness. Now, he had indeed become that star, and Lin Hao's return felt redundant to him. Wen Jian ignored Lin Hao, disdainfully spinning the ball in his hand before launching an impressive long-range three-pointer. This was a challenge. Lin Hao had just returned. And with no alterations to the tactics, Wen Jian still held his position as the team's core, an unchangeable fact. Ignore him. Let us focus on our training. Mu Hao shouted, panting as he approached. Li Kun, alongside Liang Wenjung, had already begun implementing the coaching plan. Upon witnessing this scene, Liang Wenjung felt a flicker of doubt. Coach Li, you're back, and so is Lin Hao. What do you think about the current tactics? Liang Wenjung inquired softly. As Coach Li Kun's gaze shifted away from the two, he felt an unease. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, he mused. With Lin Hao and Appo's prowess, he was undoubtedly the focal point. However, altering the game plan immediately would pose challenges not only for the players but for the coaching staff as well. Let us tackle this dilemma together, Li Kun shrugged, pulling out his notebook to begin deliberating. Xiao Hua continued to play her role as team leader, guiding the squad through rigorous training. Regular training encompassed both physical conditioning and on-court skills that not only relied on innate talent but also demanded diligence. The physical training was grueling. Just the shuttle runs alone could leave one gasping for breath, not to mention venturing into the weight room. The facilities at Nanjing Normal University's weight room were top-notch, equipped with various barbells, dumbbells, and advanced treadmills. However, attendance was typically sparse, though Li Jian often made an appearance. The team and Oppo's training was modeled after professional standards, not only for its scientific rigor but also to prepare them for future endeavors. When encountering a few promising talents, stringent training was essential, even if not everyone could reach the heights of professional basketball. The training they received now would benefit them immensely in their future societal engagements. At this moment, Lin Hao refrained from engaging in strenuous training. The physically demanding shuttle runs were best undertaken when fully healthy. His training regimen had to start with regaining form, and the intensity couldn't be overwhelming. Lin Hao was cautious, adhering to Dr. Zhai's advice for a gradual approach, thus sticking to shooting drills. Shooting drills encompassed a variety of techniques and were crucial for his development. Lin Hao excelled at three-pointers, but needed to enhance his penetration skills. In his early days, he had relied solely on shooting, his natural talent allowing him to extend his range progressively. Meanwhile, on the opposite half, when Jian was sweating profusely as he dribbled, executing stop-and-pop jump shots and long-range three-pointers with remarkable ease. Lin Hao, here are your training assignments. Assess their suitability. Liang Wenzhong said as he approached with a notebook filled with recommendations. Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow as he accepted the notebook. Noticing it contained instructions for shooting, as well as muscle relaxation techniques and ice therapy, he was somewhat perplexed, feeling the proposed training volume was rather minimal. I can do shuttle runs and participate in tactical drills, Lin Hao insisted. At that moment, across the court, Coach Li Kun had commenced tactical drills with the players. With tomorrow marking their first match, an essential home game, they needed to secure a triumphant start. Liang Wenzhong recognized Lin Hao's eagerness to integrate swiftly. Yet he understood this was the head coach's directive. Please adhere to the outlined training regimen for now. You've just returned and need to acclimatize gradually. Liang Wenzhong replied before heading to the baseline with the ball. Lin Hao observed the drills across the court, nodding slightly. He acknowledged the coach and Oppo's reasoning and understood that accelerating the pace of training was paramount. At the free throw line, Lin Hao released the basketball from his hands. Soon, Liang Wenzhong passed the ball to him, prompting Lin Hao to catch and shoot swiftly. The sequence of receiving and shooting continued, progressing from slow to rapid passes, culminating in 200 free throw attempts. For an ordinary person, 200 shots would undoubtedly leave the wrist sore, but for Lin Hao, who was a semi-professional player, it was a familiar routine, though he still felt some fatigue in his wrist. That's enough. Let us switch to another drill, dribbling. Liang Wenzhong called out, promptly attaching a resistance band around Lin Hao's waist, applying gentle tension. Lin Hao began with one-handed dribbling using his right hand, maneuvering quickly under the resistance of the band. This was ball handling training aimed at enhancing control stability under tension. Many professional players utilize this method to refine their ball handling skills, albeit they typically practiced with both hands, while Lin Hao was limited to one, highlighting the considerable gap to the professional level. After about 10 minutes, Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. His stamina remained intact, but Liang Wenzhong was cautious not to overwhelm him with excessive training. He then instructed Lin Hao to relax, allowing him to ease into the rhythm with simple three-point shots. Three-point shooting remained Lin Hao's forte. His jump height and release speed were unaffected by fatigue. Seeing Lin Hao fully immersed in his training, Xiuhua's smile gradually blossomed. The team held promise. Their basketball dreams were far from shattered. With renewed vigor, Lin Hao sank over 100 three-pointers, circling the arc with precision. As he gasped for breath, his shooting accuracy began to decline. That and Oppo's enough. You should take a break and see what Coach Li has to say, Liang Quan firmly instructed, choosing not to overexert Lin Hao. The seated Lin Hao appeared visibly uncomfortable, his thigh muscles trembling and his breathing rapid. His physical stamina was lacking, a consequence of prolonged absence from training. Yet, Lin Hao was acutely aware that while his thighs trembled, his knees were sound. As long as his knees remained pain-free and he maintained the current training intensity, it wouldn't be long before his fitness improved. Raising his head, he drained half a bottle of water, only to hear Coach Li Kun passionately addressing the tactical board. Screen and roll, sideline, baseline, block the open baseline quickly. The sound of sneakers squeaking against the court was a delightful symphony, a pleasure only true basketball enthusiasts could appreciate. With a sharp blast of his whistle, Li Kun commanded everyone to halt. When long, pay attention. When you have the ball, you must engage your teammates. He turned to Li Jian, reminding him, remember, after setting the screen, retreat immediately. Screen and roll. Once you set the screen, dismantle it immediately. Your height is perfect for this. After obtaining the ball, numerous options arise: driving, mid-range shots, or passing. Do not become stagnant after setting a screen. Li Kun stepped forward to demonstrate. This tactic had been rehearsed countless times, yet perfection remained elusive, with inevitable flaws surfacing. After another demonstration, Li Jian's shot selection was subpar. Given his inconsistency with mid-range shots, he should primarily focus on passing and driving, which was precisely Li Kun's intention for him to become more assertive. With another sharp whistle, the players halted once more. Li Jian, can you be a bit tougher? Li Jian appeared taken aback, hands on his hips like a chastised child, too intimidated to respond. Do you not understand what being tough means in basketball? Utilize your height and weight advantage. Do not shy away from contact. If you assert yourself, striking the opponent twice, they will surely hesitate. You must intimidate them. Refrain from relying solely on mid-range shots. Once your mid-range accuracy reaches 80%, then I will allow you to shoot. Afterward, Li Kun personally illustrated how to leverage one's body strength effectively without committing fouls. Li Jian was the type of player who was earnest and unassuming, preferring to toil silently. The recent offensive attempts left ample room for improvement, necessitating further practice. After several more repetitions, he barely met Li Kun and Appo's expectations. With a series of sharp whistles, Li Kun signaled for everyone to gather. Lin Hao joined the group, and Li Kun glanced at the time. It and amp, Appo's S830. We and amp, Appo's V exceeded our usual practice by half an hour. But the results have been satisfactory. Tomorrow is the official match, so ensure you rest well tonight and enter the game in peak condition. We must secure our first victory for our school and amp, Appo's S fans. Let and amp, Appo's S go team. Everyone reached out to clasp Li Kun and amp, Appo's S shoulder, a resounding cheer echoing their enthusiasm. As others began to pack up, Li Jian rose alone and walked toward the basket, picking up a basketball to practice, his footwork and shots adhering to Coach Li's instructions. More training? Why not wait until tomorrow? We have a game, Xiaohua interjected. Let him reflect on this. The rest may leave, Li Kun replied, picking up his notebook. However, aside from one Jian who departed briskly, the others lingered. Li Kun paused, a satisfied smile crossing his face as he chose to overlook it. Stepping outside with Liang Quan. Chapter 15. Starting from zero, Lin Hao proactively approached the court, picking up a basketball to practice his dribbling. To swiftly acclimate to the competitive atmosphere, mastering the art of dribbling is the most fundamental and effective method. Even Xiaohua dared not leave, ensuring ample training. As the team leader, one must lead by example. Outside the gym, in the cafeteria, Li Kun purchased 2 bottles of cola and ordered a serving of rice noodles, treating it as dinner to celebrate the team and amp, Appo's normal operation with Liang Wenyuan. After taking a sip, I Haven and amp, Appo's T felt this joyful in ages. When the day comes that we secure the championship, I shall revel with you until we are both intoxicated, Li Kun declared with a smile, raising his cola bottle. Liang Wenyuan, even more exhilarated than Li Kun, clinked glasses and added, the moment I learned you sought out Principal Tao, I felt reassured. Would Principal Peng dare disregard their wishes? Yet, we must commend Lin Hao's audacity. Without his application, our team would not have returned so swiftly. They took a sip, and before Li Kun could respond, he began to eat voraciously. It had been a relentless day, consulting with Dr. Zhai in the morning, meeting Principal Tao in the afternoon, visiting Principal Peng's office in the evening, and training at night. This day had been so busy that there was scarcely time to eat. Finally, at this hour, neglecting to eat would be unforgiving to his stomach. After taking a few bites, he looked up and chuckled. You are correct, judging from this matter. Lin Hao genuinely aspires to play basketball. Principal Peng would find it challenging to obstruct him. The opportunity he has fought for, he certainly won and amp, Appo's T relinquish. However, we must consider another issue. What about Wen Jian? Li Kun remained concerned that Wen Jian's nonconformity might pose a ticking time bomb, should he explode on the court. The consequences could be dire. Liang Wenyuan understood Li Kun's intention. He had brought several newcomers, including Wen Jian, from his previous class. Thus, he was the most suitable person to address the matter. Wen Jian and amp, Appo's temperament was aloof, yet his capabilities were undeniable. Before Lin Hao and amp, Appo's injury, he had already expressed his desire to be the leading player. Now that Lin Hao had returned from injury, it was natural for him to harbor concerns. Rest assured, Coach Li, I will persuade Wen Jian and ensure he does not cause any incidents on the court, Liang Wenyuan assured confidently. That would be for the best. It alleviates my worries about any significant mishaps. Li Kun then inquired, by the way, what tactics do you plan to employ tomorrow? Will Lin Hao be able to participate? Based on the tactics practiced today, it was evident they would continue with high-low screens, and Lin Hao and Oppo's involvement was absent. Typically, tactics rehearsed before a match are those employed during the actual game. If tonight and Oppo's training was any indication, Lin Hao was not included in tomorrow and Oppo's game strategy. After a moment of hesitation, Li Kun responded, tomorrow, we will analyze the opposing team and Oppo's lineup and style of play before finalizing our roster. Absolutely, Liang Wenyuan replied promptly. The two continued their meal, glancing toward the gym where the lights still shone brightly. They both understood that these young athletes held aspirations and maintained their steadfastness. As long as they possessed this perseverance, success was undoubtedly within reach. Early the next morning, Lin Hao no longer needed to evade the gazes of others while training. He forcefully brought Mu Hao and another individual to the playground to commence their training, which focused solely on running, a vital component of morning exercises to maintain physical fitness. This had become Lin Hao and Oppo's habit. He had not ceased training except during rain. After a full day of classes, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Everyone was eagerly anticipating their turn on the court, yet only Lin Hao remained inactive. As soon as school ended, Xiaohua began preparations for the game, arranging the court, coordinating the cheerleading squad, and overseeing the banners, all under her leadership. The match was scheduled to begin at 6:00 and Oppo's clock, with two games played on the same court, one from 6 to 8 and another from 8 to 10, with timeouts and various pauses. 2 hours were sufficient for a single game. As the match approached, several familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the gym. The court is quite well arranged. It seems they intend to secure a victory tonight. Kaigawan and Oppo's derisive laughter echoed through the venue, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter from his companions. Classmate, this is the competition area. If you have any grievances, please wait outside. A female student stepped forward, her demeanor polite yet displeased. Wow, what a stunning girl. Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Let Oppo's get to know each other. Cheng Guamping, standing beside Kaigawan, remarked with a mischievous grin. Classmate, please be mindful of your behavior. This is a school, the female student admonished sternly. Enough. We are here to watch the game. If you want to find a girlfriend, do it outside. Kaigawan scoffed as he made his way toward the stands. This was the first match, with Nankita scheduled for the following day. They had come specifically to witness how Nanchita would succumb to defeat. With Lin Hao and Oppo's circumstances already known, they believed that with his injury, he would not have any opportunity to play. Even if he appeared with the team, he would have to witness Chun Wenyuan by his side, which would surely infuriate him. Xiaohua, engrossed in her tasks outside, caught wind of the commotion within and peered in. Upon seeing Kaigawan and Chun Wenyuan in the gym, her brow furrowed. She felt unsettled. What are they doing here? Xiaohui, focus on your duties and ignore them, Xiaohua advised, stepping forward to offer support. Xiaohui glared at them in discontent, initially wanting to have security escort them out. However, she was unaware that these individuals were not from Nanchita. So she decided to step away for the moment. Chun Wenyuan spotted Xiaohua and smirked disdainfully. Oh, look who it is, the team leader of Nanchita. What is the matter? Aren't Oppo's we welcome here? Nanchita is not a closed institution. It welcomes visitors with open arms. If they choose to come, they must adhere to the rules of the venue. Of course, you're welcome. Our match welcomes every student who loves basketball. However, sportsmanship requires support from the audience. We have installed numerous cameras to ensure every spectator is clearly visible, so rest assured, no one will disturb you, Xiaohua replied with a gentle smile. Who else could disturb me besides you? Chun Wenyuan mocked. You better get lost. I Don and Oppo's wish to see you, you scheming little witch. Aha. Cheng Guamping laughed the loudest, with others joining in the ridicule. How dare you insult me? Xiaohua retorted angrily, her heart boiling with frustration. Insult you? Humph. What does it matter? With your worn-out shoes, even insulting you is an honor. Chun Wenyuan sneered, displaying her contempt. Xiaohua understood that they had come merely to witness the spectacle of their misfortune. She could not allow their mockery to disrupt the game. She needed to ensure that security remained vigilant. School fans began to enter the venue gradually. By around 5:30, the visiting team arrived, while the home team had also come early to warm up. Tonight and Oppo's challenger was Guangda, a provincial-level school team. However, the team and Amp, Oppo's strength was average, ranking in the lower tier within the province. They had only managed to qualify through playoffs, making their capabilities comparable to Nanchida and Amp, Oppo's thus turning this match into a battle of equals. After careful analysis by Li Kun and his team, they identified that the players from Guangdao were generally slender, which was a weakness. Their strength lay in height, lacking in physique. They relied on their stature. Two of their interior players reached 2 meters tall, while the guards averaged around 1.8 meters, leading to an average height of 1.9 meters. In contrast, Nanchida and Amp, Oppo's tallest player was Li Jian at 1.98 meters, and that was with shoes on. The only player exceeding 2 meters was not a basketball player. Based on their assessments, they ultimately decided to employ a small ball strategy. Only by keeping up the pace could they counter the height disadvantage. Centering around Wen Jian, they would enhance their defensive intensity, utilizing man-to-man defense with unlimited switches, and actively compressing the interior to deny the opponent any opportunities for under-the-basket plays. While Yang Wenyuan still worried about Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's potential participation, Li Kun and Amp, Oppo's fast-paced strategy was quite clear. In the inaugural match, Lin Hao would have to remain a spectator. In the locker room, Li Kun, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, sat on the central chair, taking out the tactical board to discuss strategies in advance. All the players gathered closely, attentively absorbing every word spoken, each harboring their own thoughts. At this moment, Wen Jian felt a sense of triumph, as all strategies were centered around him, leaving Lin Hao with no chance of rivaling him. As for Lin Hao, his expression remained impassive. Xiaohua had previously informed him that upon officially joining the team, he must be prepared to start from the bench. Lin Hao understood this principle and resolved to begin from the sidelines. To symbolize this fresh start, he even changed his jersey number to 0. Ahong, do you have the confidence to secure a victory? Don and Amp, Oppo's embarrass yourself on their turf, shouted Kai Gaowen, leaning forward from the audience section. The core players from several universities in the same province were quite familiar with one another, having spent years competing together, thus fostering mutual understanding. However, their time playing together had been limited, although they maintained contact outside the court. As a key player, Ahong was entirely different from Kai Gaowen. While Kai Gaowen played in the backcourt, Ahong operated in the paint. Their positions and personalities diverged greatly. Kai Gaowen was the type who looked down on everyone, whereas Ahong was more composed. Faced with Kai Gaowen and Amp, Oppo's shout, Ahong felt displeased but chose to dismiss it as a jest. Old Kai, this is the team that could defeat you. I dare not take them lightly. How about you offer me some advice? Ahong smiled and waved at Kai Gaowen. TSK, such words. A team as poor as this ISN and Amp, Oppo's worth my effort. I'll cheer for you today, but don't hold back. Play hard. If you don't win by at least 20 points, consider it a loss, Kai Gaowen replied, gesturing toward the opposing team. At this moment, the audience had yet to officially enter, but Kai Gaowen and Oppo's voice was crystal clear. Upon hearing the taunts, Mu Hao felt a surge of anger and stood up, ready to confront them. Liang Quanwan swiftly intervened, reminding him that what others said was irrelevant. He should focus on his game and ignore external distractions. It's no wonder they say those lacking in skill tend to have big tempers. Just wait and see. Wen Jian scoffed, shaking his head in resignation. It was one thing for outsiders to speak, but now even those on his side were saying the same. Did they even want to play? Mu Hao, calm down. Lin Hao quickly intervened, diffusing the tension. Wen Jian paid no heed to Lin Hao's words, as he wouldn't be stepping onto the court anyway. Engaging with him was simply not worth the effort. Lin Hao glanced sideways and noticed Wen Jian, full of arrogance, dribbling the ball without any intention of conversing further. However, his dissatisfaction with a teammate before the match was indeed inappropriate, and Lin Hao would eventually address it. Let South take the court and assess our opponent's heights. Then contemplate the strategies I've outlined, Li Kun stated as he picked up the tactical board to share instructions, allowing the players to observe the situation firsthand. Liang Quanquan took the initiative to lead the team in a half-court warm-up, with 10 minutes remaining before the match. Uplifting music filled the air. And with the DJ's enthusiasm, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as everyone eagerly anticipated the commencement of the game. Lin Hao had not felt this rhythmic energy in quite some time. Synchronizing his ball control with the music was an incredibly soothing experience. With patience, he was certain he would reclaim that rhythm. TSK, look at that limping player. He can still take the court. Huh. It seems his injury isn't too severe after all. Kai Gaowen and his group began to jeer, this time directly targeting Lin Hao. Xiahua frowned, unwilling to let her recently regained confidence be disrupted. Kai Gaowen, if you utter another disrespectful word, I will immediately summon security to escort you out, Xiahua shouted, pointing at him. We are merely spectators. We shouldn't refer to him as a cripple or speak of injuries. Sit down, quickly. Kai Gaowen mockingly shushed, gesturing dramatically. Lin Hao smirked internally. Few were privy to the details of his recent injury, but it seemed Kai Gaowen was indeed connected to it. Chapter 16. The opening ceremony. It was this photograph that compelled Principal Ping to resolutely prevent Lin Hao from taking the court, prompting Mu Hao to investigate further. To his surprise, it was indeed Kai Gaowen. This scoundrel was utterly despicable. However, Lin Hao found himself grateful to him. It was Kai and Amp, Oppo's betrayal that led to today and Amp, Oppo's moment of opportunity. With his identity concealed, Lin Hao was unwilling to squander any more time. Kai Gaowen, I thank you for allowing me to return to the court. You should also be careful not to stumble in the gutters. I hope to see you in the finals. Lin Hao said, stepping forward to intercept Xiahua and casting a sidelong glance at Kai Gaowen. Kai Gaowen, however, paid no heed to his words. His condition from that night was evident. He had been unable to walk, yet still dared to appear on the court. What audacity! Very well. Tonight, I shall witness your performance. Kai Gaowen exclaimed, quickly clapping and gesturing toward the court. A mere touch of sarcasm could turn the world upside down, and Lin Hao was well aware of his intent. Alas, he would surely be disappointed today. The referee blew the whistle, signaling that the game would commence in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the venue's DJ initiated the opening ceremony prior to the match. The leaders of the University League's Southern Division delivered speeches, followed by introductions of the distinguished guests in attendance. This inaugural match had been strategically moved to the first slot at the behest of Principal Ping and his associates, a decision intended to bolster morale. After approximately 5 minutes of opening remarks, the match was officially underway, guided by the event and Amp, Oppo's host. The predetermined starting lineup featured guards Wenlong, Wenjian, and Li Tsong on the perimeter, while Li Jian and Zhang Xian anchored the interior. This was the strongest lineup they could present. In contrast, the opposing team, while tall, appeared somewhat slender. Li Song, playing forward, outweighed the opposing star, Ahong, giving him a significant advantage in physical confrontation. The tip-off commenced between Li Jian and Ahong, with Ahong gaining the upper hand. The towering point guard, standing at 183 meters, had no trouble against Wenlong, who stood at 178 meters. Fortunately, Wenlong possessed speed and defensive prowess, making him a formidable opponent. As they advanced to the front court, Ahong promptly initiated a pick-and-roll, deftly maneuvering to pass to the open number 2, who, after a slight adjustment, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, marking the first score of the game. Wenjian, keep an eye on the opposing perimeter. Do not let your guard down. Li Kun bellowed, clearly dissatisfied with their defensive effort. Wenjian quickly raised his hand to acknowledge his error and hastened back on defense. Recognizing one and Oppo's mistakes is the first step toward improvement. And Li Kun held a measure of respect for Wenjian and Oppo's response. Wenlong maintained control at the three-point arc, choosing not to initiate an attack immediately. Following Coach Li Kun's strategy of small ball tactics, the plan was to utilize off-ball screens for drives. Off-ball players needed to be in constant motion, and interior players were tasked with setting screens for the perimeter. As the core player, Wenjian naturally became the focal point of these screens. Wenjian was a player of significant talent, having achieved early acclaim and demonstrated unwavering dedication to the game. While he may not be the primary choice for the core role, he certainly excelled as a secondary offensive option. Li Kun, as the head coach, understood clearly that when Lin Hao is healthy, he would undoubtedly be the centerpiece. Without Lin Hao, the team would rely on Wenjian as their offensive focal point. If both were to play simultaneously, it would inevitably lead to disputes over ball control. This was a test of the head coach and Oppo's capabilities. In the past, during the NBA era, Scottie Pippen was already a star, yet he found himself overshadowed by the almost mythical Michael Jordan. Coach Phil Jackson made a bold decision to position Pippen as the second in command, which ultimately birthed the Bulls dynasty. Li Kun was intent on replicating this legendary duo. If he could cultivate their synergy, he might just recreate that dynasty. However, should he fail, the consequences would be dire. Great shot. Amidst the cheers, Li Kun utilized a screen to create an open shot and executed a long two-pointer with precision. Nodding in satisfaction, this was Wenjian and Oppo's capability. He possessed the skills for mid-range shots and drives, though his one flaw was his reluctance to pass, often leaning too heavily on his own abilities. Defense. Don't allow the perimeter to be too easy. Li Kun admonished from the sidelines, refusing to relax his vigilance, signaling reminders to his players. On the podium, Principal Peng remained solemn, though he exchanged smiles with several high-ranking officials beside him. He felt the weight of anxiety in his heart. If they were to lose this match, it would reflect poorly on his leadership, despite Nanchida and Appos' lack of championship potential. They needed to fight for victory in their opening game. Li Kun was acutely aware of the stakes. He had been present when Lin Hao made his solemn vow. If they failed to secure a win, would Principal Peng, concerned with his own reputation, allow him to remain in the head coach position? Maintain control. Do not fall for their tricks. Wen Jian's overly aggressive defense, in an attempt to pressure the ball during a stoppage, led to a foul call due to the referee and Appos' leniency. By the end of the first quarter, Wen Jian had already accrued 2 fouls. Li Kun did not reprimand him. Instead, he substituted him out in the final minute, bringing in Allen as a backup guard. Although Allen and Appos' offensive impact was limited, his defensive contributions were solid. He could provide support defensively, while the interior players focused on offense. Liang Quanquan quickly approached Wen Jian, crouching down to discuss the situation on the court, particularly the offensive options. The score stood at 18-14, with Nanchida trailing by 4 points. In light of this, Principal Peng felt a sense of discomfort, his forced smile betraying his unease. Lin Hao, seated on the sidelines, leaned forward, hands resting on his knees, intently watching the unfolding scene. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, he remained uncertain whether Coach Li would summon him for the second quarter, having been absent from formal competition for so long. Lin Hao eagerly anticipated his return. The score was not far off, yet seeing the team and Appos' spirit only fueled his frustration. The final whistle blew, and Allen's half-court heave failed to even graze the rim. The first quarter's score is insignificant. We are merely 4 points behind, just 2 baskets. Reduce your mistakes, and we can turn this around. What I need from you now is spirit. When you step on that court, treat every game like the finals. Show some masculine tenacity on defense. Li Kun roared, slapping the tactical board as he addressed the team. While their offense was satisfactory, allowing the opponent to score 18 points in the first quarter was unacceptable. Had they been facing Nanchida, Li Kun would have had no complaints. However, their current opponents were Guangda, who were not particularly formidable. Allowing them to score 18 points was not merely a player issue, but rather a lapse on Li Kun and Appos' part. Standing in the back of the crowd, Lin Hao glared at the tactical board, feeling a sense of discomfort at Coach Li and Appos' outburst. If he were on the court, he would surely exhaust the opposition. Wen Long, take a break. Wen Jian and He, you and Appos, re-up, Li Kun called, his expression stern as the two quickly removed their training gear and entered the game. As the second quarter commenced, Wen Jian, now with 2 fouls, recalled assistant Liang and Appos' advice and focused on footwork, refraining from aggressive pressure. He, as a substitute point guard, showcased explosive offensive potential. The backcourt duo of He and Wen Jian dominated the second quarter and Appos' scoring, particularly Wen Jian, who was flawless, sinking all 5 of his attempts and scoring 10 points in a single quarter, propelling their team ahead. Nanchida now led 32-28 for points clear. Everyone observed Wen Jian and Appos' offensive prowess, and despite Guangda and Appos' efforts to counter him with 2 defenders, they could not halt his scoring spree. With the floodgates opened, Li Kun did not intervene. At this juncture, a wild card was needed. A player must emerge to seize control of the game. After a 10-minute halftime break, both teams returned to their locker rooms for a brief respite. Observing the score, Kai Gowan harbored a sense of irritation. He had not anticipated Wen Jian and Appos' sudden eruption in the second quarter. His scoring ability was not to be underestimated. Cheng Guanpeng, wearing a resigned smile, remarked, "Old Kai, when did Wen Jian become this formidable? Should I go teach him a lesson?" Kai Gowan turned with a cold smirk, dismissively replying, a fleeting outburst. It won't end Appos' amount to anything significant. Can this group from Nanjing Normal University still pose a threat to us? Naturally, when comparing Wen Jian to our old Kai, one resides in the heavens while the other dwells underground. In this case, the one in the heavens is undoubtedly our old Kai. Cheng Guanpeng chuckled in agreement. Kai Gowan turned to gaze at the court, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. In the locker room, Li Kun refrained from excessive chatter, instead emphasizing the importance of defense. Following the intense battle of the first half, the opponent and Oppo's stamina was evidently waning. As the third quarter commenced, a full-court press strategy was adopted, intensifying physical confrontations. By the fourth quarter, the opponent and Oppo's momentum would surely falter. At this moment, when Jian remained composed, not panting heavily, he shared the same determination to win the match. For securing this victory was essential for earning universal recognition. Lin Hao stood silently nearby, nodding in agreement with whatever Coach Li conveyed. Mu Hao felt a pang of distress watching Lin Hao and Oppo's compliance, as the former core player had now been relegated to the bench. This disparity weighed heavily on anyone and Oppo's heart. All right, everyone remembers, our offense is sound. We must enhance our defense to secure the victory. Let us go. Li Kun concluded, rising to pump his fist in encouragement. Lin Hao, standing at the periphery, stretched on tiptoe and joined in the spirited shout, his enthusiasm palpable. Returning to the court, there were 3 minutes left for warm-up. All players donned their training uniforms and began to move. Lin Hao diligently practiced his three-point shots, despite not being called to play by the coach. Li Kun continued discussing strategies with Liang Quanfeng, while Xiuhua looked on anxiously. The second half had begun, and although they were leading, Coach Li showed no intention of putting Lin Hao in the game. If this continued, opportunities to play would diminish, especially against weaker teams. The upcoming matches would only grow more challenging. As the game progressed, there were minimal changes to the lineup. When Long returned as a starter, and when Jian continued in the shooting guard position, Guangda implemented focused defense in the second half, launching an all-court press. Their robust defense was a direct response, particularly targeting Wen Jian, who found himself closely marked. The tenacious defense proved uncomfortable for Wen Jian, yet his remarkable personal skills allowed him to remain unfazed. He maneuvered past half-court, utilizing off-ball screens to switch onto an interior defender, ultimately resolving the confrontation with a one-on-one play. Taking advantage of his speed, he frequently broke through, effortlessly widening the score gap to 10 points. Guangdao promptly called for a timeout to regroup defensively. By this point, Wen Jian was panting heavily, not only exerting effort on defense but also bearing the weight of the offense. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of fatigue. Wen Jian, your individual skills are commendable, but you must be cognizant of the game situation. We are currently in the lead, and it is the opponent who should feel the pressure. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, we hold the reins. At this juncture, you should focus on your teammates, creating opportunities for them to share the scoring load. We still have 1 quarter left, Li Kun calmly articulated while holding the tactical board. Such solitary endeavors could not swiftly conclude the contest. Wen Jian felt somewhat defiant. Believing he could single-handedly determine the outcome of the match, why complicate matters? Liang Quanfeng noticed Wen Jian and Oppo's thoughts and promptly patted his shoulder, advising, conserve your energy. Save your strength for the decisive fourth quarter to unleash your full potential and ultimately secure the game. Lin Hao discerned the implications of assistant coach Liang and Oppo's words and felt a sense of satisfaction with his grasp of the overall situation. Chapter 17, a promising start in the fourth section, when Jian was replaced by Alan, while Li Kun remained on the bench due to fatigue. The team required his offensive prowess in the final quarter, necessitating a brief respite before he could return. Upon entering the game, Alan and Oppo's offensive capabilities were evidently lacking. And with solid defensive positioning, both teams struggled to find openings. Guida and Oppo's Ahong faced relentless pressure from Li Jian and his teammate, depleting his stamina and significantly diminishing his efficiency. The head coach of Guida, somewhat obstinate, refrained from substituting Ahong, particularly during this crucial period. Conversely, Li Jian managed to draw several fouls, finally breaking the scoring drought. As the game reached its midpoint, the score had widened to a 12-point gap. A few more minutes of perseverance should secure the victory. Lin Hao, you and Oppo's, re-up, let Li Tsong rest, Li Kun called out, gathering the attention of everyone towards Lin Hao, who was seated at the far end of the bench. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stood ready, responding to Coach Li's call and promptly removing his training attire in preparation to enter the game. When Jian glared at Lin Hao, visibly displeased, he had labored to extend the lead, only for Lin Hao to take the court in his stead. Seemingly a deliberate ploy by the coach to allow Lin Hao an easy opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao exchanged a supportive high-five with the departing Li Tsong, whispering encouragement for the forthcoming moments. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, adjusting his jersey as he sprinted towards the court. Look, the limping player is actually stepping onto the court. Is his leg no longer injured? Chang Guoping exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom this unexpected turn of events. Kai Gaowen, equally bewildered, thought it was premature for Lin Hao to take the floor. Despite Nanjing Normal University leading, it seemed logical for Wen Jian to remain on the court. What was Li Kun thinking? Kai Gaowen refrained from voicing his thoughts, suspecting this might be a mere smokescreen. Let and Oppos see what Lin Hao is truly capable of. Kai Gaowen scoffed, casting a glance at Chen Wenyuan, who was visibly frustrated. Lin Hao was already embroiled in controversy. How could he be playing now? Chen Wenyuan and Oppos fury delighted Kai Gaowen, who relished provoking Lin Hao through her disdain. For Kai Gaowen, Lin Hao and Oppos' injury would bring him solace. Once on the court, Lin Hao seamlessly fell into his familiar rhythm. Xiao Hua, seated on the sidelines, immediately stood, clapping to rally the enthusiastic crowd, who responded with a thunderous applause. Lin Hao, not one to be complacent, gestured towards the audience, acknowledging their support. It seems Lin Hao's popularity remains intact. The spectators are perceptive, Li Kun remarked with a smile. His devoted fans signify that his return is highly anticipated, Liang Chuanjin added with a grin. Li Kun observed the game with satisfaction. His decision to bring Lin Hao in at this juncture was intentional. While he did not expect Lin Hao to lead the team to immediate victory, this was an opportunity for him to acclimate, especially under a comfortable lead. Defense on the side, Lin Hao called out, pointing at the opposing forward sneaking past. Allen promptly pursued, showing no signs of easing off. Lin Hao, facing the number 2 player, maintained a firm stance, demonstrating exemplary tenacity in defense. Following a successful defensive play, Li Jian secured the rebound and passed it to Wen Long, who wisely refrained from rushing an offensive move. Aware of Coach Li and Oppos' strategy for integrating Lin Hao into the game, Lin Hao executed 2 swift baseline cuts, receiving the ball from Allen and, without hesitation, leaped to shoot. His 3-point attempt, both swift and high, arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net for 3 points. Beautiful, that and Oppos' Howard and Oppos' done. Mu Hao cheered from the sidelines, waving his towel excitedly. Suddenly, the referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air, and he issued a technical foul against Mu Hao, who stood bewildered, hands raised in confusion. Leaving the bench for a technical foul, the referee declared, as the opposing team prepared for a free throw. The substitutes fell silent, and Mu Hao, noticing Coach Li and Oppos' displeased expression, refrained from arguing. Fortunately, the opposing player missed the free throw, and play resumed. Lin Hao remained tenacious in defense, not allowing the number 2 player any space to maneuver, forcing the number 1 to continue his advance. With a sudden acceleration, Wen Long attempted to steal the ball. But the referee swiftly blew his whistle as the number 1 player shot and scored, which the referee confirmed as valid, signaling an additional free throw. Li Kun erupted in frustration, calling for a timeout while chastising Wen Long for his lackluster defense. What kind of defense is that, Wen Long? Use your head. You and Oppos, a trained athlete, why resort to such foolish fouls? Wen Long remained silent, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Defense is my domain. I and Oppos am here to demonstrate what true defense looks like, Lin Hao declared, encouraging his teammates to engage more actively and vocally on the court. After a few exchanges, Lin Hao was already sweating. He had made a successful 3-point shot without any errors, completing his assignment. Allen, Lin Hao, you 2 rest. Wen Jian, Mu Hao, you and Oppos, in. Wen Long, take a breather, and bring He in, Li Kun commanded with authority. In the final 4 minutes, let and Oppos intensify our defense. I do not wish to see any weakness. Wen Jian shot Lin Hao a disdainful glance as he departed the court. Lin Hao, hydrate, Xiao Hua smiled, handing him a bottle of water. Lin Hao accepted it with a nod, taking a hearty swig upon returning to his seat. Everything is looking good. That 3-pointer has extended our lead to 15 points. We should secure the victory in these last 4 minutes, Xiao Hua remarked. Lin Hao set down the water bottle and replied, Coach Li and Oppos' strategy is excellent. Enhancing our defense should ensure our victory. Indeed. If we can clinch this game and achieve a promising start, your playing time will certainly increase, Xiao Hua reassured him. Lin Hao did not feel his minutes were lacking. Being chosen as a defensive example for Coach Li was already a commendable opportunity. He had not hindered the team, fulfilling his role admirably. Upon entering the game, Wen Jian displayed increased ferocity, leading the defense from the backcourt to the frontcourt, compelling the opposition to resort to elbows. The referee was vigilant, calling fouls on these minor infractions. Offensively, Wen Jian remained the focal point, When he could not shoot immediately, he signaled for his teammates to spread out. One-on-one play had become Wen Jian and Appo's signature, yielding impressive efficiency. Despite his continuous scoring, Li Kun appeared dissatisfied. While a balanced team could manage this approach, facing stronger opponents would yield unfavorable outcomes if they faced double teaming. In the final 2 minutes, Wen Jian almost single-handedly bore the offensive burden, with his teammates merely spectators. With 18 seconds remaining, the score had ballooned to an insurmountable lead. The ball was in Wen Jian and Appo's hands as Guoda relinquished their defense. Unexpectedly, Wen Jian opted for a three-point shot, which he smoothly sank. What did Appo's? As the meaning of that? Is he showing disrespect? The number 1 player from Guoda shouted angrily at Wen Jian. Unfazed, Wen Jian raised his chin and spread his arms, inviting the player to respond. Let us go. There's no point in engaging with such unsportsmanlike behavior. Ah Hong interjected, pulling the number 1 player away towards the locker room, dismissing Wen Jian's final shot. In the realm of basketball, certain unwritten rules dictate that when the score is irretrievably out of reach and the opposing team has abandoned their defense, the leading team should also forego further aggressive plays to maintain a sense of sportsmanship. Even in the brief span of 24 seconds, an offensive maneuver proved elusive. And Wen Jian and Appo's actions on this particular play were evidently misguided. Lin Hao, casting a glance at the arrogant Wen Jian, remained silent, fully aware that with Coach Li present, such missteps would not recur. This incident served as a minor interlude, as the arena erupted in celebrations. The long-awaited victory in the league prompting the audience to shower applause upon the home team and Appo's players. Haha, Principal Ping, congratulations on your auspicious start. This year, Nanjing Normal University appeared poised for greatness. Indeed, we appreciate the encouragement from our esteemed leaders. Nanjing Normal University possesses a rich legacy of champions, and we shall strive to bring glory to the league with our remarkable performances. With the triumph secured, Principal Peng radiated joy. His previously somber demeanor now transformed into a broad smile, dispelling all gloom. Haha, our mission is accomplished. It is time for us to depart, remarked the old Principal Tao with a chuckle. Principal Zhang, equally elated, echoed, a promising start indeed. I feel reassured. Our concerns are in capable hands. I trust Li Kun will manage well. This youthful team holds great potential. The two elders, both former players, possessed an astute understanding of the game and its dynamics. Li Kun still had considerable work ahead in addressing the situation between Lin Hao and Wen Jian. The exhilaration of victory naturally eclipsed all issues, including the coordination between coach and players. Nanjing Normal University, onward. They all rallied together under Li Kun and Appo's leadership, raising their fists in solidarity. They turned to bow in gratitude to the audience. How disingenuous, pretending to be polite. They merely stumbled upon a win, as if they secured the championship. Scoffed Cheng Guanming with disdain. Kai Gaowen, equally displeased, glared at the players from Nanjing Normal University, astonished that they had indeed triumphed. The thrill of victory was palpable. Yet Kai Gaowen remained distinctly irked. Ah Hong, are you out of your mind? You let such a team defeat you. Are you completely daft? Kai Gaowen shouted at Ah Hong, who was about to enter the locker room. To be criticized after a loss was infuriating. Even a saint would feel the heat. Ah Hong turned to point an accusatory finger at Kai Gaowen, declaring, Kai Gaowen, do not overstep your bounds. You're all fools. You can and Appo's even best this rubbish. You are worse than trash. Kai Gaowen intended to provoke further. Ah Hong, let us go. Don't embarrass yourself, the head coach bellowed, dismissing the matter entirely. Had it not been for the coach and Appo's restraint, Ah Hong might have charged at him. This exchange did not go unheard by the players of Nanjing Normal University, all of whom bore witness. Ah Hong fell silent, knowing that Wen Jian and Mu Hao would not relent, but as he prepared to rise, Liang Quanfeng decisively intervened. Do not heed the opinions of others. This is merely a tactic. A war of words can devastate one's morale, adversely affecting performance on the court. Your focus must remain unwavering, wholly immersed in the game. Liang Quanfeng confidently addressed the group. Wen Jian was the only one Liang Quanfeng could effectively suppress. And soon he joined the others in heading to the locker room. Kai Gaowen, having gained the upper hand, chose to remain silent and departed with an air of superiority. As excitement filled the air, Principal Peng entered the locker room. Good day, Principal Peng. Haha, greetings to all. Principal Peng responded warmly, gesturing amiably. Upon Principal Peng's arrival, Li Kun sensed he had something to convey and gestured for him to proceed. With a satisfied smile, Principal Peng remarked, "You all have worked hard. Today's match was splendid. Achieving a victorious start is a testament to everyone's efforts. The school will continue to support the team. And I hope you all will strive for greater success, bringing honor to our institution." "Thank you for your words, Principal Ping," Li Kun echoed, applauding. "Well, everyone has indeed exerted themselves. I have spoken with the cafeteria, so please proceed to enjoy some refreshments. As for me, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not join you. Keep up the great work." As Principal Peng spoke, applause erupted once more, leaving Li Kun somewhat bewildered by the turn of events. Would Principal Ping truly treat them to a meal? Was this an arrangement from the school? Chapter 18. Establishing a dynasty no one dared to speak. Fully aware that such a notion was utterly impossible, suddenly appearing with intentions was a certainty. At that moment, Li Kun and Appo's phone rang unexpectedly upon seeing the call from Xiaohua. He was somewhat taken aback. "Coach Li, Principal Peng has asked me to head to the dining hall to prepare dinner. You all should hurry over once you're done." Xiaohua's voice snapped Li Kun back to reality, reminding him that they had indeed delayed for too long. It was unacceptable for the team to win a match and remain hungry. He had no choice but to agree. "Principal Ping is quite considerate, knowing we haven't eaten. This is the perfect time for a meal," Mu Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, I'm famished. My legs feel weak," Wen Long chimed in with a smile, eager to freshen up. "I and Appo's LL give you 5 minutes. Gather in the locker room afterward," Li Kun signaled, then took a seat. Liang Wenhuan sensed something amiss. Coach Li's expression was not one befitting a victorious moment. If there were any issues from the match, they undoubtedly revolved around Wen Jian. Liang Wenhuan quickly sat down and inquired, "Coach Li, is there a problem with today's match?" Li Kun did not hold back, letting out a deep sigh. "Although we won, this is not the manner in which I wish to achieve victory. To advance further as a team, we must clearly understand our aspirations. If we allow a single win to blind us to our shortcomings, we are destined to fail." Liang Wenhuan understood that this match did not signify much. Victory and defeat are commonplace in sports. A good leader must learn to perceive the current situation rather than revel in triumph. Within 5 minutes, everyone arrived, filled with excitement, eager to savor the rewards of their victory. However, Lin Hao remained notably quiet. He was already aware that Coach Li had something to convey. "Now that everyone is here, let us take this opportunity to discuss today's events before the outside festivities commence," Li Kun suggested, inviting everyone to sit. The atmosphere was not overly tense. "It is time to summarize this match. I relish this approach," Mu Hao remarked with a smile. Li Kun was pleased and turned his gaze to Lin Hao. Observing his composed demeanor and lack of complaints regarding his limited playing time, he felt a sense of affirmation. "First, congratulations to each of you for securing this victory. Your efforts were commendable, and we require such dedication moving forward," Li Kun stated, mixing courtesy with authority. "I believe your ambitions extend beyond merely winning this match. You strive for loftier goals. Mu Hao has expressed a desire to become a professional basketball player, and Wen Long wishes to explore the professional arena. Such aspirations are commendable, and I wholeheartedly support them. However, do you not feel that you may have become intoxicated by this victory?" Li Kun and Appo's words resonated not only on a tactical level, but also served as a wake-up call for their mentality. They were still young and needed a guiding role to contemplate their future. Basketball is not merely a straightforward team sport. It is about learning to navigate within a collective. Understand Coach Li and Appo's message. "We play not solely to win but to excel," Liang Wenhuan added. The atmosphere shifted to one of tension, as this unexpected discourse on mentality caught them off guard. Li Kun continued, "I recognize that today and Appo's game was arduous for you. Yet, I must criticize you. Victory has clouded your vision, making you see only the excitement while overlooking the flaws. From a defensive standpoint, none of you met my expectations. I have emphasized defense from the outset, yet only a few responded when I reminded you. I had Lin Hao take the court to demonstrate the essence of defense. This match did not require Lin Hao to score. He simply needed to fulfill his role, which he did admirably. The court is akin to a battlefield. If you do not approach it with tenacity, the adversary will consume you. If this continues, we shall bear the consequences. Therefore, I urge you once more, regardless of the opponent, to return to the fundamentals. Treat every match as if it were the finals, without any negligence." Li Kun's directives were resolute. When Wen Long faltered in defense, he was promptly substituted, showcasing Li Kun's strictness and accountability to the team. Turning to offense, Li Kun regarded Mu Hao. "Mu Hao, your performance today was subpar, which limited your playing time. Do you have any objections?" No objections. If I played poorly, I must reflect on it. I fully support Coach Li's decisions, Mu Hao swiftly replied. This was the mindset a player should possess, and Li Kun wholeheartedly agreed. If anyone has opinions, feel free to express them after the match. I, too, can make mistakes as the head coach. Any thoughts you have are welcome, and we shall progress together. Li Kun spoke from the heart, wishing to treat the players as friends and brothers. No one spoke up, prompting Li Kun to pause momentarily before saying, "It's all right if no one has anything to say now. We can discuss it later. Furthermore, I must remind you that playing time is earned through your efforts. When on the court, you must contribute to the team. If you merely drag us down, I will have no choice but to substitute you. This applies to each and every one of you, remember this." With that, seeing no dissent among the group, Li Kun decided not to prolong their mealtime any further. He clapped his thighs and laughed heartily. Play with seriousness on the court, but enjoy yourselves when the time comes. Everyone is hungry, let us eat. As Li Kun stood, the others remained in disbelief, staring up at him, seemingly stunned. What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry? Go eat. Li Kun called out with a smile, finally prompting them to react and move. Exiting the locker room, they found that the second match had already commenced. However, not many spectators were present, as the home team had secured an initial victory, leaving little reason to support the opposing teams. After greeting the team's coach, Li Kun made his way directly to the dining hall. Xiaohua had everything ready, having waited half an hour for their arrival. It was already 8:30, and she wondered what had delayed them. If they didn't Oppose. Hurry, the food would grow cold. Coach Li, everyone is here. Everything is ready, just waiting for you. Xiaohua greeted with a smile. Aha, thank you for your hard work. Quickly now, everyone is starving. Let us eat. Li Kun gestured eagerly. Under Xiaohua's guidance, they finally dug into their meal. This dinner was indeed a joyful occasion, not merely a meal, but a treasure trove of learning. After finishing, Li Kun and Liang Wenquan did not leave immediately. They waited until all the players had departed before settling the bill. To their surprise, they discovered that the school had covered the expenses, revealing Principal Ping's genuine intention. The two exchanged a subtle smile, considering it a celebration. As they exited the dining hall, Liang Wenquan broached the subject of Wen Jian again. Coach Li, I understand you refrained from mentioning Wen Jian in front of the team to spare his dignity. But we must address this issue sooner or later. It is better to confront it now than to prolong the discomfort. Now that the matches have begun, we should resolve it quickly. Liang Wenxuan's mention of this concern prompted Li Kun to acknowledge the necessity of resolution. He took a discreet, deep breath, realizing that this was indeed a challenge. In truth, he had already contemplated this matter. Yet to say that it was better to confront the pain than to endure it was not entirely appropriate. To put it simply, the timing was not yet right. Liang Quan's perspective holds merit. If the issues are not addressed in the early matches, they will only exacerbate as time progresses. Given your familiarity with Wen Jian, how do you propose we tackle this situation? Li Kun inquired, halting his stride. While Liang Quan trusted that Li Kun had contemplated a strategy, he acknowledged the intricacies involved. Both players are invaluable, and losing either would be detrimental. I firmly believe Lin Hao is a deserving leader. His play on the court and conduct off it align perfectly with the team's expectations, Liang Quan stated candidly. As for Wen Jian, I can only assert that he possesses talent, yet he is ill-suited for a leadership role. Serving as a core substitute would be more fitting. They both recognized that a player who does not harmonize with the team could never become its cornerstone. Particularly, Wen Jian's arrogance is not a trait befitting an exceptional athlete. However, it is essential to note that Lin Hao is not yet ready to assume the core role. Our offense relies significantly on Wen Jian. If we were to convey such sentiments at this juncture, it could undermine the team's unity. Li Coach's concerns mirror my own, which is why I urgently brought this to your attention. We must devise a reasonable approach that neither disrupts the game nor exacerbates the situation. Liang Quan's perspective stemmed from a desire to maintain the greater good. Merely proposing ideas without actionable steps would lead to unreasonable outcomes. Li Kun promptly articulated his thoughts, laying bare his ambition to build a dynasty. While Liang Quan agreed with this vision, he doubted Wen Jian would willingly assume a role akin to Pippin. Given his disposition, he would be reluctant to play second fiddle, especially in this context, with Lin Hao poised to become the Jordan of Nanshire University. Wen Jian would be even less inclined to accept such a dynamic. You will need to engage him. Within the team, he recognizes only you. Your responsibility is immense. If you succeed, the dynasty can be established. If not, we may face irrevocable consequences. As Li Kun spoke these words, a sense of unease settled within him. As a head coach, he felt helpless in managing the players, which raised doubts about his coaching prowess. Young Quan could only silently acquiesce to Li Kun and Appo's sentiments. For the sake of the team and Wen Jian's future, he must step forward with affirmation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory, still unperturbed. Retrieving the borrowed copy of Ordinary World from beneath his pillow. Mu Hao, don't you think when Coach Li mentioned you, he was hinting at something deeper? Wen Long, seated at the computer, suddenly pondered aloud. Wen Long had also faced considerable reprimands that day but remained dissatisfied with Wen Jian's playing style. However, given the presence of the head coach, he refrained from voicing his concerns on the court. Though impulsive, Mu Hao was still quite perceptive. He smirked and retorted, "You just figured that out? Do you really believe Coach Li would address me over such trivial matters? He is fully aware of the situation on the court. Wen Jian knows better than anyone." Lin Hao cast a glance at the duo, dismissing their exchange, and continued reading. Ordinary World resonated with him, mirroring his pursuit of basketball dreams. Ordinary, yet imbued with extraordinary potential. Wen Long shot another glance at Lin Hao, noting his silence. He leaned in and asked, "Hey, Lin Hao, what is your take on this?" Coach Li said to focus on our own tasks and avoid discussing matters behind others' backs. Lin Hao replied coolly, setting his book down. "This isn't gossip. It's a discussion," Wen Long impatiently retorted, turning back to his computer. "I can't shake the feeling that what's being said here could disrupt the team's performance. Indeed, changes are imminent." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, casting a glare at Wen Long. Though he remained silent, his mind was already engaged with the implications of what had been said. Chapter 19, Stretching out silently. Lin Hao remained oblivious to the incessantly flashing phone until Mu Hao prompted him to check his messages. With a long exhale, Lin Hao realized yet another bothersome situation had arisen. He had not intended to engage too deeply with her and thought it best to ignore it altogether. The following morning, as Lin Hao emerged from class, he unexpectedly encountered Chun Wenyuan, accompanied by Kai Gaowen. Lin Hao shrugged, aware they had been waiting specifically for him. Yet he felt no inclination to converse. "Oh, and Appo's, this Kai Gaowen? Did you come to congratulate us after watching our match yesterday?" Mu Hao scoffed, dismissing him entirely. At that moment, Kai Gaowen leaned casually on Qin Wenyuan and Appo's shoulder, who reciprocated with a disdainful glare at the two. "Congratulations?" "Huh." Kai Gaowen laughed mockingly. "I think you're overestimating yourselves. I have no need to encourage you. I'm here because of a prior engagement. Do you really think I would shy away from a challenge? An engagement? Whose engagement, pray tell? With someone like you? Do you even have friends?" Mu Hao found this utterly amusing, nearly bursting out in laughter. "I find it strange that you think you're worthy of my friendship," Kai Gaowen retorted coldly, pointing towards the court. "Tonight, we have a home game, and since your team has chosen to challenge us, I must first humiliate you before we play. Would you like to see how I defeat him?" "Mu Hao, let us go," Lin Hao called out, wanting nothing more than to head to the laboratory. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Lin Hao. You're acting like a coward," Qin Wenyuan taunted, aiming to provoke him. "Let us go." Lin Hao shot a glare at Mu Hao, ignoring everything else as he strode away. Mu Hao could not tolerate the insult. Fully aware that Kai Gaowen was intentionally trying to provoke them, and Lin Hao and Appo's indifference only added to his irritation. Upon arriving at the laboratory door, Mu Hao shouted, "Lin Hao, what are you thinking? You weren't like this before. Do you feel ashamed because of Qin Wenyuan's presence, so you keep yielding to them? It's not about yielding. It's her choice how she behaves. Just ignore it," Lin Hao replied, offering little explanation, opting for a straightforward approach to a simple matter. "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and come in." Wen Long called out, reminding them that class was in session. Mu Hao continued to grumble, unable to tolerate seeing others bully them. The entire class was spent with him simmering in frustration. Just before noon, he received a message from Xiu Hua, informing him that Wen Jian and Kai Gaowen would be having a one-on-one match at the court and urged everyone to intervene. "What is going on? Kai Gaowen is coming for Wen Jian's challenge?" Mu Hao exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Lin Hao, not checking his phone, found this news peculiar. The night before, he had received a message from Qin Wenyuan stating she would come for a challenge, thinking it would be yet another unreasonable confrontation. Not realizing it was directed at Wen Jian. Wen Jian had not mentioned this to anyone. Why would he challenge Kai Gaowen? Was it due to the humiliation suffered during the match last night? Yet, that didn't seem right. Given Wen Jian's character, if he were to act, he would have done so at the scene itself. Why wait until now? Wen Jian challenging Kai Gaowen. Now that's intriguing. It would be good to see Kai Gaowen teach this arrogant Wen Jian a lesson. Mu Hao suddenly wore a sly smile, relishing the chaos. Lin Hao shot him a disapproving glare, clearly displeased with Mu Hao's thoughts. Mu Hao, your perspective is flawed. Although Wen Jian may be arrogant, he is still our teammate. He represents our university. Do you truly wish for him to lose? Wen Long interjected quietly, appearing equally disinterested. Lin Hao stared blankly at the pen in his hand, pondering. If Wen Jian truly faced off against him, he might not necessarily lose. But with Kai Gowen having a game that evening, was it wise to engage in such a challenge? Taking a deep, contemplative breath and glancing at the time, he realized it was close to lunchtime, meaning the one-on-one would likely take place when the crowd was larger. Xiaohua wanted everyone to attend precisely to avoid witnessing this confrontation. As long as she was present, Kai Gowen would refrain from causing trouble. With that thought, Lin Hao felt a bit more at ease and returned to his studies. Mu Hao remained glued to his phone, distracted throughout the class. When the bell rang, he jumped up, exclaiming, "Hurry, they've already started." Lin Hao ignored Mu Hao's urgency, calmly organizing his books as if nothing were amiss. As Mu Hao dashed to the door, not spotting Lin Hao, he turned back, glaring at him, frustrated by Lin Hao's apparent indifference. They've already begun fighting. Why aren't you worried? He shouted, slightly irritated. Wen Long also wanted to join the fray, but seeing Lin Hao's lack of enthusiasm, he abandoned the idea of cheering them on. There's nothing to see. Xiaohua 1T let chaos ensue. Let us focus on our own matters. Lin Hao stated before leisurely making his way to the dining hall. Of course, he intended to eat, but how could Mu Hao miss such a commotion? If it were merely a private confrontation between the two, it would be one thing, but involving their university, Mu Hao could not simply turn a blind eye. Wen Long, let us go. We cannot allow them to be so arrogant, Mu Hao shouted, clearly directed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao ignored him, striding away without a backward glance. Wen Long stood indecisively at the door, unsure whether to proceed or stay, until Mu Hao, seeing his indecision, angrily pointed and scolded, "Are you foolish? Wen Jian's arrogance warrants a lesson. But Kai Gowen has repeatedly caused trouble here. It's intolerable. Let us go." Reluctantly, Wen Long followed Mu Hao's frustrated lead towards the court, feeling a mix of eagerness and trepidation. Meanwhile, the court had already filled with spectators. What has gotten into Wen Jian? He just won a match last night and now seeks a challenge? Is he trying to assert dominance? Unlikely. Wen Jian is standing up for our university against Kai Gowen, who led the insult against our team last night. I commend Wen Jian. At least he is more spirited than Lin Hao, a few onlookers commented, their opinions swayed by last night's match, further painting Lin Hao as a mere joke for still being on the team. Upon seeing Mu Hao arrive, the chatter subsided, fearing his wrath. Mu Hao shot them a fierce look, silencing them with a mere glance. Wen Jian, you're nothing but a fool. And you think you're the core of our university? Just because you defeated a weak team doesn't give you the right to act so arrogantly. But then again, weaklings do tend to puff themselves up, Kai Gowen jeered, confronting Wen Jian face to face, flanked by several supporters echoing laughter, while Wen Jian remained silent. Beads of sweat falling onto the ground, his expression grave. Watch closely. In the final 2 points, I will ensure you lose convincingly, Kai Gowen declared, gesturing to the right, signaling his intent to break through from that side and instructing Wen Jian to prepare. With a sudden surge of speed, he darted right, his first step alarmingly swift. Wen Jian, resembling an elderly man, struggled to keep pace. By the time he caught up, Kai Gowen had already seized the opportunity and effortlessly scored. A collective gasp of disapproval rippled through the crowd, and Mu Hao could hardly bear to watch. Why was Wen Jian, usually so brash and dismissive of his teammates, behaving like a soft target here? Even when a clear route for Kai Gowen's breakthrough was indicated, why didn't he prepare in advance? Mu Hao thought that even he would not allow such an easy score. This defense was utterly abysmal. Why isn't Xiaohua intervening? Are they truly going to let this uneven match happen? Wen Long, feeling awkward, glanced at Xiaohua, seeking an explanation. I'm puzzled too. What sort of wager have they placed? Xiaohua refuses to halt this unfair contest. Just look at his defense. It's not defense at all. It's easier than crossing the street. Mu Hao gritted his teeth, wishing he could step in himself. Hey, look at those guys over there, Wen Long remarked, pointing at a group of substitutes, including a Dong and a Tu, who were crossing their arms and glaring seriously. Mu Hao dismissed the two unfeeling individuals, reflecting that if Lin Hao hadn't Oppos, spoken to Coach Li, they wouldn't Oppos, even have made the team. Now that they had honed some skills, they fancied themselves as potential leaders. But lacking sportsmanship was one thing. Losing one and Oppos, as character was entirely another. I sensed something amiss. A Dong and his companions seem off. When Long observed calmly, "What and Oppos, S wrong?" When Jian shouldn't and Oppos, T presumed to challenge anyone. "Just look at his pathetic demeanor. I almost want to rush over and slap him." Mu Hao and Oppos, S attention was consumed by anger. When Long found no solace in Mu Hao and Oppos, S words and continued to watch the group intently. In truth, he feared a confrontation. He had no desire for a brawl over a mere game in broad daylight. TSK, 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 this level of play, and they think they can join the team? Is there not one capable player at Nanshida? Kaigawan derisively challenged, shaking his head. A chorus of disdainful boos erupted from the crowd. No one seemed to agree with Kaigawan and Oppos' remarks. Just recently, he had been defeated by Lin Hao, and now he had forgotten the pain of his defeat. Inviting scorn upon himself. When Jian initiated an offensive play, dribbling the ball skillfully between his legs, preparing to exploit a moment of opportunity. Yet, Kaigawan displayed no semblance of defense, merely extending his hands as if to allow Wen Jian an open shot. Wen Jian was not one to tolerate such disrespect. With a swift burst of speed, he surged past Kaigawan on the left and headed straight for the basket. In one fluid motion, he scored effortlessly. Great shot. Splendid. A Dong and his companion applauded, while the crowd offered only tepid applause, recognizing that Kaigawan had failed to defend, granting an unimpeded path to the basket. The greatest insult is to be ignored, and Kaigawan still regarded Wen Jian with disdain, thinking, so what if he scores? I and Oppos, LL just retaliate in due time. There will still be a game to play. Ha! What an impressive breakthrough. Kaigawan jeered, clapping mockingly, while Wen Jian wore a look of contempt. Mu Hao was nearly beside himself with rage at Wen Jian and Oppos' audacity, feeling humiliated without understanding why. Last shot. If you Don and Oppos, T defend, you won and Oppos, T get another chance. Kaigawan sneered. He then turned, using his right hand to back down against Wen Jian. As he approached the free throw line, he suddenly lowered his shoulder, causing Wen Jian to stagger back, his expression contorted in pain, as he instinctively grabbed Kaigawan and Oppos' arm. Foul! Foul! The players from Nanshida shouted in unison. In one-on-one play, fouls were often overlooked. Kaigawan pivoted and elbowed Wen Jian before charging toward the basket. Wen Jian tightly matched Kaigawan's advance. But as Kaigawan prepared to leap and shoot, Wen Jian accelerated. A gasp echoed through the crowd, followed by a pained cry as Kaigawan collapsed to the floor, slamming his hands against the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Kaigawan curled up, clearly in distress, his cries echoing throughout the venue, signaling an injury. In the past, Mu Hao would have relished this moment, but now, he found no joy in it. The outcome felt unsettling. This was not an appropriate scene for the court. No matter how much one might despise the opponent, such actions would only breed contempt. Wen Jian. When Long was rendered speechless, horrified that Wen Jian could behave in such a manner. Everyone witnessed clearly that Kaigawan's aggressive play had provoked Wen Jian's retaliation. And just as Kaigawan descended, Wen Jian had audaciously extended his foot. Chapter 20. Stepping stones observing Wen Jian, who stood nearby with clenched teeth. There was no hint of remorse for Kaigawan's injury. In fact, he seemed to revel in it, as if he longed to spit on him. Are you stirring trouble? If you deliberately extend your foot, I will end you, Cheng Guoping exclaimed, reacting swiftly to push Wen Jian forcefully. Wen Jian collided with the railing and, regaining his composure, opened his arms to retaliate. Xiao Hua decisively stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Wen Jian, glaring fiercely. Wen Jian, gritting his teeth, dared not advance further. Hey! Do you dare to cause a ruckus here at Nanjing Normal University? We have no stake in your injuries. If you can't handle it, just leave, a Dong shouted, pointing at the two. The shoving between both parties created an uncomfortable scene, and Mu Hao, recognizing the irrationality, could only strive to calm the situation. Everyone, stop. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Mu Hao bellowed at a Dong. Step back. This is not your affair. Seeing Mu Hao's presence, Cheng Guoping felt the odds were against him, and thus refrained from acting impulsively. However, this matter could not simply be swept under the rug. Wen Jian's foul play warranted a response. Once a Dong and his companion fell silent, they retreated a step, yet Mu Hao did not take advantage of his position. Turning to Cheng Guoping, he noted their expressions of anger, aware that their tempers were flaring. Yet, at this juncture, resorting to violence would not resolve the issue. Immediate attention to the injury was paramount. Do not act rashly. This is a school, not the streets. If the administration finds out, it will be detrimental to everyone. Let us first ascertain the extent of the injury, Mu Hao instructed, gesturing towards Kaigawan. Only then did Qin Guangping and the others encircle Kai Gowan, who lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Xiao Hua, already beside him, anxiously whispered reassurances. "Don't move. Let me check your foot," Mu Hao said, rushing to express his concern. "Don't touch me. I don't need your phony sympathy. Get lost," Qin Wenyuan yelled, shoving Mu Hao aside while glaring at him. Mu Hao, filled with frustration, remained silent, knowing that if the roles were reversed, he would be even angrier. It and amp, Oppos, it's still possible to get to the hospital. "I know a traditional doctor who can help. Help him up quickly," Mu Hao urged calmly. "This has nothing to do with you. There are no good people at Nanjing Normal University. It and amp, Oppos, it's all despicable," Qin Wenyuan spat, disregarding her own image. "Stop talking. Nothing you say matters now. At this point, all we can do is pray," Xiao Hua consoled Mu Hao. With a deep sigh, Mu Hao and amp, Oppos, displeasure was evident on his face. Glancing back at Wen Jian, he still perceived no hint of guilt. Wen Jian wore an expression of anger, mingled with disdain, as he departed, unable to contain his fury any longer. Mu Hao charged after him. "Wen Jian, do you even know what you and amp, Oppos, redoing? Is this really necessary?" Wen Jian, equally enraged, retorted. "When did it become your place to lecture me? Have you forgotten your own limitations? Who are you to act like a hero?" With a derisive laugh, he pointed at Mu Hao. "Don and amp, Oppos, speak to me in that tone. My affairs are none of your business. Wen Jian, you have profoundly disappointed me. Having a player like you at Nanjing Normal University is a disgrace," Mu Hao shouted in frustration. Wen Jian dismissed him entirely, striding toward the cafeteria with arrogance. Observing Wen Jian and Oppos' brazen departure, Mu Hao recognized that pursuing him further would only lead to internal strife, providing others with ammunition to mock them. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had just finished eating and was preparing to return to his dormitory. Upon receiving Xiao Hua and Oppos' call, he felt a surge of unease. If the situation was as dire as it seemed, the consequences would be severe. Without a moment to spare, he dashed toward the basketball court. A figure rushed through the campus pathways, bursting into a small shop to hastily purchase a few ice creams before racing off again. In the crowd, Kai Gowan sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and wearing a grimace. Yet, amidst the pain, a defiant spirit emerged. Kai Gowan would not let Wen Jian and amp, Oppos' actions go unpunished. Removing his shoes, he began to apply ice. Resolutely calling for a ride to the hospital, immediate treatment was essential within 24 hours. Lin Hao rushed into the throng, hastily placing his books aside to remove his shoes. "What are you doing? Are you looking to instigate further?" Qin Wenyuan shouted, shoving Lin Hao to the ground and throwing the ice cream at him. Fortunately, Lin Hao managed to block it. Sitting on the ground, Lin Hao felt no anger. His only desire was to expedite the treatment of the injury. An ankle sprain was a common injury on the basketball court, and immediate icing was crucial to prevent swelling. Though Qin Wenyuan and Oppos' actions were hasty, they were understandable. However, Lin Hao prioritized treatment over her feelings. "Haha, Lin Hao, you finally show your face," Kai Gowan forced a laugh through gritted teeth. In Lin Hao and amp, Oppos' eyes, there were no enemies or grudges at this moment. Injuries were unwelcome to every player, regardless of their lifelong rivalry. Injuries should not disrupt their competition but rather be resolved on the court. "Kai Gowan, your injury isn't severe. You can still find Dr. Zhai to treat it, trust me," Lin Hao asserted, sitting down resolutely. Kai Gowan was acutely aware of the severity of his injury. The pain from the sprain was inevitable. Fortunately, it was not a twisted ankle, merely a strain on the top of his foot, so the injury was not grave. Nevertheless, even if it was minor, participating in the game tonight was nearly impossible. Furthermore, seeking a one-on-one challenge before the match would not bode well with the coach from Nankai University. "Lin Hao, this is your court at Nanjing Normal University. Why am I injured here? Don and Oppos, do you know?" Kai Gowan shouted with scorn, rejecting Lin Hao and Oppos' feigned concern. "Why Don and amp, Oppos, do you have the courage to face me in a match instead of pretending to care about my injury?" Kai Gowan, "I Don and amp, Oppos, do you wish to engage in lengthy explanations? If you Don and amp, Oppos, seek treatment from Dr. Zhai within 24 hours, it will jeopardize your game, believe me." Kai Gowan erupted in laughter, pointing at Lin Hao. "Trust you? If Wen Jian were not led astray by you, would he have challenged me at this critical moment? You know full well you are no match for me. Yet you resort to such underhanded tactics to cause my injury. But it's fine. Nankai University is the reigning champion. Even if I am injured, it will not affect tonight's game. We shall see." With that, Kai Gowan mustered the strength to push himself up from the ground, rejecting all offers of assistance. Testing his injured right foot, he found he could still walk, albeit with a limp, and resolutely made his exit. Lin Hao. All of you at Nanjing Normal University are despicable, resorting to any means necessary for the sake of victory, Chen Weiyuan shouted, pointing at Lin Hao, before turning to support Kai Gaowen. However, Kai Gaowen had no intention of accepting her help, pushing her away with determination. Lin Hao could only shake his head in resignation. His well-meaning intentions were met with disdain, and he watched as Kai Gaowen left. Don't dwell on it. He is like that. He will not accept your kindness. Xiao Hua softly consoled. Lin Hao had no intention to reproach. Everything was irretrievable. This incident would not only affect Kai Gaowen, but also tarnish Wen Jian and Appo's future. Such a person is beyond words. At this point, we can only hope he recovers swiftly and does not miss the game. When Long remarked, his expression one of discomfort. While the impact may not be significant, as it was mentioned, Nankai University is the reigning champion, and missing a few games would not be catastrophic. The real concern lay with Wen Jian. This incident would undoubtedly reach Principal Peng, and he was indeed a troublemaker, Mu Hao expressed with concern. Mu Hao and Appo's worries echoed Lin Hao and Appo's. Kai Gaowen had a direct line to Principal Peng. Today's events would not be dismissed lightly. We must confront Wen Jian and clarify this matter. Such behavior cannot recur, as it tarnishes the reputation of Nanjing Normal University, Mu Hao shouted, ready to charge forth. Lin Hao grasped his arm. Don't go. He is in a rage. Let us wait and see. After the crowd dispersed, some still criticized Wen Jian for his poor sportsmanship. Lin Hao remained silent upon hearing this. It was imperative to find an opportunity to discuss matters with Wen Jian. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Hao found himself disinterested in his phone. In this age of connectivity, news travels with astonishing speed. And the incident had already circulated through the university, complete with footage. An hour later, Lin Hao received a call from Coach Li, summoning all players to the gymnasium without exception. Lin Hao sensed the gravity of the situation. A seemingly trivial one-on-one confrontation could potentially lead to dire consequences. Not in the form of physical altercations, but rather a significant shift in the league dynamics. The injury of a core player from the defending champion team would undeniably diminish their strength. Nankai University would not remain passive in this scenario. Should it be confirmed that Wen Jian had acted maliciously, Li Kun would be compelled to provide an explanation. The resolution of this matter was to unfold during this urgent assembly. 10 minutes later, all players had gathered. Conversations buzzed around the room regarding the incident. While Wen Jian sat nonchalantly on the players and Appo's bench, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Li Kun, alongside another individual, strode in purposefully. Lin Hao felt a slight relief at the absence of Principal Peng, yet the implications of the incident loomed large. It was evident that Coach Li had received a call from Principal Peng regarding the matter, and now it was a matter of how to address it. Everyone, take a seat. The urgency of your presence here is not for training, Li Kun began, his tone indicating the seriousness of the situation. I trust you are all aware of the events that transpired at noon. Wen Jian, would you kindly come forward and clarify what occurred? Li Kun did not express overt anger. Rather, he approached the issue with seasoned composure. However, Lin Hao and Appo's concern deepened with Li Kun and Appo's calm demeanor, which seemed out of character given the circumstances. Wen Jian, visibly impatient, retorted, there and Appo's nothing to discuss. His injury has nothing to do with me. Li Kun sighed deeply, striving to temper his own frustration. Yet, Liang Xuanjin, unable to contain himself, erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Jian. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Just look at that video. It is clear you tripped him. Such a disgraceful maneuver. Who taught you that? I did not trip him. He stepped on my foot. Am I to be blamed for that? Wen Jian defiantly countered. Yang Xuanjin advanced towards him, his fury palpable, shaking with rage as he shouted, can you still deny it? With the video evidence, your petty tricks are hardly convincing. Wen Jian, taken aback, fell silent. Realizing he dared not defy authority in the presence of the coach, Li Kun inhaled deeply, offering a wry smile. The video is out, and I received a call from Principal Peng instructing me to handle this situation. As a coach of Nanshi University, I cannot evade responsibility for this incident. To provide accountability to Nankai University and a response to the league, you must leave. What? Nankai University is already aware? The league knows too? Murmurs of disbelief swept through the players, unable to comprehend how swiftly matters had escalated. Lin Hao and Appo's apprehensions were confirmed. Nankai University had indeed pursued this issue. It was clear they had submitted the footage to the league office, prompting the higher-ups to contact Principal Peng, who had no choice but to issue directives. I refuse to accept this. What is wrong with a one-on-one challenge? Is personal sparring not allowed? Which rule states otherwise? Wen Jian shouted in indignation. Yang Xuanzhen was ready to retaliate, but Li Kun interjected, his voice laced with sarcasm. Wen Jian, you have crossed a line. You provoked him and executed a dirty play. The League office demands action. We cannot permit uncivilized conduct on the court. Not only must you leave, but Kaigawan may also face repercussions. As the head coach, I bear my share of the responsibility and will accompany you in your departure. Chapter 21. Suspension. The situation escalated dramatically when Jian was expelled, leaving Nanjing Normal University bereft of its core player. With Li Kun and Appo's departure, the team was left in disarray, lacking a leader for their matches. What did this have to do with him? The one who suffered the most was Kaigawan, the current university and Appo's most acclaimed player. Could a single injury truly jeopardize his career? No, I must seek out the league officials at once. Kaigawan must not be expelled. If he goes, I shall follow. Lin Hao declared vehemently. If you leave, I shall too, echoed the others. Yes, we will leave. We might as well quit playing altogether. Let us confront them now. The team erupted into a frenzy, each member eager to take decisive action. Lin Hao's leadership was unexpected, even for Li Kun. His motivations were not solely for Wen Jian but also for his opponent. Though his actions bordered on reckless, they undeniably reflected his character. To respect one and Appo's opponent is to respect oneself. Despite Kaigawan and Appo's repeated provocations, Lin Hao refrained from reveling in the misfortune at this critical juncture, which was indeed commendable. What are you all doing? Stop wasting time. Liang Quan turned back, scolding angrily. Coach Liang, this is unfair. Why should Kaigawan and Wen Jian and Appo's issues affect Coach Li? Xiaoming protested, his voice rising in frustration. Whether it affects the team is irrelevant. You are players, and your primary responsibility is to focus on your own roles. Do you not think this situation has escalated enough? Liang Quan was filled with frustration, uncertain where to direct his anger. The hard-won stability was once again thrown into turmoil, leaving him feeling trapped with no one to confide in. Everyone, calm down. There must be a way to resolve this. Impulsiveness will not solve anything, Xihua urged, desperately trying to restore order. Lin Hao observed the composed Coach Li, recognizing his efforts to prioritize the greater good. As the adage goes, if a teacher is lax, the students will become complacent. As the head coach, he could not sit idly by. Coach Li, I do not wish to see you burdened by guilt that affects the team. If anyone should take responsibility, it is Wen Jian himself. Each person must face their own actions. Although Wen Jian is the core of our team, anyone who errs must acknowledge their mistakes. And I trust that Wen Jian will not shy away from this, Lin Hao stated confidently. Li Kun agreed with Lin Hao. But he lamented that if Wen Jian could think this way, such a situation would not have arisen. Very well, but as head coach, I must take a stand. Do not worry. The team will continue to compete. I will not abandon you. Coach Li, this matter is not your concern. If anyone leaves, it should be me. Wen Jian shouted defiantly. You should bear the consequences of your actions. If you have the courage, go find Principal Ping and address this yourself. Do not expect others to clean up your mess, Mu Hao yelled at Wen Jian. Ignoring him, Wen Jian resolutely donned his clothes and walked out. Coach Li, you all should return. I will accompany him, Lin Hao announced, rising. Let us go together. I fear you may act impulsively, Li Kun calmly suggested. The others dispersed, returning to training after class, determined that no further incidents should occur during the competition, and injuries must be avoided at all costs. Liang Quan turned back to deliver a stern reminder. Exiting the gym, Li Kun signaled for Liang Quan to intervene, emphasizing the need for calm. Liang Quan felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. How could he possibly speak kindly at a time like this? Coach Li, it cannot be that serious. Let Principal Peng communicate with the South University side. Expulsion should not be the outcome, Lin Hao quickly interjected, attempting to devise a solution. Li Kun had considered this. But after seeing the video, he held a different view. He had called Coach Haifeng of South University immediately, knowing that tension existed between them. Haifeng was seizing this opportunity to hold a grudge. Otherwise, the situation would not have escalated so dramatically. He was displeased with the underhanded tactics employed by Nanjing Normal University, especially since Kaigawan was essential for their championship aspirations. With the strongest player injured, failure to secure the championship would tarnish Haifeng and Appo's reputation. Having studied alongside him, Li Kun recognized Haifeng and Appo's vanity and jealousy. Convincing him might prove impossible. Perhaps if Li Kun approached him in person, there might be a chance. Rest assured, I will not allow Wen Jian to be expelled. As long as he acknowledges his mistakes and seeks to amend them, I will find a way, Li Kun replied confidently. Lin Hao felt a wave of relief, knowing that Coach Li would not capriciously expel players, especially not the core member. However, how would the league office respond? Surely they could not dismiss this matter with a mere excuse. What does Coach Li intend to do? Is there anything I can assist with? Lin Hao inquired softly. Li Kun was taken aback. Lin Hao seemed solely focused on resolving the issue, showing no thought for his own position. Given the circumstances, Lin Hao should have been the one most pleased by Wen Jian and Appo's expulsion. Without Wen Jian and Appo's challenges, Lin Hao could reclaim his position as the core player without contest. Was this not advantageous? Contemplating this, Li Kun firmly asked, Lin Hao, I have a question for you. Please respond honestly. Not knowing what to expect from the serious expression on Coach Li and Appo's face, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. If Wen Jian is expelled, you stand to gain the most. Do you genuinely wish for him to remain? Li Kun inquired candidly. Lin Hao and Appo's face darkened. Such words should not have come from Coach Li. It was acceptable for Wen Long to ask, and even Mu Hao could entertain such thoughts. Coach Li, please refrain from framing it this way in the future. The team belongs to all of us. Even South University cannot be assured of success without Kaigawan. Team sports rely on everyone's contribution. Wen Jian possesses talent, and I believe Coach Li can successfully guide him to improvement, Lin Hao replied calmly. Li Kun felt reassured. Lin Hao and Appo's integrity reflected his character. Lin Hao and Appo's perspective filled Li Kun with optimism regarding Nanjing Normal University and Appo's future. Nodding slightly, they continued toward Principal Peng and Appo's office. Upon entering, they found Principal Peng engaged in a phone call with the league office, and his tone suggested a resolution was near. When he noticed their arrival, he gestured for them to sit and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. This matter appeared to be resolved. Principal Peng, I take full responsibility for Kaigawan's situation. It has nothing to do with Coach Li, Wen Jian stated with seriousness as he rose. Recognizing Wen Jian and Appo's willingness to shoulder responsibility, Principal Peng felt a sense of relief. Certainly, you are at fault, but Coach Li must also face repercussions for his lack of strictness and discipline. However, the primary consequences will rest upon you. Principal Peng stated calmly. He showed no signs of anger, having already expressed his displeasure to Li Kun over the phone. As Li Kun had taken the initiative to have Wen Jian accept responsibility, the matter would be left to them to manage. I will accept any punishment. But if expulsion is necessary, please ensure it does not implicate Coach Li, Wen Jian declared boldly, exuding a sense of determination. Principal Peng, Wen Jian is the core of our team, and we are currently riding a wave of enthusiasm. He cannot be expelled, Lin Hao interjected, rising to support Wen Jian. Please. Let us all sit down. Principal Peng gestured for them to take their seats. I am fully aware of the situation. I have made guarantees and commitments to the league office. Whether or not expulsion occurs depends on the stance of South University. Kaigawan is their key player. Your actions have understandably upset them. Thus, it is reasonable for them to seek punishment. Therefore, you must proactively apologize and clarify the situation. Furthermore, Wen Jian must face a suspension of at least 5 matches. At this point, the weight that had settled upon Lin Hao's chest finally lifted. With Principal Peng's assurance. What was a mere apology in comparison? Thank you, Principal Peng, for your assistance. We will apologize without delay after school, ensuring we do not take it lightly. Lin Hao expressed, bowing in gratitude. Principal Peng quickly raised his hand to stop him. Lin Hao, please do not rush. I have yet to finish. The league office has instructed us to handle this ourselves, but it seems South University is not inclined to be lenient. I will personally communicate with their principal. Li Kun, as head coach, you must also take action. I have heard that you and Coach Haifeng have worked together in the past. Whether you can facilitate Wen Jian's early return depends on your efforts. The 5-match suspension, even though it may seem like an internal penalty, serves as a cautionary measure. Should there be any further occurrences of unauthorized play or disregard for team regulations, dismissal will be the consequence. Once the directive was issued, it established a precedent. Overall, without rules, there can be no order. It is only because Principal Peng sees hope for the team's victories that he has opted for a lenient approach. Li Kun understands the implications of this. Principal Peng has exerted considerable effort, and it is he who must confront Haifeng. For the sake of the team, personal pride is immaterial. As long as he can agree, there is no shame in it. I comprehend Principal Peng's intentions, and you need not worry. I will handle matters with Haifeng, Li Kun calmly responded. With this, the situation appeared to be largely resolved. Ultimately, it hinges on Principal Peng's perspective. As long as he is amenable, everything can be negotiated. Upon exiting the office, Liang Quanan felt somewhat uneasy. He was acutely aware of the dynamics with Haifeng. Although they were acquainted, their relationship was merely superficial, with underlying competition. Coach Li, I should take the lead with Haifeng. I am relatively familiar with him. Making it easier to manage, Liang Quanan asserted confidently. Li Kun understood his implication and replied with a smile, "You are still young. There is a generational gap. I am closer in age to him, and certain matters require tact. Rest assured." With that, he and Wen Jian proceeded to the car. It was certainly acceptable for Wen Jian to personally apologize, while Lin Hao remained unable to appear. However, upon hearing Liang's words, he seemed a bit concerned. Watching the vehicle drive away, Lin Hao finally spoke, "Coach Liang, is there a chance that negotiations with Coach Haifeng may not go smoothly?" With a deep sigh. Liang Quanan had not intended to disclose his thoughts, but Lin Hao's perceptiveness compelled him to respond. Coach Haifeng is a man who values face, and their coaching abilities are quite comparable. Coach Li prefers nurturing new talents, while Haifeng hastens to rely on seasoned players to achieve immediate results. Liang gestured for them to continue walking and remarked, "Years ago, both of them trained together at the camp, but their differing philosophies led to their divergence. Regrettably, Coach Haifeng was bested by Coach Li in that training camp, and upon Coach Li receiving the Best Coach trophy, Haifeng harbored resentment. This incident has fostered animosity between them. Persisting from high school leagues through to university competitions, Coach Haifeng has always been at odds with Coach Li, who, despite his desire to evade confrontation, found it impossible. Now that Haifeng has seized upon a weakness, it is unlikely that he will easily relent." Liang Quanan recognized the complexity of the situation and knew it was best not to interfere further. Lin Hao had a history with Coach Haifeng. During his senior year, Haifeng had personally approached Lin Hao, offering him a guaranteed admission to Nankou University. At that time, Lin Hao had indeed considered joining but missed the opportunity due to unforeseen circumstances. Later, during his injury, Coach Haifeng visited Lin Hao, expressing his regrets and assuring him that Nankou's doors would always remain open for him should he wish to pursue basketball. However, due to the presence of Kai Gaowan, Lin Hao did not seek to ride on anyone in Appo's coattails. Even if he did not secure a championship in college, he would never accept a victory he had not earned. "I am aware of your connection with Coach Haifeng, but this matter is beyond your capacity to resolve. Fear not. When Jian's suspension necessitates your emergence," Liang Quanan said, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder as a final encouragement. Lin Hao nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the urgency. The second match is 2 days hence, against a team from the neighboring city, which is of mid-tier strength within this group. A normal performance should suffice for victory. Yet with Wen Jian absent, the challenge intensifies, and Lin Hao must rise to the occasion. "Do you have classes this afternoon? I wish to discuss something regarding the team." Liang Quanan inquired further. "I have 2 classes left this afternoon. I will come find you after they conclude," Lin Hao replied. "That works. Just give me a call when you're done, and focus on your classes for now." Chapter 22. Apology. Upon returning to the classroom, Xiaohua stood anxiously at the door, concerned that the incident would adversely affect the team. At a critical juncture, no one wished for any disruption. As Lin Hao approached, Xiaohua could hardly contain her impatience and hurriedly inquired whether he had indeed been expelled. The office of Principal Peng was not accessible to everyone, and shortly after leaving the gymnasium, she had been summoned by Liang Wenzhou. Now she could only wait in the classroom, while Mu Hao appeared utterly indifferent. Fortunately, expulsion was not the case. Principal Peng had imposed a 5-match suspension instead. Lin Hao would now accompany Coach Li to South University to personally apologize. He nodded in relief. "That and Appo's wonderful, as long as it's not expulsion. An apology is warranted, and we should also visit Kai Gaowan." Xiaohua expressed her excitement and relief, simultaneously devising a plan. "That and Appo's your affair. I never said I would go." Mu Hao and Appo's agitation was palpable, clearly unwilling to partake in the apology. "Our visit is a matter of camaraderie. Whether we go or not is our prerogative. However, since Wen Jian is our teammate, it is reasonable to apologize on his behalf," Lin Hao asserted confidently. "Xiaohua, please find out which hospital Kai Gaowan is in, and once confirmed, we shall go after training." "Absolutely," Xiaohua replied affirmatively. Mu Hao chose to ignore the conversation, believing that someone like Wen Jian was not worthy of his involvement. While Lin Hao felt guilt, it was overshadowed by self-reproach had he been present at the scene. Such an incident would likely have been averted. Wen Jian was vengeful and petty, Coach Li led Wen Jian towards South University, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of the situation. Uncertain of whether they would gain Haifeng and Appos as forgiveness, Li felt as if they were akin to a clay idol crossing a river, hoping for a favorable outcome but prepared for disappointment. By mid-afternoon, as Lin Hao emerged from class, the sun shone brightly. Mu Hao had successfully evaded the apology under the guise of training. And when Long quietly left without uttering a word, Lin Hao had no intention of forcing them to accompany him. His representation alone sufficed. He promptly called Assistant Liang and arranged to meet in the office. As he approached the sports building, he unexpectedly encountered Principal Peng, who was not there to meet Liang but to present a trophy. Their chance meeting was fortuitous, allowing for a discussion on the matter at hand. With a smile, the principal handed over the trophy, stating, "What a coincidence. Here, take a look at this trophy." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. It was a championship trophy, and Appos, 8th Provincial Table Tennis Championship, and Appos, upon seeing this. Lin Hao understood that Principal Peng had come to deliver the trophy to the sports department and had merely taken the opportunity to show it to him. He interpreted it as a gesture of encouragement, smiling as he remarked, "The table tennis team has done splendidly. They are indeed a source of pride for our university. Knowing it brings pride is good. If your basketball team can also secure a championship this year, that would be a splendid conclusion," Principal Peng replied. Reclaiming the trophy as they proceeded inside, Lin Hao dared not guarantee the basketball team and Appos as potential for victory. They had talent but lacked the necessary results. And all he could do was strive harder. Inside the office, the sports department leaders were engaged in discussions about the championship, with only Liang Wenzhong focused intently on strategy. The principal and Appos' arrival with good news brought collective joy. Liang Wenzhong, being part of the sports team, also felt a sense of shared glory. After the announcement, Liang Wenzhong led Lin Hao to the edge of the football field, where some students were still attending physical education classes. They chose a shaded area along the track to sit. "I called you here to discuss something. You know Wen Jian and Appos, as character, he does not yield to anyone. Now that you are officially back, the strategy will gradually shift towards you. You two are like two chopsticks. United you succeed, divided you suffer. I must give you a clear understanding," Liang Wenzhong conveyed, adhering to Li Kun and Appos' directive. Lin Hao had no strong opinions. He would follow the coach and Appos' plans. However, he recognized that performance required personal effort. If Wen Jian and Appos' abilities indeed surpassed his, it was only natural for Wen Jian to be the focal point. Yet, having already begun to play, Lin Hao and Appos' talent was greater than Wen Jian and Appos', and once he regained his form, he feared Wen Jian might harbor thoughts of rivalry. After nodding in acknowledgement, Liang Wenzhong continued, "Coach Li and I have discussed this. The current strategic core remains with Wen Jian. However, with his 5-match suspension, the strategy will suddenly shift. It is certain that, for now, it will not be you. You cannot be on the court for too long yet. But you have always been the core of this team, and I believe you will carve out your own place in basketball again. This is a process and an opportunity. Coach Li intends to craft you into the Jordan and Pippen of our university. Their story needs no introduction. You are the Jordan of our institution, while Wen Jian will have to be the Pippen. However, this cannot be achieved overnight. You must prove it with your abilities. Your injury can heal gradually. And once you and Appos are in sync with the rhythm of the game, you will need to let your performance speak for itself. As long as you deliver outstanding performances, you need not worry about Wen Jian. I will manage that. Now, I would like to hear your thoughts." Lin Hao had not considered this matter on the court. The coach was the ultimate authority. Since they aimed to mold him into the role of Jordan, he was more than willing to accept the challenge. However, whether he could achieve this was a question of time and effort. "I am wholeheartedly committed," Lin Hao replied resolutely. He would not refuse the opportunity to embody the Jordan-like role. Yet, this matter must remain confidential. The team relied on every member, particularly the two of them. To secure the championship, capable players must step forward, Liang Wenzhong emphasized earnestly. Lin Hao comprehended their intentions. Ultimately, any action taken was for the benefit of the team. "For the upcoming game, I hope to play for a longer duration. I feel ready after these past few days," Lin Hao stated. Liang Wenzhong could not assure him, as all strategies were determined by Coach Li, leaving him only to provide suggestions. After a brief pause, he nodded, "You cannot rush this. Patience is essential. Always be prepared. There will be a moment for you to shine." Lin Hao understood this. As his injury healed, he would require time to regain his form. After finalizing their discussion, they made their way to the gymnasium. Liang Wenzhong was responsible for all of Lin Hao and Appos' training, which Lin Hao had requested himself. Now, he valued each opportunity to compete even more, as time was limited, and returning to the court would take considerable effort. This journey required diligence, encompassing not just regular training but rehabilitation as well. After an afternoon of rigorous training lasting over 2 hours, Lin Hao felt utterly exhausted. I found out that Kai Gaowen is not hospitalized. Their team doctor handled the situation. He definitely won't be playing tonight. And I heard it will take at least a month for him to recover. Xiaohua rushed into the gym, her anxiety evident. On the court, Mu Hao observed the two with displeasure. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the thought of going to apologize seemed absurd to him. He was merely using training as an excuse to avoid it. Lin Hao remained silent, initially believing they would visit the hospital for observation. Now it appeared they would need to make a trip to South University. By the way, they have a game today. Kai Gaowen surely won't miss it. Why don't we go to the venue directly and watch their match as a learning experience? Xiaohua suggested. Yes, the timing is just right. We can arrive just as the game starts. I'll go speak with Assistant Liang now, Lin Hao replied, hurrying off. Liang Wenzhong did not object to the plan. And Lin Hao turned back to Xiaohua with a reassuring gesture, and together they packed their belongings to leave. Upon hearing that they were going to watch the match, Wenlong eagerly expressed his desire to join. Others also wished to witness the reigning champions in action. Liang Wenzhong, left with no choice, called Coach Li. To his surprise, Li Kun and his team were already at the venue. Upon hearing their intentions to come over, they readily agreed. Coach Li would certainly not refuse the opportunity for a live learning experience from the reigning champions. Training in isolation pales in comparison to observing the strategies of a championship team. This approach undoubtedly yields greater benefits than mere diligence. By the time we arrived at the South University of Science and Technology Gymnasium half an hour later, it was already teeming with spectators. As a championship team, they naturally attracted many students, including those from a neighboring school who flocked to witness the event. Liang Quanman, accompanied by a group of friends, could only watch from the entrance, unable to squeeze inside. Coach Li, we're over here. Xiaohua waved enthusiastically at Li Kun, who was trying to remain inconspicuous among the crowd. Noticing the approaching group, Li Kun finally made his way over. Look, isn't that last year's runner-up team? Lu Yang is up there, Wenlong exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the opposing point guard. What is the fuss? It's just Lu Yang. There is nothing extraordinary about it, Mu Hao scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. Lin Hao scanned the players' bench and quickly spotted Kai Gaowen, who was seated in the center, still in his training attire. Despite his injured foot being clad in slippers and heavily bandaged, his enthusiasm for the game remained undiminished as he watched intently. Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that South University was leading by 10 points with halftime approaching. It was no wonder Kai Gaowen appeared so jubilant. In the realm of sports, nothing brings joy quite like victory. Isn't the atmosphere delightful? Li Kun approached with a smile. It surpasses our home court, primarily due to the crowd. Mu Hao replied candidly, albeit with an air of disdain. I am genuinely pleased you could come. Knowing your rivals is essential for success. Observing their gameplay is crucial for your development. Pay close attention, as I will inquire about your insights tomorrow, Li Kun continued with a grin. What? Wenlong suddenly realized he had walked into a trap. He was expected to provide feedback, and had he known, he wouldn't have come. Lin Hao noticed the absence of Wenjin, likely too embarrassed to show his face. However, judging by Coach Li's expression, it seemed he had achieved a satisfactory outcome. Coach Li, can Wenjin's expulsion be revoked? Kai Gaowen should be fine, right? Lin Hao inquired, looking over at Kai Gaowen. Li Kun nodded slightly, assuring him, rest assured. Everyone has paid a heavy price. I have already discussed matters with Coach Haifeng. He intends to impose additional penalties. And I have agreed to cover all of Kai Gaowen's medical expenses. He will be fine. Medical expenses? Why should that be necessary? Mu Hao questioned, perplexed. It's merely a symbolic gesture, a form of consolation. I've already taken care of Wenjian's expenses. I want to let him feel burdened, Li Kun responded cheerfully. The future of these two players was paramount to Li Kun. He would not allow such incidents to jeopardize their paths, which were still long and required ample support. I'll go speak with him, Lin Hao said, pointing towards Kai Gaowen. Li Kun promptly gestured for him to proceed, indicating that there was little more to discuss. Lin Hao's actions were entirely appropriate. After much effort, Lin Hao finally squeezed his way to the players' bench, seizing a vacant seat as other players rotated in. Upon noticing Lin Hao, Kai Gaowen's brow furrowed in disdain. What? Have you come to gloat over how we were defeated by Lu Yang? Kai Gaowen sneered, his face still brimming with confidence. Lin Hao observed the players' movements on the court and smiled gently. On behalf of all the players at South Normal University, I apologize and hope for your swift return to the game. Kai Gowan was momentarily taken aback, his furrowed brow transforming into a look of incredulity. Was he truly not here to mock him? Stop staring. I am merely offering my apology. Whether you accept it is your choice. My intent is to express remorse. I hope this matter does not breed animosity. I am sorry. Lin Hao then adopted a challenging expression, hinting at a future confrontation on the court, suggesting they meet again to settle things through skill. Chapter 23. Strictness. Kai Gowan would not believe his words. Now that he was injured, could an apology alter the facts? Unless he were to injure himself again for all to see. Such insincerity holds no significance for me. Look at my team. They could just as easily win without me. Kai Gowan spread his arms wide, a visage of audacity. Lin Hao glanced at the court. The players from Nankita indeed exuded a spirit of triumph. Their opponents were increasingly demoralized, their vitality long since depleted. Securing victory in this match was merely a matter of time, even if Kai Gowan were not injured. His presence on the court was unnecessary. Lin Hao, return and inform Wen Jian that I have taken note of this matter. And you, cowardly as a mouse, shall pay a price, Kai Gowan declared dismissively, turning away with disdain. All right, a splendid goal, take them down, Kai Gowan shouted towards the court, his tone still laced with contempt. Lin Hao, observing the self-important Kai Gowan, chose to remain silent. Just as he intended to leave, he unexpectedly encountered the approaching Chen Wenyuan. What a narrow path for rivals. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Chen Wenyuan's ire flared. Lin Hao, what do you mean by this? Have you come to gloat? She shouted. This is Nankita, not Nanchida. Leave. Her words were rather excessive. Regardless of past grievances, they were still friends at present. So why act like enemies? Lin Hao exhaled deeply, realizing that any words would be futile, and lowered his head to depart. Just as he took a step, Coach Haifeng, arms crossed and radiating confidence, turned and bumped into Lin Hao. Lin Hao had no desire for excessive interaction with Coach Haifeng, yet today seemed to conspire against him. The more he wished to avoid him, the more they crossed paths. Lin Hao, what brings you here? A rare visitor. Come, have a seat. Coach Haifeng enthusiastically beckoned Lin Hao to sit. Lin Hao merely intended to apologize and had not anticipated watching the game with Coach Haifeng. Moreover, this was Coach Haifeng's domain. He was currently coaching the team, and it was inappropriate to intrude further. Coach, I came to apologize to Kai Gowan. The injury came at an inconvenient time. And I hope you can forgive me, Lin Hao said courteously. Coach Haifeng glanced at Kai Gowan, who was indeed displeased, but he held no grudge against Lin Hao. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely on Li Kun for his lax discipline. Haha, you are too kind. This matter seems unrelated to you. So there is no need for concern. By the way, I heard you played yesterday. Then there should be no issues. Let us plan to have a meal together sometime. It would be nice to catch up, Coach Haifeng said, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder with a smile. Lin Hao felt elated. Receiving recognition from Coach Haifeng was deeply satisfying. However, as a player for Nanchida, it was impossible for him to become one of Coach Haifeng's star players. Of course. Since Coach Haifeng has invited me, I shall not decline. You carry on with your game. We will connect when you have time, Lin Hao quickly replied, stepping back. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had not expected to be seen by Coach Haifeng with that proud demeanor. It was certain he would not easily forgive Wen Jian. Lin Hao was not frightened, merely felt a tinge of guilt towards Coach Haifeng, who had once exerted great effort to recruit him, only for Lin Hao to decline. Returning to his teammates, the halftime had concluded, and the score gap had widened further. A 15-point lead effectively ensured their victory. Observing Coach Haifeng leading his players back to the locker room, Li Kun's gaze fell upon Lin Hao. He had witnessed the earlier exchange and felt compelled to say something. Lin Hao, how is it? Is Kai Gowan all right? Xiaohua stepped forward eagerly. Lin Hao wished to assure them, but the outcome had already been predetermined. All efforts were in vain. Kai Gowan is our sworn rival, if he were to forgive. I would offer my head, Mu Hao scoffed, his lips curled in disdain. Wen Long nodded in agreement, and Lin Hao could only shrug in response, feeling it unnecessary to elaborate further. Do not worry, I have apologized to Coach Haifeng, and we should return our focus to the game, Li Kun confidently addressed the group. The match was essentially over. Nankita's strength was indeed formidable, and any hopes of a comeback from the opponents were bleak. Zhang Xian, towering over the others, redirected the conversation back to the game. The consensus among the others mirrored this sentiment. Unless witnessed firsthand, one could hardly believe the sheer prowess of Nankita. From tactics to morale, they dominated their rivals. Devoid of spirit, even the mightiest strength could not be unleashed, let alone against tonight's relatively weak opponents. As the game resumed after the break, Kai Gowan had already departed the bench. Coach Haifeng beamed as he guided his team. They no longer required his direct supervision. As he sat at the sidelines, chatting and laughing with several assistant coaches, by the third quarter, the game had conclusively reached its conclusion, with the fourth quarter devolving into mere garbage time, featuring a lineup of pure substitutes. Even the substitutes displayed commendable spirit. This was the team led by Coach Haifeng, disciplined, each player brimming with the resolve to take on 10 opponents. When the final whistle blew, Nankita emerged victorious by an 18-point margin. The most exhilarated was Coach Haifeng. Such a resounding opening victory sent a clear message to the world that the reigning champions were poised for another title defense. Outside the gym, on the school bus, Xiaohua ushered everyone aboard. Li Kun drove himself back to the school, intending to engage in discussions after the game. It was merely 8 o'clock, and the 10-minute drive back to Nanchita's gym was a priority for the evening's critical matters. Approximately 20 minutes later, Nanchita's gym was ablaze with lights, and the coach took a seat with a tactics board in hand. Observing others' matches can illuminate one's shortcomings, as last year's champions. Some of you may have watched the live broadcast, yet may not have felt the atmosphere of the event. Tonight's opening match should be approached as if it were last year's finals. You have all witnessed the spirit on display. Let us hear your thoughts. Li Kun said with a smile. Mu Hao was the first to step forward, providing a straightforward observation. While I hold no fondness for Kaigowan, I must admit that Nankita's team is indeed exceptional. Their tactical execution is precise, and each player is fiercely competitive. This is certainly something we need to learn from. Li Kun glanced at Liang Quanwen, who promptly opened his notebook to take notes. As an assistant coach, it was imperative to document everything. Mu Hao is correct. This is the best and most formidable team I have encountered. We cannot belittle an excellent team because of Kaigowan. We must improve our capabilities and, more importantly, our spirit, Xiaohua stated calmly. As the team leader, Xiaohua consistently regarded the team as her responsibility. Regardless of the circumstances, one should always apply other strengths to their own group. I believe Nankita's strength is not as formidable as rumored, Zhang Xin remarked with a hint of indifference. Such a bold declaration. How could the reigning champions possess weak strength and still claim the title? The individual making such a statement was undoubtedly arrogant, merely seeking attention. Zhang Xin. Don't you think that remark is a bit out of line? When Long interjected, nearly on the verge of tears, Zhang Xin saw no fault in his words. Smirking as he addressed the group, look for yourselves. In terms of individual strength, Kaigowan pales in comparison to the peak Lin Hao. In terms of height, they possess but one player over 2 meters tall, and physically, we are no less than they. In terms of coaching, Coach Li's tactics are equally competent. So why are they champions while we struggle? Lin Hao looked up, recognizing that this individual had a point. Among everyone, he was the only one bold enough to speak the truth, and it was refreshing. Haha, I relish this perspective. It fundamentally seeks the root cause. So, what do you believe is the reason? Li Kun responded with no hint of reproach, but rather in agreement. Zhang Xin directly pointed the finger at Li Kun, asserting, the management style of Coach Li is flawed. Zhang Xin, what nonsense are you spouting? Silence. Mu Hao quickly intervened. His courage was not to be underestimated, nor was his life to be risked. Li Kun was momentarily taken aback, clearly feeling a bit helpless. However, since he had begun to speak, he felt compelled to continue. Let us first hear from Zhang Xin. Communication necessitates addressing shortcomings so that everyone may progress together. Li Kun graciously extended his hand. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, believing that Zhang Xin should not have spoken up at this juncture. Zhang Xin glanced around the group, not intending to offend anyone. His sole desire was to play basketball. You are all aware of Wen Jian's situation. The competition has officially commenced. Why then did he dare to provoke Kaigowan? This reflects the lax management of Coach Li. The 5-game suspension imposed is indeed severe, yet it is far from sufficient. Where there is a first occurrence, a second is bound to follow. Coupled with Wen Jian's arrogance, he clearly disregards our authority. Such behavior is unacceptable in a team. Were I the head coach, I would never employ a player of this disposition. Not even if you were the MVP would I permit your hubris to disrupt the harmony of the team. My sentiments towards Wen Jian are devoid of malice. My motivation is straightforward, to play the game and secure the championship. I have spoken my piece. His words were forthright and authentic. There are no personal interests within the team. Engaging in petty scheming is detrimental and will yield no favorable outcomes. Xiaohua remained silent. Wen Jian had always been a thorn in the side of the team, and only Coach Li and he could effectively manage this matter. Dismissal was not an option. Only stricter management could suffice. Li Kun nodded in satisfaction, as such sentiments had been consistently echoed. The lack of stringent oversight had indeed led to this situation. as evidenced by the match against Nan Kuda. Following Kai Gowen's injury, Coach Haifeng enacted a sufficiently harsh penalty, imposing a 10-game suspension on Kai Gowen, with dismissal as the consequence of any further infractions. Coach Haifeng personally conveyed this to Li Kun and was renowned for his strictness. No matter the caliber of the player, they would invariably comply under his guidance. This is a lesson our coaching staff has taken to heart. We will heed your call and promptly establish the requisite rules. Li Kun inhaled deeply, realizing that strictness had become an essential approach for the team. A necessary outcome for the players, all aimed at achieving the ultimate goal of winning the championship. Though the regulations Li Kun had devised were already stringent, he had not anticipated the need to control off-court matters. For now, he could only set a precedent. Is there anything else that warrants discussion? Li Kun looked up at the others. The atmosphere had turned serious under Zhang Xian's influence, leaving those with thoughts unsure of how to express them. Lin Hao clenched his teeth and gazed at the group, advocating for greater tolerance and opportunities without complaints. We are a collective that requires mutual unity. No one expected Lin Hao to exhibit such magnanimity. Given his circumstances, this required considerable courage and determination. Li Kun glanced back at Liang Wenwan, and the two exchanged a faint smile, refraining from stifling his contributions. I support Lin Hao, Wen Long timidly raised his hand, casting a furtive glance at Mu Hao, fearful of disapproval. I concur, Li Jian signaled with his hand. The others offered little reaction, merely raising their hands in agreement. Since you all agree, what more can I ponder? Nevertheless, I must emphasize that our generosity may not elicit his acknowledgement. I am indifferent to that outcome. Mu Hao murmured as he spread his hands, speaking a truth that resonated. The pressure now rested on Li Kun. It was crucial for him to articulate the issues at hand. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Haha, with your sentiments. Today's exchange session is deemed a success. The onus now lies on me as the head coach. I invite everyone to hold me accountable. Li Kun smiled at the group. Challenges were imminent. Strictness had become inevitable. Chapter 24. Observing from the sidelines, the exchange meeting was undeniably successful, as Li Kun openly communicated with everyone. This has always been his coaching philosophy. Meaningful dialogue yields greater rewards. Through strict training and camaraderie, the team can advance further, and unity is essential for success in matches. They did not leave until 9:30, and Li Kun felt a profound joy after a busy day. He tirelessly pursued his passion each day without a hint of complaint. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mu Hao remained dissatisfied with Zhang Xian and Appo's comments, feeling that a simple matter had been overly exaggerated. As for being strict, that kid was merely making things difficult for himself, dragging everyone down without consideration for what he might be thinking all day. Noticing Mu Hao's discontent, Lin Hao understood he harbored grievances. However, one must keep such concerns to oneself. Regardless, the team could not function without Wen Jian. Mu Hao, regarding Wen Jian, refrain from intervening. I will handle it. Focus on your daily training tasks and ground your thoughts in reality, Lin Hao decisively instructed. The moment Lin Hao spoke up, Mu Hao's anger flared. Fine, that's your business, and I have no right to interfere. But you better convince him not to hinder my performance on the court. I won't provoke others, and I expect the same in return. Without waiting for Lin Hao's response, he stormed off to the restroom. The sound of the running water was as loud as Mu Hao's turbulent emotions. Seeing the tension between the two, Wen Long felt awkward in the middle. Lin Hao, don't take Mu Hao's temperament to heart, he suggested. Lin Hao shook his head. It's nothing, just a childish temper. True friends do not become estranged over a few quarrels, and Lin Hao did not allow Mu Hao's displeasure to weigh on him. With fewer classes the next day and ample training time, it was essential to be prepared to take the court at any moment. The following day, Lin Hao rose early for his morning practice, a routine that had become second nature. Not participating would leave him feeling unsettled. Curiously, during his morning exercise, he encountered Wen Jian. Not that Wen Jian was also practicing, but he was following a girl, suggesting some form of conflict between them. Lin Hao intended to greet him but noticed Wen Jian's unusual expression, so he merely waved from a distance. Naturally, Wen Jian overlooked this gesture. Lin Hao did not mind being ignored, but he was puzzled as to when Wen Jian had started dating without anyone knowing. After calming down, he realized it was not strange. Wen Jian rarely interacted with his teammates, and with only a few friends in school. It was understandable if he kept his romantic life private. The entire afternoon passed without classes. After lunch, Lin Hao took a brief rest before immersing himself in the training hall, typically closed to the public during the day. A few individuals had already entered to play half a court. Lin Hao said nothing, heading directly to the opposite half to begin his training. As evening approached and dinner was on the horizon, Mu Hao barged in with takeout, while others arrived only after finishing their meals. Lin Hao and Wen Long had been so engrossed in training that they lost track of time. Stop, don't act like fools, you forgot to eat, Wen Jian scolded, pointing at the two of them. Only I care about you. If you can't take care of yourselves, how can you look after others? Think it over. Friends are like that. They may complain verbally, but their hearts remain concerned. No matter how arrogant Mu Hao was, before Lin Hao, he would always be the subordinate. You went out to eat well and brought us this? I'm truly impressed, Wen Long grumbled while opening the bag. What, no drinks? You call yourself a rich second generation? How stingy. Just because I'm a rich second generation doesn't mean I have to serve you. It's already generous that I brought food. Hurry up and finish so we can have a one-on-one, Mu Hao retorted, bouncing the ball. All right, watch how I crush you. Wen Long laughed heartily, his mouth full. Lin Hao joined in the laughter, recognizing that this kid still had a heart. After a solid afternoon of training, Lin Hao could not deny his exhaustion. He still hesitated to run at full intensity, as prolonged running caused a bit of soreness in his feet. Continuous rehabilitation training was necessary to regain full mobility. And being able to resume training so quickly was already commendable. Lin Hao, do you have confidence in playing in tomorrow's match? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Lin Hao looked up to see her warm smile, a sensation that felt as if it could melt him. In truth, he dreaded direct interactions with her, as their gazes were always so revealing. As she spoke, Xiao Hua was already offering him a bottle of drink, her lips pursed, seeing that it was a sports drink. Wen Long swiftly reached out to accept it. You're the best captain, knowing I need to replenish my energy. Thank you, he exclaimed as he opened the bottle and took a swig. Ah, refreshing, delicious, he called out, reveling in the taste. Xiao Hua could only lower her head, somewhat helpless. And Lin Hao could sense her embarrassment. It was unfortunate that Wen Long was so oblivious, his actions lacked subtlety. Coach Li is here, Wen Long announced, glancing up to see Coach Li hurrying over, causing him to quickly hide the drink and hastily shovel food into his mouth. Their brief conversation was interrupted, and Xiao Hua pouted, tactfully stepping away. Rest assured, when the time comes for me to play, I will not shy away, Lin Hao replied confidently. Xiao Hua nodded, offering him the best response. Oh, this training is quite vigorous, and you're just now eating, Coach Li teased, quickly gathering the players. Everyone is here. I just had a brief meeting with Principal Ping, which delayed me. Today, I am announcing new rules. They're all in the team handbook, after training. Each of you will receive a copy to review thoroughly. If there are any questions, feel free to approach me for clarification. Coach Li wasted no time, announcing the new rules before moving on to tactical training. Lin Hao, you watch from the side for now. Everyone else, proceed with the tactical training as planned. Coach Li instructed. This was unexpected. Although Lin Hao was not participating in tactical training, it seemed unnecessary for him to merely stand by. Xiao Hua quickly approached him to comfort. Lin Hao, Coach Li just thinks you're tired and wants you to rest. Lin Hao understood Xiao Hua's intention to comfort him, but he knew she was mistaken. Coach Li was not suggesting that Lin Hao withdraw from training. He clearly had something special in mind. Though Xiao Hua did not comprehend this. Sure, don't speak. It might disrupt the training, Lin Hao whispered, focusing intently on the practice. Xiao Hua, feeling helpless, could only stand by and observe, ready to offer comfort if needed. Wen Jian, you need to take the initiative. The tactics are built around you, understand? Wen Long will watch your movements to execute the strategy. Once you start running, you first need to set a screen without the ball before finding space to receive the pass. Your mid-range shot is an advantage. Defenders 1T allow you to stand still and shoot. You must continuously run to create open shots, Coach Li demonstrated to Wen Jian before turning to the defender, Alan. Defense requires your full attention. When facing the opposing team S-core player, you must exert extra effort to stay close. The best defense isn't merely about actions. It's about sticking to him like glue, making him feel frustrated. Understand? With affirmations from the group, Coach Li blew the whistle to signal the start of the offensive play. Wen Long called for the ball, while Wen Jian deftly maneuvered around the paint, engaging in a near brawl of closeness. Wen Jian's movement was impeccable, and his screen setting was on point. After blocking Alan's defense, the ball reached Wen Jian's hands, and he executed a flawless shot, scoring effortlessly. As the ball swished through the net, Coach Li immediately blew the whistle, approaching Alan with a sharp reprimand. Why is your defense so poor? Knowing the opposing center will set a screen, you should have called out to signal your teammates to help defend. One should employ exaggerated movements to create the illusion of an offensive foul. When confronted with a towering screen, one must learn to fall back. This is how one generates such fouls. It is a psychological tactic that requires strategic thinking while playing. Do you understand? As the whistle sounded again, the game resumed. Lin Hao, positioned at the sidelines, absorbed every word spoken by Coach Li, particularly regarding Wen Jian's positioning. From the fundamental initiation to the climactic finish, every detail was articulated with clarity throughout the training process. It was so straightforward that even someone unfamiliar with basketball could comprehend it. Did you grasp Coach Li's concepts? Yang Quanfeng approached with a smile. This smile revealed to Lin Hao the astuteness of the coach. He skillfully employed a two birds with one stone approach, earning Lin Hao's admiration. I'm not entirely sure, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Yang Quanfeng paused, observing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, and with a slight smirk and a nod, he responded. Not fully understanding is to be expected. You haven't played in quite some time. But what about now? Do you comprehend it? Lin Hao glanced again at Coach Li's movements and strategies, still smiling confidently. Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten everything. Haha, splendid. Very well, continue to observe. Yang Quanfeng gestured with satisfaction. Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. Lin Hao had once been a key player, yet how could he forget such apparent tactics? Moreover, Yang's assistant seemed to be making peculiar remarks. Though it was evident that Lin Hao had forgotten, he appeared unusually pleased. What was going on with these two? Shoo. Lin Hao quickly signaled to Xiao Hua to be quiet, urging her to keep watching the training. Xiao Hua couldn't fathom the duo's behavior. Yet if confusion prevailed, it was even more imperative to engage in training. Pay attention to your positioning. Yes, yes, quickly keep up. Splendid. Coach Li employed a myriad of expressions and gestures. Lin Hao fully grasped Wen Jian's positioning. Both mid-range shots and three-pointers were viable options. To enhance shooting accuracy, one must have ample space to take a shot, making off-ball screens the most suitable and effortless strategy. A star player may score consecutively, yet a superstar must lead the team, stepping up during critical moments to rescue them. Coach Li aimed to mold Lin Hao into the Jordan of Nanjing Normal University, ensuring Lin Hao could rise to the occasion in pivotal moments. Adversity is defined as the ability to alter the course of events single-handedly. Wen Jian's mid-range shooting could accomplish this, but he needed a broader array of offensive skills. Three-pointers were Lin Hao's forte, two-pointers were equally significant and, for him, comparatively easier. Given Lin Hao's current situation, he could only rely on off-ball screens for offense, as physical confrontation was not suitable for him. Coach Li's training regimen primarily focused on utilizing off-ball screens for offense, applicable to both two-pointers and three-pointers. Though Lin Hao was not directly engaged in the training drills, he observed all the movements and strategies keenly from the sidelines. This was the essence of tactics, and the reason Coach Li had him watch from the periphery. Stop, stop, stop. Coach Li swiftly blew the whistle to halt the practice, pointing at Wen Jian and exclaiming, Wen Jian, what kind of game are you playing? Off-ball screens. How can you be out of energy so quickly? The court is a battleground. If this were the finals, your lack of commitment would squander everyone's efforts. Remain composed. Do not let personal emotions and complexities infiltrate the game. I demand your utmost dedication. Forget yourself and be a true warrior. All right, let's go again. Wen Jian shouted with enthusiasm. As the whistle blew once more, Wen Jian charged onto the court like a ferocious beast, responding to the commands with fervor. Be tougher. Don't step onto the court like a softie, hurry. Chapter 25, The Struggle for Dominance. Li Kun has always approached training with meticulous diligence, often reprimanding Wen Jian the most. Any minor inadequacy would be pointed out and required to be repeated until perfected. Only when a tactic could be executed effortlessly was it deemed complete. It was a bittersweet affection. The others were already drenched in sweat, yet Lin Hao appeared to be idly disengaged. Lin Hao understood that Coach Li's criticisms of Wen Jian and the insistence on repetition were not merely reminders for Wen Jian, but also a demonstration for him. Previously relying on three-pointers as their offensive strategy, Lin Hao, substituting for Wen Jian, had to undergo a comprehensive transformation to truly embody the role of a core player. Coach, it's already 10 o'clock. The gym will soon close, Xiao Hua quietly reminded. Though everyone was exhausted, no one dared to voice their fatigue, not even to sigh audibly. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's voice, each player seemed rejuvenated, fearing that their lack of energy would prompt Coach Li to extend their practice. Let us practice once more. I want to see successful offense and defense, Li Kun shouted, promptly blowing his whistle. A surge of determination coursed through the group. And Mu Hao had no choice but to grit his teeth and begin moving into position, while Wen Jian sprinted from the baseline. Li Jian decisively stepped forward to block, executing a swift move that sent Alan tumbling to the ground. As the player providing assistance rushed in, Wen Jian received the ball, the defense already in place. With a feint, Wen Jian misled Xiao Kai, who astutely raised his hands to defend. However, Wen Jian's formidable strength allowed him to navigate through the left flank. Suddenly halting to take a shot, The basketball swished through the net with precision. The whistle blew once more, and Lin Hao joined in applause. It was indeed a beautiful play. Gasping for breath, Wen Jian emphatically pounded his chest to boost his own morale, while a Dong and another teammate hurried over to give him a high five. This was Wen Jian's signature post-score gesture, with a Dong and his teammate as substitutes, offering their full support for his offensive prowess. The defense, particularly Xiao Kai's assistance, was commendable and effective. In such a scenario, if he could score, it would be a testament to his skill. Executing the defense well was an admirable feat. Li Kun clapped his hands, offering the highest praise to everyone. Only then did the group finally exhale, leaning on their knees in exhaustion. Without Li Kun's concession, none dared to leave. Today's training concludes here. Reflect on your movements while you sleep, understand your roles, and review the training as if watching a film, identifying areas for improvement. Tomorrow's match will be challenging. Let us all strive for excellence. Li Kun encouraged again, and the players gradually made their way to the sidelines. Observing the team's weary state, Li Kun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was what training should be. Their usual movements were mere warm-ups. As he left the gym, Lin Hao was the only one who lingered, seemingly with something to say. Noticing Lin Hao's demeanor, Xiaohua decided to stay back with him. Once everyone had exited, Lin Hao picked up his phone and said, "Coach Li, I understand the tactics now. You can rest assured." Li Kun turned back, seeing Lin Hao still present, and gestured for him to exit the gym first. Liang Quanquan, packing his belongings, remarked, "They say basketball talent is crucial, and that couldn't be more accurate. It's rare to see Lin Hao so quickly adapt to the tactical mindset. Indeed, it's all within your grasp. You truly are remarkable." Li Kun replied with a smile, and the group departed with purposeful strides. Xiaohua appeared somewhat perplexed, taking a while to realize that this training was intended for Lin Hao's benefit. By using Wen Jian as the focal point, they aimed to provide Lin Hao with a learning opportunity. They were indeed astute. Seeing Xiaohua smile, Lin Hao explained, "When Jian is suspended, the match will be quite difficult. Coach Li intends for me to play, but he worries about my integration into the tactics, hence the focus on training." Clever people make things look easy. All right. You all should head back. Good luck tomorrow, Li Kun said with a satisfied smile. Lin Hao nodded resolutely, hoping to respond with actions in the upcoming match. The following day's game drew a crowd of basketball enthusiasts from the entire school, including numerous female admirers drawn by Lin Hao's presence. It was well known that Lin Hao had remained single since his breakup with Chan Weiyuan, leading many admirers to inquire about him, yet they found it difficult to approach him, opting instead to seize the opportunity to watch the game live. Lin Hao's mind was wholly consumed by basketball, seemingly indifferent to romantic pursuits, especially regarding unfamiliar girls. The game was set to begin at 6 o'clock, but Lin Hao intentionally arrived at the venue by 5. Initially contemplating a meal but fearing that overeating would hinder his performance on the court. Thus, the three only nibbled on a piece of bread before hastening to the gym. Upon entering, they were surprised to find Wen Jian in training attire, shooting hoops, a rarity indeed. It was uncommon to see Wen Jian arrive so early. Could it be that his suspension had ignited a newfound determination? Well, the sun must be rising in the west. Someone beat us here? Mu Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Hao shot him a glare, and Mu Hao shrugged, retreating to the locker room. Wen Jian seemed oblivious to their presence, focusing solely on his shots. In the locker room, Mu Hao scoffed derisively. "Well, it's of no use. He won't get a chance to play anyway, just posturing. Come on, we're all teammates." A few kind words won't hurt, Lin Hao urged, wishing to avoid further conflict. Seeing the tension escalate, Wen Long, caught in the middle, quickly intervened. "Hey, I heard tonight's opponent has some real skill. We should warm up quickly. Why fear? With Lin Hao around, we can take on anyone," Mu Hao replied confidently. Striding out, Lin Hao remained silent, while Mu Hao exuded an air of self-assuredness. Glancing back, Wen Jian was still deeply immersed in shooting. It would be ideal to have a brief chat with him now. Yet, Lin Hao opted for a casual greeting instead. As he approached, dribbling the ball, he noticed Wen Jian already drenched in sweat, clearly invested in his practice. "You're here early. I see you're eager to win this game. I'll be waiting for you to return and fight alongside me," Lin Hao said, continuing to dribble. Wen Jian feigned a dribble, swiftly creating space before executing a sudden jump shot. With a soft touch and a beautiful arc, the ball swished through the net. "Don't try to get chummy. I'm suspended, and you're pleased about it. But let me tell you this, don't think that makes you the core. I am the leader of this team." Wen Jian retorted with a dismissive smirk. Indeed, he was formidable, such was Wen Jian's nature. Regardless of the words exchanged, he remained proud. Lin Hao, however, had never sought his validation. He preferred to take things slowly. When Jian, heed my words, I do not acknowledge your claim to leadership. The purpose of competition is to promote the spirit of sportsmanship. If you insist on establishing a hierarchy, I must inform you that leadership is not seized. It is earned through performance. Lin Hao responded with equal firmness, asserting that a man should speak with conviction. Moreover, I appreciate that you've carried the team during my absence. Now that I've returned, I will do my utmost to help the team advance further. If the team requires me more than you, then I'm afraid that reflects your own limitations. Lin Hao intended to provoke Wen Jian into rising to the occasion. For mutual encouragement was essential for enhancing individual capabilities. Wen Jian had significant potential. With proper cultivation, he could achieve greatness. Good. I was waiting for you to say that. You'd better perform well. I won the first game, and now it's your turn to secure this victory. Wen Jian shot back, clearly focused on the immediate match as a means of competition. Lin Hao glared at Wen Jian, fully aware that he was being provoked, and that it was a challenge. Coach Li had not explicitly stated his participation. How could he fight? And how could he win? Are you afraid? You often proclaim the need to prove oneself through capability. Yet you hesitate to acknowledge your previous statements. Wen Jian remarked with a mocking glare, observing whether he would dare to speak. One cannot simply falter due to minor difficulties. The match has yet to commence, and the coach's intentions are still to be conveyed. Lin Hao would certainly not concede defeat. To propose that a single game could dictate the outcome is rather presumptuous. The competition is lengthy, and if one were to wager, it should be on the championship itself. Lin Hao firmly retorted. Such audacity, Wen Jian scoffed, deriding Lin Hao's grand aspirations while neglecting the task at hand. One must remain grounded rather than chase after lofty ideals. However, Lin Hao refused to back down. The time on the court is something he has earned. And with Coach Li's evident support for his participation, why would he hesitate to accept? Tonight, I can certainly engage in a wager with you. But it will not yield a definitive victor. I await your return for a true contest. As for this match, I shall secure victory. Lin Hao declared resolutely before striding towards the center of the arena without further ado. Very well, I shall observe from the sidelines and witness how you claim this match. Wen Jian smirked disdainfully, then turned away to continue his vigorous shooting practice. Lin Hao has never known the taste of defeat, even against skilled adversaries like Kai Gowen. He has never felt fear, especially now, as he aims to inspire his teammates. He need not worry about Wen Jian's provocations, for with Coach Li's presence, the duo of Jordan and Pippin will surely come into play. Teammates began to arrive, with Li Kun and Liang Quan arriving early. The venue welcomed fans, commentators, and a subtle melody filled the air, while Lin Hao maintained a brisk rhythm, dribbling the ball along the sidelines. The provincial media university team had also arrived well in advance. Aside from acclimatizing to the venue, they seemed unfazed by the pressure of competition. The news of Wen Jian's suspension was already widespread, and Lin Hao's inability to play had been known for a year. Without their core player, Nanchita appeared to be a mere pushover. 5 minutes before the match commenced, all players gathered, excluding Wen Jian. Li Kun, holding a tactical board, outlined a straightforward strategy before announcing, "Let us adopt this approach in the first quarter. Defense. We must intensify our physicality while establishing our counterattack rhythm. Li Jian, you two must safeguard the rebounds in the paint, as the opposition will likely focus on interior plays." Li Kun was aware that the opposing guard, Lu Yang, was pivotal. Yet his primary concern lay elsewhere. The provincial media university would undoubtedly exploit their inside game due to their lack of three-point proficiency. Wen Long, ensure that the pace is well regulated. Li Song, your three-point shooting must be reliable. Only if you find your rhythm shall we have a chance at victory. As the match whistle blew, Li Kun put away his pen, clapped his hands, and rallied, "Let us go, let us go." The starting five, known as the Five Tigers, jogged towards the center of the court, yet Lin Hao was notably absent from their ranks. Chapter 26, Dejection. At this moment, Wen Jian, seated in the audience, wore a faint, cold smile. It was hardly surprising that Lin Hao was not included in the starting lineup. His absence from the practical training served as the clearest indication. If he wasn't even a starter, how could he contend for the position of the team's leader? "Lin Hao, don't be anxious. There will certainly be an opportunity," Xiaohua gently consoled him as she approached. Her intentions were good, yet in reality, Lin Hao harbored little concern. Given his current circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for him not to be featured in the starting roster. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating his intent to watch the game. As the teams prepared for tip-off, Shang Media successfully gained possession and immediately passed the ball to Lu Yang, clad in jersey number 0. Lu Yang was a player known for his methodical approach. He possessed speed, steady ball control, and a reliable mid-range shot. not to mention his capability for three-pointers when given space. The only drawback was his lack of height, yet that did not impede his potential as a commendable player. When Long advanced, tightly marking Liu Yang to prevent any breakthroughs. Prior to the match, Liu Yang's coach had emphasized the need for enhanced physicality against Nanshida University, advising that the best way to counter their press was for Liu Yang to drive in and draw fouls. However, to everyone's surprise, the game commenced with physical confrontations. Liu Yang remained composed, opting instead to create space and dismantle the press through ball movement. After 3 quick passes, the ball found its way to the 21st center, who immediately positioned himself to back down against Li Jian. Li Jian's defense was tenacious, firmly holding his ground. After 2 failed dribbles against Li Jian's solid defense, Liu Yang decisively passed the ball out. As the shot clock dwindled, the 6th small forward took a mid-range jumper, successfully concluding the possession. "Get back on defense, accelerate," Li Kun shouted anxiously from the sidelines. When Long brought the ball across half-court, signaling the play, the absence of Wen Jian's movements left the court feeling somewhat vacant. Mu Hao, playing as a small forward, assumed the role of the offensive focal point. He skillfully found an opening through a screen, driving the ball decisively and utilizing his physicality to score. In contrast, Liu Yang's control of the game fluctuated between rapid and deliberate, demonstrating an excellent grasp of tempo as he gradually imposed Nanshida's rhythm upon the match. Utilizing offensive screens, the 21st center set a pick, drawing Li Jian away, while the help defense from Li Song struggled to keep pace, allowing easy scoring opportunities. The interior defense was nearly overwhelmed. Midway through the first quarter, Li Kun called 2 timeouts. "Li Song, what are you doing? Are you in a daze? You know they are setting screens. Why are you retreating? Be more assertive and use your body to hold your ground," Li Kun shouted, slapping the tactical board in frustration. Li Song, holding his waist, nodded repeatedly, aware that his defense had become a liability and accepting the criticism. Yet, he was puzzled, feeling as though he were under a spell on the court, sensing a disconnect between his intentions and his capabilities. "Mu Hao, you've fallen into your old habits. Don't play too recklessly. Continuous physical confrontations will quickly drain your stamina. Li Song is open for three-pointers. Leverage your ability to create opportunities for your teammates. Only when everyone can score will we have hope for this game," Li Kun admonished Mu Hao before the game resumed. This time, Li Song did not allow the opposing team to easily execute screens and drive to the basket. As the center drew Li Jian away, Li Song closely marked his opponent, denying any space for a shot. Observing the breakdown of the screen, Liu Yang decided to take matters into his own hands, using his speed to create a one-on-one situation. Wen Long, however, did not grant him the space to penetrate, maintaining a pressing defense that nearly provoked an altercation. Fortunately, Wen Long's temperament kept matters from escalating. "Quick, get back on defense," Li Kun urged. But the basket still found its way through. With a long sigh, he lamented, "Where is your defense? Are you all asleep?" Although Wen Long's defense was sound, the opposing team managed to seize a rebound and initiate a fast break, with Liu Yang outrunning Wen Long and finding himself unguarded on 2 occasions. As the first quarter concluded, Nanshida was trailing by 8 points. 4 of those points had come from uncontested fast breaks, revealing a gaping hole in the defensive framework. As a coach, this was a source of ridicule. "Look at this defense. I have always emphasized the importance of defense. What has happened to our 3-2 zone? How can their guards execute fast breaks so effortlessly? What kind of game is this?" Li Kun seethed, nearly shattering the tactical board, his face flushed with anger. "Not only do we lack an offensive core, but we can't even manage simple defense. Why can't you apply what we practice every day on the court? Are you also foolish? Use your brains to play. Remember the defensive strategies I taught you. Don't panic on the court. This isn't your first game. As we head into the second quarter, I expect you all to remain composed. We cannot afford any more defensive lapses." Lowering his tone after the outburst, Li Kun prepared to continue the game. Lin Hao, standing at the back, remained silent. Given the flow of the match, it seemed an appropriate time for him to enter. Yet Li Kun didn't even glance in his direction, opting instead to substitute in other players. Lin Hao had no choice but to sit quietly and observe the unfolding game. Wen Jian in the stands continued to revel in the situation, without him. The offense was simply riddled with flaws. Now, even the defense seemed lacking. What could they possibly offer to defeat their opponents? The identity of the team's leader was plainly evident, and Wen Jian perceived his suspension as a means to illuminate the team's deficiencies in his absence. Upon entering the game, Mu Hao refrained from impulsiveness, adhering strictly to the coach's directives. He drove to attract defenders before passing to Li Song stationed at the baseline, who, despite being nearly unguarded, missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts. Li Kun was left speechless. The strategy had been executed, yet the shots failed to find their mark. This was a reflection of a player's inability to seize opportunities when they arose. Observing yet another missed shot, Li Kun felt helpless, reminiscent of Lin Hao's three-point prowess. Had those attempts been taken by Lin Hao, the score would have been much closer. Oh, so close, Xiaohua exclaimed, clenching her fist in disappointment. A collective sigh echoed through the arena as Li Tsong's third shot rattled off the rim, failing to find its way through. At that moment, Lin Hao's expression darkened. Nanchita was now trailing by 12 points with just 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Scoring had become an urgent necessity. Failure to do so would further erode morale. Extinguishing any chance of a comeback, Li Kun quickly called for the final timeout. One by one, his players trudged off the court, looking as if they had already accepted defeat. Get your spirits up. What does it matter that you've lost by this margin? This is a competition, not a slumber party. 12 points are hardly insurmountable. Li Kun berated them, at a loss for how to rouse the spirits of these dim-witted players. You're all grown men. Can't you play a man's game? Have you all lost your resolve? Who are you up against? They are the enemy. If they're the enemy, then you must bring them to their knees. Do you wish to be the first to fall? If not, raise your fists and fight like men. Li Kun's repeated exhortations were aimed at rekindling their fighting spirit. The team needed tenacity, especially in the absence of a core player. They had to summon the courage to compete. With nothing to lose, they should have no reservations. As the referee's whistle sounded, the game resumed. Coach, put me in, Lin Hao called out urgently. Wenlong had just stepped onto the court but heard Lin Hao's plea. Yet, the referee's whistle pierced the air once more. If Lin Hao did not enter soon, a technical foul would be called. Wenlong's expression shifted to one of concern. Lin Hao, filled with confidence, gazed at Li Kun, recognizing the necessity of taking the initiative. The team's struggle to score could only be alleviated if he stepped up and broke the scoring drought. Substitution. Alan, take a breather. You, get in. Li Kun, after a moment's hesitation, quickly signaled for the change without even making eye contact. Lin Hao swiftly removed his training attire, calmly approaching the court. Lin Hao, look. The male deity is coming out. He looks so handsome. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, drawing the attention of everyone present. Xiaohua could only manage a resigned smile, fully aware of Lin Hao's popularity among the girls, yet surprised by the extent of his acclaim. Indeed, good looks have their advantages. Welcome back. Lu Yang approached with a fist raised in camaraderie. Lin Hao was taken aback by Lu Yang's encouragement as a rival. This exemplified the true spirit of competitive sports. Regardless of the opponent's might or the ferocity of the contest, respect must always be afforded. Thank you. I will seize the opportunity. Do not hold back, Lin Hao replied with a smile, returning the gesture. The game resumed, with Wenlong maintaining control of the ball. Lin Hao positioned himself deep, observing Wenlong's signals. With determination, he shouted, Jian, Jian, get into position. As his voice echoed, Lin Hao slipped past the baseline, launching himself at a sharp angle from the free throw line, utilizing Mu Hao's series of off-ball screens. The moment he found himself open to receive the ball, the opposing center stepped up the contest. Realizing he had no chance to shoot, Lin Hao swiftly executed a bounce pass to Li Jian, who, left unguarded, scored with a bank shot, finally breaking the scoring drought. What a beautiful pass, Lin Hao. After a year away from the game, you remain as sharp as ever. But today, victory is imperative for us, the opposing center taunted. Thank you for the compliment. However, this is my home court, and I shall not let you score easily. Well done. Come on, show me your full potential, the center challenged, already advancing to position himself in the front court. This time, he was determined to overpower Lin Hao with his offense. Lu Yang lofted the ball into the paint. The center received it and aggressively backed in, using his body to establish position. Although Li Jian's defense was tenacious, the opponent's footwork was agile, and he was relentless. After pushing Li Jian aside, he executed a smooth hook shot. The sound of the ball striking the floor echoed, and the basketball soared out of bounds. Unbeknownst to the center, a wave of cheers erupted in the arena, celebrating a spectacular block. Beautiful, Li Kun exclaimed from the sidelines, clapping excitedly. Liang Quan was already jubilantly raising his hands, declaring it a top play of the game. Defense, opposite side. After delivering a block, Lin Hao remained vigilant, aware that the inside game was still a threat. He tightened his defense to create a double team. As Lu Yang took control of the ball, Lin Hao pointed ahead, urging him to press forward and deny easy organization. Wenlong anticipated this and extended his arms, closely monitoring Lu Yang's movements. Lu Yang could only retreat repeatedly to create space for a pass, while the forward on the wing slipped to the baseline to receive the ball, subsequently passing to the center. Upon receiving the ball, the center executed a quick spin to shake off Li Jian. Just as Lin Hao prepared to assist, Li Jian fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul, and possession shifted to Nanjing Normal University. Lin Hao hurried to help Li Jian up, patting his chest in encouragement. As the 21st center lamented the call, Li Jian had already inbound the ball. After receiving it, Wen Long passed to Lin Hao, who had returned to the front court. Following a rapid ball movement, Lin Hao found himself on the right baseline, completely unguarded. With a slight adjustment, just as the defensive player lunged forward, Lin Hao landed and released the ball, which arced gracefully through the air. Three-point basket. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, and the arena erupted in applause. Lin Hao refrained from reveling in the moment, quickly retreating on defense. The opposing team executed a swift fast break, with Lu Yong leading the charge. Wen Long kept a close eye on Lu Yong, maintaining his defensive stance. Utilizing his speed, Lu Yong penetrated towards the basket, suddenly halting with a feigned jump shot, followed by a smooth pivot to execute a layup. Stay focused. Are you still in a daze? Why allow him such an easy score? Chapter 27. Indispensable Li Kun would not permit any errors on the court. The evident lapse in concentration had led to the current predicament. Every basket scored could prove pivotal. And with Nanchita still at a disadvantage, they could not afford to relax. As the first half concluded, they trailed by 9 points. While a single-digit deficit was not insurmountable, once the momentum shifted, narrowing the gap would become feasible. Defense, and once more, your defense. On the court, every point could be the turning point. Why allow distractions? Have you taken the lead? In the locker room, Li Kun angrily pounded on the tactical board, frustrated that the defensive performance had yet to meet his expectations. And the offense was in utter disarray. The spirit you claimed to embody during our earlier discussions, look at your performance tonight. Are you still asleep? You chant daily about playing basketball, yet when it's time to step onto the court, you seem to be in a daze. Do you honor your own slogans? Li Kun's voice rose, not out of a desire to unleash his wrath, but because silence would yield no results. They needed to be roused. Otherwise, the game could not proceed. Those involved often lack clarity, while onlookers see clearly. Do not step onto the court and forget your purpose. Maintain composure. A clear mind is essential in the game. When Long, as the point guard in the team's brain, you must ignite your teammates' passion. Remember, unleash your fervor. Do not forget this is a competition. Li Kun singled out Wen Long with a commanding gesture, and then his gaze fell sharply upon Lin Hao. Lin Hao, are you capable? If not, you may as well watch from the sidelines. This was not mere provocation. Lin Hao's performance had indeed been lackluster. Although he executed the strategy, he merely filled Wen Jian's role without fulfilling Li Kun's expectations. With Wen Jian absent, Lin Hao needed to step up as the core player. The reason for observing Wen Jian's training was not only to emulate him, but also to find his own rhythm. Rest assured, Coach Li, you shall not be disappointed in the second half, Lin Hao declared, his eyes steely as he surveyed his downcast teammates. With determination, he raised his hand and rallied. Come on, let us fight together and showcase our game. United in spirit, they raised their fists in unison, their voices echoing with resolve as they strode confidently onto the court. The venue buzzed with energy, the music amplifying the crowd's anticipation. Despite trailing by 9 points, the fans' fervor for their home team remained unwavering. Xiaohui, they're coming. Hurry with the water. Xiaohua called to Xiaohui as she noticed Lin Hao leading the charge. With a determined nod, Xiaohui grabbed a bottle of water and approached Mu Hao, shyly offering it to him. At that moment, Mu Hao bore an expression of helplessness, his mind clouded by Coach Li's furious reprimands. Hey, Xiaohui brought you water. You'd better take it, Wen Long shouted, leaning in. Only then did Mu Hao realize his rudeness and quickly stood to accept it, albeit feeling somewhat awkward. Thank you. Mu Hao finally responded, accepting the water but still slightly uncomfortable. Mu Hao, bring your fire to the game. Let us switch positions. I'll guard Lu Yong while you take the 2 spot. Lin Hao called out, not bothering to elaborate. I'm fine, but what about Coach Li? Mu Hao replied, glancing at the seated Xiaohui, oblivious to her presence. Xiaohui merely pursed her lips, but Mu Hao was satisfied that she had at least noticed him. This is Coach Li's intention, Mu Hao remarked, glancing at the coach who had just stepped out. I'm naturally a 3, while Wen Jian is a 2. I'm not overshadowing him. I need to play my own game and rediscover my identity. This was Lin Hao's utmost desire and a pressing issue for the Nanchita team, though Mu Hao agreed. He was hesitant without Coach Li's explicit approval. Can you handle your position? If not, let Alan take over, Lin Hao asserted firmly, his gaze intense. Mu Hao and Lin Hao shared a strong bond, and given Lin Hao's insistence, he had no reason to resist. After a brief exchange, Mu Hao leaned in to whisper to Lin Long. As the game resumed, Lin Hao was not the starting player. Alan took his place. Lin Hao complied with the arrangement, grateful for the opportunity to play in the second quarter. Coach Lee's decision to keep him off the court at this moment surely stemmed from a strategic plan. The 5 players who re-entered the game transformed, displaying formidable defense, especially Lin Long, whose arms enveloped Liu Yang. The audience witnessed what it meant to defend tenaciously. However, as the focus shifted to defense, offensive plays faltered. The opposing team also intensified their defense, leading to a fierce struggle as the second half unfolded. Though the opposing team's offense was not particularly fluid, they managed to score through strategic picks. In the absence of Wen Jian, Nanchida lacked a key player. Li Tsong's three-point attempts were akin to a gun with no aim. Nothing seemed to go in. Throughout the third quarter, it was Mu Hao and Li Jian who bore the burden, and as the whistle blew, the deficit had widened to 12 points. Worse still, the players were utterly exhausted. "Coach, we can't keep playing like this. The physicality is off the charts. It feels like we're fighting for our lives," Liu Yang complained as he exited, leaning on his knees. "Well, it's a game. It's meant to be played fiercely. Let us hold on for one more quarter. 12 points is manageable," the long-term coach declared confidently, assessing the score. 12 points may not seem like much, but in the context of a formal match with only one quarter remaining, should the opposing team ramp up their defensive efforts, the game could quickly lose its suspense. Observing the score, Li Kun remained composed. Despite losing 3 points in the third quarter, the team exhibited the spirit he longed to see. Their defense was commendable. Let us not fixate on the score, for the essence lies in the process, with the outcome to follow. Li Kun retrieved the tactical board, outlining a strategy. "In the fourth quarter, I expect you to maintain your defensive intensity. When the opposing team heightens their defense, the best offensive opportunities will arise. Remember the numbered strategy. While you defend, also be mindful of your scoring potential. Utilize tactics to counter their offense. Set screens, execute precise passes, and switch defensively. Collaborate to dismantle the opponent's defenses." As he laid out the strategy, all eyes were fixed on the tactical board, minds already aligned with the plan. The numbered strategy was crafted specifically for Lin Hao, and everyone understood that Coach Lee intended to unleash their full potential in the final stretch. As the referee's whistle sounded, Li Kun quickly stowed the tactical board and gestured. Just as Alan prepared to step onto the court, Mu Hao caught his arm, pointing at the already entered Lin Hao. Alan felt slighted. Why was Lin Hao playing when he hadn't even started? "Alan, take a seat," Li Kun declared confidently, compelling Alan to sulk back down. Seated on the sidelines, Wen Jian remained disdainful. A 12-point gap with no standout offensive plays meant victory through mere defense was unrealistic. Lin Hao had already demonstrated his inability to assist the team in the second quarter. His presence in the final quarter would yield little. Had Wen Jian been present, the situation would have been entirely different, and the conclusion was clear. The team could not function without him. A cold smirk crossed Wen Jian's face as he departed, uninterested in witnessing the outcome of a game that seemed predetermined. After 5 games of suspension, he would ensure everyone regretted their initial decision. "Mu Hao, switch positions," Lin Hao called, turning to Li Tsong. "Defend, relax, and don't feel pressured." Li Tsong's South presence on the court was a testament to Li Kun's absolute trust in him. Even if his offense struggled, his defense remained robust. With a strong physique and nimble footwork, an embodiment of agile strength. This was precisely why Li Kun valued him. In the provincial media match, Lin Hao took charge of the entire defense, extending his arms to shadow Liu Yang, eschewing exaggerated, close contact marking. He instead relied on his footwork and wingspan to disrupt Liu's playmaking. As they approached the top of the arc, Liu raised his hand to signal, decisively moving toward the paint. Observing the gesture, Lin swiftly turned to his side, anticipating the impending screen from the opposing center. Before the screen could materialize, he took a deliberate step to intercept the path. With Liu's initial offensive attempt thwarted, he opted for a pass as his second choice. The center, caught off guard, received the ball and turned to face the basket with his elbow raised. However, Li Jian was too high, and the center elbowed him, causing Li to turn away in pain, clutching his face. Noticing the defense loosen, the number 21 center took the opportunity to drive inside. Li Tsong, seeing his opponent unmarked, quickly stepped up to confront him. Their positions unstable, they collided and both fell to the ground, creating chaos on the court. The referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling a blocking foul against Li Konghe. He initiated the elbow. "Did you not see that? That's offensive foul." Mu Hao rushed towards the referee to contest the call. Lin Hao remained silent, quickly helping Li Chong to his feet and patting his chest in affirmation. "You're not calling that elbow?" Mu Hao continued to argue, but the referee, after offering a brief explanation, signaled for 2 free throws. Lin Hao hurried back to defend. Perhaps the referee had overlooked the infraction, but that could not become a turning point in the match. Li Jian secured the rebound after both free throws missed. The opposing power forward, number 8, advanced to challenge him. Li Jian, protecting the ball, raised his elbow, prompting the opponent to retreat. The ball was passed to Lin Long, who brought it to the midcourt, initiating a familiar play. Lin Hao called out and slipped from the baseline. Li Jian set a solid off-ball screen, and Li Song received the ball at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line, then passed it to Lin Hao in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Lin adjusted slightly and, with an open look, took the shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. As Lin prepared to return to defense, the whistle blew. He noticed 2 players had collapsed on the floor, and the referee promptly called a foul for pushing against the opposing team. With the basket made, Li Jian was awarded an extra free throw, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Well done. Lin Hao and his teammates rushed over to help Li Jian back to his feet. The strength of Li Jian's screen had been formidable, and the opposing player, frustrated by his inability to penetrate, shoved Li Jian down, resulting in an opportunity for a 3-point play. Li Song, Yu and Mu Hao spread out, 1 on each side. Avoid clustering. When I don't have a shot, I'll pass back to you. Be patient and find the open man. Do not rush. Lin Hao instructed as he embraced the shoulders of both players during Li Jian's free throw. Such interaction was vital on the court. Lin had promised not to disappoint Coach Li. Li Jian's free throw missed, and the opposing center grabbed the rebound, passing it to Lu Yang. Lin had already fixated on Lu, aware of his speed and the necessity for a swift counter-preparation. You can't guard me, this time. I'm going to take you one-on-one and seal the game, Lu Yang taunted as he approached the midcourt, attempting to disrupt Lin's defense with trash talk. Lin remained silent, lowering his center of gravity and signaling him to come forth. Lu gestured for his teammates to spread out, simultaneously lowering his stance and executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles, looking for the opportune moment to switch to his left hand and drive strongly from the left side. Lin, having anticipated Lu's offensive route, deliberately gave ground. As Lu switched the ball to his left hand and prepared to launch his attack, Lin swiftly reached out, deftly deflecting the ball, sending it into the front court. Lu, a beat too late to reclaim possession, watched as Lin scooped up the ball and initiated a fast break, effortlessly scoring on an open layup while the opposing players had yet to cross half-court. An impressive display of one-on-one defense, truly deserving of the title of Best Defensive Player. But do not rush. The score has yet to be equalized. Chapter 28, The Turnaround for Liang Quanquan. The excitement was premature. During this crucial stage of catching up, his decision to have Lin Hao on the court was solely to achieve victory. In truth, Li Kun harbored no excessive expectations. If they were to lose this match, it would not be of great consequence. However, he could not allow his players to become disoriented on the court. Losing was trivial compared to understanding the reasons behind their defeat. Lu Yang remained undeterred, dribbling the ball forward with a smirk, taunting, "You're quite lucky, but it won't matter. We are currently in the lead. I'm still going to take you down." Lu Yang appeared intent on confronting Lin Hao, feeling the need to reclaim his dignity after having been sidelined earlier. As everyone stepped back, Lu Yang retreated a couple of steps, creating space with a series of between-the-legs dribbles, attempting to break through with swift movements. Lin Hao refrained from reaching out. The opponent was a point guard, adept at handling the ball, and any attempt to intercept would likely result in a costly mistake. Thus, he maintained a close watch on Lu Yang's footwork. Lu Yang, being quite astute, understood that effective dribbling required agile footwork, yet after a series of fakes, he realized Lin Hao was not easily fooled. With time running short, Lu Yang executed a sudden retreat coupled with a deceptive move, prompting Lin Hao to instinctively reach out. Seizing the moment when Lin Hao was momentarily distracted, Lu Yang forcefully drove to the right. Lin Hao reacted swiftly, recognizing the feint and quickly utilizing his wingspan to back off while maintaining a firm stance. Lu Yang, being a smaller player, was stable with the ball, quick, and adept at breaking through defenses. In a surprising turn, Lu Yang abruptly halted, pulling the ball behind him to his left hand. Just as Lin Hao stopped, Lu Yang opted not to take a shot but instead spun around and shot from the right. Lin Hao remained vigilant, sticking close to him. As Lu Yang leaped for the shot, Lin Hao extended his hand to disrupt it. "Hey!" Lu Yang shouted, indicating a foul, but Lin Hao had not even grazed him. When Long seized the ball and initiated a fast break, the opposing defense was too late to respond, allowing Wen Long to score 2 points effortlessly. Turning to Lin Hao with a gesture of satisfaction, The referee's whistle resounded sharply, signaling a timeout. "What are you doing, Lu Yang? This is a match, not a street game. If you don't want to play, then step off." Coach Chang Long berated Lu Yang as he walked off the court, nearly exasperated to the point of breathlessness. Lu Yang felt helpless. He could have easily taken Lin Hao one-on-one, but Lin Hao's lengthy wingspan posed a significant challenge. Lu Yang's insistence on a one-on-one was justified by Lin Hao's lingering injury, leaving him vulnerable in defense. If Lu Yang could exploit this weakness with continuous attacks, the match could easily descend into garbage time within 3 minutes, yet Lin Hao remained unfazed. "Stick to the strategy. This is a game. Is my plan useless? Are you deaf to my instructions?" Coach Chang Long scolded again, emphasizing that regardless of status, any deviation from the strategy would warrant reprimand, even if Lu Yang was the core player. As the game progressed, Lin Hao continued to engage in offense while encouraging others to participate. With a 5-point deficit and 8 minutes remaining, there was ample time for a comeback. It was crucial to maintain a high shooting percentage and not squander any opportunities. The team from Nanshida began to sense the possibility of a complete turnaround, and Li Kun's previous anger had transformed into tension. "Lin Hao, are you all right?" Li Kun expressed his concern. During such critical moments, the risk of overlooking the impact of injuries was heightened. Lin Hao felt no discomfort. The intensity was manageable. After a serious response, Li Kun instructed a few players to continue. "Mu Hao, do not reach out during defense. Just follow his steps. Do not attempt to intercept the ball," Lin Hao advised, knowing Mu Hao's impulsive nature could lead to mistakes, necessitating a preemptive reminder. Following the scolding, Lu Yang, though frustrated, dared not act recklessly. Lin Hao had no intention of provoking him. During this scoring phase, any harsh words could ignite Lu Yang's fury, potentially leading to a swift defeat. Pass. Lu Yang remained composed. Even if he couldn't score personally, winning the game would restore his pride. "Are we playing basketball or fighting? Is such aggression necessary?" The opposing shooting guard, number 5, landed and angrily pointed at Mu Hao, looking as if he were about to throw a punch. The 3 referees promptly blew their whistles, rushing in to separate the two. Mu Hao did not engage in an argument, raising his hands to indicate his innocence. "Is this basketball? You're acting like a fool. If you can't handle losing, then don't play." Number 5 continued to berate Mu Hao. Lin Hao quickly positioned himself in front of Mu Hao to prevent any impulsive reactions. And surprisingly, Mu Hao kept his hands raised, ignoring the provocation. With the referees intervening, the dispute concluded with a technical foul against the opponent. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank a shot, narrowing the gap to 4 points. The deficit had swiftly diminished from 12 to 4, igniting the opponent's frustration. Unfazed by their complaints, Mu Hao continued to defend with unwavering tenacity, ensuring no fouls were committed. As Wen Long regained control, the opposing defense intensified. Lu Yang, while guarding Wen Long, applied pressure to deny him a shooting opportunity. Wen Long pivoted and passed to Mu Hao, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left. Mu Hao executed a fake shot, causing the defender to leap, then accelerated towards the basket. The opposing defense collapsed, but Li Jian did not rush to grab the rebound. Instead, he effectively blocked Lin Hao's defender. Just as Mu Hao entered the 3-second area, he deftly passed the ball behind his back to Lin Hao, who was lurking at the baseline. The behind-the-back pass was undeniably skillful. By the time the defense realized, Lin Hao found himself in open space, confidently taking the shot and scoring. "Impressive, Mu Hao. That was clever." Li Kun applauded, surprised by Mu Hao and Appo's playmaking ability. "Get back on defense, quickly," Li Kun shouted, anxious that Lu Yang might launch another fast break. Lin Hao kept his focus on Lu Yang, whose task for the night was to prevent him from scoring easily. When Lu Yang was stifled, he resorted to attacking the interior. With several attempts to feed the ball inside and drawing fouls, Li Tsong became increasingly hesitant. With 4 fouls against him, he had no choice but to remain on the court during this critical moment, relying on his versatility to withstand the pressure. As the opponent's defense expanded, they deprived Lin Hao of 3-point opportunities, concentrating their efforts on him. Without a 3-pointer, Lin Hao finally understood why Coach Li wanted him to observe Wen Jian's training. Utilizing his individual skills, he maneuvered around his teammates' screens, emerging into open space. Catching the ball just before the free throw line, he released the shot, which effortlessly swished through the net, bringing his shooting percentage to an astonishing 4 for 4. "Get back on defense, hold your position," Lin Hao directed, pointing at the opponent who had slipped past the baseline, urging Wen Long to tighten their defense. Lu Yang refrained from bringing the center out for a screen, instead opting for continuous passes through the forward positions. After creating an opening, he drove towards the basket, overpowering Lin Hao, who attempted to defend him. The challenging basket showcased Lu Yang's remarkable individual prowess, and Lin Hao couldn't help but admire the tenacity of this smaller player. Quickly back on defense, Lu Yang shouted, but it was already too late. Li Jian swiftly inbound the ball from the baseline, and Wen Long executed a long pass to Lin Hao in the front court. Lin Hao, upon receiving the ball while facing number 5, did not hesitate. He utilized his skills for a rapid counterattack. This fast break was executed beautifully, reminiscent of a well-orchestrated play. Liang Quanquan clapped in approval, clearly satisfied with the performance. Li Kun chuckled and remarked that Lin Hao's quick reflexes were impressive. He too wished to accelerate the pace of the game, yet felt the moment was not ripe. Allowing them to find their rhythm first would be beneficial. The point differential had dwindled to 2, with 4 minutes remaining, ample time. Yet for the Provincial Media University, swift action was imperative to regain control of the match. On defense, Lin Hao remained resolutely focused on Lu Yang, who, with a clear mind, continually leveraged his personal skills to break through, consistently finding scoring opportunities. Observing some fatigue on the court, Li Kun decisively called for a timeout. There were still defensive gaps that needed addressing. In the final minutes, a robust defense was essential. He swiftly altered the defensive strategy, instructing Li Song to rest and allowing Zhang Xian to enter for rebounding support. After the substitution, Li Kun raised his head, his tone serious, commanding immediate man-to-man coverage. Lin Hao, you are to closely mark Lu Yang. Should there be a screen, ensure timely support in the paint, allowing him to break through while using height to disrupt. On offense, speed was crucial. Lu Yang had exerted himself for 3 quarters. His stamina was waning. Properly securing rebounds and accelerating the counterattack would be vital to clinching victory. Li Kun's ability to swiftly adapt to the evolving situation on the court is a hallmark of an exceptional coach in critical moments. The coach's role becomes pivotal in securing the win. Upon returning to the court, Lin Hao took the lead defensively, carefully monitoring Lu Yang's movements, disallowing him an easy passage. The interior began a fierce tussle, with all players employing their utmost defensive tactics. Lu Yang signaled for a forward screen but resolutely surged inside. Li Jian maintained his position, utilizing his height to disrupt Lu Yang's driving lane. As Lu Yang penetrated too deeply to shoot, he passed to the center behind him, who executed a quick floater. Li Jian swiftly countered with a successful block, and as the opponent retrieved the rebound and initiated another attack, Li Jian aggressively contested once more. Zhang Xian secured the rebound, prompting Lin Hao to shout. Zhang Xian, quick of hand and eye, executed a long pass to the front court. Lin Hao received the ball, but the opponent's defense was rapid. As Lin Hao accelerated decisively, Wen Long also charged forward, positioned at an angle of 40 to 50 degrees. Lin Hao halted at the 3-point line. Noticing an opponent retreating to defend the basket, Lin Hao seized the moment, launching a flawless 3-pointer. The ball swished cleanly through the net, and Lin Hao's decisive strike drew thunderous applause from the crowd, with everyone rising to cheer. Nanjing Normal University surged ahead in the score, and with only 2 minutes remaining, their momentum rendered them virtually unstoppable. Quick, defend. Li Kun's voice rang out, relentless, as Alan on the sidelines couldn't resist signaling for a 3-point attempt. Double team, now? Lin Hao shouted, pointing at the center who was backing down. Wen Long swiftly intervened, while maintaining his own defensive responsibilities. Observing the double team, Lu Yang quickly distributed the ball. Wen Long sprinted back, and the opponent, upon receiving the pass, launched a 3-pointer. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lin Hao had already begun sprinting towards the front court. Aware they were becoming anxious, he seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break, confident that scoring was well within reach. The shot missed, yet Li Jian positioned himself perfectly to grab the rebound, preparing for a long pass. Noticing that 2 opponents had retreated, he opted to pass to Wen Long nearby. Wen Long initiated the play, sending a long pass to Lin Hao before he crossed half-court. Lin Hao executed the motion for a 3-point shot, drawing the opponent's defense to leap. But he cleverly utilized the moment of hesitation to pass to the center charging in from the middle, Li Jian. A feint shot transformed into a seamless transition from offense to defense. Li Jian, with both hands firmly on the ball, executed a powerful slam, showcasing his dominance. Lu Yang, feeling the pressure, decided to take matters into his own hands, executing a mid-range shot that, however, circled the rim and emerged. As Zhang Xian reclaimed the rebound with just over a minute remaining, Wen Long confidently controlled the tempo, signaling for a high-percentage play. Aha, this kid has some brains, Li Kun exclaimed. Congratulations, Coach Li, you've successfully orchestrated a comeback. Chapter 29, Free Love in the final minute. Nanjing Normal University led by 4 points, having turned the tide from a 12-point deficit to a commanding lead, with the game essentially in hand. Liang Chuanwen's audacity to speak at this critical juncture was a testament to his experience. Today, Li Kun finally witnessed the ideal performance he had envisioned. As the team centered around Lin Hao exhibited a vigorous spirit in both offense and defense, aligning perfectly with Li Kun's basketball philosophy. With 24 seconds on the shot clock dwindling to about 8, the ball was finally passed to Lin Hao, who had managed to find space. However, upon receiving the ball, he was unable to take a shot due to a timely defensive response from the opponents. Lin Hao remained composed, opting instead for a high lob pass to Li Jian, who was positioned in the paint. Li Jian executed a beautiful turnaround jump shot, but unfortunately, it clanged off the rim. The opposition secured the rebound and initiated a fast break, with Lin Hao closely trailing Lu Yang. Seeing the shot go awry, they opted for a pass back to the baseline. Mu Hao made a decisive move but was faked out by his opponent, who found himself wide open yet still missed the shot. Lin Hao quickly gestured for Mu Hao to return to his position, confident that his defense required no double teaming. Li Jian was firmly boxing out the center, allowing Zhang Xian to step in and grab the rebound. As the opposition attempted to push forward again, the ball was decisively passed to Wen Long on the perimeter. Holding the ball, Wen Long signaled for a pause, knowing that with only 30 seconds remaining, they could afford to run down the shot clock before allowing the opponent another chance to score. The opposition, however, remained undeterred. Trailing by only 4 points with a genuine opportunity for a comeback, Lu Yang, feeling anxious, rushed in and pushed Wen Long, who dramatically fell to the ground. The referee promptly assessed the situation and issued a technical foul for the malicious act, leaving Lu Yang bewildered with his hands raised in confusion. Coach Chang Yuan, with his face covered in disappointment, shook his head, questioning why such fouls were being committed at this crucial moment. Wen Long, wearing a grin, took to the free throw line. Having unexpectedly deceived the referee with his antics, Li Kun gave Wen Long a thumbs up, affirming that his teachings had not gone to waste. With the first free throw made, the lead extended to 6 points, and with possession still in their hands, the outcome seemed secure, barring any miraculous turn of events from the opponent. Upon resuming play, the opposition resorted to fouling tactics reminiscent of Hack-a-Shack, sending Li Jian to the free throw line. Previously, he had missed 2 critical free throws, and now, with just over 20 seconds remaining, the pressure was on. If he could convert these shots, they would lead by 7 points, likely sealing the victory. After taking a deep breath and slowly adjusting himself, he released the first shot, which swished through the net. The second shot followed suit, and with an 8-point lead, Li Jian finally exhaled in relief. As the baseline inbounds play commenced, Lin Hao maintained only a token defense. Lu Yang swiftly dribbled to just beyond the 3-point line and took a challenging shot, but he failed to convert. The moment Li Jian secured the rebound, it was clear that the match had concluded. As the final whistle blew, Lin Hao approached Lu Yang for a congratulatory high five. Lu Yang, without any resentment, responded with a smile, acknowledging Lin Hao's recovery and expressing hope for their continued success. In the spirit of camaraderie, Lin Hao reciprocated Lu Yang's well wishes, expressing his desire to maintain their competitive spirit for their next encounter. After sharing pleasantries, they turned to head towards the sidelines. Winning together and sharing the burden of defeat illustrated their unity. Lin Hao raised his hand, and all the players gathered around, joining fists in solidarity. With a chorus of encouragement resonating, they turned to bow to the audience, acknowledging their triumph. Congratulations on successfully leading the team to victory. Xiaohua approached with a beaming smile to offer her congratulations. While everyone basked in the joy of victory, Lin Hao remained composed. The hard-fought match demanded further reflection. Xiaohua's accolades were expected, and Lin Hao, understanding the sentiment, smiled warmly. Congratulations to you too. As the team leader, we fought together, having staged a remarkable comeback. Lin Hao's reputation as the strongest student indeed held true. Mu Hao nodded with a smirk, though Lin Hao preferred not to label himself in such grand terms, knowing that true validation would come only with a championship title. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's hurry and shower before heading out for dinner, Xiaohua cheerfully called, leading the way to the cafeteria alongside Xiaowei. In the locker room, players from the second game had just emerged, warming up as the first game's players changed and freshened up. The atmosphere was relaxed, yet the excitement remained tempered. Aware that their victory stemmed from collective effort and Coach Li's passionate admonishments that had ignited their fighting spirit. What's wrong? Aren't we happy about winning? Li Kun observed the diminished excitement among the players and curiously addressed them. We're happy, but this joy should remind us that without Coach Li's guidance, we wouldn't have secured this victory tonight, Mu Hao replied seriously. Li Kun was pleased with this acknowledgement. It indicated that the post-game reflection after the first match had been effective. If the team could maintain humility and diligence, great achievements awaited them. Ah, you all beat me to the punch with your reflections. Since that's the case, allow me to add a few words. Li Kun set aside the tactical board and addressed the group. The second half was executed beautifully, especially during the comeback phase, where everyone demonstrated the spirit that basketball demands. However, the first half's performance left much to be desired, and we must analyze it thoroughly. That's all I have to say. We won. So I won't dampen the mood too much. Everyone should relax and enjoy. Go wash up and let us eat. Li Kun tempered his critique, addressing the major issues while reserving minor corrections for later. 1 minute on the court equates to 10 years of practice. Training is what fuels our performance. 10 minutes later, players gradually arrived at the dining hall. This evening was not sponsored by Principal Ping. The school had allocated a budget for regular game days, ensuring dinner was provided. Upon entering, Lin Hao spotted Wen Jian seated outside, across from the girl he had seen that morning. Adong and another friend were nearby, laughing and engaged in joyful conversation. No wonder he hadn't seen Wen Jian in the second half. It appeared he had found a girlfriend and skipped the game. Hurry up, I'm starving. Next time, I need to eat more before the game, Li Song exclaimed as he rushed to grab chopsticks and began devouring his food. Look at you, you silly pig. Keep eating like that, and you won't be able to run, Mu Hao teased, eliciting laughter from the others. Lin Hao chuckled as well, though it struck him as odd that Adong and his companion hadn't joined them. Wen Jian should have come in as well. It seemed that the three of them were still united in their bond, but had yet to fully immerse themselves in the team's atmosphere. Tonight's match had indeed been a nail-biter, with the first and second halves feeling like two entirely different worlds. Our victory was undoubtedly thanks to Coach Li's guidance, as well as Lin Hao's leadership, which unleashed their offensive prowess. I finally grasped the meaning of the best defense being a strong offense. Thank you so much. Let us raise a glass to Lin Hao. Mu Hao is far from reserved, believing that winning should be celebrated more exuberantly, especially among close friends without concern for disturbing others. Cheers, Zhang Xian declared, lifting his glass. Everyone rose, whether they were rotation players or substitutes who hadn't played. The shared victory was what mattered most. Lin Hao raised his glass, and after drinking, calmly stated, "This win is the result of our collective effort. It's not easy for us to come together like this. Let us be open to criticism and grow together. Let us eat quickly, we're all famished." Xiaohua shouted excitedly, her joy evident on her face. Shortly after they began eating, they realized that Coach Li and his companion had not joined them. Upon inquiry, they learned that the two had packed food to take back, as there seemed to be matters to attend to at the school. The time for celebration is far from at hand. The next match will take place this weekend, and it will be an away game against a rival from the same city. There is much to prepare, and as the head coach, Li Kun must ensure everything is in order. Lin Hao, when did Wen Jian get a girlfriend? That woman is certainly not ordinary. Mu Hao leaned in. Though he feigned disdain, he was indeed familiar with her. The young man's behavior was astonishing. Lin Hao was also intrigued by the matter. Since it had been brought up, he might as well listen. Are you referring to Li Ling? Shall we quickly asked, leaning in. Li Ling? That name sounds familiar. I believe I have heard of her, though I am not entirely sure of the details. Do you know her as well? Mu Hao asked dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the woman. Xiao Hui and Li Ling resided in the same neighborhood, but she was not a native of the South City. She had moved there for her studies, and her parents had purchased a house, reportedly for the purpose of facilitating her future employment. Li Ling lacked personal abilities but came from a financially stable family. After buying the house, she seemed to have transformed into a different person. I even heard she severed ties with several friends. Moreover, she is said to be quite pragmatic, having had previous boyfriends. Xiao Hui relayed what she knew candidly. That is indeed true. Her first boyfriend was a guy I met in my club. Her second boyfriend was a year older than us. And the third boyfriend is that fellow. Mu Hao chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Such remarks carried an air of contempt, yet reality was as it was. Rarely did Mu Hao express concern. As long as it did not interfere with the matches, anything else was inconsequential. However, the timing of this young man's appearance was unfortunate. He merely acquired a girlfriend yet felt the need to flaunt it in front of everyone. Lin Hao then understood why there had been such a fluster that morning. It was likely that Li Ling was upset. And Wen Jian was chasing after her for an explanation. Xiao Hui, does Wen Jian know about Li Ling's situation? Lin Hao quietly inquired. Xiao Hui frowned slightly, responding with a hint of helplessness, I am not sure about that. No one knows when they met. Wen Jian is rather secretive. Humph, look at you. Thinking you can intervene? Mu Hao scoffed, Let me tell you, love is a matter of free will. It is their affair. You should not concern yourself with whether he knows about Li Ling's circumstances. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Lin Hao genuinely wished to speak with Wen Jian about this. If Li Ling's pretentiousness were to disrupt his training, it would inevitably impact the team. He could not simply overlook it. Rest assured, I will not intervene directly, Lin Hao replied, then turned to Xiu Hua, saying, We shall not interfere with Wen Jian's romantic pursuits, but it must not affect the team. Keep an eye on this matter and discuss it with him at an appropriate time. Discuss? Xiu Hua was taken aback as the basketball team leader. How can I broach such personal matters? There is no need for us to worry. It would be better for assistant coach Liang to handle this. It is best to limit your interactions with such individuals, Mu Hao added, reminding them to take a direct approach. Seeing Xiu Hua appear somewhat troubled, Lin Hao chose not to elaborate further. It was indeed most suitable for Coach Liang to address the situation. Just as they were discussing Wen Jian, his figure unexpectedly appeared at the door. He entered, holding Li Ling's hand, with a dong and Xiaoji standing nearby. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This is quite unexpected, Mu Hao exclaimed, realizing this young man had come to stir trouble again. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Wen Jian's entrance. However, you should have joined them at the table. As a team member, he ought not to isolate himself. Xiu Hua observed the delicate atmosphere and promptly stood up, saying, Wen Jian has arrived. Come over and join us. We will all be delighted if we win tonight. Winning is your concern, not mine. I merely came in to settle the bill. Is it necessary to deride me? Chapter 30. Unconfessed affections. Wen Jian had no desire to engage with them. It was common knowledge that Lin Hao's girlfriend had been taken by Kai Gowan. And bringing Qin Wenyuan along was clearly intentional, serving as a means to vent frustrations from the day's competition. Lin Hao remained silent at this moment. His quietude was the most effective response to dismiss all provocations. He was acutely aware of Wen Jian's intentions, especially since winning the match had irked him greatly. Whether one chose to eat or not was their own affair. Do as you please. Mu Hao disdainfully consumed his meal, disregarding Wen Jian entirely. Wen Jian had little regard for someone as insignificant as Mu Hao. He sneered, You are not worthy to sit with me. After making his point, Wen Jian proceeded to the front to settle the bill. He gestured for Li Ling to wait and then approached Lin Hao. Humph. I didn't expect you to be so fortunate, managing to stumble upon success. But it matters not. It's just a game, and luck won't favor you every time. You best maintain this luck, or after 5 matches, I will ensure you regret it. Wen Jian's provocation was direct, an attempt to further antagonize. Fortunately, Lin Hao was wise enough to refrain from public disputes, knowing such words could easily incite conflict. Moreover, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing others behind their backs. My affairs do not require your input. Wen Jian issued a warning, effectively severing any unsolicited advice. Xiu Hua, standing nearby, felt helpless. How could he know everyone was gossiping about Li Ling? Ha! Who do you think you are, coming over to offer reminders? Mu Hao, leaning back in his chair, shouted without turning around. I also caution you, keep your trivial matters away from us. You know perfectly well what it means to play dirty. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Wen Jian retorted angrily, his tone brimming with hostility, ready to escalate the situation. Stop. Let us discuss this civilly. This is the dining hall. Wen Long quickly interjected, trembling at the thought of a potential altercation between the two. Mu Hao glanced back, and Lin Hao quickly raised his hand to signal calm. This gesture elicited a cold chuckle from Mu Hao, who patted Lin Hao's arm, saying, Rest assured, Lin Hao, I would not stoop to such a level. He continued. His issues have nothing to do with us. I merely wish to express that if there is to be a quarrel, take it outside, so as not to disrupt others' meals. Mu Hao's composure relieved Lin Hao, though it was merely a FAA day. Mu Hao had long harbored intentions to teach Wen Jian a lesson but was currently compelled to hold back. Wen Jian, I warn you to clean up your foul mouth. He shouted, his anger evident on his face. Enough, Wen Jian. Lin Hao decisively pushed Wen Jian's hand away. We have said nothing. If you wish to eat with us, then do so. If not, leave. Do not think you can stir trouble here. Lin Hao's concern stemmed from the possibility of Mu Hao truly losing his temper. Wen Jian's gesture was disrespectful and would undoubtedly provoke Mu Hao. Wen Jian, please respect your teammates, Xiu Hua shouted, her expression stern, unwilling to retreat any further. The atmosphere grew tense, with Dong and Xiaoji clearly siding with Wen Jian, their glares locked in mutual defiance. Lin Hao felt exasperated. If Wen Jian had issues, that would be one thing, but it was perplexing that Dong and Xiaoji were also embroiled in this dispute. Lin Hao had always considered them friends. Yet human nature was unpredictable. One may regard others as friends, but that sentiment is not guaranteed in return. However, Lin Hao refrained from voicing such thoughts, believing it unnecessary to address such matters directly. After all these years on the same team, it seemed the so-called brotherhood was merely a verbal declaration. Lin Hao found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. True character reveals itself over time. Xiaohua's intervention prevented the situation from escalating further. Yet when Jian stormed off in a huff, TCH, lacking talent but brimming with arrogance, Mu Hao scoffed. No need to waste breath on such people. Come. Let us continue our meal. He turned back, laughing as he beckoned the others. As they neared the end of their meal, when Jian's outburst had sapped their appetites, Zhang Xian boldly declared, when Jian's behavior is unacceptable, ever since he arrived, the team has been tense. If this continues, our chances of winning the championship will be in jeopardy. This sentiment had reached a critical point. The 5-game suspension was the root of the discord. They were teammates, and there was no need for matters to deteriorate further. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. We simply lack communication. We should find an opportunity to sit down and discuss this, Li Song suggested confidently, realizing that a level-headed individual must step forward. Li Song's demeanor reflected the traits of a successful individual. After all, he was the vice president of the student council. A person of such standing must possess some acumen in handling affairs. Li Song is right. We need to have a proper conversation with Wen Jian. This is not just Lin Hao's issue. It concerns us all. Xiao Kai agreed with a nod. With that, they had reached a consensus, yet Mu Hao remained unconvinced. He took a sip of water and pointed at the table, asking, is everyone full? If so, let us hurry back. I need to review some basketball footage. Mu Hao, you bear some responsibility here. It's always you who engages him in arguments. We should be more magnanimous and not stoop to his level, Zhang Xian retorted with dissatisfaction. Mu Hao truly wished to avoid dragging Wen Jian into discussions, especially with Lin Hao, who had suffered numerous grievances yet remained unrepentant. Zhang Xian, stop your incessant prattling. You deal with Wen Jian. I want no part in this. You all can sort it out, Mu Hao shrugged, preparing to leave. Lin Hao gestured for Zhang Xian to remain calm. Mu Hao's temper was indeed volatile, and it was unnecessary to let this matter sour their relationships. A minor incident could reveal one's true character, and Lin Hao wished to avoid further conflicts, not wanting to see problems escalate. After Xiaohua called everyone to leave, she followed Xiaohui out. Xiaohui chased after Mu Hao to offer comfort, while Xiaohua and Lin Hao headed toward the dormitory. The campus remained vibrant, bustling with familiar faces who recognized Lin Hao, aware of his prominence as the star player after the night's game. However, Lin Hao had never perceived it this way. All he desired was to play basketball, aspiring to become a professional athlete and fulfill his basketball dreams. Such superficial accolades had plagued him, drawing unwanted attention and conflict, especially with Kai Gaoan's unresolved issues. Wen Jian, I know you are eager to resolve this. I appreciate your ability to handle the situation calmly despite the provocation. I believe Wen Jian will eventually recognize your sincerity, Xiaohua offered words of consolation. She was a kind-hearted girl, always considering the feelings of others, prioritizing their well-being above her own. Nothing seemed capable of disturbing her, yet her sensitivity made her vulnerable. Lin Hao gently shook his head. I am fine. I understand Wen Jian's feelings. His early departure tonight indicates he seeks to prove his worth. Such thinking is misguided. I have no intention of competing with him. Lin Hao had come to see these disputes clearly. Before any of them became professional players, all conflicts were devoid of real stakes. Since their shared goal was the pursuit of their basketball dreams, unity was paramount. Only together could they secure a championship and attract the attention of professional clubs. I understand your perspective. This is a matter I mishandled. Rest assured, I will strive to improve every aspect, ensuring our team becomes stronger, Xiaohua responded with confidence. Lin Hao was uncertain how to explain that this was a collective issue requiring resolution, particularly concerning the disputes between the team leaders. Given the current circumstances, Wen Jian would not likely accept resolution anytime soon. Even though Coach Li has formed a preliminary understanding, it is unlikely that he will change his stance so swiftly. In light of the disputes surrounding the team's leader, Lin Hao felt it necessary to take the initiative. You've worked hard. You have been tirelessly involved in the team's games. Thank you, he expressed, revealing a satisfied smile, which served as the highest affirmation for Xiaohua. Haha, what are you saying? I am part of the team. For the sake of our team and our shared basketball dream, we all must strive, Xiaohua responded confidently. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building. The positioning of the dormitories was quite unique. The male and female accommodations were accessed from different directions. As this was a teacher's college, there were predominantly female students. Thus the 4 buildings on the left were designated for girls, while the 2 on the right were for boys. Both shared a common courtyard but had distinct entrances. At that moment, the area around the dormitory was bustling with activity. Upon looking up, they spotted Xiao Hui standing on the steps, appearing quite dejected. Noticing that Mu Hao had already disappeared, Xiao Hua quickly smiled and said, "Xiao Hui, you're still waiting for me? I thought you had gone ahead. No worries. Let's go together. We can rise early for morning training tomorrow." Xiao Hui did not respond but glanced back, her face betraying her inner turmoil. Lin Hao felt it inappropriate to speak further in front of them, but considered returning to inquire about the situation. "Well, I'll head up first. You two should get some rest early," he said with a smile. "See you tomorrow." Xiao Hua waved as she hurriedly led Xiao Hui towards the dormitory. "What is going on? This is too obvious," Xiao Hua remarked. "Xiao Hui, you are a beauty. You shouldn't be so forward. Maintain some reserve, or he may see right through you." "But Xiao Hua, I genuinely like him. If I don't take the initiative now, I may lose my chance," Xiao Hui pouted. Exclaiming in frustration, Xiao Hua rolled her eyes, amused that such words could escape the lips of a beauty. If anyone else heard her, they would surely find it laughable. "Don't rush. Relationships require nurturing. Mu Hao may not have noticed yet. His focus is solely on basketball. I believe you should engage with him through the sport. I assure you it won't be difficult. I want to. Every time I hand him water, why can't he sense my goodwill? If this continues, I'll just confess my feelings openly for everyone to know." Xiao Hua quickly hushed her. "You are a stunning beauty, remember? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Calm down." The two then entered the building and disappeared from view, while Lin Hao, observing their retreat, turned to leave, pondering Mu Hao's situation. This fellow had once dated a girl during his freshman year, only to break up eventually. Lin Hao was uncertain of Mu Hao's current romantic status, yet seeing Xiao Hui's anxiety made him feel compelled to assist her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Hao found himself listening to the commentary on the computer screen, which he had heard countless times. The same few movements played over and over. He could even recite the commentary verbatim. "Wow, that shot was incredible," Mu Hao shouted, mimicking a shooting gesture, as Lin Hao walked past from behind. His raised book accidentally collided with Mu Hao, causing him to stumble. "Haha, that was an impressive move. Yet, you still got blocked from behind," Wenlong teased, laughing heartily while pointing at Lin Hao, who had unintentionally interrupted Mu Hao's play. Lin Hao had no interest in such childish games and thought it beneath him to engage. "Hey, Lin Hao, do you think I'm easy to bully? When Jian yelled at me today, and you want to step in and block my shot?" Chapter 31. Playing in the wild, Lin Hao cast a glance at him, finding this fellow rather tedious. What is the point of blocking shots if one isn't actually practicing on the court? Does staring at a computer screen every day yield any benefit? "Mu Hao, shouldn't you wash your clothes? Hurry up and take them out, or you can go by yourself," Wenlong exclaimed as he pulled his jersey from his bag, prompting Lin Hao to quickly retrieve his own clothes to hand over. Mu Hao hastily stuffed 3 days' worth of laundry into a bucket, calling out, "Quickly, you'll have to cover the laundry fee this time. I'll pay you back next time. And remember to bring me a bottle of Coke." After saying this, he returned to watching videos, seemingly engrossed in basketball. Lin Hao chose to remain silent. Wenlong would certainly provide an explanation for himself, and it was only natural that he would be pulled into the conversation, though Wenlong felt a bit disgruntled. The bond of brotherhood kept him from expressing it too vehemently. "You better remember this. Next time I will hand over a week's worth of laundry to you," he warned. "Haha, I never thought you would. If you can leave it for me to see, I'll definitely help you wash it," Mu Hao laughed heartily, betting that Wenlong wouldn't go through with it. After Wenlong left, Lin Hao changed his shoes and picked up a book. "Mu Hao, let me ask you something. Please answer truthfully." Mu Hao glanced back, noticing Lin Hao still holding that book, and could only respond with resignation. "I know what you want to ask, but I'm afraid I'm not interested in matters concerning Wen Jian. You all can handle that yourselves." It was indeed prudent for Mu Hao to refrain from involving himself in Wen Jian's affairs, and Lin Hao was glad to see him take that stance. "Let us not dwell on Wen Jian all the time. Do you have a girlfriend?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. This question seemed somewhat intriguing, and Mu Hao turned around in disbelief, staring. After years of knowing each other, had the sun risen from the west today? Lin Hao was actually inquiring about Mu Hao's romantic interests. However, Mu Hao had no need for such concern. No one did. "What is going on with you tonight? Have you encountered some problem?" Mu Hao retorted with annoyance. "You're a rich second generation, handsome, and affluent. But I can tell you one thing. Pay attention to Xiao Hui. She treats you quite well. Instead of spending time on the computer, why not ask her out? Don't waste your youth," Lin Hao said before setting the book down and walking to the balcony to begin exercising with dumbbells, evading Mu Hao's irritation. Typically, Lin Hao did not practice in the dormitory at night. It took Mu Hao a moment to process this, and he shouted, "Lin Hao, when did you change your profession? If you're not playing basketball anymore, are you going to play matchmaker? I'm not as bad as you think. I'm just giving you a reminder. Whether you continue pretending to be asleep is your choice. And don't waste my time with idle chatter. I'm busy," Lin Hao replied, quickly resuming his workout. Mu Hao was at a loss for words. This was not Lin Hao's usual demeanor. Moreover, Mu Hao had never considered the possibility of becoming romantically involved with Xiao Hui. It felt inappropriate. Besides, regarding Dai Xiaohong, some matters are better left unspoken, allowing silence to prevail. The following day, Xiao Hua and Xiao Hui were already jogging on the track at the football field, with Xiao Hui glancing up the stairs, waiting for Mu Hao's arrival. Lin Hao and Wenlong arrived late, taking a while to make their appearance. "Wenlong, you go ahead and run. You need to improve your speed. Go," Lin Hao shouted towards the beach. Wenlong found it strange that Lin Hao suddenly brought this up today, but seeing the serious expression on Lin Hao's face, he dared not question it and ran ahead alone. "Now don't say I'm not giving you face. Opportunities must be seized by oneself, so hurry." Mu Hao clapped Lin Hao on the shoulder, nodding towards Xiao Hua, who was approaching. Lin Hao was taken aback. Was this fellow too clever? This was something Lin Hao had prepared for them, yet it had somehow turned into his own affair. "Hey Xiao Hua, you're up early." Mu Hao quickly waved and strode over to the two. Xiao Hui's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing Mu Hao, as if she had encountered a deity. Mu Hao, however, paid no mind to her thoughts. Since he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with her, he refrained from flirting. Ignoring her feelings, he allowed the matter to pass. "Haha, you're also quite early. By the way, Lin Hao and I have something to discuss. You can keep Xiao Hui company while we talk," Xiao Hua tactfully suggested, creating an opportunity for the two. Mu Hao knew this was related to Xiao Hua's intentions and quickly responded with a laugh. "Haha, discussing something so early in the morning, you two are truly in sync. Xiao Hua, I've been guiding him all along. Whether he seizes the opportunity depends on you both. Xiao Hui, let us go help Wenlong. He needs your guidance." Watching Mu Hao stride away, Xiao Hua understood. Unfortunately, Xiao Hui's heartfelt efforts might be wasted. The outcome of unrequited love often leads to an abyss of despair. When the two met, Lin Hao shrugged and smiled. "I can only assist Xiao Hui to this extent. Mu Hao may have his own reasons. Perhaps there will be a chance for them to talk later." Xiao Hua could only agree, for this was beyond her control. Since the topic of relationships arose, Xiao Hua also sought to gauge Lin Hao's stance. Chen Wenyuan still had unresolved matters. If she returned, would there be any clarity? "So, about Chen Wenyuan, how do you plan to handle it?" Xiao Hua inquired cautiously. Lin Hao was taken aback, wondering if Xiao Hua had mistaken the timing of her inquiry. "What do you want to ask?" He turned back to see her visibly dissatisfied with the question. "I just want to know how you plan to face this situation. The last time she caused a scene, I'm merely concerned that a similar incident might arise again," Xiao Hua hurriedly explained, lowering her head. Lin Hao was not foolish. He understood what she was implying, but it was not yet time to speak. With a deep sigh, he firmly replied, "The past is best left unmentioned. I harbor no resentment towards her, and if she can honestly confront the situation, we might still remain friends." "Can one truly remain friends after a breakup?" Xiao Hua asked without hesitation, lifting her gaze again. The question seemed somewhat superfluous. Who would incessantly dwell on such matters? Remaining friends after a breakup is something that may only happen years later. They were still young. Who could be so magnanimous? Chen Wenyuan's attitude had already signaled the impossibility of such a scenario. Lin Hao would never proactively consider her a friend. Merely greeting her in passing would not imply any lingering affection. It may depend on the circumstances. We ought to be magnanimous. Even if it is merely a show of mutual respect, Lin Hao inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance. Xiao Hua did not press further. Recognizing that this was the conclusion she had reached, her heart warmed. When the time was right, perhaps it would be time for a genuine confrontation. As they walked for a while, they did not encounter Wen Jian, perhaps owing to Li Ling's absence. After finishing their morning exercise and returning to the dormitory, Mu Hao couldn't resist chuckling. "Lin Hao, I genuinely believe you should have a serious talk with Xiao Hua. So many people are watching her. If you don't take the plunge, you might miss a golden opportunity." This fellow seemed to be deliberately steering the conversation towards Xiao Hua. Lin Hao decided to speak up. "Mu Hao, everyone can see that Xiao Hui has feelings for you. If you're not interested, just say so directly to avoid complicating matters. I trust that a grown man like you won't procrastinate." "What? You two?" Wenlong stared wide-eyed at the two, as if they had cast him aside. "What do you mean? This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and get ready for class," Lin Hao called out. having already stepped outside before Mu Hao could respond. Typically carefree, Mu Hao seemed unusually distracted today, fearful of Xiao Hui confessing her feelings. Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. That afternoon, Mu Hao called Xiao Hua, arranging to meet in the dance studio to discuss the matter. Xiao Hua, sensing Mu Hao's initiative, had a good idea of the outcome and ultimately informed Xiao Hui to prepare herself mentally. Meanwhile, after class, Lin Hao and Wenlong arrived at the outdoor basketball court. Due to the gymnasium's opening hours not yet being reached, the security guard firmly refused to let them in, compelling them to practice outside for the time being. In truth, it is all the same. Temporarily honing one's shooting skills does not affect others, nor does it contravene any rules. The court has long been a gathering place for basketball enthusiasts from various departments across the school, with some donning jerseys of basketball icons and showcasing intricate moves, truly believing themselves to be stars. It is quite lively. I haven't played here at this hour in ages, and I fondly reminisce about the days when I would come here to sweat every day after class, remarked Wenlong with excitement. Lin Hao remained composed. He was here to practice shooting and couldn't help but feel nostalgic about his freshman year. However, once he joined the school team, his time was mostly spent in the gym, and those beautiful moments were fleeting. "Oh, Lin Hao's here too. Why don't you join us for a game?" shouted a shorter player clad in a James jersey, seemingly eager to challenge Lin Hao. In Nanjing Normal University, who doesn't know Lin Hao? It is merely Lin Hao who does not recognize him. Moreover, to face off against a star player from the school team is a tremendous honor. "Bro, we have rules. We can't just play a game casually. I'm here just to practice shooting. Enjoy your game." Lin Hao pointed towards the gym, displaying a satisfied smile. The player in the James jersey shouted across the court, "Why can they form a team? Do the stars look down on us?" Lin Hao had never entertained such notions of superiority. It was indeed the team's regulations. However, the inquiry struck him as peculiar. Were there others present? Looking over, he noticed two tall players, their movements sharp, not in uniforms, making it difficult to discern their identities. Isn't that Adong and Xiaoxi? How is Wenjian also here? Wenlong quickly recognized the pair and scanned the surroundings, anxious to ensure Wenjian was not present. Fortunately, he did not spot Wenjian, though he could not be certain that he was lurking in some corner. The three of them were usually quite close, making it improbable that they would be seen without Wenjian. Coach Li's rulebook explicitly states that one cannot casually form teams to play. Adong and Xiao Ji were clearly violating this regulation. Wenlong hastily remarked. Lin Hao felt a surge of anxiety. If Coach Li were to find out about this impromptu game, the consequences could be dire. "Let us go and take a look," Lin Hao urged, his expression grave as he moved forward. "Huh? With such skills, you dare to play? I could block you without even jumping," Adong taunted, his disdain evident as he challenged the player he had just blocked. "Isn't it just because you're tall? This isn't over yet. Don't get too cocky," the blocked player retorted, his passion for basketball driving him to defend fiercely. At that moment, Adong and Xiaoji teamed up with an unfamiliar shorter player, creating a lively and vigorous atmosphere. Adong was utterly oblivious to the arrival of his teammates on the sidelines. He took a step back beyond the three-point line, disregarded the defense, and effortlessly sank a long-range two-pointer. With their towering stature and rigorous training, the two school team players were indeed formidable on the half-court. Yet, what would happen if they were to sustain an injury? In a casual game, who could ensure their safety? Moreover, had they so quickly forgotten about Kai Gowen's incident? "Adong, Xiaoxi, what are you doing?" Wenlong called out as he saw Lin Hao clenching his teeth and hurriedly approached. Upon hearing Wenlong's voice, the two finally paused their game and turned around. "Are you looking to join a team? If so, hurry and find another player," Adong said with a grin, extending his hand. "Join what? Are you unaware of the rules? Have you not read Coach Li's regulations?" Wenlong stepped forward, trying to pull them away. Adong shrugged him off, clearly dismissing Wenlong as concerns. This irritated Wenlong. He was only looking out for them. So why did it feel like he was being bitten by a dog for his efforts? "We're here to train. Who says we can't use half the court for practice? If you have a problem with it, go ask Coach Li if there's a rule against it." Xiaoji shot a glare at Lin Hao, clearly displeased. At that moment, his annoyance was solely directed at Lin Hao, without the need for any rationale. Chapter 32. The humiliation of teammates and inexplicable discomfort was evident to Lin Hao. The anger he had displayed behind when Jian last night had already wounded Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao refrained from speaking out, unwilling to disrupt their relationship further. Among friends, excessive words are often unnecessary if they could face the situation normally. Lin Hao would be inclined to advocate for them. Yet, it seemed somewhat superfluous now. Let bygones be bygones. Let us head over to practice shooting instead. I will clarify things with Coach Lee, Lin Hao suggested, still considering the dignity of the two. You all can go ahead. We won't even get to play. What's the point of practicing? It's better to play street ball and break a sweat, Xiaoji retorted disdainfully. Lin Hao was nearly infuriated by his response. A friendly conversation had been completely derailed by a single remark. Clearly, Xiaoji was in cahoots with Wen Jian, and it appeared that this matter could not be resolved face-to-face. What do you mean, Xiaoji? Is that how you speak to a friend? Wen Long stepped forward, displeased, reminding him that if Mu Hao were present, he would have already taught him a lesson. Friend? Xiaoji scoffed. Wen Long, when have you regarded me as a friend? Lin Hao is merely trying to rally you to isolate Wen Jian while he is suspended. Do you really think his injured leg can still make him a core player? Others may be oblivious, but surely, you are not. Such words were rather harsh, and in front of so many people, he showed no regard for Lin Hao. Fortunately, Mu Hao was absent. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated further. However, Lin Hao did not anticipate that they would harbor such thoughts. While it was uncertain whether these sentiments originated from Wen Jian, failing to provide a response could lead to further escalation of the issue. Xiaoji, speak carelessly again and don't blame me for being rude, Wen Long warned, sensing Lin Hao's inner fury and pushing Xiaoji without consideration for his pride. Wen Long, don't be impulsive, Lin Hao interjected, pulling him back. Though he was quite angry, he would not act recklessly. In contrast, Adong and his companion showed no hesitation about escalating the confrontation, unafraid of the consequences. If Lin Hao were to be suspended again, it would merely serve as an outlet for Wen Jian's grievances. Adong, I understand that you both wish to stand up for Wen Jian. However, the ban is a decision made by the school. If you find it unjust, you can voice your concerns. I support lifting Wen Jian's suspension. Lin Hao responded rationally. Yet, everyone knew that approaching Principal Ping was utterly futile. The ban had been imposed, and they would not dare voice their opinions now. Lin Hao, stop pretending to be sincere. You know better than anyone about Wen Jian's situation. Do you have the conscience to suggest we approach Principal Ping? Adong pointed accusingly at Lin Hao, filled with indignation. It was hopeless. Lin Hao had no intention of explaining the past to them. Regardless of their perceptions, he was at peace with his conscience, now. He merely wanted them to leave swiftly. This is not the place for discussion. Let us step outside, Lin Hao gestured. There is nothing wrong with speaking here. Aren't you from Nanjing Normal University? Aren't we here to support our team? Enough. If you don't know, don't make baseless remarks. Lin Hao had even previously sought Principal Ping regarding this matter. Had he not intervened, the suspension would not have been so straightforward. Two foolish individuals. I truly wonder how you managed to get into the team. Wen Long could no longer hold back and angrily pointed at Adong, ready to confront him if he continued to speak recklessly. What? The mouth is on your face. Say what you wish. Adong dismissed him, intent on exposing the truth to everyone. Fine. If you want to speak recklessly, let Coach Lee give you a lesson. Wen Long fumed, pulling out his phone, determined to call Coach Lee over for a confrontation. Wen Long, don't act rashly. Let us go, Lin Hao urged, leading the way to an empty corner of the court. Adong and his companion laughed coldly, eager to reveal Lin Hao's flaws. Running away already? Clearly, you're at fault. Wen Long was furious, while Lin Hao remained unfazed. Their temperaments were worlds apart. Lin Hao, when did you become so timid? Adong doesn't even regard you as a teammate. Why the courtesy? Wen Long yelled at Lin Hao, reminding him that they were the ones who violated the rules. And if this matter went unresolved, how would the team function moving forward? Lin Hao was certainly not timid. If he acted as impulsively as Wen Long suggested, it would lead to a catastrophic embarrassment. During a competition, infighting among teammates, especially if it escalated to physical altercations, would be a devastating blow to the team. It would inevitably create a sensation at school, and who would still support the basketball team then? While it might feel gratifying to vent frustrations, how would they face the aftermath? Rules are established by humans. They violated them, and we advise them. If they refuse to listen, we can only let Coach Lee handle the matter. Our goal is not to create conflict. Let us focus on training. Lin Hao confidently persuaded, clearly indicating that Coach Lee would address the situation. Wen Long was still seething, feeling disgruntled that his teammates were publicly berating one another. This incident could not simply be brushed aside. Adong and his companion needed to clarify their stance. Lin Hao then set down his backpack and began shooting hoops. The outdoor court was concrete and hard, so Lin Hao was cautious not to exert too much force. After making a few three-pointers, he switched to two-pointers, realizing that mid-range shots posed a greater threat than three-pointers. This was an insight Lin Hao had gleaned from the previous game, to achieve accuracy in mid-range shooting. One must master the art of stopping and shooting as well as low-post play. This approach resembled that of his idol, Tracy McGrady, a player of immense versatility, particularly adept at mid and long-range shots with an elegant pull-up style. Lin Hao had watched nearly all of McGrady's basketball videos, and each night, he would dream of those images. The next day, he would practice those moves, applying what he had learned in real games. Through this relentless pursuit of improvement, he had seen remarkable results. Coach Lee aimed to develop a more well-rounded Lin Hao, while his precise three-point shooting had already garnered him recognition. Achieving greatness required proficiency in mid-range shots as well. "Hey, if you're not shooting, help me retrieve the balls," Lin Hao called out to the dazed Wenlong, then released another shot. Though Wenlong was furious, he could not ignore Lin Hao's request and begrudgingly went to fetch the balls. Lin Hao practiced his two-point shots, beginning with catch-and-shoot techniques, mirroring his three-point shooting form, albeit taking slightly longer to adjust. If he could make three-pointers, two-pointers would naturally come easier. He circled the free-throw line, shooting continuously for 2 hours, racking up over 1,000 two-pointers. Wenlong was moved by Lin Hao's diligence. Catch-and-shoot required jumping, and few in the team could handle such intensity. As time passed, the gym doors opened, and Wenlong suggested they grab some water before heading back. He was beginning to tire from retrieving the balls, so he decided to return to the gym and let assistant coach Liang take over for him. Lin Hao was already drenched in sweat, having not taken a break during this time, and he appreciated Wenlong's assistance. Upon stopping to catch his breath, Lin Hao noticed a crowd of onlookers had gathered, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. "Lin Hao, you are incredibly accurate. After shooting so many times, how can you maintain such a high shooting percentage? Aren't you tired?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Hao genuinely did not feel fatigued. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. "Not tired, it's passion. Even if it is exhausting, it's worth it," he replied assuredly, quickly grabbing his backpack and heading towards the gym. "The team certainly stands out. Your shooting is remarkably precise." Indeed, ever since his return from injury, he still holds the title of the strongest collegiate player. It seems Nanjing Normal University still has a chance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating Lin Hao's performance. As he left, Adong and his companion were nowhere to be seen. Yet, this matter could not simply fade away. A response from Li Kun was inevitable. Upon arriving at the gym, he found that Xiaohua had yet to arrive. Li Kun and Liang Wenquan were deep in discussion over the tactical board, while the others had commenced their return sprints for physical training. Lin Hao and his companion arrived not too late, visibly drenched in sweat, indicating they had already begun their exercises. At this moment, when Jian joined the main group, with Adong also present. Yet they regarded Lin Hao's arrival with nothing but derisive smirks, choosing to ignore them entirely. "Hurry up. 100 return sprints, 50 frog jumps, and then slide steps. Move." Li Kun bellowed to the two, turning back to resume his tactical deliberations. The duo dared not slack off, quickly integrating into the larger group. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of this physical training, completing it within the allotted time proved to be quite a challenge. The entire regimen left no room for rest, and the time Li Kun allocated was relatively generous, an hour to accomplish a workload manageable for everyone. Following the physical training, tactical drills commenced. Lin Hao remained on the sidelines, while Li Kun, equipped with a whistle, personally provided guidance. It was through this hands-on approach that the stark errors became apparent in the transition to practical exercises. Li Kun's patience was commendable. He meticulously addressed every shortcoming until each individual comprehended the corrections. An hour swiftly passed in tactical training, with the group already lamenting their fatigue. Only Lin Hao persisted in contemplating the tactical scenarios, with Liang Wenquan elucidating beside him. The training was monotonous, repetitively revisiting the same set of tactics, revealing countless vulnerabilities that required refinement, a task demanding not only the player's patience but also testing the coach's resolve. It was not until 9:30 that Li Kun concluded the session, allowing everyone to disperse. Upon exiting the gymnasium, they encountered Mu Hao rushing in, seemingly seeking confrontation after the session had ended. "Xiaohua and I requested leave from Coach Li. We just came to say hello. You all look as if I committed some grave error," Mu Hao called out as he hastened inside. Li Kun and his companion were engaged in conversation with the departing security guard when Mu Hao, in passing, greeted them before continuing on his way. Taking leave from training was permissible, with a stipulation of no more than 3 instances per month. And even Xiaohua was not exempt from this rule. Mu Hao himself was somewhat resigned to this, having taken leave for such a matter. Thankfully, it had been resolved, making the absence worthwhile. After exchanging pleasantries, he rushed outside, where Lin Hao and his companion awaited. At that moment, Lin Hao was on the phone with Xiaohua, already aware of the outcome. Spotting Mu Hao, Lin Hao ended the call and gestured for him to hurry along, emphasizing that the entrance was not a place for disputes. Haha, unburdened and free. Tomorrow promises to be another splendid day, Mu Hao remarked, his expression reflecting satisfaction. What is this? Have you confirmed your relationship? Wenlong inquired. Astonished as he clapped Mu Hao on the shoulder, a grin plastered across his face. Startled by this gesture, Mu Hao looked up, irked, and retorted, What are you doing? Can you not be more composed? You are a university student. Where is your decorum? No, that is not it. Why is it that when you have matters to attend to, it must always be today? You have no idea the extent of the frustration I've endured. Especially from those two rascals, a dong. Mu Hao, I ought to admonish you about this, Lin Hao interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak. Xiaohua just called me. Do you know how heartbroken Xiaohui is? Since you left, she has been weeping incessantly. Xiaohua's reassurances have been futile. Mu Hao's expression shifted to one of helplessness. My dear Hao Gu, can this truly be blamed on me? Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and besides, I cannot be expected to harbor feelings for her. Why can't you like Xiaohui? She is a wonderful girl, beautiful and kind-hearted. Why can't you appreciate what you have? Well, it's just not feasible. Perhaps you should encourage Xiaohua to offer her more guidance. Let it be as it is. Chapter 33. A sudden move from behind. Mu Hao found himself at a loss for words, as this matter had never been mentioned to anyone, including Lin Hao. How could he possibly break the promise made years ago? What was wrong with this young man today? He seemed to reject the topic vehemently. If he disliked it, was such an extreme reaction necessary? Wenlong observed Mu Hao walking away, still unable to fathom his thoughts. Lin Hao chose not to pry further. As everyone harbored their own burdens, perhaps Mu Hao's outright refusal was for Xiaohui's sake. As long as she could move on, everything would be fine. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mu Hao was somewhat different from his usual self. After a solitary and silent wash, he lay down on his bed, unusually pulling out a book to read. Wenlong nearly choked. It was the first time he had seen Mu Hao reading instead of dozing off. Lin Hao patted Wenlong, signaling him to refrain from disturbing Mu Hao, opting instead to allow silence to mend emotional wounds. Time, after all, is the finest healer. And it was only after many years that Mu Hao began to forget that relationship. Yet unexpectedly, that peace was shattered once more. Mu Hao pondered whether he should start anew, reclaiming the sunshine of yesteryears. But every time he thought of her, tears fell involuntarily. The grievances in his heart remained unrecognized by anyone. And he had even quarreled with his parents over this matter. But in the end, who was truly hurt? With a quiet sigh, Mu Hao clenched his teeth, slowly closing his eyes, wishing for all to be beautiful in heaven in the dining hall. Lin Hao and his companions were enjoying breakfast while the television mounted on the wall broadcasted the morning news. Naturally, it was sports news, and everyone remained focused on basketball. Look, it and Oppos. That's our game from yesterday. Wenlong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the screen. Indeed, it and Oppos. That's our Nanjing Normal University. Quick, look. Our game is on the sports channel. How impressive. Ah, isn't that Lin Hao? He looks so handsome, exclaimed several students nearby, thrilled to see their university's game on screen. A moment that would surely become the talk of the campus. Wenlong even dashed to the television to show off, eager for others to recognize his presence at the game. How come I didn't see any reporters at yesterday's match? One asked, with so many people around. Everyone's focus was on the game. Who would notice the reporters? Next time, go ask Lin Hao for an autograph. Perhaps a reporter will interview you, they joked. Unaware of Lin Hao's presence just a few steps away, the strongest player from the previous university league had returned, stirring excitement once more. Kai Gowen, the current strongest player from Nankai University, had suffered an ankle sprain and required a month for rehabilitation. Would the two strongest players engage in a battle for supremacy? Stay tuned for our University Men's Basketball League. The host concluded the segment with the classic phrase, the Battle of the Kings, a statement broadcasted under Lin Hao's watchful gaze. He had not anticipated such coverage. It was not mere hype, but indeed carried a sense of rivalry. Lin Hao had already made a name for himself in the league. And though he had not secured a championship, his individual abilities were recognized. Kai Gowen was equally renowned, having led Nankai University to victory in clinching the MVP title. Widely acknowledged as the strongest collegiate player, such accolades were coveted by many, yet not everyone could attain them. Had Lin Hao not been injured, the outcome of last year's championship might have been different. Individual prowess does not equate to overall strength, with Nanjing Normal University's current capabilities. They were not yet contenders for the championship but could still disrupt the status quo. Despite adding several new players this year, Their performance had yet to meet expectations. If Wen Jian could indeed become the Scottie Pippen as Li Kun suggested, their chances for the championship would significantly improve. Lin Hao, so you are indeed hiding here. What is the matter? Did you do something shameful and now dare not face it? Hiding behind? A dong barged in unexpectedly, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned. He had just finished eating and had merely glanced at the television. Was that a crime? What are you two up to? Have you eaten breakfast? If not, join us. When Long turned, mistaking their confrontation for a jest and inviting them to sit down. Students preparing to leave the television area turned at the mention of Lin Hao's name, incredulous to see him in the dining hall. As if he had stepped out from the screen, rushing over to request an autograph. Lin Hao, you're so handsome. Please sign my name. Come on. Let us take a picture for keepsake. Lin Hao had started attracting male fans, but he never considered the need for signatures and photos. They were all fellow students. After all, and such adulation felt unnecessary. He politely took photos with a few fans, and after they left, he widened his eyes, pointing outside. If you have something to say, do it outside. What is this? Are you afraid of being found out for your misdeeds? A dong retorted, displeased. You reported us for playing street ball, and now we face punishment. Do you think I want to stay in this useless team? I'm telling you now. The punishment means nothing to me. I've decided to transfer schools and won't play with you anymore. A dong and his companion intend to transfer? This was clearly unfavorable news. The uproar caused by Kai Gowen's transfer had not yet settled, and now a dong and his friend wanted to leave? It was absurd. The school team had just found its footing, securing 2 consecutive victories, and their departure would likely disrupt morale. I don't understand what you're saying. Coach Lee Hazati approached me regarding your street ball antics. Lin Hao replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Stop pretending. I've seen through your facade. You speak one way in front of us and another behind our backs. Lin Hao, from now on, we are no longer teammates. You better watch yourself. I don't want to run into you outside, or you'll regret it. A dong spat, leaving behind a threatening warning. How much could one endure? Moheo stepped forward, blocking their path. How can you come and go as you please, threatening others? Do you think I'm afraid? Moheo sneered, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. It seemed today would indeed require some action. A dong, you must clarify your street ball activities to Coach Lee. If you think I'm the one pulling strings behind the scenes, you are gravely mistaken. I do not wish for you to leave the team. Saying that in front of us, but who knows what you'll say to the coach. If it weren't for your meddling, how would the coach know? A dong dismissed Moheo's words without a second thought. Consider this your final warning. The next time we meet, it won't be so easy. What are you talking about? If you have grievances, take them to Coach Lee. Why are you bothering us? We won't miss you if you don't want to play. There is no need for all this nonsense, Moheo shouted at them, unable to tolerate their arrogance. What? You want to fight? Xiaoxi stepped forward, tilting his head provocatively, eager for confrontation. Hey, what are you doing? This is school. Fighting won't benefit you. When Long quickly interjected, rushing to restrain Moheo. The two were indeed agitated. Lin Hao had a history of brawling, but he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Their sudden accusations likely stemmed from the repercussions of their street ball being discovered. Lin Hao needed to clarify the situation's origins, ensuring no harm came to his teammates. And that matters remained clear. Why should I care? What audacity! To shout in front of me if I don't teach you a lesson today. I'll no longer be Moheo. Moheo seethed, still itching to charge forward. Enough of the chatter. Let us go see Coach Lee, Lin Hao shouted at Moheo. Unwilling to delve into lengthy explanations. Just as I was about to leave, Xiuhua rushed over in a flurry. Breathless and agitated, it seemed as though she had urgent news. Lin Hao, I finally found you. Why didn't you answer my calls? Xiuhua said, putting her hands on her hips and elongating her face. Don't look so surprised. Coach Lee called me early this morning. A dong and the other player have been suspended. They seem to be unhappy about it and are considering transferring schools. Indeed. It was Coach Lee who issued the penalty. Wasn't a suspension the expected consequence for them? They had violated the rules by playing street ball, which were clearly stated in the handbook. Did they not bother to read it? You need not mention it. A dong and the other player were just looking for us to discuss this matter. They even warned us, believing that Lin Hao reported them to Coach Lee. Intending to intimidate us, when Long exclaimed, pointing towards the cafeteria in discontent. Xiuhua approached to inquire about the situation and, having caught her breath, asked, I heard you also went outdoors yesterday. Did you report this to Coach Lee? Mu Hao, upon hearing this, was quite displeased. It was one thing for a dong and the other player to be oblivious, but Xiuhua, as the team captain, should not assume Lin Hao would act in such a manner. Xiuhua, how could you be so mistaken? Is Lin Hao truly that kind of person? If he were to say something, he would do so face to face. I must admit, I have overestimated you. Mu Hao retorted angrily. Realizing Lin Hao's face had turned ashen, Xiaohua quickly waved her hands in a flurry of explanation. I merely heard about this. Let us not dwell on it. We must hurry to the office and clarify what happened yesterday. With urgency, Xiaohua extended her hand, while Lin Hao turned to glare at the rear. Not spotting a Dong and the other player, and immediately strode ahead. As they walked, Wen Long recounted the entire situation in detail. Only then did everyone grasp the circumstances. Yet questions lingered. Who was the true instigator behind this betrayal, and how did Li Kun become aware of it to enforce a suspension? In the office, Li Kun and his colleague had already begun lesson preparations, with other teachers arriving in succession. Lin Hao greeted several teachers before directly approaching Li Kun's desk. Before Li Kun could say a word, Lin Hao began explaining the events of their outdoor shooting practice. Li Kun was already well informed about the situation. He had refrained from seeking Lin Hao out, believing his spirit deserved commendation. However, regarding a Dong and the other player, there was no need for further explanation. The decision had been made. It turned out that the school's security had provided Li Kun with the surveillance footage. Previously, after compiling the player conduct handbook, Li Kun had coordinated with the security office, instructing them to send any footage of team players playing outdoors directly to his office email. Upon checking his email after work last night, he discovered the video and swiftly decided on the punishment. Rules, after all, are meant to be upheld. Zhang Xin had initially proposed strict regulations, and Li Kun had no reason to falter in his commitment, imposing a 5-game suspension to serve as a deterrent. Coach Li's decision to enforce a penalty was justified. However, a Dong and the other player mistakenly believed Lin Hao was orchestrating their misfortune. Now, they had come to warn them and even threatened to transfer schools, declaring they would no longer play with the team. At such a critical juncture, their actions seemed merely to stir up trouble. Wen Long lamented with a grim expression, "Is this not a ploy? How dare they? Are they staging a revolt?" Liang Quankai slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Assistant Liang, do not be enraged. Whether they dare to act is not for you to decide. I simply failed to capture the moment on video. If you doubt me, feel free to ask them directly. But I maintain my stance, should they choose to stay. They are welcome. Should they depart, we shall not bid farewell." Chapter 34. The girl's dream. Mu Hao's tone remained steadfast. The team was not a place one could come and go as they pleased. Moreover, even if they chose to leave, would the earth cease to spin? He had engaged in numerous discussions with them during their time on the team, and to hear such harsh words in the end was truly disheartening. Mu Hao did not value such friendships, which only served to further reveal the true nature of these individuals. Currently, Liang Wenwan found himself in a precarious position. A Dong and another player were brought into the school team under his recommendation, and with the current turmoil, he felt ashamed to face Li Kun. Haha, everyone. Please remain calm. A Dong has had these aspirations for quite some time. As your coach, it is my duty not only to guide your training but also to understand your intentions. Their training attitudes have long been problematic. It was only a matter of time before they departed. Li Kun observed the group with a composed smile. Coach Li, have you been monitoring Li Jibing solely to replenish the team? Yang Wenwan finally inquired, piecing together the situation. Li Kun nodded slightly, indicating he had no intention of elaborating. In a transient world of players, particularly in semi-professional teams, for years of university life pass in the blink of an eye. Without timely replenishment of talent, continuity becomes impossible. The strength of Nankita lies in its robust reserve capabilities. This is not merely about how many new players are cultivated. It involves dedicated individuals scouting various high schools. When promising prospects are identified, preferential treatment, such as guaranteed admission, is offered to bring ready-to-play talent into collegiate leagues. Furthermore, Nankita's ability to secure championships has allowed them to leverage their title to attract even more exceptional players, thus establishing a dominant position. Ultimately, this is a strategic maneuver for Nankita. Li Kun recognized the necessity for growth, yet he understood that not every institution could directly scout high schools for ready talent. He had to cultivate fresh talent from first-year students, building the team through mentorship from seasoned players. The consequence of this approach is a slow process. Nurturing players over 2 to 3 years often leads to the challenge of facing graduation soon after. This cyclical struggle has been the experience of Nankita in recent years. Compounded by Lin Hao and Dapo's injury last year, the team had nearly hit rock bottom, leaving many aspiring players reluctant to join. Li Kun and Dapo's vision had to extend further into the future, and preparations for accumulating talent had already quietly begun. You all may return to your classes. This matter does not concern you. We will address it, he stated confidently to the group. Lin Hao remained puzzled, although Adong and his companion were substitutes. They were still part of the team. More importantly, Adong shared a close relationship with Wenjian. Would Wenjian have any thoughts on the matter? They are close to Wenjian, and I and Appos. I'm concerned he might have some thoughts, Xiaohua interjected before Lin Hao could speak. Liang Wenhuan shared this concern. If the issue were to be laid bare, Wenjian would undoubtedly react. You were correct to raise that point. I will have assistant coach Liang handle Wenjian. As for team matters, we will take care of them. Your focus should be on your studies and training, Li Kun reassured them with unwavering confidence. With the coach and Appos' affirmation, Lin Hao refrained from further comments and led the group toward the classroom, where the number of students arriving for lessons was steadily increasing. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiaohua pulled Mu Hao aside, expressing her concern for Xiao Hui, who seemed to be in an unusual state. Why don't you comfort her after class? Mu Hao felt quite helpless. He genuinely did not wish to delay Xiao Hui. In matters of the heart, hesitation could be detrimental, Wazn and Appos. Offering comfort now akin to providing false hope? Xiaohua, I have already made my feelings clear to her. I believe Xiao Hui will find her happiness. I kindly ask you to look after her, Mu Hao replied resolutely before striding away. Mu Hao's determination was impervious to external influence. Even if everyone hoped for a union between them, only he understood the reasons for his reluctance. Do not be anxious, Mu Hao may have his reasons. Time will reveal the truth. I have faith that Xiao Hui will be just fine, Lin Hao assured before following suit. The morning classes were fully scheduled. Yet Mu Hao seemed transformed. He remained silent, often losing focus even when the teacher called his name. Lin Hao had to remind him several times that they were currently in a classroom, but Mu Hao offered little response. Fixated solely on the idea of training, exhaustion seemed to be his only desire. During lunchtime, Lin Hao still worried about Wenjian's potential response. Just then, a tall figure approached, dark-skinned and grinning widely, extending a hand. Hello, Lin Hao. My name is Li Jibing, a new member of the school team. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Hao paused, pondering the implications. With the Dong situation unresolved, was Coach Li preparing to replace them? Hello, he politely replied, shaking the newcomer's hand. The others observed this individual who bore a resemblance to an international student. Their curiosity piqued. If he were indeed an international student, he should be quite skilled. However, upon hearing him speak, any assumptions were quickly dispelled. Bro, you can't be the new player Coach Li has his eyes on, can you? Wenlong asked, astonished. I just love playing basketball and sought out Coach Li to join the team. I've admired you all for quite some time and hope to play alongside you. Li Jibing bashfully admitted, scratching the back of his head. His innocent demeanor and straightforward nature were endearing. Are you an international student? You look a bit foreign. Wenlong inquired quietly. Haha, you're quite the comedian. I simply have a darker complexion, not what you might call foreign, Li Jibing replied with a bright, honest smile. The group laughed at Li Jibing's charm. This was indeed a unique introduction. Li Jibing, if you wish to play basketball, you need to speak with Coach Li. If he allows you to join the team, you will be warmly welcomed, Mu Hao smiled, pleased that he could replace those two unsympathetic individuals. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the newcomer. All right, I will go find Coach Li. I'm sure it will work out. Li Jibing confidently exclaimed before dashing off. Go for it. Wenlong cheered, eager to witness this spirited young man's capabilities. Go for what? Are we recruiting? Xiaohua's voice chimed in from behind, her expression one of confusion as she observed Li Jibing rushing away. Oh, it's nothing serious, just a dark-skinned lad who wishes to join the team. I advised him to speak with Coach Li, so it appears our worries were unfounded. Wenlong exhaled in relief. Are you referring to Li Jibing? Xiaohua had come over for this very reason, having heard Coach Li mention him. I heard he was being evaluated recently. They say he is quite dedicated. Only fixated on playing basketball, though his talent and skill may be lacking. Talent may be absent. Yet a passion for basketball can sustain one's journey to becoming a good player, Mu Hao remarked with a hint of indifference, casting a glance at Xiaohua. Mu Hao had never initially envisioned a future in basketball. A twist of fate had led him to fall in love with the sport, transforming from a person who detested it into a valued team member through sheer effort. If one has the heart, nothing is impossible. Determination alone is insufficient. One must also acknowledge reality. We are not professional players, and time is not abundant for growth. I only hope he finds joy in basketball, Xiaohua expressed, harboring no grand expectations for Li Jibing. While the arrival of a skilled player would be ideal, those with talent were often reluctant to join Nanshida. What about Xiao Hui? Lin Hao quickly shifted the topic, expressing concern. Xiaohua had intended to broach this subject, Yet the current circumstances made it difficult to do so directly. Don't keep bringing it up in front of me. I understand your concerns. I've assured you that Xiao Hua will look after Xiao Hui, and she will surely find happiness. Mu Hao replied, his expression growing displeased. Mu Hao, today I wish to ask you about this matter, and I need you to answer honestly. Xiao Hua's expression turned serious, as she observed that Xiao Hui's affection for you was not rooted in your basketball prowess or your handsome appearance. She has come to understand the wounds you carry in your heart and has been moved by your sincerity, leading her to firmly believe in you. Mu Hao's countenance darkened instantly. Few knew of this past, and how did Xiao Hui uncover it? Was she investigating him? With little to say, he motioned for them to sit, declaring he had matters to attend to before leaving abruptly, book in hand. Mu Hao, are you hiding something from us? Lin Hao asked, grasping his arm, concern etched on his otherwise indifferent face. We are brothers. We should share our burdens. Indeed, if something troubles you, we can face it together. Why must you shoulder it alone? You do not regard us as brothers, Wen Long chimed in, tapping the table in frustration. Mu Hao's heart ached. Had he not considered them as brothers, he would have erupted in anger. You need not shy away. I have a fair understanding of the situation concerning Dai Xiaohong. I know you cannot let her go, but she is no longer here. You should not succumb to despair, even in spirit. She would not wish for you to shun all emotions. Will you remain unmarried for life? Xiao Hua probed directly, wishing to help him unravel his inner turmoil. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, incredulity washing over his features as he gazed at Xiao Hua. Isn't that a bit too harsh, referring to her as no longer here? Mu Hao inhaled deeply, biting his lip, his insides raging. Dai Xiaohong had been Mu Hao's companion since childhood, due to their parents' struggles for a better life. Young Mu Hao was left to reside with his grandmother, where he met Dai Xiaohong at the tender age of 10. Their bond flourished from elementary school through high school, inseparable. When she departed, tears streamed down her face as she proclaimed she would only marry Mu Hao. Helpless, he could only grasp her hand and weep. From their innocent days in middle school, their relationship blossomed into a promise to attend the same university and solidify their romantic ties. Such dreams were beautiful, yet reality dealt Mu Hao a cruel blow. Just before the college entrance examination, Dai Xiaohong was diagnosed with an illness that progressively deteriorated her health. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Mu Hao pleaded with his family to seek the best medical care. His parents, feeling indebted to him, endeavored to meet his every request but ultimately left him in despair. He vividly remembered the day Dai Xiaohong left, tears in her eyes, forcing a smile, while he was engulfed in sorrow. On the day she departed, Mu Hao fell gravely ill. Upon awakening, all he found was a photograph and a letter, Dai Xiaohong's final correspondence. In that letter, she professed her love for him and expressed her hope that he would find happiness if she were to leave. From that moment, Mu Hao fell silent, losing interest in everything around him. It was not until he encountered one of Dai Xiaohong's friends, who revealed her fondness for basketball and her admiration for Yi Jianlian, that Mu Hao resolved to play basketball to remain connected to her memory. Though basketball did not captivate him, he was determined to meet her idol, obtain his autograph, and fulfill Dai Xiaohong's dream. To keep this endeavor a secret, Mu Hao applied to Nanjing Normal University, the city where Yi Jianlian's team was based, solely to realize Dai Xiaohong's aspirations. Throughout these years, despite his rebellious demeanor, he never forgot the dream he bore for Dai Xiaohong. Upon joining the school team and meeting Xiao Hui, a glimmer of joy returned to Mu Hao's eyes. Yet, he refrained from approaching her, knowing she could never replace Dai Xiaohong in his heart. Xiao Hui, sensitive to Mu Hao's unique feelings, began to notice his nervousness during their encounters. One day, upon learning about Mu Hao's past and seeing a photograph of Dai Xiaohong, she recognized their striking resemblance. Moved by this connection, Xiao Hui resolved to step forward and continue the narrative of their love. Chapter 35. Reluctance to share. A man seldom sheds tears, but only when heartache strikes. Enough. I have wronged Xiao Hui, Mu Hao exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he strode away without a backward glance. The surroundings were still lively, yet an air of suffocation enveloped the three, and the tragic love story was evidently unsuitable for discussion. Fairy tales are replete with the sweet romances of princes and princesses. Yet reality is fraught with sorrows akin to Liangzhu. Lin Hao and Mu Hao had been roommates and teammates for years, yet they had never known of the heart-wrenching love story that unfolded within Mu Hao's life. It was no wonder he had never been seen dating. He even kept a small locked box in his drawer, perhaps the final vestige of his secrets. Mu Hao's rebellious demeanor concealed a profound helplessness, though his heart ached. He had never confided in anyone. Even his passion for basketball was intertwined with dreams of love. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, recognizing the formidable power of love. and felt a newfound admiration for his brother. Why do I feel such sadness? This tale is so moving. Wenlong stammered, casting glances at the two with a hint of sorrow etched on his face. Lin Hao remained silent, while Xiaohua regarded him with a serious expression, seemingly seeking his response. When Lin Hao bowed his head in silence, Xiaohua turned to Wenlong and clarified, "This isn't a fabricated story, it's a true account." Xiao Hui was touched by their love and willingly entered Mu Hao's world. Mu Hao has always kept an eye on Xiao Hui, but hesitated to confront his sorrow. Does Xiao Hui truly resemble Dai Xiaohong? Wenlong looked bewilderingly at Xiaohua. She produced her phone, sharing a photo Xiao Hui had sent her. Lin Hao took the phone and, upon the first glance, noted some resemblance, though a closer inspection revealed differences. Indeed, there is a slight resemblance. No wonder Mu Hao harbors such feelings. If he cannot forget her, why not be together? Wenlong exclaimed in confusion. It's not that simple. They are not the same person. Mu Hao carries the weight of Dai Xiaohong's dreams into South Normal University. He does not wish to be disturbed, Lin Hao replied, turning to the two with patience for Wenlong's navet, wanting them to understand that Mu Hao was not devoid of emotions. Mu Hao is a man of deep feelings, influenced by his personal experiences. Xiao Hui is sentimental and easily moved by stories. Their emotions are indeed complicated. I hope discussing this before him once he heard him. Xiaohua pondered, questioning her motives, as this was a sorrowful matter. So what now? Shall we merely watch them suffer? Wenlong looked troubled, uncertain if Mu Hao would succumb to despair. Let them both calm down first. Later, I will speak with Mu Hao during practice, Lin Hao remarked, frowning as he glanced at the already vanished Mu Hao, his eyes filled with renewed determination. The team's affairs were tumultuous, and Mu Hao's emotional turmoil could potentially affect his performance. Xiaohua asserted that Mu Hao would only be affected on a personal level, while Lin Hao optimistically hoped his brother would overcome his inner demons and discover his happiness. What is Xiao Hui and Appo's state? Is she planning to do anything? Wenlong asked. Still anxious. Xiaohua frowned, struggling to comprehend his words. Noticing her perplexed expression, Wenlong quickly clarified, I didn't mean that. I meant, does Xiao Hui wish to become a part of Mu Hao's world like Dai Xiaohong? If so, she should take action rather than wallow in sorrow. Xiao Hui is utterly heartbroken. Mu Hao's rejection was too severe. I don't know how to counsel them. Perhaps they just need time, Xiaohua suggested, leaving the resolution to time. If Xiaohua felt powerless, Lin Hao felt even less capable of intervening. How could he address Mu Hao and Appo's emotional struggles when he was unable to manage his own? They remained until 1:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon before departing. Lin Hao and Wenlong chose not to return to their dormitory, agreeing to let Mu Hao be alone, and instead headed to the classroom for a rest. Around 2:00, when classes commenced, all the students arrived, yet Mu Hao's absence stirred concern. How could he be so affected? After all these years, could Xiao Hui's presence truly disrupt his normal life? Only after class did Mu Hao finally appear, speaking to the teacher with an air that suggested he was unaffected. Wenlong quickly gestured for him to sit beside them, aware that the public classroom was not the place for loud outbursts, and curious about what had transpired. We share in your struggles. I don't want you to succumb to despair, Lin Hao said, frowning at Mu Hao, determined not to lose anything over this. It was impossible for Mu Hao to remain unaffected. If he were not afraid of jeopardizing the game, he would not be sitting there. Mu Hao, we are brothers. We cannot let this matter create a rift between us. If something troubles you, we will not turn a blind eye, but you must communicate, Wenlong urged, hands raised in exasperation. Mu Hao glanced back at them with a cold smile. No need to worry. I'm not fragile enough to be broken by this. Just act as if nothing has happened. If you had said that earlier, there would have been no issue. Wenlong sighed, relieved and yawning. You owe me a drink tonight for keeping me from my nap. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the blackboard, stating seriously, the game is on this weekend. We will arrive early to prepare. Absolutely. I'll treat you both to some local delicacies. I'm well acquainted with the area. Mu Hao replied, his expression that of a carefree rich kid. As class resumed, everything was acceptable as long as it did not impact the game. After school, Lin Hao quickly changed clothes in preparation for the gym. Mu Hao mentioned he was meeting someone and might arrive late. Lin Hao understood that today's events would not resolve swiftly, and perhaps it was best for him to be alone for a while. When the two arrived at the gym, they encountered someone leaving. At 5:00, the gym was reserved for the school team's training. So why were there other individuals present? The sound of dribbling echoed as when Jian practiced inside. Accompanied by a woman, Li Ling, who appeared more engrossed in her phone than in basketball. Why bring someone else here? Isn't that disruptive to practice? Wenlong grumbled. Lin Hao gestured for him to refrain from further comment, setting down his backpack and heading to the opposite half of the court. Same as usual. Help me retrieve the balls. 200 mid-range shots, Lin Hao called, and without hesitation, Wenlong began passing the ball. He did not treat himself as a mere ball boy, but as a crucial part of a specialized training regimen, contemplating how to make it easier for Lin Hao to receive the passes. The passing virtuoso, Nash, had thrived on his instinctual play on the court, enchanting spectators with his assist-making prowess. Lin Hao, receiving the ball comfortably, naturally achieved a higher shooting percentage. After approximately 100 shots, Zhang Xian and others gradually arrived. Noticing the presence of others in the gym, Wen Jian quickly signaled for Li Ling to wait outside. Li Ling, caught off guard by the interruption, exclaimed angrily, "Why can't I be here? I'm a student at South Normal University. This is practice time. Others cannot disturb us. Please wait outside. I will join you shortly." Wen Jian explained, his earlier bravado evaporating. Everyone listened, yet no one spoke, as it was best to remain uninvolved in such matters to avoid conflict. After much persuasion, Wen Jian finally convinced Li Ling to step outside. By the time Li Kun and the others arrived, they missed witnessing this exchange, but Li Zhibing followed them, grinning and catching everyone's attention. Li Zhibing, Wenlong pointed to the past in an astonishing manner. Xiuhua followed closely, holding a document as if to announce something significant. "Everyone, please pause for a moment. I would like to introduce a new team member," Li Kun called out to the crowd, subsequently summoning Li Zhibing to the forefront. This is Li Zhibing, a freshman who is deeply passionate about basketball. His sudden inclusion serves as a reminder that without diligent training, anyone may be replaced at any moment. Li Zhibing, grinning and scratching the back of his head, said, "Hello everyone, my name is Li Zhibing. I am thrilled to become teammates with all of you. I look forward to your guidance." "All right, let's give him a warm welcome," Li Kun encouraged, leading the applause. The others followed suit, but the proceedings were not yet concluded. As Li Kun gestured for Xiuhua to step forward, Xiuhua then read from the document. According to team management regulations, Adong and Xiao Ji have violated the rules by playing street basketball, resulting in a 5-game suspension. Should they offend again, expulsion will ensue. They want to play street basketball. Why weren't we informed? Li Tsong and the others hastily debated, bewildered by the situation, especially since they had missed training today and realized that Coach Li was indeed serious. Additionally, their tardiness for training constitutes a rule violation, and we will address this upon their arrival, Li Kun stated sternly, signaling the continuation of practice. At this point, only the suspension was being discussed. The absence of any mention of transfer hinted that the matter had been resolved. Did Wen Jian, as their close friend, not know about their absence from training? Xiuhua quickly approached Wen Jian to discuss the issue, who had even attempted to call the two, but with no response to either call or message. It dawned on them that the two were indeed serious. A half-hour later, Mu Hao arrived in a flurry. Li Kun treated everyone equally, despite having greeted him. Tardiness warranted a penalty. He was subjected to a series of fitness drills, including shuttle runs and frog jumps, increasing the training load as punishment. "Lin Hao, come here." Li Kun beckoned, moving closer to say, "You will join Wen Jian's group for tactical training." Without further explanation, Li Kun blew his whistle, and the two teams plunged into action. The original starting 5 was altered, with Li Tsong becoming an opponent. Lin Hao took the 3 position, Wen Jian the 2, Wenlong controlled the ball, Zhang Xian assumed the 4, and Li Jian occupied the 5. Mu Hao, originally a 4, remained under punishment. As the whistle blew, training commenced. This was Lin Hao's first formal engagement in a tactical drill, partnering with Wen Jian, which displeased Wen Jian. Nevertheless, the strategy revolved around Wen Jian, and his movement remained precise as Lin Hao utilized his familiar crossover to create a 3-point opportunity. Under Wenlong's guidance, a series of hand signals were executed, and Wen Jian quickly found an open space after a screen by Li Jian, receiving the ball and shooting with remarkable steadiness. Li Kun observed not merely the physical confrontation, but also the effective execution of tactics, which greatly satisfied him. "Defense. More vigorous defense," Li Kun shouted, intent on applying pressure on Wen Jian. "Pass the ball." Lin Hao raised his hands, calling out, yet Wen Jian ignored him and shot directly over Li Tsong's defense. The ball went in, leaving Lin Hao exasperated as he spread his arms in resignation. "Continue. The defense is still lacking. Don't allow him an easy basket." Li Kun urged, clapping his hands. Execute your screens properly. Leave the scoring to me. Wen Jian scoffed dismissively as he walked past Lin Hao. Lin Hao, frowning and wiping the sweat from his face, caught a fierce glare from Mu Hao. It was evident that Wen Jian was disregarding the strategy. His refusal to pass to a teammate in an open three-point position demonstrated selfishness. This lone wolf mentality, coupled with the audacity to chastise teammates, left Lin Hao wondering if the coach would intervene. Chapter 36. Departure after defeat. The essence of strategy lies in leveraging individual capabilities to create more scoring opportunities for teammates. With Lin Hao's position vacated, it is imperative to pass the ball, regardless of whether it results in a successful shot. If the ball is out of reach, what good is Lin Hao's prowess? Pass the ball. Teammates are in open positions, so why not pass? Before Lin Hao could voice his thoughts, Mu Hao had already erupted in anger, directing his ire at Wen Jian. Wen Jian scoffed, recognizing that this matter did not concern him. On the court, the opinions of others mattered little to him. He was merely executing the coach's strategy, which was to score. If you possess such ability, then prove it by scoring. If not, remain silent. Wen Jian disdainfully replied, tossing the ball to Wen Long, signaling to continue the game. What does this mean? Do you think yourself indispensable? That the team cannot function without you? Mu Hao gritted his teeth, confronting him, unable to tolerate his arrogance. Enough of the shouting. We are in the midst of training. Wen Long interjected, swiftly stepping in to diffuse the tension. Liang Quanfeng, observing the escalating emotions, stood up, ready to intervene. However, Li Kun pulled him back, signaling for silence, indicating they should listen. Liang Quanfeng frowned, contemplating whether to allow them to quarrel. Wen Long, do not back down. It is precisely because of training that I must intervene. Waiting until the match is too late. Mu Hao, solely focused on basketball, had no desire for conflict. If Wen Jian was dissatisfied, he could settle it on the court. Have you considered how many points you can score? Pathetic offense, abysmal defense. It and oppos. It's not that the team cannot function without me. It's simply that you are performing inadequately. Wen Jian retorted, shaking his head in contempt. Such expressions of disdain for a teammate would have prompted the old Lin Hao to confront him physically. However, the current Lin Hao had matured. He understood the importance of prioritizing the team over personal grievances. Yet, Mu Hao was standing up for him. If he did not support his brother now, how could he bear the title? Wen Jian, let us settle this on the court. If you win, you are the leader. If you lose, adhere to the coach's directives, Lin Hao calmly declared, dribbling the ball and meeting Wen Jian's glare. Both players, of similar height, were filled with youthful vigor. The atmosphere on the court thickened, the heartbeat of the spectators quickening like the rumble of thunder before a storm. Liang Quanfeng reached out to intervene, but was pulled back by Li Kun, whose confident smile suggested he foresaw something significant. Xiaohua turned to the coach, but the two were merely waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Xiaohua was perplexed. The two leaders of the team were on the brink of confrontation. How could they remain passive? As everyone's gaze shifted to the coach, Li Kun quickly turned Liang Xuanfeng's attention to the tactical board, ignoring the unfolding drama. The scene was clear, the one-on-one matchup perfectly aligned with Li Kun's intentions. Remaining silent was the optimal resolution to the conflict. Mu Hao glanced at Lin Hao, a satisfied smile creeping across his face, then yelled at the silent Wen Jian. What's wrong? Are you afraid to lose? If you beg for mercy, we will merely laugh it off. Wen Jian understood the implications of the coach's approval. It was only natural to teach Lin Hao a lesson. He executed a deft crossover dribble, confidently dribbling the ball, then, with a dismissive chuckle, proclaimed, "You seek battle? You are merely courting disaster. You set the rules. I will ensure you leave in tears today. Enough chatter. Let us win by 3 points. You may start." Lin Hao confidently extended 3 fingers, prompting everyone to step back. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Resolving matters on the court was the most fitting approach. You are well aware of the rules. As long as you remain standing, there are no fouls. However, intentional fouls will result in an automatic loss, Mu Hao declared, stepping forward with a smirk, signaling the start. No need for your theatrics. Watch how I dismantle him, Wen Jian retorted, passing the ball with disdain, asserting, I am the team leader. You attack first. His self-proclaimed status as leader was audacious. He had seen shamelessness, but had never witnessed such brazen arrogance. The coach had never uttered such words, yet he dared to consider himself the leader. How audacious. Li Kun exchanged amused glances with Liang Quanfeng, whose face was flushed with anger. Wen Jian was tarnishing his reputation and required correction. Lin Hao wasted no time, receiving the ball and stepping beyond the three-point line before passing it to Wen Jian. Wen Jian, catching the ball, scoffed, "I do not care if you are injured. I am here to dominate you. If you fear, now is the time to beg for mercy." With the tension mounting, Wen Jian returned the pass, and Lin Hao immediately launched a three-point shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, swishing cleanly through the net, resulting in a resonant sound as it struck the ground. As the spectators tightened their fists in anticipation of Lin Hao's offensive prowess while worrying whether he could reclaim his former glory, the play concluded, leaving them momentarily stunned. 3 points scored, the score was now 1-0. Mu Hao raised both hands, signaling the three-point gesture and shouting in triumph, prompting everyone to react. Even Wen Jian was caught off guard by the speed of Lin Hao's shot, yet he remained unimpressed, realizing that he had no alternative tactics other than a sneak attack, allowing Lin Hao 1 point. The attacking player, Lin Hao, received the ball from Mu Hao and immediately passed it to Wen Jian, who returned it. Without warning, Lin Hao swiftly launched another three-pointer, astonishing everyone with his clean and decisive action. The ball once again swished through the net, and Wen Jian's complexion paled as he watched it land. Li Kun, witnessing his former protégé's resurgence, patted Liang Quanfeng on the shoulder with satisfaction. This was the Lin Hao he envisioned, domineering, cold-blooded, and utterly uncompromising. Li Kun gestured for them to continue watching, his expression revealing his anticipation of the final outcome. The score became 2-0, with Mu Hao's voice ringing out again. "Lin Hao, excellent work. Finish this off quickly, do not delay training." Lin Hao took the ball, remaining silent, passing it once more to Wen Jian. The latter, now feeling the pressure of the 2-0 score, recognized he was backed into a corner. If Lin Hao scored again, his position as team leader would be jeopardized, and he could not afford to concede. Wen Jian resolutely returned the pass to Lin Hao and advanced, arms outstretched in defense of the three-point line. But it was too late. Lin Hao would not grant him another chance. Facing Wen Jian's defense, he executed a flawless three-point shot once more. The same motion, from the same point, unchanged in its delivery. Even with heightened defensive efforts, the ball sailed through the net with precision. The score now stood at 3-0, marking Lin Hao's victory. Mu Hao erupted in a roar of triumph, yet the court remained composed, maintaining its rhythm. He understood that when Jian's challenge to Lin Hao was futile, Lin Hao had acted only when the harmony of the team was threatened, exercising remarkable patience. "Wen Jian, you have lost. Do not expect to retain your position as leader. Comply and listen," Mu Hao proclaimed, relishing the opportunity to humiliate him in front of their teammates. "Mu Hao, enough," Xiao Hua interjected, stepping forward. Turning to Wen Jian, she added, "We are all teammates. Our goal is to unite the team and achieve victory together. I admit defeat. A man must keep his word. My abilities are lacking. I will withdraw from the team," Wen Jian replied, still holding on to his pride as he walked away. "Jian, go, let us leave. What a pitiful team. They think they can suspend us at will. Do they really believe we cannot live without playing?" Adong and his companion were unaware of when they had arrived at the door, but upon witnessing Wen Jian's humiliation, they decisively rushed in. These two young men thrived on chaos. Their sudden outburst was nothing short of instigating trouble. Liang Quanquan sensed the situation spiraling out of control and attempted to intervene, yet was restrained once more by Li Kun. With closed eyes, Li Kun confidently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. What is destined to happen will come to pass, and it was best to observe how they would resolve their own issues before stepping in. "Adong, what are you saying? We are all teammates, and competition within the team is essential for our growth. Please refrain from such thoughts," Xiao Hua shouted, her dissatisfaction palpable. "My thoughts are of no concern to you. It is the team that has sidelined me. Even if we remain, what difference does it make? We train relentlessly, yet will it truly allow us to play? I have no interest in your team. Jian Gu, let us go," Adong declared defiantly, having long held a grudge against them. "Blaming the team for your own inadequacies, Adong, have you lost your mind?" Mu Hao yelled, his anger directed at such arrogance. "What arrogance is this? Just because you have a bit of money at home, you think you can insult others? Try it again," Adong shouted, ready to confront Mu Hao. Li Jian and his companion quickly stepped in to prevent any physical altercation. Under no circumstances should they resort to violence. "Enough," Wen Jian yelled, turning around in anger. Lin Hao glared at him, fully aware of Wen Jian's displeasure. This was not the scene Lin Hao wished to witness. But now he bore the responsibility. Seeing Wen Jian still agitated, Mu Hao pointed at him and shouted, "Don't intimidate us with your arrogance, Wen Jian. If you're a man, Take responsibility and don't disrupt our training. Although Wen Jian was displeased with them, he still possessed a sense of pride. Accepting defeat meant adhering to the rules. He had lost and had nothing more to say. Lin Hao, you are the captain now. There will be no more Wen Jian, he declared emphatically before turning to leave the venue. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the sound of Wen Jian's footsteps. He walked away with unwavering determination, devoid of any regret. I do not wish for you to leave the team over a mere duel. Nanjing Normal University needs you, we need you, and the competition needs you. Lin Hao called out to Wen Jian calmly. However, Wen Jian showed no inclination to heed his words, for the victor claims the spoils, and the loser must depart. Good riddance. We will win just as easily without you, Mu Hao scoffed, almost applauding Wen Jian's exit. Xiao Hua felt helpless. This was clearly not the outcome she desired. Yet, given Wen Jian's temperament, persuading him to return seemed nearly impossible. This is how he is. He won't take it to heart. It's just childish stubbornness. I'll have a word with him later. Li Tsong assessed the situation and stepped forward to take charge, recognizing that leadership was necessary in this moment. Suddenly, applause erupted from behind, prompting everyone to turn around. Li Kun approached, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Ha ha, splendid, truly splendid." Xiao Hua looked at Lin Hao in astonishment, while Lin Hao's indifferent expression revealed his surprise as well. Coach Li should have been reprimanding them at this moment. Why was he applauding? Was this sarcasm? Mu Hao, initially taken aback, soon burst into laughter. Look at that. His departure is what everyone wanted. Even Coach Li is displeased with him. We needn't dwell on it. Let us bring home a championship and rub it in his face. Very well. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a core player. You have triumphed. But what will you do about the upcoming matches? Chapter 37. Silent Perseverance. Li Kun's unexpected words carried an air of hindsight. If this was the outcome he anticipated, why did he not intervene from the start? Liang Wentong found himself utterly bewildered. What was he thinking by expressing regret at this juncture? Observing the helpless expressions of those around him, Lin Hao decisively stepped forward and declared, "This situation arose due to my actions. I shall persuade him to return." "Do not rush. Wait a moment," Li Kun quickly interjected. "Let us not dwell on this. The situation was bound to reach this point. I do not hold any of you responsible. However, Wen Jian possesses genuine talent. If he departs, our strength will diminish further, making advancement in the group stage exceedingly difficult." Xiao Hua spread her hands in desperation, feeling quite helpless. Li Kun's thoughts were inscrutable as he extended his hand and smiled. Wen Jian indeed has commendable abilities. Yet to become the core of the team, he falls short. As the head coach, I must remain pragmatic. This one-on-one confrontation arose from their competition for leadership. Now that the hierarchy has been established, it must be acknowledged. In truth, while Wen Jian can be considered a barely adequate leader, should we wish for the team to progress further, a competent leader is essential. Leadership is earned through performance, not mere declarations. Is there anyone else who aspires to lead? If so, step forward and challenge Lin Hao. Li Kun and Apos, as remarks were rather peculiar. Pitting players against one another for the sake of leadership was more akin to a battlefield than a sports court. Coach Li, this approach seems inappropriate. Mu Hao protested in confusion. Li Kun chuckled in response. Indeed, it is not entirely appropriate. However, if discontent arises among players, even towards the coach, it can be resolved through this method. As long as you can earn the respect of your teammates, I, as the head coach, will honor your position. Proving one's leadership through skill was not a novel approach for Li Kun, as it mirrored the philosophy of Coach Haifeng. Both coaches sought to foster competition among players, albeit limited to skill-based challenges. It was crucial for teammates to be convinced of one another and Apos' capabilities to achieve a more harmonious performance on the court. Of course, there remained significant differences in the coaching styles of Li Kun and Coach Haifeng, with only a few unique similarities. In light of Li Kun's words, no one dared to object. When players' abilities are comparable, it is only natural to earn respect through skill comparison. This explains why Jordan remained the team's leader, while Pippen willingly accepted the role of the second-in-command. Those who squabbled over leadership ultimately failed to produce commendable results. Noticing the silence among the group, Li Kun smiled again and remarked, "This one-on-one confrontation is not as dire as you imagine. Wen Jian acted impulsively, and you too have been rash. I must remind you to think carefully before acting. Do not let fleeting impulses dictate your actions. Let Wen Jian take some time to cool off, while you focus on training." His succinct words conveyed more than mere admonishment. Lin Hao grasped the underlying message. "All right, everyone, Continue your training, Mu Hao called out hastily, prompting the others to spring into action. When Long maintained possession of the ball, Mu Hao set a screen, and Li Tsong stationed himself beyond the three-point line, while Lin Hao diligently executed his tactical movements along the baseline. The training proved fruitful, with effective screens and seamless coordination, culminating in a display of their unique brand of team basketball. More importantly, Lin Hao and Appo's three-point shots were precise, exuding an almost ruthless quality. After a rigorous session, Li Kun announced the conclusion of training for the evening. The two coaches appeared unfazed by the day and Appo's events as they strolled leisurely towards the exit. Hey, Coach Li, what exactly transpired? It seemed you were reprimanding us, yet simultaneously offering comfort. When Long voiced his confusion as they exited the venue. Every situation possesses its own unique narrative, and Xiao Hua shared in the bewilderment. Perhaps not wishing to disrupt your training, Assistant Coach Liang will speak with Wen Jian. I believe there will be no issues. She reassured them. Although Lin Hao understood the situation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As the catalyst for this incident, he could not simply remain a bystander. He needed to discuss matters with Wen Jian again. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Mu Hao quickly interjected, Lin Hao, don't think I can't see what you're contemplating. To be frank, you would be best off not seeking out Wen Jian. You may find him unforgiving if given the chance. Lin Hao continued walking with his head down, feeling exposed. If the situation could be resolved without his intervention, that would be preferable. However, could Assistant Coach Liang truly manage it? I believe Wen Jian is not the main issue. Rather, it's a Dong and Xiao Ji. If they had not stirred up trouble, this wouldn't have escalated. Their dissatisfaction is what led to this chaos. When Long pointed out the root of the problem, acknowledging the team's need for Wen Jian despite their grievances. While Wen Jian's skills were commendable, a Dong and Xiao Ji, despite being part of the team, lacked the prowess to secure starting positions. Their resentment stemmed from a lack of playing opportunities. If such discontent spread, the team would serve no purpose. Mu Hao wholeheartedly agreed with Wen Long and Appo's perspective, nodding vigorously. You and Appo's finally spoken some truth. These two lack talent yet harbor such arrogance. It's evident they have no future. Lin Hao recognized that a Dong and Xiao Ji's dissatisfaction arose from their suspensions. They believed he had betrayed them, leaving him unable to defend himself. Any attempt at explanation would only exacerbate the situation, making future discussions even more challenging. Let us refrain from further chatter. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we have only 2 days until the match. It would be wise to concentrate on the upcoming game, Lin Hao advised, choosing to withdraw from their conversation. Mu Hao perceived Lin Hao's displeasure and shrugged, continuing towards the dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Xiao Hua coincidentally encountered Xiao Hui descending alone, a book in hand, seemingly headed out to read. At this hour, what book could possibly warrant your attention? It's past 10, Xiao Hua exclaimed, nearly laughing at her friend. Xiao Hui, where are you off to? You should hurry back to rest. Xiao Hui beamed, unaffected by any emotional turmoil. Though she had not joined the group at the gym that evening, it did not signify that she was troubled. I've come to terms with things. Besides, I just want to take a stroll. Since you're here, let's head to Telly Park together. Thus, Xiao Hua found herself drawn to Telly Park, established in memory of the former principal and now a local landmark. The park bustled with couples, making it an ideal backdrop for romance. As Xiao Hua observed the couple strolling by, she couldn't help but tease, Xiao Hui, what are you thinking? If you're seeking solace, surely a more suitable venue would suffice. Just look at all these couples. It makes me blush. Xiao Hui chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper, Xiao Hua, do you like Lin Hao? The unexpected question caught Xiao Hua off guard. What was the occasion for Xiao Hui's sudden curiosity? Was she really pulling her out for this conversation? Are you out of your mind? If you're feeling down, just tell me. Sharing will lighten your burden, Xiao Hua replied. Knowing that Xiao Hui wouldn't have broached such a topic without reason, particularly after being rejected by Mu Hao. Xiao Hua, I am not out of my mind. Nor am I wallowing in despair. I've come to realize that Mu Hao cannot forget Dai Xiaohong, which is why he rejected me. I have been overly simplistic in my thinking. Thus, I've decided to learn from you, using basketball as a means to connect with him, gradually entering his world. I believe I can truly move him, Xiao Hui said, gazing at the starry sky with hopeful determination. Xiao Hua found herself marveling at Xiao Hui's newfound resolve. Despite the circumstances, she was still willing to persist. But what if Mu Hao continued to be unresponsive? Would she commit to this endeavor for life? While such tenacity is commendable, the naivete of youth does not always align with reality. Love is undoubtedly magnificent, yet each person's experience of love is distinct. There is no right or wrong within this realm. If Mu Hao cannot move beyond this relationship, it is only Xiao Hui who will suffer. I am aware of your affection for Lin Hao. From the moment you first met, you were smitten. At that time, he was accompanied by Qin Wenyuan, which restrained you from expressing your feelings, leading you to choose silent companionship instead. After Qin Wenyuan departed, it was you who comforted Lin Hao, enabling him to quickly regain his resolve. Even now, you remain silent, not wishing to distract him. I truly admire your spirit and have learned from your example. Thus, I too shall support him quietly through basketball. Xiao Hui looked at Xiao Hua with a bright smile. Yet, Xiao Hua wore a bittersweet smile. Even Xiao Hui could discern what Lin Hao could not. Why, after all this time, has he shown no sign of acknowledgement? Hey, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Upon noticing Xiao Hua's serious demeanor, Xiao Hui quickly inquired. Xiao Hua, recovering her composure, smiled and replied, It's nothing. I simply find you to be a thoughtful girl. Your persistence is quite touching. I believe Mu Hao will also be moved by you. Keep it up. Only then did Xiao Hui feel relieved. As long as she was not upset. Xiao Hua, you should take the initiative to confess your feelings to Lin Hao. Don't be shy. It's evident to anyone that you two are a perfect match. Lin Hao's personality is such that he would never confess on his own. You must seize the opportunity and not let regret linger. Xiao Hui hurriedly expressed her thoughts. Xiao Hua was indeed struck by her words. This situation came with its share of helplessness. If there were genuine issues, the subsequent conversations would be difficult to navigate, especially with Qin Wenyuan's frequent disruptions. Not only was Lin Hao troubled, but Xiao Hua felt equally vexed. You little rascal, you always seem to have the final say. As long as I see you're all right, I'll be at ease. Xiao Hua playfully pinched her nose, then turned and dashed away, not allowing her to catch up easily. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, aware that tomorrow was Saturday and there was no need to rise early, found himself reluctantly dragged into a gaming session by Mu Hao. Of course, their games were always intertwined with basketball. As per our usual tradition, you will be McGrady, and I shall take on Allen Iverson. In this ultimate showdown, I will ensure you understand what a crossover truly means. Mu Hao declared boastfully. The basketball game was rooted in a shared understanding of the sport, yet being skilled in basketball did not necessarily translate to proficiency in gaming. After 3 matches, Mu Hao was on the verge of laughter. Lin Hao lost every single time, as Mu Hao's McGrady failed to showcase his abilities, consistently being outplayed by the team led by Iverson. Your skills are woefully inadequate. Just watching you makes me anxious, when Long remarked, unable to contain himself. With such talent? He thought, how could Lin Hao hope to defeat Mu Hao? Haha. Mu Hao burst into laughter. This is merely virtual. If you think you can do better, step up. I shall indeed take my turn. Watch closely, as I will dominate using McGrady. When Long declared, sitting down and grabbing the keyboard. Mu Hao. No cheating. Let us have a fair duel. You think you can challenge me? Let us see how I obliterate you. The two then commenced a fierce competition. Just as they were becoming engrossed in the game, the dormitory door swung open, and Zhang Xin popped his head in, exclaiming, Hey, tomorrow is Li Jian's birthday. Do you all want to join the celebration? Li Jian's birthday? How come we weren't informed? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. You all are aware of Li Jian's situation, so I thought to surprise him. I've already notified Xiao Hua. We'll celebrate in the classroom. What do you think? Are you interested? Of course. You will go ahead and prepare. Buy a cake. I'll cover the costs. It would be best to invite a few more girls to create a lively atmosphere, Mu Hao called out without turning around. All right, your word is enough. See you tomorrow night, and remember, keep this under wraps. Chapter 38. Security guards also have basketball dreams. Hurry, hurry. If you don't defend, I'm going to dunk again. Mu Hao exclaimed, furiously tapping on the keyboard. With a swift move, he broke through and executed a one-handed slam dunk, laughter echoing around him. Ha! With your pathetic skills. You think you can play with me? Dream on. What are you so smug about? It's just that your keyboard is a bit better. When Long retorted, striking the keyboard defiantly. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Mu Hao quickly immersed himself back into the game. The word fear had never existed in his lexicon. Lin Hao, shaking his head in resignation, watched the two of them revel in their playful competition and decided to leave them to it while he took a shower. The school team's training schedule was strictly regulated, a decision personally made by Principal Ping. The training load was not to exceed what the students could bear, as they were still students and not professional athletes. Thus, the training regimen was quite lenient, 4 days of training per week, followed by 3 days of rest. This was understandable for Li Kun, as excessive training could be exhausting for students. As long as they remained diligent and made the most of each training session, it was manageable. However, this year, New regulations had been implemented, extending the training to 5 days a week, from Monday to Friday. Training commenced promptly at 5 in the evening, with players having the option to request leave if they had classes. The weekends were designated for rest, providing ample time for everyone to address the week's accumulated tasks. Nonetheless, those who wished to continue training were free to do so. Provided it was done scientifically, no informal games were permitted, and unauthorized access to the weight room for solo workouts was strictly prohibited. As a result, all players eagerly awaited the weekends, not only for the chance to sleep in, but also to spend time with their girlfriends. Lin Hao's training plan included weekends, unless urgent matters arose. But generally, he had little to contend with. Once his studies were in order, his focus remained on training. Unfortunately, he had been unable to obtain the key to the gym, leaving him no choice but to practice outdoors. In southern cities, the sun was already high by 6 in the morning. At this moment, Lin Hao was alone on the court, constantly shifting positions and practicing dribbling. His tank top thoroughly soaked. "Kid, aren't you afraid of wearing yourself out in this blazing sun?" A security guard, who had been watching for a while, couldn't help but shout. Lin Hao turned to see a familiar face. This guard had congratulated him after the first game victory. "Hello, Uncle Zhang. The sun isn't too harsh today. I'm just working on some fundamentals, so it's fine," Lin Hao replied with a smile. Zhang Fuchuan, the guard, approached, shielding his eyes from the sun's glare. "Lin Hao, as a member of the school team, you should be training in the gym. The hard cement court outside is not conducive for your development. There is a significant difference between practicing indoors and outdoors." Lin Hao felt a bit taken aback by Zhang Fuchuan's words, but he couldn't deny their validity. However, the gym was closed. He decided to pause, and Zhang Fuchuan handed him a bottle of water. Lin Hao accepted it, feeling a bit helpless about the guard's expression. It was Saturday, and the classroom didn't require strict supervision, so he had the time to come over. Yet, why would Zhang Fuchuan come to watch? "The gym is closed on Saturdays, so I thought I'd come over for a brief practice," Lin Hao explained after taking a sip of water. Zhang Fuchuan didn't respond. Instead, he picked up a basketball from the ground and began dribbling. Lin Hao was taken aback. His ball handling skills were impressive. Without this uniform, he could easily take to the court. With a beautiful shooting form, he stopped suddenly and released the ball, which swished through the net effortlessly. However, he gasped slightly after running to retrieve the ball. "Uncle Zhang, did you used to play basketball?" Lin Hao asked, noticing the guard's slight breathlessness. Zhang Fuchuan chuckled, juggling the ball with confidence. "When I played, you weren't even born yet. Haha, I'm getting old now. I can't keep up with you young folks." Indeed, he was a true basketball enthusiast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way to watch. In fact, he had probably come to the gym to watch a game and had stumbled upon Lin Hao practicing alone. Afterward, Zhang Fuchuan stepped beyond the three-point line, took aim, and released the ball. Unfortunately, it fell short, hitting nothing but air. Lin Hao quickly retrieved the ball and, upon turning back, saw Zhang Fuchuan leaning on his knees, catching his breath. This wasn't merely fatigue, it was a sign of overexertion. Lin Hao rushed over to support him, concerned. "Uncle Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" he asked anxiously. After catching his breath, Zhang Fuchuan waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. It's just age catching up with me. I can't play basketball anymore." As he spoke, Lin Hao sensed a profound sense of longing within Zhang Fuchuan. Anyone who has passionately loved basketball carries a piece of it in their heart, no matter where they go, forever willing to give for the sport. Lin Hao felt this way, and surely Zhang Fuchuan did too. "Uncle Zhang, do you have a story to share about your relationship with basketball?" Lin Hao inquired, eager to hear the tales of the older generation's dedication to the sport, which deserved utmost respect. "You want to hear?" Zhang Fuchuan looked at Lin Hao, clearly pleased with this young man. Lin Hao quickly helped Zhang Fuchuan to a nearby stone bench where they sat down. He offered him another unopened bottle of water, but Zhang Fuchuan repeatedly declined. "At my retirement age, it's quite dull at home, so I took a position as a basketball coach at a primary school. However, after some time, I realized I wasn't suited to be around basketball anymore. My heart couldn't handle it. The security job, however, feels more practical," Zhang Fuchuan said, smiling yet reluctant. "When we played basketball back then, the conditions were extremely harsh, pure cement courts and clouds of dust. To play, we had to wake up early for training. The poor conditions of the courts were manageable, but the hardest part was the basketball shoes. Our team comprised 15 players, and 10 of us were anxious about getting basketball shoes. Our families struggled to afford college, so we dared not hope for new shoes. So, what could we do? We had to share," During breaks, we would swap shoes with those on the court, pouring our hearts into the game. The coach felt for us too, especially during training. Many of us wore a single pair of white running shoes until they were worn to the soles, enduring blisters on our feet. Looking back, it's incredible that we managed to persevere through those times, Zhang Fuchuan reminisced, shaking his head in disbelief at the dedication of those days. Back then, we could play shirtless under the blazing sun. Now, I can only sit by and watch. I can imagine your love for basketball. Did you help your school win championships back in the day? Lin Hao asked respectfully. Ah, speaking of that, it's one of my life's regrets. Zhang Fuchuan sighed deeply. Back then, our passion for basketball stemmed not only from love but also from the desire to make a name for ourselves. We made it to the finals, but unfortunately, due to personal issues, we fell short. That game not only cost us the championship but also marked my farewell to the court. Even though I dreamed of a comeback, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make it happen. After graduating and starting to work, I hoped to use basketball as a means of exercise. But several experiences brought trouble to those around me. I chose to step away from basketball at the peak of my youth. Life is filled with moments when you feel confident, yet you find yourself unable to follow through. At this moment, Zhang Fuchuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a reflection of a profound and perhaps incredulous sentiment. While it is evident that one could achieve greater heights, the ultimate objective remains elusive. Lin Hao could sense the anguish within Zhang Fuchuan. The initial injury had led to this very outcome. The past year had been a torment for Lin Hao. Are you unable to play due to your injury? Lin Hao inquired solemnly, knowing that only afflictions could hinder one's ability to continue in the sport. Zhang Fuchuan, with eyes reddened yet composed, turned back with a smile, patting his chest and saying, "There are injuries far worse than physical ones, those of the heart." The heart? Lin Hao frowned, unable to fathom that Zhang Fuchuan had a cardiac issue. Reflecting on Zhang's condition after the three-point shot, an understanding began to dawn on him. Indeed, it was a heart ailment. Zhang Fuchuan took a deep breath, gradually calming himself before he continued. At that moment, we had reached the finals. Just when it mattered most, I suddenly fainted. I felt a darkness enveloping me, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a hospital bed. The regret of our loss weighed heavily on me. I felt I had let my teammates down. Yet, rather than blame me, they offered constant solace. When the coach finally revealed the truth, my world shattered. I was diagnosed with a congenital heart defect, exacerbated by vigorous exercise, leading to inadequate blood supply. The doctors emphatically advised me against playing basketball, warning of life-threatening risks. As Zhang Fuchuan recounted his tale, there was little pain in his words. After years of silence, the turmoil had subsided, and he regarded it merely as part of a dream-chasing journey. Lin Hao's expression grew grave. This was not the outcome he wished to hear. There is no greater sorrow than the inability to play due to health constraints. Compared to Zhang Fuchuan, Lin Hao considered himself fortunate. In his youth, he dismissed the doctor's warnings as exaggerations. He pleaded with his coach to let him continue playing, but the coach refused to take any risks. Years passed without him touching a basketball, yet the memories lingered. After graduation, he became a teacher at a secondary school, hoping to impart his love for the game to his students, only to realize he remained susceptible to overwhelming emotions. Several times, he fainted during competitions, prompting doctors and school officials to take the matter seriously, ultimately distancing him further from basketball. Decades have elapsed, and although he no longer participates in the sport, basketball has never strayed far from his life. He had been passionate, had pursued it relentlessly, and had experienced both joy and sorrow through the game. Despite everything, his love for basketball endures. Zhang Fuchuan's words rekindled in Lin Hao the allure of basketball, revealing a fervent enthusiast's unwavering dedication. In this unattainable dream-chasing narrative, Lin Hao saw a reflection of himself. In the pursuit of basketball dreams, there has never been a pause in the journey. Ah, these are merely old tales. Zhang Fuchuan chuckled. Your dedication to basketball reminds me of my youth. Lin Hao, you are now the hope of Nanjing Normal University. You must persevere. When you reach the finals, Uncle Zhang will be there to cheer you on. He smiled as he patted Lin Hao's shoulder before rising to leave. Uncle Zhang, could you teach us how to play? Lin Hao sprang up, filled with respect. Ha, I am merely a security guard. You are the professionals. Teaching is your coach's domain. Moreover, my heart cannot withstand too much excitement. You all practice well and bring back a championship trophy for Uncle Zhang. I am also a part of Nanjing Normal University now, Zhang Fuchuan replied with a smile, waving his hand as he walked away with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 39. Whispered discussions. Lin Hao could sense the profound love for basketball that resided within Zhang Fuchuan, an authentic reflection like none he had ever encountered. Some individuals can persist despite physical limitations, much like Lin Hao, who, after a significant injury, managed to make a triumphant return. However, for someone like Zhang Fuchuan, it would forever remain a source of regret. Lin Hao glanced at the basketball in his hands, its firmness mirroring his unwavering determination. He turned and strode purposefully towards the court to continue shooting hoops. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and Xiao Wei had received a notification from Zhang Xin and were busily preparing for a surprise celebration for Li Jian's birthday, which fortuitously fell on a Saturday, something all the players were eager to witness. Xiaohua also informed Coach Li and assistant Coach Liang, but they were occupied attending a meeting with Principal Ping at the league office and, regrettably, could not participate. Li Jian's personal circumstances were less than ideal. His aspiration upon arriving at Nanshida was to become a teacher, not a professional athlete. Given the financial constraints at home, pursuing education was a considerable challenge. Witnessing the poor conditions in the mountains, where children lacked access to the same educational opportunities as those in cities, Li Jian was motivated to attend university, aiming to return as a qualified teacher to help more children succeed. Upon learning of Li Jian's noble aspirations, Mu Hao had once expressed his admiration, vowing to be there for him whenever needed, ready to face any challenge. This morning, Mu Hao's absence from training was attributed to preparations for Li Jian's birthday, which were being executed with great care. When Long and Xiao Wei were busy decorating a classroom, determined to create an unforgettable 20th birthday for Li Jian. Throughout the day, Li Jian remained blissfully unaware of the surprise. However, whenever he had a moment, he would retreat to the library, believing it essential to broaden his knowledge beyond his major to become a competent teacher. As the day drew to a close, Xiaohua, having decorated the classroom with the purchased items, was preparing to conclude her busy day when she overheard two voices in the restroom, causing her to frown. "I heard you like Lin Hao too, Ah Fong. We're classmates, after all. The ones close by get the first chance. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're no less attractive than Xiaohua, and your grades are impressive. You'll surely succeed in your graduate exams. You and Lin Hao are a perfect match." Xiaohua is just the team leader of the basketball squad, relying on basketball to flirt with Lin Hao daily. You can't let her outshine you and bring glory to our class. Hoshi, don't say that. Xiaohua is a good girl. She isn't flirting at all. Besides, she truly understands basketball, which is why she is the team leader. Even if they have feelings for each other, it's only natural. We shouldn't speak ill of her behind her back. Ah Fong and Lin Hao were in the same class and were recognized as the class's handsome couple. Any rumors concerning them circulated among the girls, while most boys believed that Lin Hao and Xiaohua were indeed a perfect pair. The speaker, Hoshi, was also from the same class, not particularly remarkable in appearance or academics, but known for her sharp tongue. Xiaohua would often greet her, and Hoshi would respond with enthusiasm. Little did they know, she harbored such disparaging thoughts behind Xiaohua's back, leaving outsiders to wonder if there was some underlying conflict. Xiaohua felt a surge of anger. How could Hoshi speak like that? Just as she was about to voice her discontent, she paused, deciding against it. Love is free, and they are entitled to their discussions. Even if Ah Fong truly liked Lin Hao, it was not a fault, nor was it Xiaohua and Appo's concern. As she turned to leave, Hoshi's voice rang out again. Ah Fong, you're just too kind. Good people often get taken advantage of. I find it hard to believe you still don't understand why Xiaohua wanted to be the team leader. She is only trying to seize the opportunity since you and Lin Hao have something going on. I've said it before, the ones close get the first pick. Lin Hao spends all his time with basketball, and by being the team leader, she gets to see him daily. If she seizes this chance, you'll be left with nothing. Xiaohua is far too calculating. Don't underestimate her. Xiaohua felt tears welling up. To be labeled as scheming for simply being a basketball team leader was incomprehensible. What had she done wrong? Hoshi, stop it. There is nothing to it. Don't slander Xiaohua, Ah Fong urged. The only consolation Xiaohua found was that Ah Fong did not believe Hoshi's words. The cruelty of human nature terrified her more than the gossip itself. She had never imagined being the subject of rumors if she did not confront this now. How would she face Lin Hao in the future? I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Even if Xiaohua likes Lin Hao, there should be fair competition. She could just voice it. We're all girls, and liking a boy isn't a crime. But you were the one who liked him first. Why should she have the advantage now? I'm genuinely dissatisfied with your situation. If you don't want to be at a disadvantage, you should confess quickly. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return, Hoshi declared, just as she heard the sound of a toilet flushing. Xiaohua hastily dropped the mop and turned to leave. Unfortunately, she was a moment too late and collided with Ah Fong as she pushed the door open. Upon seeing Xiaohua, Ah Fong's face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing that Xiaohua had overheard their conversation, she understood that discussing others behind their backs was indeed an impolite act. I was just... Hoshi started to speak as she opened the door but was taken aback to find Xiaohua standing there, leaving her flustered. Xiaohua, Hoshi fumbled. Unsure how to explain, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, her gaze fixated on the floor. Oh, I just came to return the mop. It's nothing. Please, continue. Xiaohua said with a polite smile, slowly turning to leave. The awkwardness was palpable. It was not only Xiaohua who felt helpless, but Ah Fong also felt guilty towards her. Xiaohua, don't take what they said to heart. Lin Hao and I are nothing. It's all just gossip, Ah Fong quickly clarified, hoping to prevent any further misunderstandings. Xiaohua's heart ached not from Ah Fong's relationship with Lin Hao but from being unfairly labeled as scheming by Hoshi. She despised being misunderstood and discussed behind her back. Resolutely, Xiaohua turned around and called out to Hoshi, I am not as despicable as you say. I became the basketball team leader not because of Lin Hao. I simply love basketball. If you think I've done something wrong, you can tell me directly. Don't spread rumors behind my back. I loathe that kind of slander. Having said that, she stormed out without waiting for Hoshi's response. Mu Hao, passing by, overheard Xiaohua's outburst in the girls' restroom and almost rushed in. Upon seeing her emerge, looking wronged, he quickly grasped what had transpired. When he noticed Ah Fong chasing after her, Mu Hao glared at the two girls in anger. Mu Hao, Xiaohua is our team leader. You must go apologize to her on my behalf. We truly did not intend to speak ill of her. It's all my fault. I owe her an apology, Ah Fong urgently implored Mu Hao, recognizing that only he could clarify the situation. Hoshi, you are truly something else. You're involved in everything, a real gossip monger. Mu Hao shouted, nearly pointing a finger at her in fury. Hoshi turned away, refusing to respond. After all, she was merely stating the truth, whether it was a problem with Xiaohua's concern. Mu Hao hurried after Xiaohua, who was at the classroom door. Her tears nearly dried but still wearing a forced smile. Xiaohua, don't be upset. Hoshi is just like that. If you take her words to heart, you'd be no better than her, Mu Hao said, attempting to defend Xiaohua. Once she calmed down, Xiaohua turned back, managing a strained smile. I'm fine. They can say what they want. I know the truth, and that's what matters. Xiaohua and Mu Hao were only acquaintances, having exchanged greetings and passing. The gossip had arisen due to Lin Hao, yet the issue remained that neither of the two prominent figures had been invited today. What were they doing here? Mu Hao shrugged, letting out a sigh of relief, finding some solace in the moment. You really need not concern yourself. Matters of the heart are inherently unpredictable. There's little we can do to prevent deceit lurking behind our backs. This is all Lin Hao's fault for his procrastination. Yet, if you believe that leading the school team is a matter of consensus, then who would dare oppose me? If it comes to that, I shall be the first to confront him. This has nothing to do with Lin Hao. It is merely a reflection of my own shortcomings. Well, today marks Li Jian's birthday. Let us not disturb the atmosphere. He turns 20 today, which is significant. Xiaohua smiled, prioritizing the collective joy over personal matters. Mu Hao genuinely thought Xiaohua was a good girl. It was Lin Hao who was rather foolish, always clutching a basketball without considering the feelings of those around him. In the classroom, Zhang Xin and a few others were busily preparing, their expressions equally filled with excitement. Apart from Wenlong, none of them belonged to Mu Hao's class. Li Jian was merely a teammate, not a classmate. Ah Fong and another girl were evidently brought along by Wenlong. Mu Hao pulled Wenlong aside, asking in a corner, what on earth are you thinking? Why did you invite Hoshi? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Didn't you tell me to invite more beautiful girls? So now you think it's too good and have come to complain to me? Wenlong looked at Mu Hao with feigned innocence. Mu Hao was speechless. If he was to invite beautiful girls, they certainly shouldn't be like Hoshi. He didn't need Wenlong to call anyone from his own class. I am truly at my wit's end with you. In the future, please inform me beforehand about such matters. Don't go around creating unnecessary chaos. With a resigned shout, he dismissed the issue. Wenlong appeared bewildered. Yet he sensed the underlying tension. It seemed he would have to step outside to manage the situation and maintain the festive spirit. Turning back, Mu Hao noticed Xiaohui smiling and engaged in her tasks, and he was suddenly overcome with a sense of disappointment, quickly nodding politely in her direction. How peculiar it was to encounter her again so soon after having resolved matters. Facing her again felt daunting. Come on. You can't avoid her just because Xiaohui is here. Xiaohua whispered, subtly gesturing towards Xiaohui. Mu Hao felt like crying, just as he was advising Xiaohua. She turned around to encourage him in return, which felt rather contradictory. I am quite earnest about this. Let us start as good friends. Missing this opportunity would be your loss, and you wouldn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, would you? Xiao Hua said with a smile before promptly returning to her tasks. The situation seemed slightly precarious. To dampen the mood now would be a grave sin. Despite his tempestuous nature, Mu Hao understood the importance of the occasion and forced a smile, making his way over. The classroom buzzed with warmth and camaraderie. Besides the few girls brought by Xiao Hua, there were also girls from Li Jian's class. Rumor had it that someone harbored a secret admiration for Li Jian, though the specifics remained unclear. Since Mu Hao had clarified matters with Xiao Hui, their encounters were limited to a friendship. Xiao Hui was not transparent about their relationship, nor would she voice her steadfastness, yet the atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and chatter. Later that evening, during dinner, Zhang Xian arrived early at the library to wait. After all, it was essential not to linger too late in the teaching building. They had to vacate by 9 at the latest, making it ideal to visit during dinner. Li Jian, Lin Hao, a few of us are waiting in the classroom. There are matters concerning the team that need discussion. Come on, let us go together. Zhang Xian said earnestly, affecting an air of urgency. It was imperative to attend as the team faced significant issues, particularly regarding Wen Jian and Adong. The situation was dire, and Lin Hao's leadership in addressing these matters was crucial. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jian grabbed his books and hurried toward the library. Unaware of the unfolding dynamics. Chapter 40. Encircled early in the morning, Lin Hao received a phone call and hurried over. The training load for the day was substantial, and naturally, he would not miss the evening's festivities. Moreover, it was Li Jian's birthday, a moment worthy of gathering together. Xiao Hua displayed no signs of discomfort. Under Wen Long and Appo's explanation and Fong and Appo's proactive apology, they eventually excused themselves from the birthday celebration. Mu Hao and Xiao Hui both maintained a level of restraint, as it was a birthday party, not a personal showcase. When Zhang Xian brought Li Jian to the foot of the teaching building, he had already made a phone call, and everyone was prepared. At the moment Li Jian opened the door, a cascade of streamers descended upon him, catching him off guard. As the birthday song began to play, he realized the celebration was indeed for him, stirring a wave of excitement. Li Jian chose to remain low-key, keeping silent. Yet he felt a warm current surge within him as his teammates proved to be true brothers, causing his eyes to glisten with emotion. Happy birthday! Lin Hao stepped forward, beaming, and extended his fist in a gesture reminiscent of basketball camaraderie, bestowing his heartfelt wishes. Li Jian reciprocated with a fist bump, expressing gratitude in this manner. After all his teammates joined in the gesture, Li Jian quickly bowed to thank them. Thank you all for your thoughtfulness. I truly appreciate everyone. You are far too polite. Today is all about surprising you, and it seems we have indeed astonished you. Let and Appo's cut the cake. Everyone is hungry. Wen Long exclaimed, patting his stomach. The birthday song rang out again, accompanied by the well wishes of all present, marking Li Jian and Appo's happiest birthday yet. At 20 years old, a brand new beginning. This was indeed an unforgettable milestone, and Li Jian felt increasingly resolute in pursuing his dreams while cherishing this rare friendship. As they began to eat the cake after the song, Mu Hao decisively sent a piece to Xiao Hui, which pleased Lin Hao, who chuckled. Mu Hao, I propose we sit and enjoy while you perform a dance for us. Sure, some individuals boast of being the dance king in the dormitory, but I have yet to see it to believe it. When Long eagerly chimed in, Mu Hao frowned. It felt rather embarrassing to dance before so many people. Besides, today was Li Jian and Appo's day to shine. He should take the spotlight. However, now that all eyes were upon him, he had little choice. All right. Let the dance king from Nanshire University show you a performance. Prepare to be dazzled, Mu Hao declared confidently, striking a pose with one hand on his belt and the other raised high, exuding charisma that made Xiao Hui stifle her laughter. Lin Hao, I need to ask you something, and I require a serious response, Xiao Hua said, peeling peanuts and smiling as she leaned closer to him. Lin Hao, captivated by Mu Hao and Appo's explosive performance, was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. After all, they were old friends. Was such politeness truly necessary? I have always been serious, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Fong has always had feelings for you. You should consider it seriously, Xiao Hua remarked with a smile. Though her indifference belied the turmoil within her, no one felt the sting of that comment more than Xiao Hua herself. If she were truly unconcerned, why would she bring it up? The words of Fong pierced Xiao Hua and Appo's heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. It was only today that she truly grasped Xiao Hui and Appo's sorrow. Remaining silent would only lead to further distress. Lin Hao seemed to understand the underlying tension. Xiao Hua, Wuden, and Appo's have broached the subject without reason. Although Ah Fong was prominent in class, her prowess was confined solely to academics. Lin Hao and Apos' aspirations extended far beyond merely graduating with honors. He aimed to realize his ambitions on the basketball court. Ah Fong? Lin Hao replied earnestly. You must have heard rumors to ask me that. We are merely classmates, and there is no future for us. So, you will not accept her affection? Xiao Hua inquired, her demeanor brightening as if she had just received a beloved gift. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Something about Xiao Hua today felt peculiar. There may be rumors circulating at school, but there and Apos, no need to pay them any heed. Focus on yourself, embrace your youth without regret. And let our dreams shape the future, Lin Hao responded with sincerity. He had a perfect opportunity to confess to Xiao Hua at that moment, yet he refrained. For today was Li Jian and Apos' day, and this was not the right time for such declarations. What if she confesses her feelings to you? Would you be willing to accept? Xiao Hua could not resist probing further, devoid of any pretense, simply seeking clarity. Ah Fong is a diligent student focused on her studies, aiming for graduate school and then a doctorate. You needn't, and Apos' worry about her losing focus, Lin Hao replied calmly, also expressing confidence in himself. Xiao Hua felt as if she had consumed honey. Even if she faced numerous grievances today, she would not feel disheartened. Wonderful! Let us have another, Wen Long exclaimed, clapping his hands and rising in excitement, the atmosphere becoming increasingly jubilant. Amidst the splendid festivities, Xiao Hua even volunteered to sing a song, a youthful campus anthem that enveloped everyone in the beauty of their youth. The birthday gathering continued until 7 in the evening, though the time was brief. The bonds of friendship were solidified, and communication among teammates flourished. Lin Hao wished to spend some time reading in the library, so he urged Wen Long and the others to leave first. Mu Hao departed promptly after the celebration, opting to avoid certain matters. Xiao Hua and Xiao Hui caught up with Lin Hao, noticing he was not heading towards the dormitory and assuming he was off to train again. Lin Hao, why are you still thinking about training so late? You should rest. Indeed, we have an away game tomorrow. The journey will be tiring. Resting well is essential for performing well in the game, Xiao Hui chimed in cheerfully. Seeing Xiao Hui and Apos' smile return to its former brightness, Lin Hao felt a sense of joy for her. This was how she ought to be. No training today. It's still early. I plan to read for a bit, Lin Hao said, glancing towards the nearby library. Perfect. We shall join you in reading as well. Xiao Hua seemed intent on creating an opportunity, convincing even Xiao Hui that they were genuinely headed to study. As the trio entered the library and Apos' main hall, Xiao Hua and Apos' phone rang. As the leader of the school team and a member of the student council, she often had numerous responsibilities. Upon answering the call, her expression turned grave, and she quickly released her hold on Xiao Hui and Apos' arm, realizing the seriousness of the situation without uttering a word. All right, I'm on my way, Xiao Hua replied solemnly, swiftly putting away her phone. There has been some trouble with Wen Jian. I must go handle it. You two go ahead without me. Lin Hao heard that Wen Jian was in trouble. After all, he was still a teammate. Regardless of what had occurred, unity among teammates was paramount. I'll go with you, Lin Hao called out seriously as he turned. Xiao Hua glanced at him, sensing his earnestness, and felt a twinge of hesitation. Their previous discord had not faded long ago. Was this truly the right moment for such a reunion? Hurry up. Let us not delay, Lin Hao urged as he reached the door. The situation with Wen Jian could potentially be quite troublesome. Having Lin Hao and Apos' assistance would surely be beneficial. They decided to proceed, prioritizing resolving Wen Jian and Apos' predicament. Exiting the library, they dashed towards Telly Park, panting as they explained. Wen Jian got into a fight behind Telly Park. The scene is quite chaotic. We must rush over. We cannot allow him to cause a scene, or it will be even harder for him to return to the team. Who were they? Why was there a fight? Lin Hao inquired, realizing that understanding the cause was crucial to intervening. It seems to be people from Nankita. I'm not clear on the specifics, but we need to head there first, Xiao Hua replied, swiftly navigating the shortcut towards their destination. The paths leading to Telly Park were numerous. Traversing familiar routes, they quickly arrived at the rear area. Directly across from them lay a bustling commercial street, with nearby residential complexes just beyond. This area was lively, frequented for shopping and dining, making it a hub of activity. At that moment, beneath the shadow of the mountains adjacent to Telly Park, a group of over a dozen individuals encircled 3 people. Occasionally, individuals surged forth to engage physically, while others merely observed, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. Hey, what are you doing? Stop! Xiao Hua shouted as she pushed through the crowd. To her astonishment, A group of over 10 surrounded 3 individuals, their presence formidable enough to intimidate them. However, the man at the forefront showed no signs of fear. Despite having a bruised face, he remained undeterred. This individual was Wen Jian, his fist clenched tightly, awaiting the advance of his adversaries, exuding an air of defiance. "What are you doing? On what grounds do you assault someone?" Xiaohua demanded, shoving aside several people obstructing her path to Wen Jian, pointing at the foremost aggressor. With righteousness on her side as the captain of the school team, she was not one to cower before such threats. If provoked, a single phone call could make them regret their actions. Lin Hao stood calmly at the back of the crowd, recognizing several among them. Some were indeed from South University of Science and Technology, while others appeared unfamiliar, not resembling students. "Oh wait, you're causing trouble at South Normal University. If South University finds out, the consequences won't be trivial. I don't wish to complicate matters for you, so leave quickly." Lin Hao shouted at Awei. While Awei was undeniably from South University, he was not part of the team. Furthermore, the conflict today was instigated by Wen Jian. What was wrong with retaliating against him? Awei had refrained from physical confrontation. Could the school expel him for that? "Oh, ISN and Oppos. This Lin Hao? I wondered why the atmosphere suddenly turned foul. Turns out a piece of garbage has arrived." Awei sneered, prompting laughter from those around him. Lin Hao had come to escort Wen Jian away and had no intention of escalating the situation. Awei and Oppos, as provocations held no significance for him. And engaging with such individuals was unnecessary. Casting a stern glance at the crowd, he ignored their hostile glares and strode purposefully toward Wen Jian. With a trace of blood at the corner of Wen Jian and Oppos' mouth, a dong and another stood trembling behind him. Had Lin Hao not arrived, the 3 would have had to crawl home that night. As Lin Hao approached Awei, a tall figure interjected, blocking his path, a smirk on his face. "So, you're Lin Hao? Who do you think you are, trying to play the hero?" Lin Hao glared at the man, who sported a buzz cut and a large gold chain, towering over Lin Hao with an arrogant demeanor. He was clearly no student, but Lin Hao felt no fear. Should this man choose to act aggressively, he would ensure his defeat that very night. "I am his teammate, and I intend to take him away. If you have an issue with that, speak up," Lin Hao replied, his eyes narrowed and teeth clenched. "Teammate?" The man laughed derisively. "Looks like you have some backup. Why not call a few more people? Just you and this pathetic girl? How weak." While he was willing to engage in a fight, he would not tolerate insults. Stepping forward, he pushed against the man's chest, staring him down. "I did not come here to brawl, but if you insist on violence, I will make sure you never forget who I am." "You want to fight? Come on," shouted a shorter individual behind him, seemingly eager to prove himself. Lin Hao dismissed him, brushing aside the man blocking his way and resolutely advancing toward Wen Jian. Xiaohua, fueled by anger, refrained from using her connections unless absolutely necessary. But tonight, she was determined to ensure the safe departure of the 3. "Wen Jian, don't look at me like that. If you want to avoid trouble, come with me," Lin Hao called out calmly, without time for further explanations. "Want to leave?" the man bellowed as the group surrounded them once more. "Lin Hao, do you think I fear you? Tonight, unless he apologizes and makes amends to my brothers, it won't matter who comes." Chapter 41. I am so arrogant. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense as Lin Hao's provocation irked the leader of the group. No one in this territory dared to disrespect Brother Yuan. If he failed to assert himself today, how could Brother Yuan face his subordinates? How could he show his face in the future? "Lin Hao, this is none of your business. I can handle my own affairs, so get lost," Wen Jian shouted, wiping the blood from his lips. He had no desire to owe anyone a favor or become entangled with him. A dong and another person quickly pulled Wen Jian back, perplexed by his anger. Without Lin Hao, they would surely be in for a beating tonight, especially with Xiaohua present. Brother Yuan would not dare to act recklessly. Wen Jian understood their intentions but stubbornly refused to accept their help, even if it meant being beaten to the hospital. Xiaohua loathed Wen Jian's impulsiveness, especially at such a time. "Wen Jian, say less," Xiaohua shouted, then turned to Awei. "Awei, you are from South Science and Technology University. How can you associate with these people? If your principal finds out, you'll be in trouble. I don't care what happened between you. Just resolve tonight's matter. I hope for no further complications." "Huh? He stole my brother's girlfriend and beat him up. How can you expect me to clarify this? Should I simply let it go?" A man beside Brother Yuan shouted angrily. But when Jian and his companions had already taken a beating, what more could they want? "What's stealing? Love is free. He started the fight. My brother didn't retaliate. You're the villain crying first, thinking we can be bullied?" Wen Jian shouted, showing no fear. Things were chaotic, with each party presenting conflicting narratives. However, Lin Hao had already discerned that the root of the conflict did not involve Wen Jian, but rather a Dong and his companions stirring trouble, with Wen Jian stepping in. Be quiet. Lin Hao barked, glaring at both sides. Noticing a Dong cowering, he pointed at him. A Dong, clarify what happened. That guy stole my girlfriend. If you come out, I'll kill you. The man yelled, ready to charge forward. Lin Hao stepped in front, his imposing stature exerting pressure. If it's our fault, we will certainly apologize. But if it's your fault, you can't just sweep the matter under the rug. You must go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Hao declared with righteous indignation, unperturbed by Brother Yuan's reputation. I was dining with Zhou Li when he rushed over, grabbed her, and tried to leave. Zhou Li refused, stating they had broken up and would not associate with him. He got furious and asked who was Zhou Li's boyfriend. When I stood up, he shoved me, and I lost my temper and retaliated. A Dong recounted, still somewhat shaken. Did I agree to break up? Did anyone consult me? In public, he takes my girlfriend out for dinner. What does he think I am? This matter is far from over. The man pointed angrily at a Dong. A simple situation had become convoluted, leading to misunderstandings. Lin Hao did not wish to escalate matters, but the opposing side clearly was not willing to back down. If Lin Hao retreated, it could very well lead to further trouble. You've heard it. Love is free. Whom Zhou Li dines with is her choice. You charged in without understanding the situation and are now gathering a crowd. Do you truly wish to escalate this? Lin Hao shouted at the man. First, go to the hospital for an examination, then call the police. Kid, you're asking for it. Want to call the police? Go ahead, try it. Brother Yuan roared, and over a dozen people stepped forward, knocking a Dong and his companion to the ground. A scream from Xiao Hua pierced the air as she shouted, What are you doing? Let go. Looking for death. Wen Jian pushed aside the advancing assailants, delivering a punch and then a kick to the two on the ground, causing chaos to erupt. Lin Hao turned and pushed aside those threatening Xiao Hua, yelling, Stop. If you dare to strike again, I will ensure you all regret it. Hey, what is going on? Want to fight? Try me if you dare. A loud voice suddenly erupted from behind as Mu Hao charged forward, dragging a steel pipe that clanged loudly. Instantly, a dozen tall individuals surrounded them, tensions running high. Brother Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected scene. Where had Lin Hao gathered such a crowd? Whoever dares to move, try me. Mu Hao shouted angrily, pointing at everyone. If I don't break your legs, I want to be called Mu Hao. The situation was indeed dire. If a fight broke out, Brother Yuan would find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Brother Yuan was not one to be intimidated, even if he suffered today. Couldn't they still stick together in the future? Kid, you're quite bold, bringing such a crowd. I'll remember you. Brother Yuan stepped forward, glaring, his expression darkening as he issued a threatening remark and signaled for his group to leave. Wait, Lin Hao shouted, causing Brother Yuan to turn back, his demeanor shifting. Lin Hao calmly approached until he stood directly before Brother Yuan. This matter is not over. You think you can just walk away after injuring someone? Lin Hao, let it go. A Dong and the others are not seriously hurt. Don't escalate this, Xiao Hua quickly interjected softly. Lin Hao understood Xiao Hua's desire to avoid conflict, but it was they who instigated the trouble. Allowing them to leave simply because they were numerous would lead to greater problems in the future. Lin Hao, well done. But I still need to hear what your brother has to say, Brother Yuan said, glancing back at a Dong. A Dong understood Brother Yuan's identity and thought it best to avoid further conflict. I'm fine. A Dong stammered, wishing to keep the peace. Since a Dong had spoken, Lin Hao had no reason to press the matter further. However, the future needed to be made clear. Brother Yuan flashed a satisfied smile at Lin Hao, shrugged, and turned to leave. Tonight's events end here. If you dare to disturb us again, we will resolve it as necessary. Lin Hao, will never back down. Lin Hao called out to Brother Yuan's retreating figure. Kid, daring to cause trouble at South Normal University, do you think being numerous makes you impressive? Mu Hao scoffed at the departing crowd, never fearing a fight. Oh my, you scared me to death. Wen Long suddenly slumped down, sitting on the ground and wiping sweat from his brow. This was his first encounter with such a large scene. Had he not heard that Lin Hao was surrounded, he would have never shown up. Lin Hao, are you injured? Mu Hao rushed over to inquire. Lin Hao felt both satisfaction and concern at Mu Hao's arrival. He had brought his teammates along with weapons. If the coach found out, it would lead to more trouble. Everyone disperse and head back quickly, Lin Hao shouted, urging them to leave promptly. What is there to fear? We didn't fight. We merely came to mediate, Mu Hao replied, casually dropping the item he had been holding. However, when Jian felt awkward, having been beaten in public and needing them to intervene, he now felt vulnerable, fearing how he would face others later. When Jian, don't be grateful. I'm not here to help you. If it weren't for Lin Hao and Xiao Hua being in trouble, I wouldn't have bothered. If you lack the ability, don't start trouble. It only complicates things for others. Mu Hao couldn't resist throwing a jab at him, underscoring his inadequacies. Wen Jian, embarrassed, turned and left. Wen Jian, wait. Lin Hao called out, striding forward with a serious expression. These people will not give up easily. Be cautious in the future. And Adong, remain calm and don't act impulsively. I'll speak to the coach on your behalf regarding the transfer. Apologize to the coach tomorrow. And everything will be fine. Tonight's events left Adong feeling humiliated, and he dared not speak up. Wen Jian, dismissive, scoffed, do not preach your righteousness to me. I neither sought your assistance nor desire it. With that, he strode away, leaving Adong and the others with no choice but to follow. What a lack of humanity. We helped him, and not only did he fail to express gratitude, but he also exudes such arrogance. Is there truly such a person? Mu Hao exclaimed, his face reflecting exasperation, wishing he could administer a few slaps to him. Lin Hao chose not to pursue, acknowledging Wen Jian's temperament was already established. The day's events would end here. You all head back. I shall have a word with him, Li Tsong called out, hastily chasing after Wen Jian. Adong was a troublemaker, entangled with such individuals for a girlfriend. I believe it prudent to inform the coach. Otherwise, should this scene reach Principal Ping, it would spell significant trouble. Zhang Xin, having gained some experience, promptly suggested to Xiao Hua, look at your cowardice. I cannot fathom what you fear. Who will witness our actions? Who will claim we fought? What will Principal Peng say? Can't our team simply take a stroll? Mu Hao, dissatisfied with Zhang Xin's timidity, declared his intent to return. Xiao Hua would certainly not conceal this matter, however, given the involvement of Wen Jian and his companions. It would be best relayed through the coach before reaching Principal Ping. Moreover, with the competition day approaching, it was wise to remain calm. Do not worry. Li Tsong will handle this. Let us return, Xiao Hua beckoned, just as Xiao Hui rushed over, still visibly shaken. Lin Hao, glancing at Xiao Hui's ashen face, realized it was she who had alerted Mu Hao. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Thank you, Xiao Hui. Lin Hao nodded appreciatively. She merely reciprocated with a slight nod, wishing the incident had never occurred. Her call to Mu Hao was born from desperation. Lin Hao, I must say, in the future, please inform me of such matters in advance. Had I not arrived in time tonight, you would have taken the blame for him, which is not worth it. Mu Hao continued to complain beside Lin Hao. His words held truth. Mu Hao was indeed a loyal friend. Upon hearing of Lin Hao's troubles, he did not hesitate to rally his teammates to support him, a camaraderie that few could emulate. When Jian is our teammate, we cannot stand by and watch him be bullied. Do not overthink it, Lin Hao calmly advised, wishing to quell any further notions regarding the incident. With your benevolent heart, consider his attitude. Had you not intervened, I would have rushed to slap him, not to mention his group. Regardless, I am not aiding him. If my words offend you, then he should have been more courteous first. Mu Hao maintained his characteristic demeanor, dismissing all explanations. To alter others, one must first change oneself. If Wen Jian sought Mu Hao's respect, he must first strive to better himself. Mu Hao's temperament needed tempering when two fiery dispositions collide. It is remarkable if they do not ignite. Everyone, let us return with ease. Today is Li Jian's birthday. Let us refrain from mentioning this incident to him. All shall be well. As they reached the dormitory entrance, Lin Hao reminded them. Lin Hao, I know you on good. Just because tonight is quiet does not guarantee tomorrow will be. We must remain vigilant regarding Wen Jian, the shadowy Li Jibing whispered. Lin Hao shot him a glare. This was a matter he was already aware of. Now, all that could be hoped for was that Li Tsong would persuade Wen Jian to return to the team promptly. Chapter 42. Another commercial match. Mu Hao basked in the limelight tonight, his spirits soaring, primarily due to having humiliated Wen Jian. As long as he felt elated, nothing else mattered. Lin Hao spent the entire evening contemplating how to communicate this matter to Coach Li and subsequently persuade him to inform Principal Ping. The team was a collective responsibility, and Lin Hao felt it imperative to first discuss it with Coach Li. Early the next morning, Xiao Hua summoned everyone to assemble on the playground. In Coach Li's absence, Xiao Hua assumed the role of coach. Although morning exercises were typically a personal endeavor, today was an exception. The team was scheduled to depart for the away game at 11 o'clock sharp, and to prevent any delays, an early gathering was crucial. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hua, Lin Hao had already been whisked away by Mu Hao, who claimed they were going to purchase a new pair of sneakers. Xiao Hua sent a message that morning, and upon receiving it, Lin Hao was taken aback. He hastily called Xiao Hua, assuring her that he would return to school before 11. The morning's brief training session consisted solely of stretching, preparing for the evening S match. Mu Hao led Lin Hao to a specialty store in the city center to try on shoes, with Lin Hao merely accompanying him. When Long, still indulging in sleep, paid them no mind. Give me a pair in this striking red color, Mu Hao instructed the salesperson, then turned to Lin Hao. Hurry up and pick a pair for yourself. My current sneakers are quite satisfactory. I don't require anything new, Lin Hao replied, glancing at his own footwear, which was far less extravagant. You don't understand. One must have better equipment for the game. We must safeguard ourselves, not take reckless risks, Mu Hao retorted, gesturing for Lin Hao to select a suitable pair. I'll buy it for you. The extravagant nature of Mu Hao's offer struck Lin Hao as unnecessary. He already had another pair of shoes in the dormitory, and 2 pairs were more than adequate. Choose quickly. Everyone is waiting for you, Mu Hao urged, while Lin Hao sat nearby, hoping he would hasten back. After trying on a couple of pairs, Mu Hao expressed satisfaction and cheerfully instructed, wrap these 2 pairs up, and also include 2 pairs of socks. Upon hearing that Mu Hao genuinely wanted 2 pairs, Lin Hao stood up and shook his head. Your size and mine differ. 1 pair is sufficient. The salesperson looked perplexed, unsure of what to do with the shoes in hand. It's fine. Just listen to me and proceed with the checkout, Lin Hao insisted, ultimately paying the bill. Mu Hao, what are you doing? I'm here to accompany you, not to cover the costs, Lin Hao remarked, realizing he had no choice but to pay. Are you overthinking this? It's not a gift for you. I wouldn't bother buying it if you didn't want it, Mu Hao countered, extending his phone to complete the payment. After settling the bill, Mu Hao revealed the truth. Lin Hao, you know nobody gifted anything for Li Jian's birthday. I thought to get him something appropriate. After much deliberation, I settled on a pair of sneakers, knowing his family struggles to spend money. Although a bit late, with the game today, wearing new shoes will surely enhance his performance. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized the importance of gifting on birthdays. Observing Mu Hao, he felt a newfound appreciation for his thoughtfulness. I'll get him a t-shirt, Lin Hao declared earnestly. Enough. I didn't bring you along to have you buy him a gift. You know Li Jian's temperament. You must present these shoes as if they are from you. He might refuse if he knows it's from me. It's a matter of male pride. Mu Hao hastily shoved the bag into Lin Hao's hands before rushing outside. Oh, look who it is, our wealthy second generation. They bumped into Kai Gowan, who had just entered the store, nearly colliding with them. What a twist of fate. Mu Hao encountering Kai Gowan while merely out to buy shoes felt like an omen. Lin Hao, it seems you're quite pleased with tonight's match. Celebrating with a new pair of shoes? Kai Gowan sneered, casting a disdainful glance behind him. Kai Gowan, congratulations on your recovery, Lin Hao acknowledged, noticing Kai Gowan's foot was fine, and prepared to leave. Don't go. I'm not a villain. What is there to fear? Kai Gowan called out, wanting them to linger. Lin Hao, eager to return to school, chose not to engage further. Their relationship hardly warranted any lengthy discourse. A simple greeting sufficed. They did not need to become friends. Kai Gowan, remember, we shall forever be rivals. There is nothing to discuss off the court. Farewell? Mu Hao impatiently shouted back, unwilling to entertain him. Kai Gowan, having received news of their presence, surely had ulterior motives for approaching them. Very well, we may not be friends, but would you like to see how your friend plays alongside our team? Kai Gowan said confidently, hands behind his back, coldly adding, I may not have witnessed last night's events, but I've certainly heard about them. You know who Yuan Gu is, haha. I trust you're aware as well. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Mu Hao shot back, but Lin Hao restrained him, urging calm. Kai Gowan had never feared confrontation, especially on a day when a match was scheduled at Nansha University. Kai Gowan, cease your underhanded tactics. Don't stir trouble, Lin Hao warned, his expression grave. Why act so rashly? Did I suggest causing a ruckus? Kai Gowan replied with a derisive laugh. I came to inform you that when Jian is currently playing basketball with Yuan Gu, I merely invited you to watch the spectacle. There's a commercial match later, and a prize of 3,000 yuan for the victor. With that, Kai Gowan swaggered away, confident that the news would reach them. His intention was clear, to instigate discord within Nansha University's ranks. Kai Gowan was unable to participate, and he certainly did not want Lin Hao to shine. Recent performances had exceeded Kai Gowan's expectations, and if Lin Hao continued to excel, his status as the top collegiate player would be jeopardized. A situation Kai Gowan could not permit. What does this imply? Has Wen Jian joined Kai Gowan's camp? Mu Hao glanced at Lin Hao, visibly taken aback by the revelation. Lin Hao trusted that Kai Gowan spoke the truth. His knowledge of last night's events indicated Yuan Gu would not let this matter slide. Wen Jian, too, was well aware of Yuan Gu's reputation. If Yuan Gu had lured Wen Jian into playing commercial matches for profit, it might result in an amicable resolution to their conflicts. Yet, such actions would grossly violate team discipline. Let us go. We must check this out immediately, Lin Hao called out, watching Kaigao's departing figure. This situation required urgent attention. As they exited the pedestrian street, the vibrant sounds of excitement erupted from a large shopping mall across the road. While it was common for malls to host various events, a basketball commercial match during daylight felt somewhat ill-timed. However, considering it was the weekend, attracting more customers made sense. Crossing the pedestrian bridge, they approached the venue, where a massive poster adorned the glass window. In the center of the square, the basketball court teemed with spectators. Thunderous applause echoing throughout. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hao observed two street players engaged in playful antics. To him, their movements appeared ostentatious, prioritizing aesthetics over practicality. Lacking the rigor of a competitive game. This was not due to a lack of respect for them. Rather, Lin Hao believed they were unfit for formal competition. Street players had their own style. Skillful execution could lead to success in their domain. Is that Wen Jian? Mu Hao exclaimed, pointing towards the basketball hoop in astonishment. At that moment, Wen Jian had donned loose-fitting streetwear and was stretching, seemingly preparing to take the court. Meanwhile, Kaigaoan sat under a sunshade in front of the mall, laughing and chatting with Yuan Ge, thoroughly enjoying their time together. Lin Hao, upon witnessing the scene, immediately discerned that Wen Jian had been compromised. Kaigaoan was not yet in a position to intervene, compelling Brother Yuan to seek an alternative means of generating revenue. Having offended Brother Yuan, the most prudent course for Wen Jian was to earn money on his behalf. While Wen Jian's intentions were not misguided, the street competition was far beyond his capabilities. Stay put. I shall clarify matters, Lin Hao declared, handing the box to Mu Hao as he prepared to advance. What are you doing? You've already changed your clothes. Do you intend to intervene? Mu Hao swiftly grasped his arm, glancing back at the organizers. Lin Hao, consider this carefully. There are financial interests at play. If you step in now, it would tarnish their reputation, and you would bear the consequences. Coming from a family of merchants, Mu Hao was acutely aware of the dynamics of capital. Organizing such competitions involved hiring individuals, and these street ball players were compensated for their appearances, regardless of the fees. Allowing Wen Jian to withdraw would disrupt their plans. Would they let him off the hook? Lin Hao understood the difficulty of preventing this situation. Yet he could not allow Wen Jian to err further. It was imperative that he recognized his actions had transcended the limits of a student's conduct. Rest assured, I know what to do. Lin Hao assured Mu Hao with a firm pat on the shoulder before resolutely striding toward Wen Jian. After an exhilarating display of street ball artistry, the DJ amplified the atmosphere with his electrifying voice. The street ball faction is dazzling, and our academic squad is equally spectacular. What sparks will ignite when street ball meets academia? The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, eager to witness this clash of contrasting styles, anticipating an unconventional showdown. Before Lin Hao could utter a word, Wen Jian spotted him weaving through the crowd. His expression soured instantly. Encountering him everywhere was indeed vexing. However, dismissing Lin Hao, he raised his hands high in response to the DJ's introduction and advanced toward the court. Wen Jian, are you in dire need of money? Lin Hao stepped forward to pull him back. Unfazed by Lin Hao's identity, Wen Jian shrugged him off, his teeth clenched, glaring with the fury of a prizefighter. Your actions will lead to your own demise. This is not your arena, Lin Hao bellowed, pointing ahead, unwilling to temper his words any longer. Haha. Brother Yuan's laughter resonated, and Lin Hao straightened his posture, harboring no thoughts about the man. Lin Hao, I've heard you are a core player from Nanshi University. Your basketball skills must be exceptional. Would you be interested in participating in today's match? If you win a game, I shall offer you 5,000 as an appearance fee. What do you say? Brother Yuan confidently extended his hand. The generous appearance fee was a coveted prize for every street ball player, as they relied on the game for their livelihood. In the city of Nanqing, many aspiring professional players continued to chase their basketball dreams through street ball, yielding commendable results. I can play, but I will not play for you, Lin Hao succinctly replied before turning back to Wen Jian. Wen Jian, I urge you to exercise caution. I can earn money playing basketball. What do you gain from it? Wen Jian shot him a disdainful glare, clearly unimpressed. Wen Jian, let us maintain a low profile. With your talent, it won't be long before you secure your desired appearance fee, Brother Yuan assured him with a confident smile. If you perform well, I shall consider your request to transfer schools, Kaigaoan added, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Hao. Chapter 43. An eye for an eye. It was evident that Lin Hao was being mocked by his peers at Nanjing Normal University. Even Dong and his companion had donned their jerseys and prepared for the game. Lin Hao glared at them, and the two, indebted to him, could only lower their heads in silence. There was no way to stop this. With Yuan Ji's appearance, Wen Jian could not withdraw. Moreover, Wen Jian had no intention of leaving such a stage. He needed the money. The reason he chose Nanjing Normal University was that Liang Quanquan had promised to assist him in applying for a scholarship. Although it was not substantial, it was enough for Wen Jian to graduate smoothly. Now, if he left the team, the scholarship would remain. But there was no guarantee he would receive it again next year. Wen Jian had to muster all his efforts to face the future. The opportunity lay before him, and he had no reason to give up. Go ahead. I will walk my own path. No need for your concern, Wen Jian stated. Not looking at Lin Hao as he walked directly towards the court. Faced with Wen Jian's composure, Lin Hao refrained from saying anything further. If it was truly for money, it was understandable. But if he was afraid of Yuan Ge and had to play for him, Lin Hao could only feel contempt. Don and Oppos, leave just yet. Stay and watch your teammates perform. We can also discuss our collaboration. If you think the appearance fee is too low, I can increase it. Yuan Ge confidently called out to Lin Hao, who was preparing to depart. If you have the ability, let your players defeat me on the court. Otherwise, do not bother me, Lin Hao retorted, turning to glare at Kai Gowen. Well said. I admire your spirit. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. You and Oppos, always welcome. Yuan Ge laughed heartily, for no one could resist the allure of money. Mu Hao, watching from a distance, hesitated to approach. Knowing it would be futile to change Wen Jian's mindset, it was better to ignore the situation altogether. Are you still watching? Mu Hao pointed at Wen Jian, who was beginning to warm up, eager to see how the young man would perform. Lin Hao shot a sharp glance at Mu Hao and strode over. He wasn't angry. Merely contemplating that Wen Jian's inability to look him in the eye indicated that something troubled him. Earning an appearance fee was not something everyone could achieve. It not only elevated Wen Jian's status, but also revealed a path to financial gain. Why not embrace it? Moreover, Lin Hao was perplexed by Kai Gowen's words. He had only heard of Wen Jian's withdrawal from the team. Why did Kai Gowen want him to transfer? Could their grievances be resolved so swiftly? Oh no. We're running out of time. We need to hurry back. Mu Hao suddenly realized they had lingered too long, slapping his thigh in urgency. Lin Hao glanced at his phone. It was already 10 o'clock, with a bus scheduled to depart at 11. They were still lingering in the city. Mu Hao was a true troublemaker. Quick, let's take a taxi back. We can't miss it. Lin Hao shouted towards the taxis under the overpass, and the two hurriedly rushed to board one. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and they arrived at the school by 10:30. Lin Hao quickly called Xiaohua to reassure her not to worry. Back in the dormitory, he grabbed his jersey and rushed towards the cafeteria, where the school bus was already parked, and everyone was seated, waiting. Mu Hao dashed up, out of breath, waving and exclaiming, "Haha, we're not late. It's all good. I'm amazed at you too. To buy a pair of shoes took such a long time. One could have given birth by now." When Long teased, poking fun at them. It's not even time to depart yet. Besides, it's not my fault. It's Lin Hao's picky taste. You can tell him that. Mu Hao quickly shifted the blame onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao shot him an annoyed glance, knowing the lad was being mischievous. He then handed a bag to Li Jian, saying, "Li Jian, this is a birthday gift from the team. We were busy training yesterday, so I got it for you this morning." Exactly. Just in time for tonight's game. Wear it and secure our first away victory. Mu Hao chimed in, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Xiaohua turned to the two, clearly excited, appreciating their thoughtfulness. This gesture should have been her responsibility as the team leader, yet Lin Hao quietly assisted her, feeling grateful. "Li Jian, this is from all of us. Although it's a bit late, it's finally here. Please don't let us down. Accept it." Xiaohua stood up, smiling. Li Jian hesitated to accept, but recognizing the heartfelt intentions of his teammates, he stood up, accepted the bag, and bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness. I will not let you down. I will play well and help the team win the game." It was indeed rare for Li Jian to accept such a gesture, and no one questioned it. A round of warm applause followed. The hour-long bus ride, though not particularly long, was still tiring for them. Playing at home is considerably easier than playing away, not only due to fatigue but also the need to adapt to the court. This was why Li Kun insisted that the players arrive early to familiarize themselves with the venue. Mu Hao, wearing headphones, was engrossed in his phone, while Lin Hao habitually closed his eyes to rest. Only when Long and Li Song chatted animatedly, with some feeling nervous and others excited. This was perfectly understandable for the season's first away game. Approximately an hour and a half later, they arrived at the gates of the business school. Unlike Nanjing Normal University, the business school was enclosed, with a main gate for entry and exit. Xiaohua had to present the team's work permit to prove they were there to play, and the security guard expressed his approval of their early arrival. Nanjing Normal University was adjacent to the business school, situated at the city's border. with a large river nearby, complete with a riverside promenade, making it a focal point for student attention. Just across the street was a bustling area, and Mu Hao was eager to take everyone there to eat first, then nap before training. When it came to food, Mu Hao was not quite a connoisseur. It was Wen Long and Li Song who were true foodies. The duo explored the whole street and returned with full bellies. Xiao Hua gathered everyone at a snack stall to discuss the game, including their opponent, the business school. After sharing several short videos with the group, Lin Hao remained silent. The business school was not particularly familiar to him, but he knew he had a formidable opponent there, his former high school teammate, Jiang Ping. They were alumni and teammates. It had little interaction. It was not that Jiang Ping looked down on him. Rather, Lin Hao was reluctant to engage with him. Jiang Ping had been involved with basketball from a young age and had already become a star player in high school. Lin Hao, on the other hand, had a humble beginning, only picking up a basketball in his third year of middle school and officially playing in his first year of high school. However, he possessed immense talent, joining the school team within a year and becoming a well-known star by his senior year. Lin Hao's personality meant that he and Jiang Peng could not possibly become close friends. Jiang Peng came from a well-off family, with classmates and friends surrounding him, especially within the school team. This was a style Lin Hao disliked, and he naturally felt out of place in Jiang Pu's circle. Furthermore, Jiang Pu was not inclined to engage with him either. Their relationship remained distant even after graduating high school. This was not to say they had any animosity. It was merely a lack of deep interaction. They could greet each other when they met, but as opponents this time, neither would show any mercy. Lin Hao, do you have something on your mind? Xiao Hua asked quietly, noticing Lin Hao's serious expression as he repeatedly watched the video. At this moment, he could not afford to be tense. Playing away was far more challenging than at home. Moreover, the business school primarily focused on engineering and technology, with many male students, gathering numerous skilled players whose team strength could not be underestimated. Lin Hao raised his head, seeing everyone staring at him, concerned that he might be preoccupied with thoughts that could affect the game. He nodded slightly, setting his phone down and stating, "The business school is one of the stronger teams in our group. From this video, our focus should not only be on Jiang Ping but also on their physical confrontations. You think their style is aggressive and their physicality strong. Should we avoid such confrontational play?" Mu Hao questioned, perplexed and disapproving. Not to avoid it, but to embrace it more fiercely, Lin Hao shot back, his gaze cold and unwavering. His words sounded somewhat arrogant. Everyone wished to be stronger on the court, but physical confrontation was not a matter of mere words. The execution had to align with the coach's strategy. Haha, finally found you all. It took me a while. Have you all had enough to eat? Li Kun suddenly appeared out of nowhere, patting Wen Long on the shoulder from behind. Coach Li, what brings you here? You startled me. Wen Long exclaimed in surprise, quickly gesturing for a seat to be made available. Seeing everyone present, Li Kun chuckled. You all went to lunch without inviting your coach, so I decided to come by myself. Coach Li, you certainly have a sense of humor. I was worried you might not come. Your presence is timely. We were just discussing tonight's game, and it's perfect that you're here to share your insights. Mu Hao said excitedly. Li Kun had received a call from Xiao Hua, who mentioned that everyone was going out for lunch, and since it was still early, it would be a good opportunity to discuss the game for that evening, especially considering the crowd at the gym. He believed that while it was essential to maintain a relaxed demeanor on the road, seriousness was also paramount, prompting him to arrive early. Why don't you start by discussing tonight's game? I'll listen, Li Kun said as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Genuinely hungry after a long day, Mu Hao quickly conveyed Lin Hao's thoughts, and upon seeing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, Li Kun felt a wave of joy. Noticing Li Kun remained silent, Mu Hao hastily added, Coach Li, it's still up to you to decide how we should approach tonight's game. Li Kun swallowed his food and responded with a smile. Indeed, Lin Hao's perspective is quite valid. Whether you can play more aggressively depends on you all. My stance is that while enhancing our physicality is essential, we cannot solely focus on that without a tactical approach. Mu Hao, still feeling a bit shy, confessed. I find that somewhat challenging. Li Kun had come specifically for this matter. He had already reviewed the videos provided by Xiao Hua. He had a grasp of the business school's playing style, but it was his first occasion to strategize for the team at a dining table. Lin Hao, as the core of the team, please share your thoughts, Li Kun inquired, still chewing his food. This statement affirmed Lin Hao's position within the team, a declaration that commanded respect. Lin Hao, unfazed by the attention, turned to the group and stated seriously, based on these videos, their style is even more aggressive than that of Nanke University. However, they have limited scoring methods, primarily relying on inside confrontations. The principle whoever controls the inside controls the game holds true. To win, we must exhibit even fiercer physicality while keeping it within reasonable boundaries. Our inside game is anchored by Li Jian, who excels in both defense and offense. Zhang Xin has excellent support capabilities and can disrupt with his wingspan. Li Tsong's physical prowess is our secret weapon, but we must manage fouls wisely. Additionally, our substitute Xiao Kai possesses sufficient height, giving us ample strength in the paint. On the perimeter, Lin Hao, you need to focus on defense and seize offensive opportunities without hesitation. Li Tsong must capitalize on his three-point chances, as all attention will be on me tonight. It is crucial for you to step up, enabling us to showcase a more cohesive team effort. Lin Hao's analysis led to the inevitable conclusion that he would be closely guarded. As the top scorer for Nanjing Normal University, he would undoubtedly attract the opponent's focus. Given Lin Hao's impressive performances in the past 2 games, Zhang Peng would certainly not underestimate him. Lin Hao, are you being too absolute? After just 2 games, you think they will definitely mark you? Mu Hao asked with a tone of bravado, though lacking any condescension. You may doubt it now, but once the game starts, you will witness their defense is all focused on me. Jiang Ping is my high school teammate. He knows my style and won't he grant me any chances. Teammate from high school? Perfect. You're familiar with his style as well. Let us counter aggression with aggression. Chapter 44. The fundamentals of small ball. Wen Long's words were laced with jest, for in the civilized arena of competition, violence is strictly forbidden. Yet, it has become customary for everyone to speak in such a manner, leaving little room for misinterpretation. The principle of an eye for an eye entails altering one's strategy through mutual understanding, thereby nullifying all of Jiang Peng's preparations. This was already evident in Lin Hao's analysis. The earlier remarks were crafted to distract the opponent. By centering the game around Lin Hao, it became essential for teammates to seize opportunities. Should the adversary show any signs of relaxation, Lin Hao would be poised to take control of the match, creating an element of surprise. A game is akin to warfare, where a coach's tactical deployment can prove pivotal. However, the unpredictability of the battlefield cannot be entirely regimented. Incorporating habitual strategies and counter-strategies is crucial, as deception plays a vital role in competition. Xiaohua understood Lin Hao's intent, and now it was up to Coach Li to respond. As Li Kun satisfied his hunger, his spirit was equally nourished. It is said that players with high basketball IQ can read the game comprehensively. Lin Hao's tactical analysis was undoubtedly more profound than that of the average coach. Should Lin Hao retire in the future, he would undoubtedly excel as a coach. Li Kun set down his chopsticks and glanced at his companions, noting their anticipation. With a smile, he gestured for them to speak up, saying, Lin Hao is finished. Do you have any further opinions? Please share. He then raised his cup and took a hearty sip, embodying a demeanor more akin to Uncle Li next door than that of a commanding coach. Our opponents have a stronger inside rotation, and their forwards are considerably more robust. If we enhance physical confrontations, it will not only exhaust our stamina, but also hinder our ability to maintain sufficient player rotations. Excessive fouling will only complicate matters, Zhang Xin remarked, tapping the table. Indeed, Zhang Xin makes a valid point, Li Kun replied with satisfaction, shifting his gaze to Lin Hao. Lin Hao had analyzed that intensifying physical confrontations would first deplete stamina, followed by fouling issues. Your analysis is predicated solely on our defense. I have emphasized the necessity of maintaining reasonable physicality. This demands our absolute focus on the game, with no distractions. Remember, on the battlefield, inflicting 1,000 casualties can result in 800 of your own. Proactively enhancing physical confrontations pertains not only to defense, but also to offense. The opponents may already be fierce, but encountering a group even fiercer than themselves will unsettle them. Fouls are equally paramount for them, especially since we have sharpshooters. A blend of inside and outside play is scientifically sound to a degree. The core of the strategy lies in the players. Our requirement is to fully immerse ourselves in the game. Lin Hao, though typically reticent, articulated his basketball philosophy with fervor. Zhang Xin found himself persuaded. Leaving the matter to the coach's discretion, all eyes turned back to Li Kun, who finally set down his teacup and nodded affirmatively, stating, Lin Hao's tactical analysis is quite astute. Since you all advocate for enhanced physicality, let us build upon that foundation and accelerate our pace of play. Accelerate? Change our style to small ball tactics? Wen Long asked in surprise. Precisely, small ball. We shall embrace the trend and maximize its potential, Li Kun explained, clapping his hands. The hallmark of small ball tactics is speed, precision, and ferocity. Speed is the cornerstone of this style, with offense as our primary focus. Moreover, three-point shooting is of utmost importance. Our sharpshooters are well suited for this small ball approach. From the outset, I have emphasized limitless switching on defense and rapid transitions. These are fundamental principles of small ball. You already possess a certain foundation in this regard. Now, it is up to you to elevate your pace and find openings. As Li Kun took out the tactical board, pushing aside the bowls and chopsticks, the team gathered around. These are each of your positions. Flexibility is vital to small ball success. Li Jian and Zhang Xin will secure rebounds, while three players will spread the floor on the perimeter. Wen Long will deliver the ball to the post, where Li Jian can choose from numerous options near the free throw line, mid-range shots, drives, or distributing to the two perimeter shooters. Lin Hao's three-point shot could become a dagger piercing the opponent's heart, while such positioning would allow for timely retreats to thwart fast breaks. On defense, quickness in switching and decisiveness in stealing the ball are essential. Once we gain momentum, the opponent's passes are likely to falter, allowing us to capitalize on their mistakes and launch counterattacks. Speed is our advantage. We must seize every scoring opportunity. Such offensive efficiency is the key to victory. As he concluded his diagram, Li Kun calmly regarded the group, summing up, remember, basketball shares a commonality with martial arts. Speed is paramount. Quick, precise, and fierce was Li Kun's summary derived from the trends of contemporary basketball. Applying this to Nanjing Normal University promises significant results. While the small ball tactics that have achieved success in professional arenas may not necessarily translate to collegiate leagues, Li Kun's decisive experimentation hinges on Lin Hao's return. The three-point shot, as a vital scoring mechanism in small ball strategies, is far more formidable than conventional scoring methods. Coupled with agile defense, Li Kun is confident in transforming the team's style of play. Everyone was taken aback by Li Kun's tactical approach. The prospect of altering their strategy just before a game was a reality few could accept. Yet, they remained unaware that Li Kun had long been steering the team towards small ball, even if he had not explicitly stated it. Boss, do you still want your hot pot? I see you haven't eaten much. I wouldn't want it to go to waste, the proprietress called out with a hint of embarrassment. The group then realized they were not on the court anymore. The steam from the hot pot had dissipated, replaced by the fervent atmosphere of basketball. Oh, I apologize for occupying your space. I've had my fill. Let me check with the youngsters if they still want some. They're young and can eat, Li Kun said, quickly stowing away the tactical board with a smile. Come on, hurry up. After we finish, we'll dive straight into practice, Mu Hao called out, eager to hit the court for training. There's no rush, it's just past 12. The game is at 6. Take your time with your meal. Afterward, you can enjoy an hour's rest before we tour the business school, and we'll meet at 3:30, Li Kun replied, not in a hurry to commence training. The away game required a different approach. Relaxation was essential, unlike the ease of a home game. After finishing their meal around 1 o'clock, Li Kun packed a portion for Liang Wenquan, who was striving to gain access to the court early. To secure entry, various discussions were necessary. The away venue lacked proper accommodations for a midday rest. While distant schools might offer hotels, the business school was merely an hour away, making a return to campus feasible after the game, leaving no arrangements necessary. Thanks to Xiu Hua's proactive planning, the group returned to the vehicle for a midday rest. After approximately an hour of rejuvenation, they toured the business school's library and the historical memorial hall. Around 3:30, they arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium, where a long banner hung prominently. The atmosphere in the business school venue was not inferior to that of Nanjing Normal University. With no other teams present, Li Kun seized the opportunity to lead the team in their regular warm-up exercises. Shooting was the most familiar and suitable way to acclimate to the venue. Under Liang Wenquan's passing, Lin Hao took over 300 shots, alternating between three-pointers and two-pointers. In the final half hour, Li Kun refrained from engaging in full-contact practice. Instead, he implemented a series of quick passing drills to enhance the speed of ball movement and transition offense, concluding the session around 5 o'clock. Other teams also needed to practice on the court. Though they arrived later, there were reasons for their timing. Li Kun seated everyone in the locker room and reiterated the details for that evening's game before they donned their uniforms, awaiting their turn to play. Around 5:40, the home team finally made their appearance in the gymnasium. In contrast to the enthusiasm of Nanjing Normal University, the business school exhibited a natural demeanor. Their home advantage lay in the absence of long journeys, allowing them to conserve their energy and their familiarity with the venue surpassed that of any visiting team. More importantly, there existed a supportive crowd of home fans. "Hey, Lin Hao, why didn't you give me a call? I would have treated you to dinner," Jiang Peng said with a smile, dressed in training attire as he approached Lin Hao. Lin Hao extended his fist in greeting, and Jiang Peng reciprocated in kind. With an arm draped over Lin Hao's shoulder, he remarked, "It seems you've recuperated well. You're ready for an away game so soon. So, are you planning to secure a victory tonight?" Without any hint of provocation, Jiang Peng, as an old classmate, was merely jesting. Although Lin Hao and he had not formed a deep bond, their camaraderie endured since their graduation. "I wouldn't dare have too many thoughts in front of you. Your famous line, 'This is my house,' precedes you. Just go easy on me," Lin Hao responded playfully. "That makes it sound as if I'm quite domineering. But to be honest, since graduation, our group has seldom gathered for a game. We should arrange a time to reunite. I truly miss our old teammates," Jiang Peng remarked, patting Lin Hao on the chest. While Jiang Peng's suggestion was welcome, the challenge of assembling all team members together appeared daunting. "You are the captain, so it's entirely up to you. I'm available anytime," Lin Hao replied with a smile. "You're still the same as ever. I know you'll be unstoppable tonight. Play well." "I look forward to witnessing the prowess of the strongest college player," Jiang Peng said, extending his fist once more. After their fists collided, they each made their way back to their respective teams. Lin Hao remained true to himself, and Jiang Peng was unchanged as well. Driven by an intense desire to win, Lin Hao solely focused on the game. Even though they were once teammates, they now faced each other as rivals. The best way to respect an opponent was to unleash one's full potential in battle. "Isn't that Jiang Peng, your classmate? It seems you two share a good rapport," Mu Hao remarked, casting a somewhat envious glance at Jiang Peng as he returned. Lin Hao nodded, dribbling the ball. "He was the core of our high school team. Exceptionally skilled. You'll be primarily defending him tonight. Be wary of being overwhelmed." "Huh, as if I wouldn't know how to play," Mu Hao retorted. "Don't think I'll go easy on you. Just watch how I'll outplay him tonight." He glared at Jiang Peng with an air of arrogance, not underestimating the young point guard. As the audience grew in numbers and all staff members arrived, the match commenced promptly at 6. Wenlong, be mindful of your passing speed. Don't hesitate, and keep an eye on the interior, Li Kun began to advise, filled with anticipation for the evening's small ball tactics. "Coach Li, isn't it a bit abrupt to change our playing style for an away game?" Wenlong appears somewhat anxious, Liang Quanwen inquired after witnessing the initial pass. Li Kun shouted out to alleviate Wenlong and Appo's nerves, assuring him that this was merely the beginning and that better results would emerge as the game progressed. "Rest assured, I have confidence in them. With Lin Hao on the court, at least our three-point shooting will be effective," Li Kun remarked, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao, the cornerstone of their victory strategy. 3 points, from Nanjing Normal University's number 0, Lin Hao. The commentator's voice rang out calmly, yet the audience offered scant applause. "Impressive. Your three-point shooting is becoming increasingly accurate, and your release is quicker. Lin Hao, it seems the title of the strongest college player is well-deserved." Jiang Peng called out to Lin Hao. "It's just the beginning. It's merely luck. Come on, let me see if my high school core has improved." Lin Hao clapped his hands, signaling Jiang Peng to bring forth his utmost abilities. Jiang Peng merely smiled faintly at his old teammate. Chapter 45. Accelerating Progress, Turning Back. Jiang Peng skillfully controlled the ball as he advanced into the front court, swiftly relaying it to the center. The center's playstyle was fiercely aggressive, and after receiving the ball in the 3-second zone, he immediately thrust forward. Li Jian, the primary defender in the paint, braced himself against the onslaught, managing to hold his ground for a moment before executing a half-turn hook shot. Just as the ball left his hand, a shadow emerged from behind. Lin Hao soared through the air, swatting the ball away with great force. On the sidelines, Mu Hao seized the rebound and launched a long pass to the accelerating Wenlong, who skillfully controlled the ball as he sped down the center. Lin Hao and Mu Hao flanked him, establishing a rapid three-pronged attack that left the opponents unable to mount a defensive front. Faced with Jiang Peng's retreating defense, Wenlong opted against passing. Instead, he utilized his speed to drive aggressively down the left flank, while Mu Hao raised his right hand to signal for the ball. Leaning against Jiang Peng's defense, Wenlong executed a swift return pass to Lin Hao, stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. In this three-pronged fast break, Jiang Peng found himself in a passive defensive position. Should he rush out, it would leave two players unguarded inside. Conversely, if he remained, a three-point shot was inevitable. Drawing upon his experience, Jiang Peng chose to anchor himself beneath the basket, reasoning that the outside shooting percentage could never match that of the inside. If the shot went in, it would simply be luck. Lin Hao launched an unyielding three-pointer from the open position, the ball sailing cleanly through the net. The crowd fell into a hushed silence as the home fans had never witnessed a team execute consecutive fast breaks at the outset, scoring twice in quick succession. As they retreated, Li Kun urgently gestured to Mu Hao, admonishing him not to be complacent after a mere fast break. Jiang Peng was oblivious to this exchange as he initiated the play, passing the ball to the approaching number 8 before returning it to himself. Rapidly advancing to the front court once more, Jiang Peng opted to pass again, quickly relaying the ball back to the center. After having been rejected once before, the center shifted to a low-post backing strategy. Li Jian, adorned in a new pair of shoes gifted by his teammates, resolutely held his ground against the opposing player, deftly maneuvering his body while Zhang Xian glided to the left and right, hands outstretched. With the shot clock winding down, the center, seeing no opportunity to shoot, passed to the forward on the side. The forward, with only 4 seconds remaining, used his shoulder to shove off Lin Hao and attempted a mid-range shot, but alas, it fell short, hitting the front of the rim. For players from the business school surged forward to secure the rebound. As the power forward prepared to exert force with the ball, Zhang Xian leaped into action. Seizing the moment, the opponent executed a layup, forcing Zhang Xian to commit a foul. The referee promptly signaled for free throws, leaving Zhang Xian resignedly holding his waist. The contact had been excessive. Had he not fouled, the shot would have surely gone in. In such circumstances, it was preferable to commit a foul rather than allow an easy basket, especially during the critical moments of the fourth quarter. Are you all right? He intentionally lowered his shoulder. That's a foul, Mu Hao quickly inquired with concern. Lin Hao had indeed been affected by the minor contact, but dismissed it without concern. Quick, secure the rebound, Lin Hao directed, pointing towards the second free throw that missed. Li Jian and Zhang Xian combined to grab the rebound, passing it to Wenlong, who stood just 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Wenlong received the ball, pivoted, and sent it back to Mu Hao. After a feint, Mu Hao returned it to Wenlong, who without hesitation passed it once more to Mu Hao. At this moment, Li Jian and Zhang Xian swiftly cut towards the basket, and Mu Hao passed to Li Jian while slipping towards the baseline. As they executed a screen against the oncoming Lin Hao, Mu Hao held his position, allowing Lin Hao to dash towards the opposite corner. The attention of all defenders was drawn to Lin Hao, and in a breathtaking moment, Li Jian executed a fake pass to Lin Hao, causing the 2 defending players to converge on him. Meanwhile, the ball had already been sent to the unguarded Mu Hao beneath the basket, who effortlessly banked in a 2-pointer. Splendid. That pass was exquisite. Li Jian's assist must be the best of the year, Liang Quan exclaimed, rising with clenched fists in excitement. However, this was merely the beginning. For victory, they would need to maintain their momentum. Li Kun refrained from celebrating too exuberantly over this play, recognizing the fatigue already setting in among the players. With the first quarter approaching its midpoint, Li Kun substituted 2 key players. Li Tsong replaced Zhang Xian, and Wenlong was swapped out for He Ji. Both had made errors due to fatigue, an outcome Li Kun would not tolerate. As the first quarter concluded, Mu Hao leaned on his waist, panting heavily as he exited the court, drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe. Why is it so exhausting? I can hardly keep moving. Li Tsong, having only run a few laps, began to complain, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead, feeling worse than an elderly person. Defense. Your defense is still lacking. Don't let the 8-point lead lull you into complacency. This is only the first quarter, and the game is far from over. Focus. Li Kun quickly grabbed a tactical board, reiterating the significance of defense before the game resumed. Lin Hao returned to the court, as did Jiang Peng. As primary players, coaches typically rotate them after 2 minutes into the second quarter. Upon Lin Hao's return, he promptly scored 2 3-pointers, while Jiang Peng leveraged his screens to break through and score consecutively, keeping the score hovering around an 8-point margin. Midway through the second quarter, Li Kun substituted Lin Hao for Allen, emphasizing the need for defense to create fast break opportunities. Lin Hao's jersey was soaked, his face flushed, resembling someone unaccustomed to physical exertion. As he sat down, Xiaohua hastily offered him a towel and water, softly asking if he was fatigued or struggling to adjust to the intensity. Noticing Xiaohua's concern, Lin Hao nodded affirmatively after taking a sip, assuring her, "The intensity is manageable. We just need to elevate our speed." With substitutions, it should improve in the second half. This speed is still lacking? I've exerted all my energy just to sprint. If I keep this up for another 2 rounds, I'll be gasping for breath. Mu Hao lamented with a grimace. Hearing this, Li Kun shot him a glare, prompting Mu Hao to quickly avert his gaze and fall silent. As the second quarter concluded, the 5 players on the court were utterly exhausted, leaning on their knees, gasping for breath along the sidelines. Recognizing the dire situation, Li Kun led the way to the locker room. Stand tall. Look at how you all appear. Are you downcast, or has age rendered you incapable of running? I'll tell you, when I was your age, I never rested for a minute while running the full court. Have you all lost your resolve? Li Kun chastised, his tone firm. Energy, spirit, it's up to you to demonstrate a defense stronger than theirs. And here you are, barely halfway through the game. Already too tired to lift your heads. How will you compete in the second half? If you can't endure, will you simply concede? Everyone desired to perform well. And Li Kun's shouts were more a source of motivation than mere criticism. The coach had strategies, but ultimately, it was the players who needed to execute. Everyone, lift your spirits and accelerate. Lin Hao urged, glaring at his teammates while raising his fist. Let us go. Give it our all. Mu Hao shouted energetically, pumping his fist as they charged back onto the court. As the second half commenced, the original 5 players returned to the court. Wenlong, no longer timid as in the first half, signaled for movement. Lin Hao and Mu Hao simultaneously executed a cross at the baseline. This time not running diagonally but dispersing towards the baseline in the 45-degree angle. Lin Hao received the ball and passed it to the open Mu Hao, who feigned a 3-pointer before returning it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, making a slight adjustment, stepped just outside the 3-point line and released the shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, swishing through the net. Defense. Lin Hao called out to Wenlong, instructing him to guard against the fast break, while he took the initiative to defend Jiang Peng. Unfazed by Lin Hao's assertiveness, Jiang Peng continued to execute his strategy. As the ball approached the midline, Lin Hao shouted for Zhang Xin to swiftly close in and apply pressure. The pace of the opposing team's adjustments was equally swift. Jiang Peng did not hastily pass the ball. Instead, he sought to alter the tempo of the game through a methodical ground battle. The center from the business school was taller than Li Jian, yet he did not enjoy a significant advantage in their matchup. While exerting himself and with Zhang Xin's assistance on defense, he could only rely on the front line to leverage his physique to break past Mu Hao. Although Mu Hao's defense was not particularly formidable, he was exceedingly diligent, tightly adhering to his opponent and refusing to grant any shooting opportunities. With the increase in defensive intensity, Zheng Chang's offensive efficiency naturally waned. In contrast, Nanjing Normal University's offense appeared far more effortless. Li Jian swiftly secured a rebound and immediately passed it to Wenlong, who did not hesitate to drive forward without raising his hands to organize or offering any tactical gestures. Lin Hao consistently positioned himself at the forefront, and once the ball reached his hands, opportunities for shooting became more apparent. His open 3-pointer shattered the defensive resolve of the opposing number 8, who, in frustration, directed a tirade at Lin Hao, who ignored him entirely and returned to defense. Seeing the altercation, Mu Hao could no longer tolerate such a lack of decorum from an opponent and confronted him with pointed warnings. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling for the two to calm down, advising not to stoop to his level, for he merely sought to provoke with trash talk. Maintaining composure on the court was paramount. Winning would serve as their best retort. Lin Hao urged Mu Hao to remain composed in response, remarking on the unsporting behavior of an individual who resorts to insults when unable to prevail in the game, questioning the very essence of sportsmanship. Mu Hao, indignant, continued to chastise the opponent, daring him to confront him physically, denouncing him as unworthy of the court's presence. The number 8 player gestured as if to advance toward Mu Hao. Lin Hao, placing a reassuring hand on Mu Hao's shoulder, led him back down the court, confidently stating that they must not forget their original intent and that it was they who held the lead while it was the opponent who should feel anxious. The aim of trash talk was merely to disrupt their offensive flow and unsettle their rhythm. If they fell for such antics, the game would tilt in favor of their adversaries. Lin Hao had never regarded such petty tactics with seriousness. Even if the opponent resorted to physical aggression, he would not retaliate. Maintaining composure was crucial, especially while in the lead. The opponent's provocations were laughable, despite their inability to win the game. They sought to instigate a fight. Mu Hao asserted fiercely, stating that one must win even in disputes. Following the altercation, the referee issued technical fouls to both players. resulting in free throws. After Jiang Peng converted his shot, Lin Hao approached the free throw line and likewise made his attempt with steady precision. At this juncture, the business school trailed by a daunting 12 points, with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, and Lin Hao was substituted once again. Li Tsong stepped into the fray, equipped with his three-point shooting prowess. "Here's your water," Xiaohua promptly handed over a bottle, to which Lin Hao nodded in gratitude. She continued, "The opponent is engaging in excessive physical contact, and the pace is too rapid. Should we consider slowing down a bit? I observe that everyone is depleting their energy too quickly, and there is still a quarter to play." At that moment, Lin Hao was also catching his breath, sweat cascading from his forehead, his shirt clinging to his chest. The coach's directive was to maintain speed. He assured her that Coach Li would manage the rotations effectively. Lin Hao responded, raising his head and gulping down the water in 2 swift swigs. Observing the commanding presence of Coach Li, Xiaohua returned to her seat, recognizing that the match had revealed the team's deficiencies in stamina, which needed to be addressed in the post-game analysis. E.g., defense. Why did you allow the opponent to pass so easily? Did you not heed my instructions? Li Kun reprimanded He-ji, who had been bypassed by Jiang Peng in a single move. He-ji quickly gestured to convey his understanding, his demeanor wholly attentive. At this moment, Li Kun had long lost the amiability of their midday meal. He gestured emphatically, ready to berate anyone who made a mistake. Chapter 46. Unerring precision in a mere 3 minutes. Jiang Peng seized upon his opponent's dwindling stamina and diminished defensive intensity, decisively amplifying his personal offensive efforts. This strategic shift was a testament to the acumen of the coach, who, recognizing that the opposing team could not contain Jiang, encouraged individual scoring to close the gap. It is a sight every team longs to witness, someone stepping up in times of need. Indeed, Jiang Peng's scoring prowess is formidable, his ball handling is steady, his offensive tempo swift. And, most importantly, his mid-range shooting is exceptionally precise. His quick-stop jump shot is executed with remarkable speed, allowing him to release the ball before defenders can react. After 3 consecutive baskets, Li Kun promptly called a timeout. Upon returning to the huddle, he directed a furious admonishment at He-ji, demanding to know why he allowed Jiang to exploit openings for consecutive scores. Defense, he stressed, is about physical confrontation. If you can't keep pace, at least stay close to him. Do not let him score so easily. Show your desire to win. He-ji, nursing his waist, dared not respond. Such a tirade was evidently difficult to endure. However, with the defense faltering, the coach felt compelled to rouse them from complacency. Even Lin Hao would face criticism for mistakes, as Li Kun treated all players equally, ensuring no favoritism on the court. He-ji, listen closely. Their offense is targeting your left side. You must defend that flank. Use your intellect in the game. Do not repeat the same errors. Be vigilant with the help defense. If there's a pick and roll, close down on the ball handler at once. The second center must move swiftly, and the weak side help defense needs to accelerate. Come on, stay alert. The game is not over. Our fight continues. Let us push forward. After delivering his instructions, Li Kun clapped his hands, signaling his intent. His scolding was for their benefit, though his care for the players was evident. Upon resuming play, the tempo appeared effective. He-ji's lateral defense made it challenging for Jiang Peng to penetrate easily. Possessing a high basketball IQ, Jiang quickly adapted to the targeted defense, altering his strategy to lob the ball into the post, utilizing the center's advantage. Is that Jiang Peng, your high school teammate? Xiaohua could not help but whisper to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, his gaze steely as he returned to the game, nodded slightly at the anxious Xiaohua, affirming, Jiang Peng possesses remarkable basketball talent, albeit limited by his height. Standing just shy of 1.8 meters, his ability to start for the elite business school is a testament to his exceptional basketball intelligence. Observing him play reveals a player who is steady and possesses an acute sense of game rhythm, capable of accurately gauging his teammates' movements. If only such a talent could be found at Nanjing Normal University. Xiaohua's concern morphed into admiration, thoroughly captivated by Jiang Peng's skills. Regrettably, such talent is not easily cultivated. Gaining Xiaohua's recognition indicates that Zhang's abilities have indeed been elevated since entering university. This enhancement is undoubtedly the result of his relentless effort. It is unfortunate that his height caps his potential. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in the collegiate league. As the third quarter concluded, the business school's relentless scoring spree incited Li Kun's ire. The 12-point lead had dwindled to a mere 6, and thankfully, they had not been overtaken. Otherwise, the final quarter would prove exceedingly difficult. The decisive final quarter required seizing every opportunity. One long, maintain ball control. Zhang Xian, take a breather. Li Tsong, step up to the 4 position. Mu Hao to the 2, and Lin Hao, you're on at 3. Speed is our advantage. Li Tsong must defend tenaciously, and we need to threaten from 3-point range. Li Kun promptly substituted the 5 players. Remember your roles upon entering the court. Each of you has a specific task, and executing your responsibilities is your greatest contribution. Especially you, Lin Hao. You must grasp why you've returned to the 3 position. Our accelerated offense must be decisive. Do not afford the opponents any chances. Your job is to dominate the game. With that, Li Kun relinquished the tactical board, trusting them to perform. Well rested, Lin Hao was determined not to disappoint the coach. His return to the 3 position aimed to leverage his advantages for scoring. Whether through 3-pointers or mid-range shots, he aimed to demonstrate the versatility of the 3 position. One long, I'll take Jiang Peng, Lin Hao declared, initiating his defense from the backcourt. Noticing Lin Hao's seriousness, Jiang Peng did not rush his offense. Dribbling the ball while smiling, he remarked, Lin Hao, the strength of Nanjing Normal University has indeed improved considerably since last year. Your return has instilled hope in them. However, today, you can only leave with regret. I am here to win. I am aware of your desire to win, yet alas, I am here to claim victory. Lin Hao retorted, sidestepping the provocation as Zhang Shou prepared to defend. Jiang Peng's greatest asset lies in his composure. Even when faced with Lin Hao's taunting, he remained focused on orchestrating the offense. Nanjing Normal University's defense was resolute, maintaining tight coverage with no slackening. Their transition speed was remarkable. Li Jian, battling through the center, secured a rebound and promptly passed to Li Tsong on the flank. With a powerful throw, Li Tsong launched a long pass to Lin Hao, who, facing a slightly shorter opponent, charged forward, scoring despite the foul. As the referee's whistle blew, Lin Hao turned to the defender, thumping his chest and roaring in triumph. His morale-boosting basket was not something he feared would provoke the opposition. The defender, feeling powerless, could only accept his misfortune, having defended well yet still conceding the basket. Following a successful free throw, Lin Hao did not retreat hastily, but instead pressed closely against Jiang Peng, maintaining full-court pressure. While others might focus on stealing the ball, Lin Hao understood Jiang's capabilities. Intercepting his passes was nearly impossible. Under Lin Hao's defense, Jiang Peng felt discomfort. His individual offensive options were stifled, and his teammates' drives lacked their usual fluidity. Faced with a blockade, he resorted to outside shooting, where the business school excelled least. Midway through the 4th quarter, the score expanded to a 13-point lead, prompting Coach Gao Ming to call for a timeout. Li Kun encouraged his teammates with applause, asserting, a robust defense is essential. Let us continue to intensify our efforts. The game is favorable for us. Everyone must concentrate and adhere to our tactics. Mu Hao, do not seek to steal. Focus on defending effectively. Our offense is solid. Let us ensure our defense matches it. Li Kun approached Mu Hao to deliver his instructions personally. Mu Hao, with an impulsive nature, could not resist reaching for a steal at the first opportunity. Having played merely 5 minutes, he had already committed 2 fouls. With 4 fouls accumulated, another misstep could see him ejected, significantly weakening their defense. Understood, Mu Hao affirmed, thumping his chest in assurance. With a 13-point lead, Jiang Peng escalated his personal offensive efforts, leveraging consecutive picks from the center. As the opposing team executed a pick, Lin Hao stepped forward, ready to intercept. Jiang Peng dashed to the left for a shot. Lin Hao swiftly extended his hand, blocking the ball from the side. Hey! Jiang Peng shouted as he landed, while Lin Hao had already sprinted to midcourt. The defender marking Lin Hao, number 8, quickly closed in, but Lin Hao chose not to drive. Instead, he halted just beyond the 3-point line. As number 8 stumbled forward, Lin Hao released a 3-point shot, which was flawlessly executed. Tonight, Lin Hao seemed almost divinely inspired, his shooting impeccable. Beautiful. With great skill comes boldness, a sharp 3-pointer. Liang Quan exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist. Stay calm, stay focused on the game. Li Kun signaled for them to take their seats. As Jiang Peng brought the ball up court, he noted the score had stretched to 16 points with just 5 minutes remaining, realizing the match was still within reach. Spread out, run the baseline, Jiang Peng directed, signaling for his teammates to reposition before abruptly initiating a drive. Lin Hao, never one to underestimate a challenge, shadowed Jiang closely. Few could surpass him in one-on-one situations. Observing that his teammates were unable to initiate an offense, Jiang Peng resolved to attack alone, eschewing unnecessary movements as he forcefully broke through from the right. Lin Hao clung tightly, compelling Jiang Peng toward the baseline's dead angle. In the absence of any attempts to retrieve the ball, it becomes exceedingly difficult to draw a foul. Jiang Peng, upon glancing back, passed the ball, but it was abruptly intercepted by Mu Hao, who emerged unexpectedly. Lin Hao accelerated, skillfully maneuvering through the defense. Mu Hao, with the ball at his feet, surged forward, creating a one-on-one situation as the opposing defense positioned itself. In a swift, expansive stride, Mu Hao unexpectedly passed the ball to Lin Hao, stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, a move that even Lin Hao did not anticipate. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Hao found himself in a familiar position for an open three-pointer. He released the shot with an elegant arc, and the sound of the net swishing resonated throughout the arena, plunging the crowd into silence. What a magnificent shot! The player bench erupted in applause, particularly from Xiaohua, whose cheers were notably spirited. "Well done, Lin Hao!" exclaimed Li Jibing, who, despite not being on the court, fervently waved his towel in support. "Sit down, keep it low-key," Li Kun called out to the two, his face beaming with an uncontainable smile. The score leapt to 19 points, with just over 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, widening the gap and establishing a psychological advantage over the business school. Coach Gao Ming promptly called a timeout, and Lin Hao raised his hand, exchanging high-fives with his teammates, signaling the essence of teamwork. Defense and offense executed flawlessly. The game was being played beautifully, yet it was far from over. "Remember, you must not relax until the final whistle," Li Kun cautioned, unwilling to allow any complacency to seep into the players' minds. "What has become of your renowned defense? If the offense falters, the defense must not wane. Lin Hao has left you utterly speechless. A 19-point lead is inconsequential, and 3 minutes is more than enough time to turn the game around." Coach Gao Ming slammed the tactical board in frustration, expressing his disappointment with the team's performance. "Get your spirits up. Regardless of the means, you must prevent him from scoring," he commanded with unwavering authority. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the game resumed. Jiang Peng controlled the ball from the baseline, while the center, bracing against Li Jian, reached out for possession. Li Jian, sporting new sneakers, was particularly vigorous in his defense, refusing to allow the opponent to receive the ball. Jiang Peng, hesitant to make a risky pass, directed it to player number 8 on the wing. Receiving Coach Gao Ming's instructions, number 8 charged forward with the ball. As he clashed with Mu Hao's tight defense, he executed a sudden pivot, igniting Mu Hao's temper. The latter retaliated, forcefully shoving number 8 out of bounds with an overtly aggressive maneuver. The referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling a defensive foul. The technical table indicated 5 fouls, and the referee promptly gestured for the player's ejection. Your business school simply cannot handle a loss. Resorting to elbows and underhanded tactics speaks volumes about your sportsmanship. Mu Hao shouted angrily towards the business school's bench, including their coach. Having endured a setback, Mu Hao was not inclined to let this go easily. Had number 8 not engaged in foul play, Mu Hao would not have acted impulsively, nor faced ejection. "What are you saying? You can't perform and yet blame others. You're bringing disgrace to Nanjing Normal University," a nearby player shouted at Mu Hao. Lin Hao stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Mu Hao's shoulder as they moved towards the bench, preventing the altercation from escalating. "Despicable, if you can't handle defeat. Resorting to petty tricks is unworthy of a team that plays the game." Mu Hao scoffed at such underhanded tactics, preferring ejection over engaging with individuals of that ilk. "It's only natural for them to be upset. I said we shouldn't stoop to their level. Stay calm." Lin Hao patted Mu Hao's shoulder, only to face the referee's ruling of a technical foul. Chapter 47. A record-breaking score. Mu Hao, in a fit of rage, hurled his towel down and glared at the opposing team. Li Kun quickly gestured for Mu Hao to remain composed. Xiaohua also rushed over to offer comfort. Mu Hao, intolerant of any provocation, knew he could evade the referee's scrutiny, but could not escape his own temper. Shouting at the bench would clearly not quell his fury. "Coach Li, the game is nearing its end. Swiftly remove Lin Hao. The opposition is inept, but we must be wary of any underhanded tactics," Mu Hao urged, anxious for the match to halt. Li Kun, unfamiliar with Coach Gao Ming's character, believed that a coach of a university team must possess integrity. The minor infractions observed were merely the result of players' frustrations. A coach would never condone such behavior on the court. He signaled to Mu Hao to stay calm and focus on the game. To Li Kun, winning was undeniably important, yet the player's well-being took precedence. Lin Hao had just emerged from the shadow of injury. He could not afford to be harmed again. Li Kun also had faith in Coach Gao, certain that regardless of the outcome, integrity would always come first. After Jiang Peng successfully executed 2 free throws, the ball remained in possession of the business school. With a 17-point lead and 3 minutes left, Lin Hao showed no signs of relaxation. In the past, Coach Li would have suggested slowing the pace to run down the clock, ensuring victory by merely consuming time. However, tonight, there were no such instructions after the timeout. The emphasis remained on defense, providing Lin Hao with no reason to ease off. As Jiang Peng brought the ball to the front court, Zhang Xian cleverly took advantage of Lin Hao's positioning, denying Jiang Peng any opportunity for a breakthrough. The number 8 player received the ball again, attempting the same maneuver. But Zhang Xian had retreated a step, preventing any offensive action and resulting in a block. Lin Hao seized the ball and initiated a fast break. Jiang Peng, returning to defend, forcefully yanked Lin Hao down. With momentum already in play, Lin Hao was unable to regain control and was flung across the court, crashing onto the floor. Is this basketball or a brawl? Is such force necessary? Mu Hao shouted in discontent, pointing angrily at Jiang Peng. Xiaohua quickly restrained Mu Hao, reminding him not to cross the boundary. The rules dictate that players must remain on the bench during conflicts. Crossing the line could result in a technical foul. Although Jiang Peng's foul was intentional, he had not anticipated the extent of the force used. Realizing his mistake, he hurried over to help Lin Hao up. Brother, that was a tactical foul, not malicious, Jiang Peng explained, patting Lin Hao on the chest. Lin Hao responded, I appreciate your style of play. Giving your all is the greatest respect you can show me. However, tonight, I will also demonstrate my full capability to honor you. Without a formidable opponent like you, it would be challenging for me to perform at such a high level. Thank you. Lin Hao's magnanimity left Jiang Peng in awe. To possess such grace without deep camaraderie was admirable, making Jiang Peng feel humbled. With the foul count still below the limit, the game resumed. Li Jian initiated the sideline throw-in, and Wenlong swiftly transmitted the ball. As Lin Hao once again broke through from the baseline, the number 8 defender remained vigilant, adhering closely to Lin Hao's movements, even resorting to hand fouls if necessary. Upon receiving the ball at the baseline, the defender's coverage was impeccable. Lin Hao, deprived of an opportunity to shoot, passed the ball back to Wenlong, who faked a shot and delivered a genuine pass to Li Jian. Li Jian took a shot from the free throw line, but the ball ricocheted off the rim, landing fortuitously in Lin Hao's possession. Grasping the rebound, he swiftly returned the ball to Wenlong when Long signaled for Lin Hao to step away for a one-on-one play. After receiving the ball, Lin Hao promptly gestured for everyone to clear out. A crucial aspect of the small ball strategy is having someone step up to finalize plays when fatigue sets in. Allowing Lin Hao to take charge was a tactical necessity. Previously, it had been Wen Jian resolving such situations, but now, Lin Hao was the obvious choice. The number 8 player, resolute in defense, charged toward Lin Hao with outstretched arms. This close-marking defense was tailor-made for a breakthrough. Lin Hao, turning his back to the defender, sidestepped and executed a retreating move, directly penetrating from the right. The defender's footwork was commendable, but Lin Hao seized a momentary gap, swiftly executing a crossover to his left hand. The defender stumbled, and Lin Hao capitalized on the opportunity, driving inside. The center, anticipating a mid-range shot, positioned himself to thwart Lin Hao's attempt. Initially intending to finish with a jump shot but finding no opening, Lin Hao accelerated forward. The center maintained a solid defense, trailing Lin Hao closely. As they approached the 3-second area, Lin Hao suddenly pivoted to the basket. Despite the center's persistent coverage, Lin Hao elevated the ball, preparing for a shot. At that instant, he gathered the ball, bent down to let the defender pass, and swiftly executed a left-handed layup, effortlessly placing the ball into the basket. Great shot. Magnificent. Mu Hao exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. His expression radiated exhilaration. What a beauty. That was impressive. Li Jibing leaped up in jubilation, exhilarated by Lin Hao's seamless sequence from crossover to a deceptive spin past the center, leaving the crowd breathless as only the players from Nanjing Normal University erupted in cheers. Li Kun nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that this was the hallmark of a versatile player. Lin Hao, finding his rhythm, was bound to showcase his finest form. Why was he allowed to score so effortlessly? Defense, defense. Coach Gao Ming bellowed in frustration, lamenting the inevitability of that play. The number 8 player, infuriated, demanded the ball back while attempting to assert himself. Zhang Xin, with his long reach, awaited him in the air, yet the player managed to score despite the defense. As the number 8 player continued to vent his fury, Li Jian executed a quick throw-in, landing the ball in Wenlong's hands at midcourt. Wenlong advanced the ball rapidly, and Lin Hao, positioned at a 45-degree angle, received it once more. Ignoring Jiang Peng and Apos' approaching defense, Lin Hao opted for a challenging three-pointer, which swished cleanly through the net. A decisive blow, this shot effectively sealed the game. Li Kun promptly called for a timeout. At this moment, Lin Hao had shed his previous excitement, embodying a tranquil determination to win. With his three-point shots hitting their mark and fast breaks proving unstoppable, this was the style of play Lin Hao yearned for. With a 20-point lead, Li Kun substituted Lin Hao out, knowing that even a miraculous performance in the last 2 minutes would not change the outcome. Li Jibing and He Ji, you're up, Li Kun commanded, replacing all starters with 5 substitutes. Li Jibing, taken aback by the coach's call, had not expected to step onto the court. Even if only for the final seconds, it was still a legitimate match, a stage for his dreams. Bro, give it your all, Mu Hao encouraged, sharing in the joy of his opportunity to play. As Lin Hao exited the game, he graciously bowed to the audience, acknowledging their support regardless of their allegiance. Well done. You played beautifully today, Mu Hao exclaimed, enthusiastically high-fiving Lin Hao. Lin Hao acknowledged the praise but remained composed, understanding that winning could mask all flaws. While others celebrated, he maintained his calm demeanor. This match had revealed a significant issue: stamina, the greatest shortcoming of the game. An exhilarating match. Lin Hao, do you know how many points you scored tonight? Xiao Hua approached, brimming with excitement, eager to share a surprise. Lin Hao had not focused on the statistics, yet he recognized their importance. Performance on the court is often measured by numbers. While some players transcend metrics, core players must demonstrate their prowess through statistics to garner attention. 38 minutes played, 40 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, Xiao Hua reported, her excitement palpable. Wow, are your figures accurate? Did I really score that much? Mu Hao was taken aback, realizing Lin Hao's near triple-double performance, an indication of a top-tier player. You scored 18 points and grabbed 8 rebounds. That's impressive. Keep pushing yourself, Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Mu Hao wore a displeased expression after exerting herself to secure 18 points. She was convinced there must be an error in the statistics. However, the official records were undoubtedly accurate. Xiao Hua affirmed this, then pointed to Jiang Ping on the court, remarking on his commendable performance of 20 points and 8 assists. His scoring was impressive and his playmaking was commendable, yet he still fell short tonight. Lin Hao gazed at the now-silent Jiang Peng, feeling a sense of admiration. To score 20 points while being defended by Lin Hao was a testament to his individual prowess. It was unfortunate that they could no longer be teammates. Had they joined forces, they could have clinched this year's championship. Lin Hao, you have truly returned to your peak form, Mu Hao exclaimed in jest. 40 points. My goodness, scoring 30 points in a college league is already remarkable. What did you eat today? Yet, she was not particularly surprised by his achievement. Scoring alone does not define one's ability. It is the support of teammates and the effectiveness of the coach's strategy that yields such results. This was a product of tactical precision and strong teamwork. They needed to regard tonight as a new beginning, for further analysis was essential, as the upcoming matches would prove more challenging. Lin Hao calmly observed the two, aware that the better he performed, the more attention he would attract, particularly from Kai Gowan, who would undoubtedly come with scrutiny. If other opponents intensified their defense, it would be challenging for Lin Hao to maintain a low profile. Under the pressure of heightened defensive strategies, he could only continue to train in order to enhance his skills. In tonight's match, Lin Hao had indeed displayed a formidable prowess. Ultimately, apart from his individual capabilities, the greatest advantage stemmed from the rationality of the tactics employed. Within the small ball tactical framework, Lin Hao merely needed to accelerate the pace of the offense, utilizing fast breaks through transitions. Such strategies created more open opportunities, which, given Lin Hao's accuracy, he could reliably convert. When the final whistle blew, the match concluded. All players from Nanjing Normal University excitedly rose to exchange high-fives with their opponents as a gesture of goodwill. Just as Lin Hao approached to partake in this camaraderie, Mu Hao turned and walked toward the locker room, pointedly disregarding the friendly overture. Lin Hao, you truly excelled. I always believed your basketball acumen would surpass mine back in high school, and you have indeed shown brilliantly on the college stage. I am thoroughly impressed. Congratulations on this victory over me, Jiang Ping remarked, offering a high five that conveyed his genuine feelings. You've changed in every way, except your height. To be a starting point guard in such a competitive business school is already an accomplishment. You made it difficult for me tonight, scoring 20 points over me. Next time, I won't allow you such ease in scoring. Lin Hao reciprocated Jiang Peng's compliments. You scored 40 points on our home court, and you completely obliterated the three-point line. You're the one who put me in a tough spot. Regardless, I look forward to our next encounter. I will definitely take the win from your home ground. So be prepared. All right, I await your challenge. After another high five, they turned back to acknowledge their teammates one by one. It had been a challenging match, yet the outcome was splendid. Coach Lee, you are truly remarkable. To win here is commendable, and I admire your skills. Let us share a meal. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Coach Gao Ming quickly extended the invitation. Though it was a gesture of generosity, the team needed to reflect on their performance. Moreover, it was not appropriate for so many to burden Coach Gao Ming with the expense alone. Understanding this, Coach Gao responded, "This long journey requires us to return promptly. Students have classes tomorrow. Next time you come to Nanxing, give me a call in advance, and I shall treat you. Haha, next time, I intend to defeat you. And then it will be my treat." Chapter 48. The morning exercise begins. Li Kun was quite taken aback by the invitation from Gao Ming, a distinguished coach. Their interactions had been limited, as Gao Ming was merely the head coach of the business school team, with their paths crossing only during competitions. However, this gesture indicated a desire for friendship. Li Kun, genuinely preoccupied, did not accept the invitation, though he would have relished the opportunity to discuss basketball. Upon returning to the locker room, Li Kun remained silent, engrossed in recording notes. The others had already entered to shower and change, while Xiuhua waited outside, observing the game. The victory was a result everyone cherished, and the team from Nanjing Normal University had long since moved past the initial exhilaration of winning. As long as they adhered to the coach's directives, the prospect of victory was apparent, and the joy of winning could be fully savored. About 10 minutes later, the group emerged one by one. It was still early, around 8 o'clock, and they decided to dine before heading back. Mu Hao had already called Xiuhua, asking her to prepare for another hot pot dinner, which he would treat. Coach Lee, same place as noon? Xiuhua had everything arranged. Let us discuss while we eat. So we won't delay returning to school. Mu Hao, seeing everyone had come out, took the lead in organizing the plans to save time. His arrangement was sound. Finishing dinner by 9 would allow them to return to campus before 10:30, thus not interfering with classes the next day. Liang Wenquan quickly glanced at Li Kun, sensing he still had something to say. Li Kun had no intention of wasting time, promptly gathering his belongings to leave. The vehicle awaited outside the gym. As others boarded, Jiang Peng lingered at the front. Upon seeing Lin Hao approach, he hurriedly stepped forward. "Lin Hao, you're not heading back just yet, are you? I'd like to treat you to a meal and discuss a few matters." Lin Hao realized Jiang Peng was earnest, though he had previously declined the invitation to dine together. "If you need something, just tell me directly. No need for a meal. We're not strangers," he replied firmly. Jiang Ping chuckled, feeling it inappropriate to speak candidly in front of so many. Initially intending to converse privately, it seemed Lin Hao was not receptive. "If you have no objections, join us for dinner. On the court, we are rivals. Off the court, friends. We were once teammates." Lin Hao nodded, signaling him to get in the car. This was precisely what Jiang Peng desired. As long as their competitors remained silent, friendship could blossom. Lin Hao speaks truthfully. "We are adversaries on the court, yet we can be friends off it. I deeply admire your basketball intelligence. Come on in, and let us chat about the game." Xiuhua chimed in, pleased to see Jiang Peng's arrival. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Kun noted Jiang Peng was also present, and seeing Lin Hao waiting for a response illuminated that Jiang Peng had come to reconnect with an old teammate. "Haha, Jiang Peng, you performed admirably today. It's perfectly fine to reminisce with old teammates. Get in the car quickly, don't waste time," Li Kun urged with a smile. With even the opposing coach encouraging him, Jiang Peng had little reason to hesitate. "All right then, I appreciate Coach Lee for this opportunity. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal," he said with a grin as he hopped into the vehicle. As the car set off towards their destination, the atmosphere remained congenial. Everyone recognized Jiang Peng as Lin Hao's high school teammate, and his performance on the court had earned him respect. "Jiang Peng, you and Lin Hao were fierce rivals. Your displays today were remarkable. I presume you won numerous championships in high school?" Liang Wenquan, unaware of their past, asked a rather abrupt question. Jiang Peng sheepishly scratched his head and glanced at Lin Hao. Ah, we were young and reckless back then. If we had played like we do now, who knows how many championships we might have won. The past is hard to revisit, but I'm genuinely happy to see Lin Hao back on the court. Liang Wenquan picked up on the underlying tension. It was evident that two prominent figures could not coexist harmoniously, akin to Lin Hao and Wen Jian. Although Lin Hao had returned, Wen Jian still aspired to be the top dog. Despite lacking the capability to do so, this difference bred discord. Nevertheless, Jiang Peng's willingness to engage indicated growth. The prodigal son returns. While it may be too late for regrets, there is still a chance for redemption. Especially since we can be friends, Lin Hao remarked, hoping to foster camaraderie through basketball. To others, this seemed like a reconciliation. Though it was not as severe as it appeared, their previous lack of interaction had merely rendered them teammates. Lin Hao had not dwelled on the past. If an apology was necessary, it was unnecessary now that they had become formidable adversaries. It was essential to forget past grievances and collaboratively cultivate a promising future. Jiang Peng, though you were once Lin Hao's teammate, you are not one now. Your presence in our vehicle signifies your character. Unlike that number 8, who resorts to underhanded tactics. Had Lin Hao not shielded me today, I would have dealt with him. His integrity is appalling. Mu Hao expressed his frustrations. His sentiment resonated. Indeed, several players exhibited questionable sportsmanship. We are all athletes. Injuring one another serves no purpose. You should address this matter when you return, Wen Long supported. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, as if they were holding Jiang Peng accountable. Lin Hao turned to glare at the two, clapping his hands to regain focus. We're here to discuss basketball. If you have grievances, save them for later. Understanding this was not the appropriate time for such discussions, the two shrugged and fell silent. Jiang Peng quickly interjected. You're right, brothers. Tonight, we simply lost too much. Please forgive my anxiousness. This response highlighted Jiang Peng's transformation. He had not been so humble before. Accustomed to being the center of attention, yet now he demonstrated growth by humbling himself. As they spoke, the vehicle reached the roadside. After finding a convenient spot to park, everyone eagerly disembarked to eat. With a quick phone call, Xiaohua had arranged everything perfectly. They could dive into their meal without delay, and the service was impeccable. Let us toast first. Feel free to enjoy the soda. This is a celebration of tonight's victory. Jiang Peng, please don't take offense. Mu Hao raised his glass, showing consideration for Jiang Peng. Jiang Peng nodded slightly, his face beaming with a smile, showing no signs of displeasure at their celebration. Once seated, Lin Hao quickly served Jiang Peng some food, signaling him to wait for a moment while Coach Li summarized. Seeing that everyone was respectfully silent, Coach Li retrieved his notebook, glanced at it, and smiled. Tonight, I've chosen this unique format for our summary to save time. Moreover, I'm delighted to have our opponent joining us in this celebration. This is a first for me. Jiang Peng promptly stood, nodding in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude once more. Let us clarify. Jiang Peng is not here to eavesdrop on our strategies. Reuniting with an old teammate is serendipity and a tribute to basketball itself. Years from now, as we all graduate and step into society, the day we can gather again in the name of basketball will evoke this very sentiment. Li Kun's words resonated with him. The bond of teammates is distinct from that of classmates, akin to soldiers who have fought alongside one another. All right, let us cut the small talk and listen to my summary while we eat, he stated, swiftly transitioning to the main topic. Based on today's results, I am generally satisfied with our performance. The execution of tactics was commendable, particularly the tenacity displayed in our defense. However, I must single out two individuals for criticism. First, Wen Long, and second, Mu Hao. The two were acutely aware of the reasons for criticism. When one errs, correction is imperative. Undeterred, they gestured for Li Kun to continue. First, addressing Wen Long, he stated, as a starting point guard, regardless of the tactics employed, even amidst sudden stylistic changes, one must not falter. You are the orchestrator of the team, the brain behind the plays. Fear should not accompany you against any opponent. If you lose composure, how can your teammates perform effectively? You ought to learn from Jiang Peng beside you. Next, he turned to Mu Hao. Reflect upon this. I have advised you numerous times to maintain your composure on the court. Examine your recent performance. You played well for merely half a quarter. What others say should not concern you. If they engage in underhanded tactics, bring it to the referee's attention, but remain calm. Our objective is to secure victory, not to instigate conflict. Furthermore, It is imperative that you show respect to the player's bench, especially towards the opposing coach. Regardless of the caliber of players he mentors, he is a coach and deserves your respect. This is the most fundamental moral obligation, and I hope you recognize the significance of integrity in conduct. Li Kun employed basketball as a medium to educate the players, emphasizing that excelling in the sport must coexist with being virtuous individuals. It takes a decade to nurture a tree, but a century to cultivate a person. One's character reflects in their sportsmanship. Even after your playing days are over, you must remain a decent human being. As the audience nodded in agreement, the two men further affirmed their concurrence with Li Kun's sentiments. Having addressed these points, he shifted focus to their shortcomings. Placing his notebook firmly on the table, he remarked sternly, "Tonight's match showcased the pivotal role of stamina. The business school has always been renowned for its formidable defense and offense. Today, we confronted them with an even more tenacious defense, which aligns with your own aspirations. Yet, observe your performance on the court. In just 12 minutes of a quarter, you were all weary, clutching your waists. Such physical conditioning will not sustain you on a longer journey. Should you face Nankou University, you would undoubtedly find yourselves overwhelmed." Thus, he, along with assistant coach Liang and Xiu Hua, resolved that daily morning conditioning sessions would commence promptly on the playground. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged apprehensive glances toward Xiu Hua, knowing this was undoubtedly his initiative. After enduring exhausting evening practices, the prospect of early morning runs seemed daunting. Lin Hao wholeheartedly supported this decision, asserting that morning exercises are essential. Stamina must be cultivated through persistence, not left to chance. "I am aware you may have reservations, but this matter is non-negotiable," Li Kun continued. "We will begin morning runs of 500 meters, which will take approximately half an hour. Additionally, you shall run another half hour back to the venue before evening training, with subsequent strength conditioning plans devised by assistant coach Liang. I have stated all that needs to be said. Do not raise objections regarding physical training. Other matters may be discussed," Li Kun observed calmly. Lin Hao was the first to raise his hand in agreement, followed by others joining in. Meanwhile, Wenlong quickly glanced at Mu Hao, realizing only the two of them relished sleeping in, with rare instances of morning exercises occurring only through Lin Hao's encouragement. "What are you looking at me for? I am a commendable player, aspiring to compete professionally. Of course, I agree." Mu Hao hastily distanced himself from the situation, raising both hands in support. Wenlong had never witnessed such adept deflection of responsibility. He was typically the last to rise, often needing to be roused for class. Now, was there truly no escape? Very well, it is unanimously approved. If there are no objections, let us proceed to eat. Do not be so tense, relax, Li Kun cheerfully declared as he picked up his chopsticks. Jiang Peng finally exhaled in relief and quickly chimed in. "Lin Hao, we have never truly been friends. Hence our lack of communication. When you were injured last year, I did not visit. By the way, have you had any contact with Chen Wenyuan?" Chapter 49. A heartfelt revelation. Lin Hao was taken aback when Jiang Peng steered the conversation towards Chen Wenyuan, a topic long past its relevance. However, Lin Hao had not forgotten that it was Jiang Peng who had introduced him to Chen Wenyuan. In their tale, Jiang Peng was indeed the intermediary. Yet, to be precise, it was Lin Hao who had intervened as a knight in shining armor, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Peng arguing with a young woman. At the time, Jiang Peng had not been angered, merely resigned to the absurdity of the situation. Chen Wenyuan, captivated by Lin Hao's assertiveness, had fallen for him at first sight. Lin Hao, however, had not contemplated romance, dismissing her fervent pursuit with the courtesy of a friend. Alas, Chen Wenyuan, with her spirited nature, remained undeterred in her affections. It was not until the day of their final exams that Chen Wenyuan, in tears, approached Lin Hao to express her long-held grievances. Lin Hao, unable to bear the sight of a crying girl, softened and took her hand, leading her one last time across the high school basketball court where they had shared 3 years of memories. Yet, time had changed everything, culminating in their eventual breakup. Lin Hao felt no particular weight from this past. He believed that bygones should remain in the past, and all he could offer to those who had once been in his life was gratitude. As Jiang Peng broached the subject, Lin Hao sensed an oddity in the conversation. Their relationship had never been particularly deep, centered solely around basketball. The only topic left to discuss was indeed this one. Upon clearing his thoughts, Lin Hao recalled Chun Yi, realizing that Jiang Peng's inquiries about Chen Wenyuan were merely a pretext to learn about Chun Yi's current situation. With a sigh of relief, Lin Hao was surprised by Jiang Peng's lingering affections. However, he questioned why Jiang Peng had waited so long to address this matter, and whether Lin Hao could assist him in rekindling what had been lost. As for Chun Wenyuan, she had moved on, now in a relationship with Kai Gaowen, someone Jiang Peng knew well. Lin Hao nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. The fact that they could sit together was already a miracle, and he had long since grown indifferent to the past. I'm sorry, I truly didn't know. Jiang Peng hastily apologized, his expression tinged with embarrassment. It's all right. No need to be so tense. By the way, did you suddenly bring this up because you wish to know about Chunyi? Lin Hao asked, giving Jiang Peng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Seeing Lin Hao's candor, Jiang Peng decided to be forthright. Taking a deep breath and clenching his jaw, he confessed, indeed. I came today hoping you could help me locate Chunyi. I was so ignorant back then. If only I had thought things through, I would never have driven her to the hospital. It's all my fault. I deeply regret my actions, especially since Chunyi did nothing wrong. Recognizing one's mistakes is undoubtedly important, yet given the years that had passed, making amends seemed improbable. After graduation, Chunyi had chosen not to continue her studies, reportedly taking up a job at a relative's company. Now, 2 or 3 years later, the prospect of her returning seemed increasingly dim. Although Lin Hao had not maintained direct contact with Chunyi, he could gather information through mutual acquaintances. As for whether she had a boyfriend now, Lin Hao was uncertain. However, recalling the events of that time ignited a fire within Lin Hao. Yet, he understood that such matters were personal and not for classmates to meddle in. Chunyi had harbored feelings for Jiang Peng, transitioning from secret admiration to a public confession before graduation, all in the hope of receiving his acknowledgement. Instead, she was met with his cruel derision and a dismissive rejection. Consider the courage it takes for a girl to profess her feelings for a boy she has long admired in front of everyone. Even if Jiang Peng did not reciprocate her feelings, he should not have rejected her so publicly and disdainfully. Following that rejection, Chunyi fell into despair, her emotional turmoil leading her into the hospital. When blame was directed at Jiang Peng, he had callously dismissed it, believing that she had brought it upon herself. From that moment on, Chunyi seemed to transform. She became withdrawn and her academic performance suffered. On the day of their final exams, she drank heavily, and thereafter, news of her dwindled. Time is the greatest healer, and perhaps Chunyi had managed to forget Jiang Peng. Yet, it seemed cruel for him to bring it all up again now. Lin Hao, you and Chunyi were classmates. You have her contact information. I don't expect much, but please convey my sincerest apologies to her. Everything that happened in high school was my fault, and the troubles I caused her were also my doing. I hope she can find it in her heart to forgive me. Jiang Peng's expression was one of desperation. Had he uttered these words back then, perhaps Chunyi would not have been hurt. Although it is never too late to mend a fence in matters of the heart. Who is willing to wait so many years for someone? Are you seeking her forgiveness, or are you regretting not accepting her confession back then? Lin Hao asked candidly, believing that if Jiang Peng was going to speak up, he should be clear about his intentions. Jiang Peng understood Lin Hao's straightforward nature, which had remained unchanged over the years. The fact that Lin Hao was willing to entertain Jiang Peng's request was already a significant step. There was no reason not to be direct about it. I seek her forgiveness, if she does not hold it against me. I wish to make amends for my past ignorance and express my feelings to her. Jiang Peng replied with resolute conviction. His tone was firm, but he had long regretted not acting sooner. From the latter half of his freshman year, Jiang Peng had gradually come to realize how his actions had hurt Chunyi, and he had lived with self-reproach ever since. He had even sought assistance from many classmates to inquire about her, but to no avail. Jiang Peng had not anticipated that he would approach Lin Hao for help. Yet, now that they had crossed paths, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Unbothered by the prospect of ridicule, I understand that bringing this up with you is abrupt, and I'm not afraid of your laughter at my folly. After all this time, I've come to realize that I've missed out on a significant chapter of my youth. For the past 2 or 3 years, I have immersed myself in basketball, avoiding matters of the heart, only to realize after moving on that she was the right one for me. Jiang Peng's expression reflected a deep sense of regret. Without having experienced it ourselves, it is difficult to imagine just how ignorant we were back then. Reflecting on those 3 years of high school, basketball provided us with joyous moments, but the naive emotions we felt were also a rare experience. When you stand on the precipice of 18, you come to understand just how beautiful those moments were. We all go through phases of youthful ignorance and bravado. Just as you and I, who were once teammates, lacked the camaraderie of true friends. Now, upon meeting again, I find that my former teammate has become my rival. Should I feel joy or sorrow? We can continue to share the court under the guise of basketball. But what if Chunyi? Because of my ignorance, she missed the chance to attend university. She should not have lost that beautiful time. She could have cherished wonderful memories of her youth. Yet the one she loved caused her pain. How deeply must her heart ache? When I finally realized the magnitude of my mistakes, I knew I had to take action to make amends. Apologizing to her is the least I can do. If she accepts, we can start anew. I need not concern myself with others' opinions. I should strive for what I believe in. This is our dream. Jiang Peng had not anticipated that his heartfelt confession would be overheard by others present. Are you willing to accept her current circumstances? Mu Hao asked seriously, his demeanor softened by Jiang Peng's sincerity. Jiang Peng looked up, only to find everyone staring at him in shock, as though witnessing something extraordinary. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. After all, Jiang Peng was merely Lin Hao's former teammate, not closely acquainted with these individuals. Was it appropriate for him to speak so openly? Jiang Peng, it is evident that you possess a kind heart. As you said, in our youth, we were ignorant, missing out on a chance at love only to realize we desire a second chance. If given another opportunity, you would certainly not let it slip away. It is not too late to turn back now, but you must earnestly strive for it, even if Lin Hao is willing to assist you. It is Chunyi who wishes to see you, not Lin Hao. Xiaohua decisively approached the matter from a female perspective, moved by Jiang Peng's recognition of his past mistakes. In this youthful journey, we have all faced confusion and disappointment. Ignorance and bravado accompanied our youthful naivety, and only in hindsight do we realize how foolish we truly were. Having missed a timeless bond, why not strive to reclaim it upon reflection? Why remain indifferent? Jiang Peng's heartfelt sincerity prompted Xiaohua to realize the necessity of taking initiative. With half of their university days gone, if opportunities were not seized now, they might vanish in the blink of an eye. I believe Xiaohua's words ring true. If one wishes to reconnect, one must take the first step. Li Kun spoke earnestly, stating that although Jiang Peng was not his student, he greatly admired his courage and generosity. He expressed regret at not having a student like him, feeling immensely satisfied to have encountered him. Li Kun indeed held a fondness for Jiang Peng, who excelled in both basketball and character, embodying the qualities of an outstanding student. Jiang Peng felt reassured. There was no need for embarrassment, as rivals could also become friends. Moreover, finding someone who would listen earnestly without mockery was a rarity. He expressed gratitude for the support he received, admitting that these feelings had been pent up for many years. Fearful of ridicule, he had refrained from confiding in outsiders, and he was deeply touched by their assistance. He vowed to reach out to her, promising not to let her lack of a university education deter him. Jiang Peng stood up, repeatedly expressing his heartfelt thanks. Lin Hao wore a slight smile. Jiang Peng truly embodied calmness. Such a worthy opponent, gaining the recognition of many, was indeed unique. Lin Hao learned that sincerity in character and diligence in actions garnered greater acknowledgement. Lin Hao, Jiang Peng is your former teammate. You can't be so petty as not to help him. Mu Hao called out to Lin Hao with evident urgency. With their support, how could Lin Hao refrain from assisting? I only have Chun Ye's number. After you obtain it, the rest is up to your efforts. Once successful, don't forget to give me a call, Lin Hao said, handing the number to Jiang Peng, providing the very assistance he needed. Overjoyed, Jiang Peng received the number but contained his excitement, allowing his smile to convey his gratitude. Lin Hao, thank you. Without your help, I truly wouldn't know whom to turn to. I assure everyone that I will strive diligently. Jiang Peng reiterated his appreciation and commitment. Well said. We should take Jiang Peng as our example and not let our youth slip away, Mu Hao playfully shouted, directing applause towards Xiaohua. Startled, Xiaohua quickly lowered her head with a smile, wondering if Mu Hao was being too obvious. Having shared sincere words and finished their meal, they departed at 9:30. After shaking hands with everyone, Jiang Peng insisted that next time they played at Nanjing Normal University's home ground, they must secure a victory, urging them to prepare well. Lin Hao also made a bold declaration, promising to guard him closely next time, ensuring Jiang Peng would not score more than 10 points while he himself would aim for 50. With laughter shared, they joyfully bid farewell. Watching Jiang Peng leave with ease, Lin Hao exhaled in relief. A game, a friend, and an added layer of emotion. This was the kind of basketball match Lin Hao eagerly anticipated. Hey, you can guide Jiang Peng, yet remain indifferent yourself? Do you intend to wait for that woman to seek him out, becoming a second Jiang Peng? Mu Hao suddenly called out to Xiaohua, leaning forward. Stunned, Xiaohua realized Lin Hao was sitting nearby, This surely put her in an awkward position. Chapter 50. In the news, Lin Hao was not naive, yet at that moment he could only feign ignorance and cast a glance of reproach at Mu Hao. Aware that his comment was somewhat unnecessary, Mu Hao grinned and said, "I never mentioned you. Matters of the heart must be grasped firmly by oneself. The reminders from others are but empty words. Since Jiang Peng is in such a predicament, you must navigate your own course." After saying this, he quickly retreated, recognizing the importance of discretion. When Lin Hao turned back, he found Xiaohua gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. The sight of her profile evoked a surge of youthful longing within him, igniting a desire to experience romance. Everyone eventually encounters that special someone, yet not all possess the ability to seize the moment. It was a lie to claim Lin Hao had never been moved by Chun Wenyuan. If he had been indifferent, he would not have embraced her during her tears of grievance or held her hand while traversing their beautiful high school campus. However, Lin Hao felt no regret after their breakup, yet in this fleeting moment, he found his heart stirred once more. Should he take the initiative to grasp this opportunity? The car was filled with melodious music. As the vehicle glided forward, the nightscape fading away behind the window. Was this not the most exquisite tableau of life? He longed to speak, yet Xiaohua's serene demeanor interrupted him. Perhaps this was not the ideal moment. Xiaohua was remarkable. If Lin Hao could not excel in basketball, how could he face her? She was breathtaking, so beautiful that he felt reluctant to disturb her contemplation. Thus, he continued to watch her in silence. Beautiful moments are always ephemeral, and soon they returned to school, where some had already succumbed to slumber. As they stumbled off the bus, still dazed, the coach encouraged everyone to rest early, stating that tomorrow's morning practice was temporarily canceled and to remember their match time on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. After disembarking, Li Kun reiterated these reminders before allowing everyone to disperse. Exhausted, they responded in unison before making their way to the dormitory, experiencing fatigue like never before on an away game. Fortunately, there was no early morning practice the next day. Otherwise, they would surely be drained. Xiaohua. As everyone headed toward the dorms, Lin Hao called out to her, who turned back to him with a captivating smile. "Aren't you tired? Tonight's game was quite grueling. And we've been in the car for so long. Let us talk tomorrow." With a wave, she turned back, her face radiant with happiness, aware that Lin Hao had something to say. However, their relationship had not yet reached a point where everything needed to be articulated. Xiaohua sought a comfortable environment to reflect on whether they should share their aspirations or perceive something deeper. Finding a confidant in life is already a rare treasure. But seeking a partner with shared ideals is even more challenging. If everything could be laid bare before them, would Xiaohua still remain silent? In matters of the heart, Xiaohua was cautious. After all, Lin Hao had a history with Chun Wenyuan. Overly complicated emotions would only bring discomfort to both. She hoped Lin Hao would contemplate carefully before speaking. At that moment, Lin Hao could only watch as Xiaohua walked away, yearning to converse with her further. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mu Hao and another teammate were already in bed, the first time he had seen them retire without even turning on their computers. After washing up, Lin Hao lay down. Though fatigued, he was not yet ready to fall asleep. The events of the day were significant, and the image of Xiaohua lingered, creating a dilemma in his heart. Should he be more proactive, or perhaps create an opportunity for initiative? To drift into dreams filled with beauty is a desire shared by all, yet come dawn, as they stepped onto the training grounds, Zhang Fuchuan approached Lin Hao with a cheerful demeanor, brandishing a newspaper. "Haha, Lin Hao, you have not disappointed me. 40 points. This is the highest score in this year's college league, and you've made the news. Truly remarkable." Seeing Zhang Fuchuan's joy, Lin Hao felt a swell of happiness for him. However, when he glanced at the newspaper, his expression turned grave. The results from last night's game were indeed published, with the media offering their praises. Yet beneath the photo of Lin Hao shooting was an image of Wen Jian playing street basketball, clad in casual gear, looking strikingly handsome. If one did not look closely, they would not recognize him. Even more bizarrely, beside Wen Jian was Lin Hao, captured from the side, nearly indistinguishable unless scrutinized. The headline was blunt: "The strongest college student sets a new record, but hides the strongest streetball player." This report seemed to stir trouble to outsiders. It appeared as though Lin Hao was usurping Wen Jian's position on the team, effectively pushing him out to lead the team forward. Such a cunning article, this media outlet was truly outrageous. By broadcasting internal conflicts within the Nanjing Normal University team, they conveyed a message to the outside world. Discord existed within the team. The greatest taboo for any team is internal strife. Once such discord is reported, it only amplifies, benefiting their rivals. Lin Hao was uncertain which opponent stood to gain, yet it was evident that the media did not act independently. Someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Recalling Kai Gowen's recent appearance, Lin Hao naturally suspected him. But now was the time for composure, without evidence. He could not confront him. The media had the right to report, and what was needed now was to quell the situation swiftly. I may not have witnessed last night's game in person, but I have heard enough. Scoring 40 points amidst such intense competition is no small feat. Well done. I admire this fierce spirit of yours. The stronger the opponent, the more it fuels your energy. Keep it up for the next match. Zhang Fuqian clapped Lin Hao on the shoulder, optimistic about the outcome. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. May I keep this newspaper as a memento? Lin Hao smiled respectfully, though inside he felt a pang of discomfort. What did 40 points matter if it could not bring Wen Jian back? Ha, consider it yours. I have plenty of copies. Preserve this moment of glory. Zhang Fuqian nodded happily before departing. Gazing at the newspaper photos, Lin Hao felt compelled to seek out Coach Li. He had to meet with Principal Peng immediately. If he did not clarify the situation soon, it could escalate into a larger issue. Checking the time, it was only 6:30. The workday commenced at 8, leaving him ample time. However, he needed to address this matter before Principal Peng saw the newspaper, and it had to be brought forth by Coach Li. Lin Hao did not dare to pause his training, completing a 1,500-meter run within half an hour. He should have been capable of a faster time, but he needed to continue protecting his foot, avoiding excessive strain. After half an hour, Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. After a brief rest to catch his breath, he dashed back to the dormitory. By 7 o'clock, the dorm was bustling, yet upon entering his room, he found it eerily quiet. Wen Long was still snoring. Lin Hao shook his head, having returned from a long journey while they remained in slumber. It was indeed strange to think they could excel in basketball with such a rhythm. Nevertheless, he did not require their assistance at this moment. He hurriedly washed up, knowing significant matters awaited resolution. Before either of them could awaken, Lin Hao took his books and left. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Xiaohua waiting impatiently. As soon as she spotted him, she rushed forward, asking, "What on earth happened? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" This outcome could lead to Wen Jian's expulsion. All our efforts would be in vain. Xiaohua's urgency illuminated the seriousness of the situation for Lin Hao, yet he knew he could not afford to panic. The situation required a reasonable explanation, and he needed to remain calm to resolve it correctly. "Please, don't fret. Let us discuss it as we walk." Lin Hao gestured for her to follow, and they strode purposefully toward the school. There was no time for breakfast, so they grabbed a cup of soy milk and a few buns to eat on the go. Lin Hao recounted the events surrounding Wen Jian's street basketball participation, ultimately revealing that Wen Jian had been coerced by Yuan Ge for financial gain. The incident from that night was not over. Wen Jian had acted out of concern for Adong, so it was imperative to clarify the matter with the coach and allow Principal Peng to make a decision. In Lin Hao's view, there was no issue with Xiaohua's analysis. However, revealing the truth to Principal Peng could lead to greater complications. Wen Jian, a member of the school team and a student at Nanjing Normal University, was at risk. If a student neglects their studies to associate with individuals like Yuan Ge for monetary gain, the school would undoubtedly take notice. Should the situation escalate, Wen Jian might face expulsion. Are you considering resolving this matter privately? Lin Hao speculated, noting Xiaohua's serious demeanor as she contemplated her next steps. Xiaohua possessed the capability to manage the situation discreetly, but that would only address Yuan Ji's side of the issue. The school would require an explanation, and only Wen Jian could step forward to acknowledge his mistakes, which might salvage his standing. After articulating the gravity of the situation, Xiaohua raised her gaze, resolutely stating her intention to speak with Wen Jian in hopes of persuading him to come forward. If he did, the repercussions might not be severe. "Your thoughts are overly alarming," Lin Hao replied calmly. "Earning money through street basketball is Wen Jian's skill, even if Principal Peng were to learn of it. Expulsion would be unlikely, with the worst case being his removal from the team. My concern lies in the potential fallout from the fighting incident, which could indeed lead to expulsion. Furthermore, with Kai Gowen involved, if Wen Jian were to impulsively decide to transfer, the situation would become even more complicated. Thus, your plan for a private resolution is impractical. We must compel the school to intervene. We cannot afford to lose this teammate, nor allow him to continue down this misguided path." Lin Hao had never given up on Wen Jian. It was merely that Wen Jian was unwilling to confront the reality of Lin Hao's superiority. After reaching a consensus, they decided to wait outside Li Kun's office. Upon receiving Xiuhua's call, Li Kun hurried to meet them. At approximately 7:30, they convened at the entrance, where Li Kun promptly gestured for them to discuss matters inside his office. Lin Hao calmly handed over the newspaper. Seeing the positive coverage, Li Kun felt a surge of joy, but upon the appearance of Wen Jian's photograph, he sighed heavily and placed the newspaper on the table. What on earth is happening? Is that rascal stirring up trouble again? This time, he must face consequences. We cannot keep such a player on the team. Liang Quan burst in, his face alight with fury, though deep down, he secretly hoped for Wen Jian's return. Teacher Liang, please remain calm. This incident cannot be solely blamed on Wen Jian. Any issues with the players fall upon us coaches. Li Kun replied with a composed demeanor. How about you check when Wen Jian is available for a conversation? We should have a serious discussion with him. Coach Li, I've heard your words more than 10 times. I've already followed your advice to talk to Wen Jian. Yet this scoundrel still betrays us behind our backs. I truly believe there is no point in discussing this further, Liang Quan retorted angrily, raising his voice for the first time in such a manner toward Li Kun. Li Kun recognized Liang Chuan's youth and inexperience in handling such matters, especially since he was the one who had brought Wen Jian onto the team, which is why he entrusted this matter to him. It seemed Li Kun himself had erred and should have taken the initiative to approach the situation. I understand your frustration. Please do not let it overwhelm you. Here is the plan. Set a time for the meeting, and I will personally speak with him. However, I must first consult with Principal Peng. We all need to work together to resolve this. Do not be upset. I will bear the brunt of this matter, Li Kun said, suppressing his own feelings as he glanced at the newspaper. Yet, no matter the circumstances, he understood that as the head coach, he must prioritize the greater good. Chapter 51. The essence of small ball. After Lin Hao departed, he did not accompany the others to Principal Peng's office. Xiuhua, as the team leader, took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility and walked alongside Li Kun. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to head toward the teaching building, Liang Wenjin hurried after him and, pulling him aside with a serious demeanor, asked, Lin Hao, tell me honestly, is Wen Jian playing for money? Liang's words hinted at deeper issues. But since Wen Jian was reluctant to communicate, Lin Hao found himself at a loss regarding his personal circumstances. It was Liang Wenjin who had brought Wen Jian to Nanjing Normal University. Could there be unspoken troubles lurking beneath the surface? Lin Hao, with an elongated expression, firmly inquired. Assistant Liang, does Wen Jian face any difficulties? Liang's demeanor shifted to one of reluctance. Dealing with Wen Jian was not a choice he could evade. He felt a duty to assist, especially since it was a family obligation, and he could not let them down. However, Liang had not anticipated the challenges in managing Wen Jian, which might relate to his family background. During the rebellious phase of youth, familial influences often weigh heavily, but regardless, assistance was imperative. Assistant Liang, if you have concerns, please express them directly. We can work together to find a solution. Wen Jian is our teammate. The team cannot afford to lose him, and everyone is willing to step up to help, Lin Hao reiterated with a serious tone, aiming to alleviate Liang's burden. Though Liang had wished to keep Wen Jian and Appo's issues private, it seemed increasingly difficult. If his teammates were unaware, they might not tolerate his obstinacy. If Wen Jian continued to find joy in making money, without intervention, he might neglect his studies, further betraying the trust placed in him. Lin Hao, you should attend your class. Join me on Saturday evening, and you will understand, Liang sighed heavily, his head drooping in disappointment as he made his way back to the office. Wen Jian certainly had his own story. As a teammate, Lin Hao did not wish to lose him again, nor did he want to relive the regrets of their high school days. Teammates are rare treasures, and cherishing such bonds is essential to avoid youthful regrets. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Hao found Mu Hao and another student already seated with their books open. The teacher had just arrived at the podium, preparing to take attendance. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the teacher gestured for him to sit down before commencing. Hey, I didn't see you this morning and thought you had arrived early. Why are you showing up now? Have you seen the reports? The official website has been dominated by you, Mu Hao eagerly asked, his head leaning forward as he expressed surprise. Lin Hao paid little mind to such headlines, though he felt a sense of relief that the official site had not posted any photos of Wen Jian playing street basketball. He could sense ulterior motives behind the photo situation. What exactly was Kai Gowen up to? Do you wish to be the one featured on the headlines next time? Lin Hao inquired sternly, turning to face Mu Hao. Mu Hao dreamed of such recognition, but reality dictated otherwise. Do not hesitate. You possess the potential. If you could channel the time wasted on sleeping and toward training, or reduce your gaming, you might just achieve it. I hope you understand what I'm saying. The next person to score 50 points and grace the headlines could be you. Without waiting for their response, Lin Hao offered his affirmation, indicating that the path lay ahead for them to choose. The two merely shrugged and returned to listening to the lecture. After a day's wait, Xiaohua finally relayed the news to Lin Hao just before their afternoon practice, and only the two of them were privy to this information. Upon learning of the situation, Principal Ping placed significant emphasis on the matter and insisted on an investigation into the altercation. After Xiaohua provided an explanation of the details, Principal Ping prepared to conduct a more thorough inquiry regarding Adong and his two companions, with Li Kun leading the charge to ascertain the facts. If it turned out that when Jian and his companions were not the instigators, communication with the South Science and Technology University was imperative. As for Zhao Yuan, immediate police action was warranted. Under no circumstances should such incidents recur, prioritizing student safety above all else. Principal Peng's approach to student matters was meticulous, centering on their well-being, ensuring that no disruptions would affect them. Regarding Wen Jian's personal situation, irrespective of whether it was self-defense, it must be reported to the school. After a thorough investigation, appropriate measures would be taken based on the circumstances, while the matter of street basketball would similarly be assigned to Li Kun for resolution. The handling of this situation hinged upon a clear investigation. The team was currently on a winning streak, and maintaining this momentum was crucial. Any breach of discipline could adversely affect their regular games. Overall, with the team's commendable performance, Principal Peng exhibited leniency towards the squad, placing trust in Li Kun's ability to manage the situation effectively. Having gained Principal Peng's approval, Li Kun felt compelled to provide a satisfactory account. He had intended to speak with Wen Jian privately after tonight's practice, yet noticed his absence from the training ground. Yang Wenjin's calls went unanswered, and Li Kun recognized this as a deliberate act. With the reports circulating, he understood that the team would not allow his return, hence Wen Jian chose to remain absent. Li Kun advised Liang to exercise patience, then immersed himself in training. The team was riding a wave of victories, and Li Kun's objective was to solidify the small ball strategy. The essence of this tactic was demanding in practice, as it required players to exert themselves significantly. After a rigorous session, the players were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. While Lin Hao did not feel as exhausted as the others, he nonetheless sensed that today's training was more arduous than usual. The ease of positioning had vanished, with both sides upping their speed. The intensity of defense became immediately apparent. The level of fatigue alone indicated the high demands of the training, yet it still fell short of Li Kun's expectations. As the players caught their breath, Li Kun pulled Li Zhibing aside to explain, when defending, you must maintain a solid stance. Using lateral movement will prevent you from being shaken off. Additionally, it is crucial to communicate with your teammates to ensure proper screen defense and cooperative play, rather than acting independently. For instance, when Li Zhibing has the ball, he should signal for teammates to set screens before the opposing player can set a screen. The defender must dismantle it ahead of time. Subsequent help defense must be timely. If the opponent employs a close screen, the player being screened should not rush to pursue the offensive player but should switch defensive responsibilities immediately. I have consistently emphasized the importance of unlimited switches after a screen. You must directly transition to defending the mismatch player. While mismatch defense may create opportunities for one-on-ones, the key to the small ball strategy lies in its adaptability. Even if Li Zhibing finds himself defending against the opposing center, he must not shy away but instead respond with tenacious defense. What if he encounters a center who can shoot or drive effectively? As everyone can see, first, do not rush in pursuit. Instead, turn and position yourself against the screener. Li Kun turned to demonstrate, placing Li Zhibing in front of them, hands pressing down to prevent him from advancing. Remain stationary and continue speaking this way. You obstruct his chance to attack the boards while simultaneously denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. In mismatched defense against the offensive player, the most likely scenario involves Li Jian. At this juncture, Li Jian must diligently keep pace, not allowing easy penetration. In this context, a pass becomes the optimal choice, rather than a shot. However, one cannot dismiss the potential for a scorer like Jiang Ping. Strong defense requires maintaining flexibility. Once he had finished, Li Kun added, the adaptability of small ball lies in using speed to disrupt the opponent's offense, followed by a swift counterattack. If you can achieve 20 points from fast breaks in a match, just imagine how few teams could defeat you. In Li Kun's philosophy, speed is always the cornerstone of victory. Yet, not every team can fully exploit the small ball strategy. Without sufficiently skilled players, even running becomes a challenge. The reason Nanjing Normal University can effectively implement the small ball tactic primarily lies in the composition of its players. Besides Li Jian, who struggles with three-point shooting, several big men, including Zhang Xian, can shoot from beyond the arc and possess great speed and agility. If Wen Jian were to return as a second option, combining his mid-range shots with Lin Hao's three-pointers could indeed create a whirlwind of small ball success. You must comprehend that the core of unlimited switching is speed and agility. I do not expect you to achieve perfection with every play, but I at least want to witness displays of flexibility. Now, the training you undergo for defense is designed to instill in you the significance of agility within defensive maneuvers. Continue. Li Kun did not dare to linger, blowing the whistle to resume the defensive drills. Once the session commenced, the pace of defense was remarkably swift during targeted training. Everyone's focus remained intensely sharp, all contemplating how to effectively thwart the opponent. Due to the increased speed, the magnitude of movements inevitably expanded. Li Kun was cautious not to escalate the intensity of defense to the point where actions became exaggerated. On the court, referees would certainly not overlook such infractions. After repeatedly emphasizing the defensive movements, the frequency of whistles signaling defense diminished. After a grueling 2.5 hours, including Lin Hao, everyone was left seated on the ground, utterly exhausted. A rapid pace equated to expending significantly more energy on the court. As they had not yet reached the physical endurance of professional athletes, the high-intensity training was indeed a source of lament. The more Li Kun observed the collective struggle, the more delighted he became, approaching with a smile, declaring, "Ha! You have all endured the rigors of the college entrance examination. It was far more arduous than this training. You have lingered too long in a greenhouse, forgetting the chill of the past, which is why you now experience this discomfort. From this moment forward, I shall not grant you a life of ease. On the court, there exists only victory or defeat, with no room for mercy. Triumph is founded upon rigorous training. Without diligent effort, do not expect to witness the arrival of victory. A minute on stage requires 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. What you observe is merely the glamour of others. How would you know the sweat shed in obscurity? There exists but one shortcut to success in this world, and that is through relentless effort. If you aspire to become professional players, the most effective approach is to train. A dull blade must be sharpened. You are currently like rusted blades that require vigorous honing. I do not wish to hear anyone lamenting fatigue. The door to opportunity stands wide open before you, and it is not too late for anyone wishing to step through." Li Kun pointed towards the open door, not to expel anyone, but rather to inspire all present. The youth brim with passion. If they cannot endure this modicum of hardship, how can they hope to achieve greatness? Success is never a hollow phrase, and the university atmosphere is far from a tranquil haven. Keep pushing, continue training. Lin Hao was the first to rise, calmly rallying the others, promptly seizing a basketball to commence movement. The others had no reason not to stand tall. Those who arrived with determination would not retreat over trivial matters. Defense, back, quickly. Lin Hao shouted at Zhang Xian, whose body was already fatigued but persisted in reminding them with fervent shouts. Another hour of high-intensity defensive training left them utterly spent. With Wen Long and others squatting on the ground, visibly exhausted, Lin Hao leaned on his waist, gasping for breath, yet he did not dare to crouch. No matter how weary, he faced the challenge standing upright. "Excellent. For your spirit alone, I applaud you," Li Kun exclaimed, clapping in satisfaction with the training session. "Everyone, remember my words. Future training must embody the spirit and state of today. I will subsequently devise tailored physical training based on your respective positions. This will be the most arduous task, and I hope you are mentally prepared." After reiterating his message, Li Kun glanced at the clock, noting it was already 9:30, signaling the conclusion of that evening's training. Wen Long and his companions trudged out, their weary bodies realizing for the first time the arduous nature of basketball. Hold your heads high. Look at your pitiful state. If you cannot endure this slight hardship, it is no wonder you struggle to find a girlfriend. Chapter 52. Earning money through basketball. Mu Hao sneered at Wen Long, who was seated on the ground, before striding towards the sidelines. Although he was utterly exhausted at this moment, he refrained from expressing his fatigue. Coach Li's words had pierced him deeply. It was his previous lack of diligence that had hindered his basketball skills from advancing. Lin Hao's dedication was evident to all, even during his injury. He had not abandoned his dribbling practice. His triumphant return was no mere coincidence. While others slept, Lin Hao was honing his skills on the court. When others indulged in games, Lin Hao remained on the basketball court. Aside from eating, sleeping, and attending classes, all of Lin Hao's time was devoted to basketball. Such unwavering focus on a single pursuit could only lead to success. Mu Hao was acutely aware of his ambitions and dreams if he did not abandon his laziness. All his aspirations would amount to nothing more than empty promises. Lin Hao, I will join you for morning practice tomorrow. What you can do, I can do as well. Mu Hao declared emphatically as he exited the venue. Lin Hao did not respond. If Mu Hao could indeed follow through on his words, it would be commendable. But he feared that his enthusiasm might wane after a few days. He would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than trust Mu Hao's words. Let's see how he manages, Wen Long scoffed. Lin Hao patted Wen Long on the shoulder. Brother, whether he can accomplish it remains to be seen. But at least Mu Hao has made his intentions known. Shouldn't you also express your thoughts? Do I need to express anything? Wen Long stammered before hastily responding. I'm not one to shout slogans. If I'm going to do something, I'll do it for real. Lin Hao had been waiting for this affirmation. Empty words were meaningless. And actions spoke louder than intentions. It was only 9:30, and the matter concerning Wen Jian had yet to be resolved. He needed to discuss it further with Xiao Hua. Wen Long, feeling too fatigued, decided to head back alone. After waiting for a while, Lin Hao was joined by Xiao Hua and Xiao Hui. Lin Hao, I found out that Wen Jian is out drinking with Zhao Yuan and a few others tonight. Coach Li spoke with him today, and there seemed to be no issue. But he unexpectedly ran off to have fun. I think we should go find him and clarify whether he is truly playing for money, Xiao Hua stated directly. Eager to bring Wen Jian back, it would be inappropriate to approach him recklessly, especially if the school found out. But Principal Peng had instructed Li Kun to investigate the matter, and Lin Hao felt it was his duty to assist. It's late, Xiao Hui, you shouldn't go. This matter doesn't concern you, so please refrain from getting involved, Lin Hao advised, casting a glance at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui smiled confidently and replied, I'm accompanying Xiao Hua. I can't let her go alone. Let's go. What does it matter if she's a girl? Wen Jian wouldn't dare to disrespect me, Xiao Hua asserted. Leading the way towards the market behind the special park. The pathway was still adorned with couples, and as they approached the illuminated area, the crowd became visible. The lively scene was enhanced by the gathering of students. It was normal for college students to enjoy shopping. The trio arrived at a street food stall in the midst of the crowd, having searched around until they spotted Wen Jian, who was raising a glass and drinking amidst a vibrant atmosphere. However, a frown lingered on his face, indicating that this was not his true desire. He was drinking out of necessity rather than choice. Good job. Having a brother like you is worth it. We can make money together, brother. Stick with me. And I promise you won't suffer losses. More opportunities for profit await you. Zhao Yuan laughed as he clapped Wen Jian on the shoulder. Yet, Lin Hao did not see Kai Gaowen, who clearly understood the difference between right and wrong and had not aligned himself too closely with Zhao Yuan. Instead, Wei sat nearby, playing the role of advisor. Upon noticing Lin Hao and his companion's approach, he quickly straightened up and nudged Zhao Yuan, whispering, Brother Yuan. It's that Lin Hao again, along with Xiao Hua. The last time I mentioned Xiao Hua, it was in connection with the police who were here for you. Zhao Yuan dismissed them, stating that it was just a fight and that they posed no real threat. After all, Wen Jian was now a friend. Even if the police came, they wouldn't uncover anything. Today's outcome was the best evidence. Their presence was acceptable as long as they didn't cause trouble. Wen Jian, keep studying. We'll continue making money. Playing basketball is not illegal. Professional players earn money from it, after all. And those street players? Who would play if they weren't getting paid? You're using your own abilities to earn, free from relying on anyone else. You should take pride in that. While others depend on their families, you can support yourself. That's commendable. Zhao Yuan spoke deliberately as the three of them drew closer, hoping to sway Lin Hao with his words. Of course, Zhao Yuan hoped that Lin Hao would take the bait if he agreed to join in. It would make for an enticing spectacle under the banner of the strongest college student. Earning money would be simpler. But Lin Hao remained oblivious to the opportunity presented to him. When Jian glared at Lin Hao, initially filled with sorrow, now contorted with anger, there was no reason. He simply didn't want to see Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on Wen Jian as he approached, feeling a deep discomfort at his every move. This was not the life he should have. He should be back at school, continuing his education. Wen Jian, what are you doing? You're still a student. How can you be out drinking? Come back with me. I will treat it as if nothing has happened, Xiao Hua urged, lowering her voice to persuade him to leave. Wen Jian scoffed, raising his glass in response. Xiao Hua, who do you think you are? What I do here has nothing to do with you. Are you my girlfriend? He downed his drink in front of her, exuding a defiant demeanor. Ah, Lin Hao, I sensed a chill behind me, and it turns out your esteemed self has arrived. Ha ha, what a coincidence. Come, have a seat and join us for a drink, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, turning around and eagerly pulling out a chair, appearing exceptionally cordial. Lin Hao shot him a glare, dismissing someone like him entirely. His apparent respect was merely a facade with ulterior motives. However, given the current situation, if he wished to take Wen Jian away, Lin Hao had no choice but to sit down and clarify matters. Wen Jian, I'm here to tell you that you have wronged assistant coach Liang. You have also wronged yourself and all your teammates who care for you. Do not forget your identity. Do not wait until regret comes knocking to weep, Lin Hao shouted, boldly pulling out a chair and sitting down. Xiaohua and the others quickly followed suit. It was necessary to clarify matters in front of Wen Jian. Ha, since we can sit down, we can discuss things amicably. We are all educated individuals here. Brother Yuan has at least attended university. We can negotiate without turning into enemies over a single misunderstanding. Zhao Yuan said as he opened a bottle of liquor and filled their glasses. Afterward, he raised his glass in a toast. But Lin Hao did not even glance at him, waiting for Wen Jian's response. Wen Jian, with widened eyes, sensed the tension in the air. Ignored, Zhao Yuan felt embarrassed. Yet being a seasoned individual, he laughed and reached out for a toast, saying, Ha, I'll drink to show respect. He then downed his drink, clearly indicating his intention to befriend Lin Hao and involve him in making money. In his eyes, Lin Hao could not refuse. Lin Hao turned and glared at Zhao Yuan, declaring, I don't care who you are, nor do I wish to know. I will tell you this, Wen Jian is my teammate. So please do not disturb him any further. What did you say, Lin Hao? Don't think you're impressive just because you're strong on the court. Brother Yuan can play with whoever he wants. It's South not your place to interfere. I'll tell you now, I've already given you face. You can leave. Awei shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Hao, clearly dismissing him. Awei, that's where you're wrong. Lin Hao is powerful on the court, and he can be just as formidable off the court. Zhao Yuan quickly intervened, grinning as he turned back to Lin Hao. I know you're an excellent player. Why not use that talent to earn some money? Listen, if you choose to collaborate with me, my stance remains unchanged. If you win a match, you shall receive 5,000. If you lose, 2,000. During the regular competition period, you need not participate. We can profit without affecting your time on the court at school. This is a foolproof venture, and you must have considered it, correct? Lin Hao glared at Zhao Yuan, sensing that Wen Jian was undoubtedly tempted by his words to take up the game, although the appearance fee was not as lucrative as Lin Hao's. Even 2,000 would be a significant temptation for Wen Jian, leaving no reason for him to abstain from the competition. Wen Jian did not respond. Even with Lin Hao's involvement, it would not deter his participation. Moreover, Lin Hao's entry was still uncertain, thus Wen Jian had no reason to fear his threats. Lin Hao now realized that Zhao Yuan was merely a manipulator. He possessed the resources to secure competition qualifications and would fund the players under his command to meet the organizers' requirements. However, such appearance fees held little significance for Lin Hao. His dreams were far more stable than immediate financial gain. Do you play for money? Lin Hao regarded Wen Jian with disdain, surprised that he would breach discipline for monetary gain. If that were the case, the South Normal University team could not meet his demands, and his request to transfer schools was hardly unreasonable. What I play for is of no concern to you. If you disapprove, feel free to confront me. If necessary, we can settle this with a match. I would relish such an encounter. Wen Jian spread his hands defiantly, issuing a bold challenge. Confident that he still had the means to earn money, why should he shy away? If a match were to occur, the outcome would be predictable. Yet, such a confrontation was impossible. Lin Hao could never engage him in a street fight. The conflict had originated from Lin Hao's victory over Wen Jian, thus setting the stage for their discord. You cannot defeat me, Wen Jian. I have no desire to fight you, nor do I wish for you to continue playing for money. If you are truly in need, we will all support you. I hope you can return so we can join forces to pursue the championship, Lin Hao said with a solemn expression. Such words were mere folly to Wen Jian, who erupted in laughter. Brother Yuan, did you hear that? Now he speaks of returning to claim the championship. Is this not the finest jest in the world? Does a championship hold value? Is it made of gold? Bro, Lin Hao means for you to join him on the streets and earn even more money together. Zhao Yuan interjected, deliberately shifting the topic. That works for me. I'll follow Brother Yuan's lead, Wen Jian replied, eager to provoke Lin Hao further. Wen Jian, you have greatly disappointed me. If you intend to earn money through basketball, shouldn't you first consult the coach? Assistant coach Liang is quite displeased with your current performance. I know they have spoken to you. If it were not for your own good, they would not have reached out. No one has abandoned you. You are the one abandoning yourself. I truly wish to slap some sense into you to reveal just how repugnant your current demeanor is. Xiaohua pointed angrily at Wen Jian, having lost patience with this teammate. Spare me your platitudes. I am no longer your teammate. If you wish to be allies, consult Brother Yuan. If not, leave me be and do not interfere with our drinking. Furthermore, do not waste my time again. You may not need money, but I do. What is wrong with earning a living through my own abilities? Must you meddle in my affairs? Tell Li Kun that I, when Jian, will achieve my basketball dreams without his help. Chapter 53. Long-distance running training. When Jian's obstinacy left Lin Hao shaking his head, though his aspirations were not unfounded. He had forgotten his true identity. He overlooked the minuscule odds of transitioning from street basketball to a professional career, underestimating the competitive arena, a troubling sign. It appeared that when Jian was resolutely determined to earn money through basketball, a matter that seemed beyond negotiation, Lin Hao felt compelled to ascertain when Jian's family background from assistant coach Liang, believing that addressing the root of the issue was essential. He hoped that when Jian was driven by hardship rather than mere stubbornness. Well said. I appreciate your pragmatic approach. Here's to you, Zhao Yuan exclaimed excitedly, raising his glass in a toast. The two men drank heartily, completely disregarding Lin Hao's thoughts on the matter. Xiaohua, enough. Let's go, Lin Hao quickly intervened. Sensing Xiaohua's anger, he knew it was unnecessary for her to become upset on his account. Resolutely, they stood to leave while Zhao Yuan confidently declared, Lin Hao, I consider you a brother. Don't let me down. I'm here whenever you're ready to respond. Let us make money together. Lin Hao did not look back but walked out decisively, knowing that discussing the impossible would yield no results. If making money through basketball equated to realizing a basketball dream, then such aspirations were, in his view, rather trivial. You cannot merely heed his words. We must persuade him to understand that this path to basketball success is unattainable. Xiaohua insisted, convinced she could awaken Wen Jian's awareness. Lin Hao wondered if Xiaohua had taken the time to understand Wen Jian's family situation. While it was part of his responsibility as a team leader, it was not entirely necessary, and he understood her perspective. However, to believe she could awaken him now seemed rather presumptuous. How much do you truly know about Wen Jian and Appos, as family? And what do you comprehend about the pursuit of wealth through basketball? Lin Hao questioned seriously. Xiaohua furrowed her brow, taken aback by Lin Hao's words. She remembered hearing about Li Jian's family but was unaware of Wen Jian's circumstances. She had not sought to understand, as such inquiries might seem intrusive. Yet, if Wen Jian's motivation was indeed financial, it was likely due to familial difficulties. Such a motive was understandable. Every family grapples with its own struggles, including Xiaohua herself. There's no need to persuade him further. We already recognize his motivation is money. Assistant coach Liang has invited me to visit his home this Saturday. You should join us. Lin Hao exhaled deeply, nodding affirmatively, signaling that this matter was settled for now. Xiaohua reflected on her concern for every player and realized she had grossly neglected her duties. She would not miss the home visit on Saturday. This matter was known only to a select few, including Wen Jian, who was unaware of the impending visit. The team's morning practice had commenced in earnest. At 6 o'clock, everyone gathered promptly at the playground. There were no basketballs in sight, only a small flag in Li Kun's hands. It felt akin to the commencement of a competition. All were eager and ready, awaiting the referee's command to sprint towards the finish line. 1,500 meters? That's merely 4 laps. How challenging could that be? Mu Hao scoffed, twisting his wrist as he surveyed the track. Wen Long, standing nearby, disagreed. Each lap measures 400 meters. While 4 laps can indeed be completed, half an hour should suffice, yet the coach's gestures clearly indicate there are additional tasks at hand. Besides, no one wishes to finish last. Penalties will inevitably follow. Everyone is present. Half an hour for 4 laps, 1,500 meters. I don't care how you achieve it. If you fail to finish within the allotted time, you will perform 100 frog jumps. If you still cannot finish, you shall continue running until completion this evening, Li Kun announced, and with the signal, a dozen individuals embarked on their long-distance run. Run faster. Those who finish first will receive a reward. Li Song, the chubby one, shouted with a playful expression, already sprinting ahead. Seeing Li Song take the lead, Zhang Xian hurried to follow suit, unwilling to lag behind. As the pace quickened, Mu Hao grumbled, Seriously? Are you all foolish? This is a long run. Starting off fast? Do you want to crawl across the finish line? Crawl? Those finishing last will have to frog jump. Don't slow down. You might as well walk. Li Song retorted with a laugh. Indeed. If you finish last, you'll face punishment. Hurry up. Wen Long shouted, ignoring Mu Hao's complaints and accelerating. Mu Hao panicked, realizing he was the only one unaware of the penalties. Even Lin Hao began to speed up, determined not to finish last. He focused intently, running as if in a fast break, imagining defenders closing in, eager to score at the earliest opportunity. "Ha! You weaklings, catch up if you can. Too slow." Mu Hao yelled as he overtook Li Song with a challenge. Li Song, feeling the competitive spirit, accelerated in response, prompting others to follow suit. Lin Hao found himself separated from the main group, observing his teammates surge ahead with a faint smile. This long-distance run was not a sprint. Coach Li's requirement of completing 4 laps in half an hour was not too demanding. However, as they quickened their pace, the excitement of the first 2 laps would soon give way to exhaustion, especially by the 4th lap. As Lin Hao had anticipated, after 2 laps, he closed the distance that had once been 10 meters. By the 4th lap, Mu Hao and Li Song began to falter, panting as they struggled to maintain speed. When Long clutched his stomach and began to walk, while Zhang Xin leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. "Coach Li, your method truly works. Long-distance running builds endurance, teaching them how to pace themselves. It appears we shall witness quite a performance today," Liang Wenquan remarked with a grin. Li Kun watched his young charges, both amused and exasperated. They arrived full of vigor but now lay sprawled out before the finish line, and he feared the experience might leave them traumatized. Wait for me. Don't run so fast." When Long called out, hands outstretched, torn between the desire to run and the inability to move. "Come on. You must keep up. Finishing last means punishment." Li Jian shouted back, straining to keep his pace. "Lin Hao, have you been injected with something? Can you slow down a bit?" When Long exclaimed, leaning on his waist, but upon seeing others closing in, he quickly resumed his run. Each runner appeared drained. Yet Lin Hao maintained a steady pace, having opened a gap of over 20 meters. As he observed his struggling peers fall behind, he surmised that, were this a competitive long-distance run, he would undoubtedly shatter records. In under 20 minutes, Lin Hao crossed the finish line first. Pausing to catch his breath as he turned to look back, he initially assumed the others were walking, only to realize they were nearly a half lap behind. If they continued at this pace, 30 minutes would not suffice for everyone to finish. "Keep going. Just a bit more. Run," Xiaohua encouraged, waving triumphantly beside him. "I can't. I'm done." When Long collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. "Get up. You cannot finish last. Move," Mu Hao urged, rushing back to support his struggling teammate, determined to never abandon him. "Everyone up. There is still time. The finish line is just ahead. Hold on," Xiaohua shouted with all her might. When Long's eyes shone with determination, yet no matter how hard he tried, he simply lacked the strength to push through. Mu Hao's unwavering team spirit was commendable. Despite the odds, he refused to give up on his teammates. Li Kun turned to Lin Hao with an approving nod. Lin Hao, having regained his composure, felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the scene. Although Mu Hao exhibited a degree of arrogance, he displayed commendable team spirit in critical moments. Lin Hao contemplated saying a few more words, but the sight of Xiaohua encouraging everyone dissuaded him from doing so. Perhaps it was prudent to let them learn a lesson. Their discomfort was a direct consequence of their ignorance. Lin Hao calmly remarked, "If this were a match, could one exert all their strength from the outset and still conserve energy to win in the 4th quarter? Physical training is meant to enhance one's capabilities. And this serves as a profound lesson. One must learn from setbacks in order to grow." "Lin Hao, your words will surely sadden them. It is rather inappropriate to speak so in front of our coach. Don't you think you should be cheering them on instead?" Young Quan approached with a smile, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. Lin Hao shrugged in response. "There is no need for provocation, assistant coach. I am speaking for their benefit. To claim to be a member of the school team yet fail to complete 4 laps in half an hour, something even ordinary students can accomplish, is quite laughable." "Haha. You are indeed ruthless," Li Kun chuckled with satisfaction. "Let us first see if they possess the ability to finish." Xiaohua was exerting every ounce of her strength to encourage the group, who, after a laborious effort, finally staggered to the finish line, only to collapse on the ground in a chorus of groans. The sight was somewhat comical. A horde of individuals sprawled on the ground early in the morning, as though they had just been through a fierce battle. Witnessing their pitiful state, Li Kun was filled with fervor. He thrived on their misfortune. "Look at your pitiful forms. Weren't you all sprightly runners? Why has the energy escaped you?" Li Kun approached to mock them. "Humph, it turns out you are but headstrong fools. Utterly exhausted after just 4 laps. TSK, quite impressive, indeed. Coach, please refrain from making light of our situation. Completing 4 laps in half an hour is nothing short of torturous. We barely managed to finish." Mu Hao lamented from the ground, unable to lift his head. "Oh, so you're playing for your lives in half an hour?" Li Kun tossed the stopwatch in their direction. "An average person could walk that distance in 30 minutes. Check the time yourselves." Mu Hao believed reaching the finish line would signal the end of their ordeal, only to realize the gravity of the situation upon seeing the clock. 39 minutes had elapsed, a full 9 minutes beyond the expected half hour. Well, are you satisfied with this outcome? Li Kun taunted, surveying the group. If not, feel free to voice your discontent. Or perhaps you'd prefer to do it all over again. Do it all over again? Wen Long exclaimed in shock, clearly reluctant to run another lap. You can choose between 100 frog jumps or rerunning a lap. I'm not forcing you, he continued. There is still nearly an hour before class begins. If you can finish, splendid. If not, we can carry it over to this evening. It's all about accumulation. Otherwise, you might as well hurry back to freshen up before class. Everyone get up. I will join you in frog jumps. Lin Hao shouted, his expression icy. Lin Hao. Those who completed the task need not suffer extra punishment, Li Kun quickly interjected. Lin Hao gestured dismissively and turned back to the track, stating coldly, they are my teammates. If they have not completed the task, I share in the responsibility and shall endure the penalty alongside them. Haha, splendid. From now on, if anyone falls behind and fails to complete the task, the entire team shall face the penalty, 100 frog jumps. If you cannot finish, you must continue jumping. Chapter 54. You just like him at Li Kun's command. Lin Hao began to jump with his hands clasped behind his back, prompting the others to rise and watch him take the lead. No one dared to speak up. Come on, everyone, let's get moving. Physical training is the cornerstone of victory. Every drop of sweat we shed today is a promise of future success. We shall not shy away from hardship. We must persevere. Xiuhua shouted, her fists clenched, fully shedding any semblance of ladylike decorum. With a slow motion, Liang Wen mockingly remarked, there's no need to exert yourselves so much. Look at the others still snug in their beds. You could easily sleep in like them. With your talents, you could win without any training. Why put yourselves through this? We fear neither hardship nor fatigue. Charge ahead. Mu Hao turned around, glaring fiercely, and with a rallying cry, he leapt forward. If you're a man, show them what you're made of. Don't underestimate us, the younger generation. Zhang Xin, similarly invigorated, shouted in defiance, and the team soon began a vigorous series of frog jumps. Mu Hao sang loudly to motivate everyone, and the others jumped in rhythm with the song. This spectacle drew the curious eyes of onlookers out for their morning jogs. Let them jump. Li Kun clapped his hands, finally managing to rein in the rowdy group. I'm not worried they won't finish. I'm more concerned they won't stop. After a full 100 frog jumps, Mu Hao belted out a loud cheer, determined to showcase the basketball team's prowess and to demonstrate to the coaches that there was no weakness here, nor any jesting. Seeing that everyone was genuinely exhausted, Lin Hao straightened up and declared, exhaustion is something we must confront. Basketball is never an easy endeavor. The coach's methods aim to prepare us for triumph on the court, so let us hold on. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Mu Hao replied with fervor. Lin Hao accompanied them in their jumps not as a punishment, but as a standard part of their training. It was unreasonable to have only completed 2 projects in an hour and a half. This was merely the beginning. With persistence, they would surely accomplish their goals with ease. Having completed their exercises, it was nearly time to rise for the day. Lin Hao and his companions hurried back to their dormitory to change and then dashed off to school. Mornings were particularly tense for those with classes, but this time was more than sufficient to complete the training tasks. Time was something to be seized, not merely bestowed by the coach. Li Zhibing and Zhang Xin lingered a bit longer, stopping at the dining hall for breakfast before ambling back. As they approached the entrance, they were unexpectedly collided with by a girl rushing in, her force sending Li Zhibing reeling. He turned to see it was Chen Wenyuan. Chen Wenyuan? What brings you to our school? Are you looking for Lin Hao? Li Zhibing quickly inquired. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Xin turned back, confirming it was indeed Chen Wenyuan. Both of them momentarily taken aback. This was clearly Nanjing Normal University. How strange it was to encounter her here. Where's Lin Hao? Bring him out, now. Chen Wenyuan exclaimed with fierce urgency, as if she would resort to violence if he was not summoned. We don't know. You should find him yourself. Zhang Xin replied hastily, pulling Li Zhibing along, fully aware that her intentions in seeking Lin Hao were not benign. Initially unfazed, Chen Wenyuan recognized Zhang Xin and stepped forward, blocking their path. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Am I not welcome? Zhang Xin, unyielding, retorted, Nanjing Normal University doesn't welcome you. What right do you have to stand here and shout at us? He stood his ground, unafraid of her antics. This was the first time Chen Wenyuan encountered such a formidable opponent. She had never realized Zhang Xin's resilience. With a dismissive gesture, she pointed at him and shouted, What is this? You want to throw a few punches? Go ahead, try me. Help? Someone's trying to hit a woman. Come quickly. Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, incredulity washing over him at her blatant audacity. If she weren't a woman, he would have slapped her already. Let us ignore her. Let us go. Zhang Xian spat, pulling Li Zhibing away. Wait, new brother. Li Zhibing urged, patting Zhang Xian's hand to signal for patience. He turned back to Chen Wenyuan and said, Listen, Chen Wenyuan. Everyone here knows you and Lin Hao have broken up, and now you're causing a scene. The more you yell, the more they think you're crazy. It's best to stop. You're the crazy one. So what if I broke up with Lin Hao? You think I care? Chen Wenyuan shouted back, completely unconcerned with his words. Li Zhibing had no intention of discussing Lin Hao with her, especially since he had meant to talk to Lin Hao about it last night, but had missed the opportunity due to the game. This morning, training had occupied his time, and now Chen Wenyuan had appeared, likely seeking to confront Lin Hao about the previous night. You shouldn't be looking for him now that you've broken up. Also, why didn't you seek out Kai Gaowen? Last time you came looking for Lin Hao, you mentioned your feelings for him. Did he find out? And after being scolded by Kai Gaowen at the game last night, did you come to confront Lin Hao? Li Zhibing queried, somewhat dazed. Zhang Xian perked up upon hearing this, intrigued by this rare occurrence. Kai Gaowen had scolded Chen Wenyuan, prompting her to seek out Lin Hao. This woman was indeed formidable, trying to play both sides, and it was no wonder she had been reprimanded. What are you talking about? Who likes Lin Hao? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. Li Zhibing, being good-natured and unguarded, was startled into a jump. Oh, when did you arrive? Is that really you? Li Zhibing cautiously reached out, confirming it was indeed a real person before retracting his hand, as if he had misspoken. Seeing Kai Gaowen appear, Zhang Xian broke into a cold sweat, realizing the precariousness of the situation. A simple comment had now turned into a three-way confrontation, and today was truly peculiar. Kai Gaowen was accompanied by Wen Jian, who had come specifically to discuss transferring schools. After treating Wen Jian to breakfast, he had not yet finalized their discussion when he heard Chen Wenyuan's shouts outside. Arriving at the entrance, he overheard Li Zhibing's foolish remarks, and in front of Wen Jian, Kai Gaowen could not endure such humiliation. Noticing Zhang Xian and Li Zhibing present, Kai Gaowen's anger intensified. He glared at Li Zhibing and pushed him, shouting, You better clarify your words. What do you mean by like Zan was scolded? Li Zhibing, anxious, thought. Why is he getting physical? It's nothing. I'm leaving now. He stammered, trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? You're not leaving until you explain yourself. Kai Gaowen yanked Li Zhibing back. In his haste, Li Zhibing stumbled and fell, but managed to catch himself just in time. Seeing the honest man being bullied, Zhang Xian leapt forward, shaking off Kai Gaowen's grip and positioning himself protectively in front of Li Zhibing. What is the meaning of this? Are you too cowardly to admit your actions? Chen Wenyuan is Lin Hao's ex-girlfriend. You must have heard about her searching for him when he returned to the team. Whether you had a quarrel last night is none of our concern. If you want to confront her, do so yourself. Bullying an honest man is hardly what I would call manly. Zhang Xian was not as accommodating as Li Zhibing. Should it come to blows, he would be the first to ensure Kai Gaowen would regret his actions. Say that again. Kai Gaowen's face flushed with anger as he confronted the mention of Lin Hao and Chen Wenyuan in his presence. It was Chen Wenyuan who had approached Lin Hao, which incensed Kai Gaowen to the point of thrusting a finger directly at Zhang Xian's nose. He declared that good advice should not be repeated. Whether one comprehended, that was their own concern. He warned them to refrain from seeking trouble, asserting that Nanjing Normal University did not welcome them, nor would Lin Hao find them appealing. Zhang Xian, agitated, shouted as he pushed Kai Gaowen's hand away and attempted to leave with Li Zhibing. Unable to contain himself, Kai Gaowen forcefully shoved Zhang Xian from behind, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this, Li Jian retaliated, but Kai Gaowen, unfazed by who he was confronting, shoved him aside, determined to quell anyone who dared to act arrogantly before him. At that moment, Mu Hao approached, carrying 2 books and complaining about the day's lessons, remarking on their lack of difficulty and expressing a desire to finish early for a nap. He criticized the harshness of Coach Li and his assistant, suggesting that such intensity could lead to serious injuries. There's a fight. Quick, let us see. 2 students hastened past, their voices filled with urgency. Mu Hao, lacking any particular hobbies, often intervened when witnessing injustice. However, upon hearing of a confrontation, he felt a sense of foreboding and dashed away without hesitation. Hey, there are only 10 minutes left until class starts. Why are you causing trouble? Wenlong called out, trying to intervene but was too late. Lin Hao, disinterested in chaos, felt compelled to intervene if a fight ensued. After all, they were adults, who still behaved childishly by fighting in school. As he approached, he realized the situation had escalated, with Mu Hao already entangled in the fray, pointing accusatorily. The atmosphere charged with tension. Kai Gaowen, do not be so arrogant. This is Nanjing Normal University. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, I will ensure you do not return. Mu Hao pushed Kai Gaowen aside, fiercely pointing at him. His boldness was palpable. He would not tolerate violence against his teammates, regardless of who they were. Upon recognizing Kai Gaowen and seeing Chun Wenyuan standing nearby, Lin Hao charged forward, anger evident on their faces, clearly intent on causing trouble. Hey, this is a school. Don and Oppos, stir up conflict. Lin Hao bellowed, plunging the scene into silence, precisely what Mu Hao had been waiting for. With Lin Hao and Oppos' arrival, Zhang Xian confronted Chun Wenyuan, accusing her of shamelessly trying to rekindle a relationship with Lin Hao, whom she could not hope to reach. You think a toad can aspire to eat a swan and Oppos' flesh? Zhang Xian shouted, clearly intent on humiliating them. Lin Hao, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, turned to Zhang Xian, demanding to know the reason for the altercation. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will tear your mouth apart. Chun Wenyuan, upon seeing Lin Hao, felt compelled to retreat and scolded Zhang Xian, urging Kai Gaowen to leave and not engage with the madman. Kai Gaowen felt utterly humiliated, having previously heard whispers of scandal, now realizing their veracity. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand to strike. Just as he did, Lin Hao intervened, gripping his arm and admonishing, "What kind of man strikes a woman?" Kai Gaowen, pouting in defiance, forcefully shook off Lin Hao and Oppos' grip and stepped forward, their foreheads nearly touching, his eyes wide with ferocity, akin to a beast ready to pounce. Lin Hao, unyielding, perceived Kai Gaowen and Oppos' arrogance as mere childish bravado, incapable of intimidating him. If Kai Gaowen truly intended to fight, he would have done so before Lin Hao's arrival. By the time Mu Hao intervened, the clash had already begun. At the very least, this was Nanjing Normal University, and even Kai Gaowen understood the gravity of the situation. Should he choose to escalate matters today, it would spell disaster for their season, jeopardizing their championship title and draft prospects, far more distressing than simply losing face. Chapter 55. The relationship between fish and water. Lin Hao harbored no concerns regarding the audacity of his adversary. This was Nanjing Normal University, and any bold move would signify the end of the South University of Science and Technology and Oppos' championship reign for the year. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaohua, spotting Kai Gaowen confronting Lin Hao amidst the crowd, hurriedly squeezed through to pull Lin Hao away. She turned back, pointing at Kai Gaowen and shouted, "Are you trying to escalate this situation? Let me tell you, if you dare to cause any more trouble, I will personally inform your principal." Kai Gaowen, witnessing Xiaohua's serious demeanor, recognized her sincerity. Although today's confrontation would conclude, his grievances with Lin Hao were far from over. He pointed at Lin Hao with a cold indifference, conveying a clear message of "we shall see." Lin Hao glared at Kai Gaowen, revealing no hint of fear. If they were to settle this, it would be on the basketball court. The altercation occurring off the court was meaningless, and he regarded it with disdain. Hey, remember, I have no relationship with her. Don't let me see her at Nanjing Normal University again. Lin Hao shouted at Kai Gaowen as he turned away from the crowd. In Kai Gaowen's eyes, Lin Hao was merely trying to feign innocence, which he interpreted as provocation. He would not let this slide. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. With a cold laugh, Kai Gaowen strode away, while Qin Wenyuan shot a furious glare at Lin Hao, wishing she could slap him. "Lin Hao, who do you think you are? A big star? So shameless, who cares about you?" she scolded before hastily chasing after Kai Gaowen. Kai Gaowen, humiliated because of her, naturally harbored resentment towards Qin Wenyuan. He angrily pointed at her as she approached, prompting her to lower her head and follow. Watching Qin Wenyuan being scolded, Lin Hao felt a twinge of discomfort. She should never have dated Kai Gaowen. Even after their breakup, he still wished for her happiness. Look at such a woman. Thankfully, you two broke up. Otherwise, I would look down upon you. Mu Hao spat derisively as he approached. Lin Hao remained silent. The past was merely that, past. There were no remedies for regret in this world, and one must accept the choices they make. "Wen Jian, stop right there," Lin Hao called out, pointing at Wen Jian, who was exiting the crowd. How could he find himself here? Although Wen Jian sneered at the earlier confrontation, he did not regard Lin Hao as a hero today and wished to avoid any engagement with him, especially after last night's performance. Lin Hao approached, and Xiaohua along with others gathered around, creating an air of encirclement. Kai Gaowen is with you today to persuade you to transfer, right? If you think playing alongside him will lead to a championship, I have no objections. But if you choose to transfer due to discontent with the team, I assure you, I will not allow you to win the championship, Lin Hao declared firmly, aiming to dissuade Wen Jian from leaving. Wen Jian was already weary of Lin Hao's theatrics. If he had the courage, they could settle this on the court without all the unnecessary banter. If you have the guts, go with Kai Gaowen. We don't need you. We have achieved 3 consecutive victories without you. Do you still believe you are better than Lin Hao? Mu Hao chimed in, adding more ridicule. Clearly disinterested in Wen Jian's return. The team's discord stemmed from their youthful pride, with no one willing to yield. Since Lin Hao rejoined the court, Li Kun had observed that the team would struggle to integrate in the short term. Thus he had been consulting with Coach Liang regarding strategies. Consequently, the plan involving the combination of Jordan and Pippin had yet to be implemented, indicating that Wen Jian would not be given any opportunities. As Wen Jian prepared to leave, he encountered Li Kun, which put him in an awkward position. After all, Li Kun was still the coach, despite any grievances. Wen Jian could not attain a scholarship without him. Coach Li? Wen Long exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward, not expecting him to appear. If he had arrived a moment earlier, things could have been more entertaining. Li Kun had just seen Kai Gaowen pass by and intended to greet him. But upon noticing his aggressive demeanor and his argument with Chen Wenyuan, he decided against it. However, Kai Gaowen's presence at Nanjing Normal University was somewhat questionable, and linking it to the reports made him aware that there was an issue with Wen Jian. Since we have no classes this morning and there are some matters at the gym, why don't we go over together and have a chat? Li Kun suggested with a smile, extending his hand. Wen Jian had no classes, but he did not wish to engage with them. Li Kun's gesture was clear. It was impossible to decline, and Wen Jian also wished to clarify matters. Seeing Wen Jian agree, Li Kun called out to Lin Hao and the others. If you don't head inside soon, you'll be late. Training cannot be delayed, and neither can classes. I don't want any of you to fail your exams. Indeed, we must hurry to class. Mu Hao exclaimed, realizing they had only 2 minutes left, and rushed inside. Xiaohua, eager to attend class, felt relieved that Wen Jian could accompany Coach Li. She exchanged glances with Lin Hao, and after a mutual nod, they hurried to their respective classrooms. Today was quite satisfying. You have no idea how furious Kai Gaowen was. His face turned pale with rage. I genuinely thought he might strike someone, but thankfully, that fool was clever enough to refrain. Otherwise, things would have escalated. Mu Hao recounted with lingering trepidation as he sat in class. It was indeed peculiar to hear such words from Mu Hao, who typically welcomed chaos. He would have preferred Kai Gaowen to initiate the confrontation so he could retaliate with evidence. Hey, focus on class, stop chatting. Wen Long interjected as he noticed Lin Hao's elongated expression, realizing he wished to avoid further discussion on the matter. Mu Hao, oblivious to Lin Hao's demeanor, confidently continued. What are you afraid of? This is a public classroom. Just don't shout. Besides, women like Chen Wenyuan deserve a hard slap in the face. What business does she have at Nanjing Normal University? We don't welcome her. Lin Hao ignored the two, refraining from conversing during class. Their incessant chatter could have continued indefinitely, but he chose not to disrupt the lesson. In the small office adjacent to the gymnasium, Liang Quan received a call from Li Kun and promptly arrived. Although Li Kun had not witnessed the events of the morning, he was aware of what had transpired. Ultimately, it was Wen Jian's appearance that stirred the situation, nevertheless. Li Kun refrained from complaining and instead presented a newspaper for Wen Jian to read. Before Wen Jian could finish perusing the article, Liang Quan burst in. Initially seething with anger but was calmed by Li Kun's presence. With Wen Jian alone, his ire subsided significantly. Ah, come sit. This is your beloved student. And I regard him highly as well. Since we all have time today, let us sit down and converse, Li Kun suggested warmly. Gesturing for Liang Quan to take a seat, Liang Quan felt a sense of frustration, pondering how such a promising young talent had led to disappointment. He wished to give himself a slap for not guiding him better. Wen Jian's heart sank further as he read the reports. 40 points. This was Lin Hao's score from the weekend's game. Given his scoring momentum, achieving 50 points against a weaker team seemed entirely feasible. However, upon seeing the accompanying photographs, Wen Jian understood the urgency of Kai Gaowen's search for him. It turned out that the South University of Science and Technology had already received news and had spoken to Kai Gaowen, especially with regard to Wei, who had faced disciplinary action from the school. Had Kai Gaowen shown up, the situation surrounding the altercation would have been even more complicated. Wen Jian, you have seen the report. Let me share my thoughts, Li Kun said with a gentle smile. We secured a significant victory in the weekend's away game, with Lin Hao scoring 40 points, a new high for the season, leaving many astonished. Wasn't Lin Hao recovering from an injury for a year? How could he perform so exceptionally upon his return? Indeed, I find it curious how Lin Hao navigates my strategies with such ease. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising. His three-point shooting is well known for its precision, while his only shortcoming lies in his reliance on three-pointers, as his mid-range game does not compare to yours. However, in this away game, he revealed your shadow to me. After completing his three-point shots, he managed to score, astonishingly running in for a two-pointer with a remarkably high shooting percentage. This explains why he achieved 40 points in one game. The true reason lies in his compatibility with my tactics, embracing the fast-paced style of play, by utilizing boundless speed for switches and relentless movement to attack. Once the pace escalates, he can effortlessly dominate the game. With three-point shooting, mid-range capabilities, and the ability to drive, Lin Hao has suddenly become a formidable presence. For a player to unleash their maximum potential, they must align with the coach's strategy. Conversely, for a coach to elevate their team's performance, it is imperative to analyze each player's unique attributes and devise corresponding tactics. Lin Hao epitomizes the small ball philosophy, and if we continue to apply this style, he can undoubtedly be molded into the quintessential collegiate athlete. When Li Kun made these remarks, Liang Wenquan was bewildered. In front of Wen Jian, stating that Lin Hao is the strongest collegiate player seemed paradoxical. Wen Jian had left in a huff due to rivalry for the top position, and now this? Coach Li, Liang Wenquan quickly interjected, unwilling to let him continue. Li Kun laughed heartily, extending his hand to clarify. Coach Liang, there's no need to be anxious. The title of the strongest collegiate player is not one that Lin Hao has claimed for himself. It requires the endorsement of Kai Gowan. While Kai Gowan possesses exceptional talent, it does not necessarily qualify him as the strongest collegiate player. A truly outstanding athlete is not only exceptional in individual skills, but also enhances the performance of their teammates. Only when the team excels can they seize the championship. The championship title is more compelling than any accolade, which is why Kai Gowan dares to proclaim such titles. However, we must not overthink this. My intention in expressing this is merely to make Wen Jian understand that even the strongest individual can find themselves isolated. A strong team is invincible. Currently, Lin Hao is bearing the weight of all responsibilities. He is also waiting for your return. The small ball style aligns perfectly with your mid-range shooting abilities. If you can fill the gap at the shooting guard position, Nanjing Normal University still has a chance to clinch the championship this year. Li Kun was astute, recognizing that there was no need to digress in discussions with Wen Jian. As long as players focus on basketball and meet their personal aspirations, they will naturally strive to integrate into the team, rather than prioritizing the title of team leader. Securing the championship offers a promising future in the sport. A wise individual would not be swayed by trivial gains at the expense of long-term prospects. I hope you grasp Coach Li's intentions fully and aim to return to the team after serving your 5-game suspension. Regarding your pursuit of financial gain through basketball, Coach Li and I have discussed this. You should not bear the blame, as you are doing it for your family. However, you must realize that this is the prime opportunity to chase your basketball dreams. Do not squander your youth for a mere pittance, jeopardizing your future. Liang Wenquan abandoned his previous boisterousness, recognizing that a calm and respectful discussion was the path to resolution. Wen Jian remained silent, fully aware of the reasons for their summons. Yet, how could they comprehend the difficulties he faced, and how could they assure him of his return? I will find a way to address the team's matters. I appreciate your goodwill and will reflect on it, Wen Jian said, rising to leave. He glanced back at the newspaper, inhaled deeply, and ultimately took it with him. Chapter 56. Seeking the source. Wen Jian, what is your attitude? Do you even regard the coach? Liang Chuanchuan's voice thundered as he slammed his hand on the table in dissatisfaction. He understood this young man well. He would never relent until his demands were met. Coach Li had merely summoned him back without granting him the title of team leader, and this was nothing less than a protest. Assistant Liang, I appreciate your goodwill. The team needs me, and I need the team. However, I cannot continue to play aimlessly. I am 21 years old. I am no longer a child. I must forge my own future with my own hands, Wen Jian said, turning back with tears brimming in his eyes, profoundly shaken. Though Liang Quan was poised to shout again, Li Kun restrained him with a hand, gazing at Wen Jian with an indescribable sorrow. When Liang Quan had brought him to the school team, Li Kun had recognized the fierce determination within this young man, a refusal to yield. Yet beneath that resilient exterior lay a fragile heart, one marred by insecurity. Once a young person develops a sense of inferiority, they tend to internalize everything, wishing to conceal their struggles from the outside world. Over time, such tendencies can foster a reclusive character, rendering communication increasingly difficult. While Wen Jian was not reclusive, he was undeniably rebellious, and in this moment, Li Kun saw only his self-doubt. He felt inferior due to his background, and even more so because of his family circumstances. It was imperative for Li Kun to address these issues promptly. He could not allow Wen Jian to pursue a path of playing for monetary gain, as the future was what truly mattered. You may return for now. If you need anything, feel free to find me, Li Kun said softly, signaling that he would not press him further. Liang Quan, however, was anxious. He felt that allowing Wen Jian to take advantage of the situation would only complicate matters further. After Wen Jian departed, Liang Chuan's frustration erupted. Coach Li, your actions are irresponsible. As a coach, you are also his teacher. We must take on the responsibilities of parents in educating our students. Wen Jian has severely violated discipline. If we do not intervene, it could ruin him. How can I live with myself knowing this? Li Kun understood Liang Chuan's predicament well. Had it not been for this situation, he would never have allowed Wen Jian into the school team, nor would he have been so patient in guiding him. As a coach who spent every day with the players, sharing both glory and shame, he had long since transcended the conventional teacher-student relationship. He genuinely wished for each of his players to excel and bring honor to their country. Coach Liang, Wen Jian carries a heavy heart, and you are like a mentor to him. I understand your urgency. Let us see when we can visit his home this week, to alleviate his burdens. We must address the underlying issues, Li Kun suggested thoughtfully, though he remained anxious about how best to assist him. Liang Quan was rendered speechless by Li Kun's words. He had initially intended to take Lin Hao along on Saturday when there were no matches or training. But now it seemed Li Kun grasped Wen Jian's struggles more profoundly. I've already arranged to go with Lin Hao on Saturday. If you have time, you should join us. I apologize for my earlier impatience, Liang Quan admitted, regaining his composure and realizing he had acted impulsively. You are doing well. Lin Hao possesses a kind heart. If he takes the initiative to help, I believe Wen Jian will be moved. Li Kun nodded affirmatively. Let us proceed according to your plans. We will visit this Saturday. Neither Li Kun nor Liang Quan had objections, although they worried that Wen Jian might misinterpret their intentions and develop more misguided thoughts. Liang Quan sighed, knowing he would need to take further action. Meanwhile, Lin Hao pondered how to approach the visit on Saturday. Should he inform Wen Jian in advance? Had the incident from this morning not occurred, perhaps he would have considered it, but now he had dismissed the idea. Hey, I heard South Science University has a match tonight. Should we go watch? Mu Hao inquired as they neared the end of class. Are you planning to skip training? Lin Hao replied, shooting him a disapproving glare, having seen through his excuse. Mu Hao sensed the precariousness of the situation and shrugged with a smirk. Your words are a bit harsh. If I wish to skip, I will. I, Mu Hao, am upright and have never considered sneaking around. You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Hao responded before the bell rang. Gathering his belongings and leaving to meet Xiuhua for a newspaper search. Mu Hao had received a message from Xiuhua beforehand, intending to have him join. However, he needed to remain composed and adhere to the plan. While he initially did not wish to involve himself in Wen Jian's situation, upon hearing that someone had meddled behind the scenes, he felt compelled to uncover who was behind it. During lunch at the cafeteria, Lin Hao searched for the precise location on his phone. Noticing that Xiuhua had yet to arrive, Mu Hao handed him his phone, saying, no need to search. I know the owner of that newspaper. Isn't it more suitable to clarify this report with them directly? Lin Hao's eyes widened in surprise at Mu Hao's connection. He had not expected such a relationship. Are you truly planning to uncover the truth? Wen Long asked anxiously, swallowing his food. Brother, didn't we agree to let the school handle it? Why investigate further? You know nothing. This isn't an investigation. It's merely an inquiry. This matter does not concern you. Stay home and keep watch, Mu Hao retorted firmly, pointing at Wen Long. Wen Long was reluctant to participate. And now that he was being asked to remain at home, he felt even less inclined to comply. Forget it. You all can handle this. I'll leave as soon as I finish eating, he said, gathering their books. Mu Hao was satisfied, and Lin Hao nodded slightly, feeling assured about the plan. Meanwhile, Xiaohua had just finished a meal with Xiao Hui before heading over. After a brief discussion, they quickly made their way to their destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of the newspaper office, Lin Hao and the others were stopped by security. They were informed that they had not been invited, and not everyone could enter the media building. Mu Hao, visibly displeased, immediately began to argue with the security guard. Lin Hao quickly urged him to step back, saying, "Didn't you say you know the owner here? Call him quickly." Lin Hao had no intention of wasting time. The security guard was simply doing his job. Moreover, this was not just any newspaper office, but rather the provincial broadcasting building, housing all major news media outlets, and they would not permit unauthorized individuals to enter. However, Mu Hao was not one to boast without substance. He took out his phone and made a call, demanding that the owner come down personally to escort them. The owner he referred to was actually a department manager, the direct superior of the reporters covering the game. This manager had previously interviewed Mu Hao's father, and through their interactions, they had become familiar. Notably, the manager had risen through the ranks to his current position after that interview. "Oh, Mu Hao, what a pleasant surprise. You've grown more handsome since we last met." Manager Zhang came down in person, greeting Mu Hao with great courtesy. Recognizing the manager's esteemed position, Mu Hao understood that he had indeed achieved significant success over the years. Now seeking assistance, he knew to be polite. "Manager Zhang, it's truly been challenging to find you. So what shall we do? Should we sit outside or in your office?" Mu Hao got straight to the point. "You can't leave during work hours without reason. Since you're all here, let us head up," Manager Zhang responded amiably, leading the trio inside. The security guard did not block their entry again. After all, the manager of the news department had come to greet them, and it was only reasonable for the guard to facilitate their passage. Mu Hao explained their purpose for the visit, ultimately expressing a desire to speak directly with the reporter. Though Manager Zhang was somewhat dissatisfied with the content of the report, he acknowledged the reporter's rights to report. Their duty is to unveil the truth to the public, and once it has been reported, any attempt to alter or reinterpret it is futile. After Manager Zhang resolutely expressed his stance, Mu Hao still sought a way to persuade him. Lin Hao quickly intervened, stating with gravity that he understood the matter could not be changed and only wished to know the source of the information. "Wait a moment. I will call Du Ming over to discuss this with you." Manager Zhang promptly contacted the journalist, who happened to be available. Upon their meeting, Du Ming was delighted to see Lin Hao, reminiscing about the thrilling basketball game from the weekend. "Brother Du, I wish to know your perspective on the report regarding Wenjian's street basketball. Who informed you to cover it?" Lin Hao inquired, deliberately avoiding an extensive discussion about basketball. Du Ming was notably impressed by Wenjian's performance. He recalled the excitement he felt upon receiving the call and the thrill of witnessing Wenjian play. "Haha, are you asking me to continue reporting on him? As long as he plays well, I have no issue with that," Du Ming affirmed with satisfaction. "Du Ming, Wenjian is our teammate, and his participation in street basketball contravenes team regulations. This was an internal matter. Yet it has now caused an uproar in the city due to your publication. We are not here seeking clarification. Rather, we wish to uncover who orchestrated this behind the scenes. Please acknowledge our presence," Xiaohua stated with unwavering conviction. Du Ming had not anticipated the severity of the situation. He merely viewed it as a report. "Why not resolve your internal conflicts?" he retorted. "Speak up. Who called you to report?" Mu Hao, fueled by anger, slammed his fist on the table, determined to resolve the issue before leaving. No, this matter has nothing to do with me. You should not be seeking me out. As a journalist, my obligation is to report the truth. I can also cover the conflicts within your team, but I need to gather more facts," Du Ming responded, maintaining his impartial stance. "You have your principles, and we have our difficulties. This situation with Wenjian could have been easily resolved, yet your actions may jeopardize his academic standing. Have you considered the circumstances of others in your pursuit of fairness? Why not report on the ulterior motives of those involved?" Mu Hao shouted in anger, his frustration boiling over as he pointed at Du Ming. Observing the escalating tension, Manager Zhang hurried in to mediate. "Mu Hao, this is not a matter to be handled with such outbursts. Du Ming is approaching this from a journalist's perspective. Reporting aims to uncover issues, and if this article has caused him trouble, it merely indicates the internal strain within your team that requires further dialogue. Manager Zhang, spare me the lectures. I simply want to know which call prompted Du Ming's report. Is a regular street basketball game truly worthy of your publication? Someone with ulterior motives is manipulating you, and yet you remain silent. Du Ming, let me tell you, even if you refuse to disclose it, I already know. It's Kai Gaowen from Nankai University. He is the one pulling the strings behind this. If you have the courage, report on Nankai University. Instead of fixating on the misfortunes of others. Mu Hao's revelation was shocking. Had they not been pressed, his anger might not have flared so intensely. Today, I have come to know you, Du Ming. It would be wise not to let me catch you erring, for I will ensure the consequences are severe. Chapter 57. Seizing the opportunity to confess, Mu Hao dared to speak up because of his seemingly close relationship with Kai Gaowen. As a sports journalist, how could he not know Kai Gaowen? Moreover, that night, Kai Gaowen was clearly present. Why was he not included in the discussion? Even Zhao Yuan was absent, which inevitably raises suspicions. Mu Hao, do not act rashly. Lin Hao interjected hastily. We are not here to quarrel. Du Ming can choose not to respond. And we must afford him due respect. What rules? Are you afraid I might retaliate by involving Kai Gaowen? After calming his emotions, Mu Hao sneered. If this is truly about fairness, you ought to tell me openly. Everyone knows the unspoken truth. I do not wish for such reports to encroach upon others' resources. Rather than being afraid. Reporter Du Ming, our purpose in approaching you today is precisely this. As for other matters, they bear no relevance to us. We hope that when we meet again, it will be as friends, not adversaries, Xiao Hua added, leaving a stern remark, thus solidifying the animosity between the two parties. Manager Zhang, though unaware of the underlying grievances, considered that they were in the presence of Lin Hao, the most formidable collegiate athlete, with immense potential yet to be tapped. Offending him would mean offending the very reports that could bring valuable insights. It would be challenging to garner favorable coverage in the future if he alienated Lin Hao. In light of the future of the basketball realm, Manager Zhang had no reason to provoke him. Yet positive coverage was imperative. Adherence to professional ethics could not be overlooked. Mu Hao, Lin Hao, please do not become agitated. Du Ming is a journalist and must adhere to the rules. He does not intend to conceal anything from you. If you believe our reports are flawed, we can make appropriate corrections, striving not to report internal conflicts, but to highlight the positive aspects. If you wish to know who made the call, it is not difficult. Even if we divulge it, no harm will come of it. You should seek out the concerned parties and resolve the issue through dialogue to prevent such misunderstandings in the future. Zhang Manager's words were delivered with a blend of essence and tact. As university students, Lin Hao and his companions naturally understood the importance of operating within established norms. Du Ming's silence was indicative of integrity, and resolving the matter necessitated addressing the root cause. I comprehend your words, Manager Zhang. I apologize for the disturbance today. Lin Hao nodded in response, considering it a satisfactory conclusion. As the department manager, he was eager to acquire any sports news. This city was not solely the domain of his news organization. Numerous sports magazines sought first-hand information, especially concerning emerging stars like Lin Hao. With the opportunity before him, Manager Zhang had no reason to let it slip away. Lin Hao, I have an idea that I hope you might find agreeable, Manager Zhang said with a smile. Your recent game, where you scored 40 points, signifies your triumphant return as the strongest player. We should conduct a feature interview titled The Return of the King. We can create an authentic report about your thoughts and experiences during your injury, allowing everyone to see how you persevered and the positive energy you bring to basketball. This would also serve as an opportunity for you to promote yourself. The title of the strongest collegiate player could not be immediately conferred upon Lin Hao, but through this title, a continuous stream of news could be unearthed. Fans revel in the rivalry among stars. Kai Gaowen had claimed to be the strongest collegiate player over the past year, and with Lin Hao's return, the contest for that title had only just begun. How could Manager Zhang let such a primary report slip by? As Lin Hao heard this plan, a slight smile graced his lips. Had this proposition come before today, he might have considered it. However, after today, his interest had waned. Mu Hao lowered his head, glancing at Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao's cold smile, Mu Hao could not help but chuckle. Lin Hao, it seems your value surpasses that of anyone here. How about we do a special report on you? Are you interested? The sarcastic remark was but a jest between the two. Lin Hao would never take it seriously or dwell upon it. I have never claimed to be the strongest collegiate player, nor do I possess the qualifications for a feature report. Manager Zhang may approach Kai Gaowen. He has the championship title and the skills to match. The title of the strongest collegiate player rightfully belongs to him. Lin Hao replied with a smile, leaving the subsequent matters for Zhang to ponder. Manager Zhang was taken aback by Lin Hao's refusal of such an invitation. For a player, especially a collegiate athlete, securing better promotional opportunities was no easy feat. Many players yearned for such an invitation, yet few understood the gravity of their circumstances. Do not take offense. Lin Hao is rather low-key, dedicating his time solely to training. Zhang manager said, attempting to smooth over the situation. I will hold on to your invitation until we achieve good results. There is no rush. Xiaohua recognized that this opportunity was not easily grasped. It was not only Lin Hao's chance, but also that of the entire Nanjing Normal University team. Manager Zhang could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Well, that is acceptable. It is rare to encounter such a diligent player. We support your endeavors. Lin Hao chose not to linger, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention through such publicity. Kai Gaowen had been closely monitoring Lin Hao, and with Wen Jian's defiance. A feature report at this time would likely stir up considerable controversy. Lin Hao simply wished to focus on basketball. Did he truly need to create such a commotion? Upon exiting the building, Mu Hao shook his head dismissively. Did you see that? The petty are gaining power. What rules, what fairness? If they were truly fair, they would report on Wen Jian playing street ball for money and expose Zhao Yuan and his ilk. Spare me the hollow talk of rules. Better to keep one's true intentions hidden. Mu Hao, do not overthink it. Du Ming is a journalist. This is his job, Xiaohua patiently explained. Lin Hao turned back to gaze at the building, feeling a surge of respect. Xiaohua was correct. This was their profession. There was no need to concern himself with their reports. He would focus on his own performance and allow them to report as they wished. Lin Hao's mind was solely occupied with basketball, and he would not allow external disturbances to divert his attention. The issue of Wen Jian playing street ball could be resolved. It merely required time. Upon returning to campus, Chun Wenyuan, blocking the dormitory entrance, charged toward Lin Hao and his companions, rolling up her sleeves. Lin Hao, clarify your intentions. Did you deliberately incite others to speak ill of me, creating conflict between us? Chun Wenyuan's sudden appearance was already disruptive, and now she approached with accusations. Was she not merely seeking trouble? Xiaohua intended to comfort her, but was halted by Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao turn his attention to Xiaohua rather than her, Chun Wenyuan grew even more infuriated. Why should Xiaohua receive Lin Hao's kind treatment? Even if Lin Hao was Chun Wenyuan's ex, that did not grant her any privilege. For no apparent reason, she simply resented their happiness. Mu Hao, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened. Hey, what are you doing here? This isn't your place. You should leave. The gallant hero, eager to defend the oppressed, faltered before a woman's wrath. Chun Wenyuan shoved Mu Hao aside and confronted Lin Hao, shouting, Are you blind or deaf? Speak up. Why have you done this? Lin Hao shielded Xiaohua, refusing to give Chun Wenyuan an opportunity to strike. If Mu Hao, a grown man, could be pushed aside, how could Xiaohua, a young girl, fare any better? I do not understand what you are saying, Chun Wenyuan. I have no connection with you. Do not seek me out in the future, and I shall not engage with you again. Lin Hao declared firmly, gazing at Xiaohua. He did not intend to raise his voice. He simply believed her presence served no purpose. A breakup was a breakup. What was the point of further entanglements? Chun Wenyuan would be better off channeling her energy into studying and planning for her future. Lin Hao, I underestimated you. If it weren't for you bringing up that incident in front of Kai Gaowen today, I would not have quarreled with him. If you seek revenge, so be it. Consider this a warning. If there is a next time, I will not spare you. Chun Wenyuan warned Lin Hao, disregarding the opinions of those around her. Lin Hao found himself unjustly implicated today. Her quarrel with Kai Gaowen had nothing to do with him. On that day, Chun Wenyuan had indeed stormed into Nanjing Normal University. Yet now she was casting blame upon Lin Hao for intervening from behind. Had it not been for Li Zhibing clarifying the matter, Lin Hao would have never fathomed that Kai Gaowen possessed such a petty nature. It was evident that nothing was amiss that day. Yet she insisted that Xiaohua still harbored intentions of rekindling her relationship with Lin Hao. Lin Hao had resolved not to take this matter seriously any longer. But now Chun Wenyuan was seeking trouble over it. Hey, don't walk away. I have something to say to you, Lin Hao called out to the departing Chun Wenyuan. It was only natural for Chun Wenyuan to feel enraged, given that Kai Gaowen was currently ignoring her and berating her at every turn. How could she possibly feel at ease? Let me be perfectly clear. This matter is not my doing, and I have no interest in your affairs. To prevent any similar incidents in the future, I must solemnly inform you that Xiaohua is my girlfriend, so you may as well relinquish any hopes. Lin Hao regarded Chun Wenyuan with an authoritative gaze. Lin Hao had intended to extinguish Chun Wenyuan's ire with his unilateral declaration, but this statement only provoked her further. With venomous eyes, she glared at Xiaohua, who remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Since when did you two become a couple? Why was I not informed? Chun Wenyuan spat. Xiaohua, you're nothing but a scheming harlot. I should have seen your ulterior motives from the start. You only joined the basketball team to steal my love. I was truly blind to have supported you. Huh, it matters not. You're merely a spiteful woman. Lin Hao is mine. And you're simply unworthy of such a person, Qin Weiyuan seethed, her discomfort manifesting in a desire to physically confront Xiaohua. Hey, I've never encountered such a malicious woman. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling the police to have you arrested. Mu Hao shouted, brandishing his phone at Qin Weiyuan. Having witnessed arrogance before, he had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Previously, he had not realized Qin Weiyuan was such an unreasonable individual. Time had finally revealed her true nature post-breakup, leaving him disgusted. Hey, Qin Weiyuan whirled around and stormed off, leaving Xiaohua eager to intervene. Yet, Qin Weiyuan offered her no opportunity, infuriated as she ran away. Ah, a good man does not quarrel with a woman. If Kai Gowan dared to be so audacious, I would have him begging for mercy on his knees. Bah, Mu Hao spat, but he did not take her seriously. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Not due to Qin Weiyuan's outburst, but rather Lin Hao's words. Xiaohua understood that Lin Hao had intended to speak out. Yet such a moment should not have been taken so casually, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Ah, Lin Hao, you're splendid. You've truly vexed her, Mu Hao laughed, giving Lin Hao a thumbs up. All right, all is well now. You two should have a good chat. Mu Hao, with keen awareness, patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Thoroughly impressed by his actions, he turned to Xiaohua and whispered with a smile, now, don't say I haven't given you a chance. The declaration has been made. And whether you accept it or not depends on you. No need to rush. I'll await your good news. Humming a cheerful tune, Mu Hao was happier than anyone. Lin Hao lifted his gaze, only to catch Xiaohua's just-turned glance, and for a fleeting moment, it felt electric, causing both to hastily avert their eyes. I just no need to explain. I understand you merely wish to prevent her from causing further disturbances. It's perfectly fine. I can comprehend. Chapter 58, Confessing Through Victory. Opportunities for confession abound, and after the weekend match, Lin Hao had intended to engage in a sincere conversation. Yet, he repeatedly missed his chance. He himself was uncertain about the manner in which he would ultimately express his feelings today. Though somewhat awkward, the words had been uttered, and it would be unthinkable to retract them. Xiaohua, ever perceptive, left Lin Hao at a loss for words to continue his confession. As a few passers-by witnessed this scene, they cast curious glances, mistakenly believing the two were embroiled in an argument, wanting to intervene but unsure how to approach the situation. You are not mistaken in your understanding. These are indeed my heartfelt sentiments. I cherish you and wish to pursue our shared dreams together, Lin Hao declared. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he realized that he should not shrink away, having endured the heartbreak from Qin Weiyuan and the pursuit by Jiang Ping. Shyness was no longer an option for him. If he failed to grasp this moment, he would surely regret it come graduation day. But what good would regret do? Could it alter the present? I'm not quite ready yet, Xiaohua replied, bashfully pressing her lips together, a broad smile gracing her face. Lin Hao was earnest. Having made his decision, there was no need to seek further opportunities for confession. This was the moment, regardless of the outcome. He simply wished to voice his true feelings. Xiaohua, I am aware that certain rumors have troubled you, including those from Afang. However, I can assure you unequivocally that my affections lie solely with you. Throughout this time, we have both persevered in our passions, something few others have managed. I admire you not only for your dedication to basketball but also for your kindness. Over the past year, I have traversed the lowest valleys of my life. The doctor's words left me daunted by the prospect of the future. I contemplated abandoning basketball for a mundane existence. Yet, in my moments of despair, it was your encouragement that sustained me. Without you, I might never have found the strength to rise again. From my return to the basketball court to my official comeback, I recognize that your silent support was the foundation of my resurgence. I cannot forget those who have treated me with kindness, nor can I disregard those who have aided me. My love for basketball has deepened, and now I cherish everyone around me even more. I have experienced the pain of lost love and emotional wounds, but what of it? Loss occurs when things are misaligned. I dare to confess my feelings because we share a common goal, encouraging one another in pursuit of our dreams. With a heart full of gratitude, I lay bare my sincerest thoughts to you. Regardless of your response, I simply wish to express my feelings. As he spoke, the tension dissipated, leaving only genuine emotion on display. Lin Hao understood this truth clearly. Xiaohua was not easily swayed, yet Lin Hao's words seemed to awaken long-buried sentiments within her. Over the past year, they had spent more time together due to Lin Hao's injuries than during their previous training sessions. Xiaohua had not sought to impress him but had devoted herself to helping him overcome his struggles. She recognized the profound impact his injury had on him. And if she could not offer comfort now, he might indeed succumb to despair. Her unwavering care helped Lin Hao emerge from his struggles. Yet he remained unable to return to the court. This pain surpassed physical injury. Still, Xiuhua's solace and encouragement allowed him to grow gradually. For her, it was simply her duty and responsibility. She wished for Lin Hao to recover from his afflictions. Each small gesture of support touched Lin Hao's heart and enabled Xiuhua to understand this reticent young man better. The more she learned about Lin Hao, the more she discovered he was not as difficult to approach as she had imagined. He possessed a unique charm that captivated her, causing her to disregard the rumors. She had envisioned a day when she would boldly confess her feelings to Lin Hao in a romantic setting, envisioning him in his idol Tracy McGrady's jersey, holding a championship trophy at the center of the court, with all eyes upon them as she declared her affection. They would raise the coveted trophy together, symbolizing their shared dream. Yet, when Xiuhua envisioned the moment, it was not on the court, and Lin Hao held no trophy. This was not the scene she had longed for, but Lin Hao's confession had concluded. Should she truly reject him? The nature of their feelings was already apparent. There was no need for further declarations. Lin Hao harbored affections for Xiuhua, and she reciprocated. They were a match made in heaven, united by common dreams. Seemingly an indomitable pair. The only thing standing in their way was a trophy, and Xiuhua felt she need not rush. With her heart resolute, Xiuhua gazed up at Lin Hao's serious expression and offered a gentle smile, leading them towards the park. Lin Hao sensed she had something to say. Yet this location was not suited for confession. With people coming and going, and several security personnel nearby, should they recognize the nature of their conversation, it could lead to an embarrassing uproar. Lin Hao quickened his pace to catch up, walking alongside her. As Xiuhua turned to smile at him, her hair danced in the breeze, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Let and Appos, sit here, she exclaimed, gesturing to the grassy area in front of the park. Xiuhua remained the confident individual she had always been, yet Lin Hao began to feel a twinge of nervousness. Although he believed she would not refuse him, he had not anticipated her ease, especially after the recent turmoil with Chen Wenyuan. The harsh words still lingered in his mind, and he knew Xiuhua would not forget them so swiftly. Lin Hao, do you know why I like you? Xiuhua inquired, glancing towards the distant blue sky, her innocent demeanor suggesting she did not intend to speak with ulterior motives. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy simply because she had asked. However, when it came to providing a reason, he hesitated, fearing it might come off as self-aggrandizing. Beyond basketball, he had little to offer in terms of conversation, and mentioning basketball could lead to awkwardness. Xiuhua turned back to him, and Lin Hao squinted in admiration. She smiled as she spoke. Indeed, it is because of basketball. If you could not play, even if you were handsome, I would not have known you. It is your passion for the game that has allowed me to understand you better. I have heard many stories of professional basketball players overcoming injuries, but those are merely reports. I have never truly connected with someone ordinary. Your injury has shown me the essence of someone with unwavering faith in basketball. Though Lin Hao had anticipated such a response, he was surprised by how profoundly her words resonated with her. For him, it was not an issue. His passion stemmed from love. If not for his love of basketball, he would not have sustained his injuries, nor would he have been so reckless in his pursuit of the sport. Reflecting on the early days of his basketball journey, he remembered the lack of support. At school, people often claimed that students who played basketball would not achieve academically, labeling them as physically strong but intellectually lacking. Lin Hao had never engaged in fruitless arguments nor sought validation from teachers. In high school, he did not attend the most prestigious institution, but rather a school renowned for its basketball prowess. It was the only place where he could learn more about the sport. Yet many believed that pursuing basketball meant sacrificing academic success, and not attending the best high school implied a lack of access to top universities. Nevertheless, Lin Hao silenced his critics. Throughout his 3 years in high school, he not only excelled academically, but also grew stronger on the court. From being a mere substitute player to becoming the top student athlete, his achievements were not mere words. Basketball taught him perseverance and that hard work must be realized through action. The strongest collegiate players do not simply boast. Lin Hao had led a struggling team into official collegiate competitions, showcasing his individual prowess. Had it not been for that injury, he would likely have been the MVP of the finals, with the championship already secured. It was for this dream that he continued to endure. The trials of his injury did not extinguish his spirit. Rather, they fortified his resolve. He was determined to achieve a commendable outcome to justify his dedication. And thus he returned. Even the doctors could scarcely believe that Lin Hao could triumph over his injuries. How many ordinary individuals possessed such unwavering perseverance? Lin Hao has never complained to anyone about his hardships. It is his passion that shields him from the bitterness of toil. If given the chance to start anew, he would still choose basketball. He cannot articulate the allure of the sport, nor does he fully comprehend the reasons behind his choice. Yet, it is a love unconditional. What does it matter if he bears scars? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lin Hao's lips. Xiuhua recognized Lin Hao's joy and, with a confident gaze toward the distant azure sky, declared, "If you wish for me to be your girlfriend, then earn the championship with your prowess. I will stand by you until the very end." Xiuhua would not relinquish her standards, nor would she accept Lin Hao's affections without conditions. Accepting his confession merely for the sake of romance would signify failure for Xiuhua and hold no significance for Lin Hao. The fleeting smile that had appeared on Lin Hao's face was swiftly erased. He pondered the connection between romance and a championship title. Would the absence of a championship forever eclipse this youthful chapter? "I understand your confusion," Xiuhua said. "But have you considered that a love devoid of ambition is hollow? To like someone merely for the sake of romance is absurd. Why should we not harness our love to pursue our shared dreams? As long as we believe in one another, we are indeed in a relationship." Xiuhua continued to gaze at the vast sky, her laughter reminiscent of a carefree bird, wings unfurled as it glided beneath the clouds. That sense of freedom was what she yearned for, not a love that binds. While this was not the outcome Lin Hao had hoped for, he found himself swayed by Xiuhua's perspective. Inspired by her shared pursuit of their aspirations, he realized that true love must be anchored in common goals. Genuine affection requires little declaration. Every day can be akin to Valentine's Day. "Do you truly believe I can win the championship?" Lin Hao asked with a smile. Xiuhua turned to him with earnestness, her smile now absent. "I have faith that your dedication will lead you to success. There is no success without reason in this world. You are the most diligent and determined person I have ever encountered. Thus, I have every reason to believe that Nanjing Normal University will claim the championship, and that the one I cherish will strive for our dreams." Xiuhua's composure was commendable. She had just been filled with laughter, yet instantly shifted to seriousness. It was essential for Lin Hao to feel the gravity of their dreams to take them earnestly, a task Xiuhua was eager to fulfill. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao extended his thumb and said, "You are remarkable. I, Lin Hao, affirm before you that if I do not win the championship, I will confess my feelings to you as a professional basketball player. Rest assured, I believe you can achieve it." Xiuhua replied affirmatively, acknowledging his determination. Looking again at the distant sky, clouds drifted like the dreams of every individual. Some may dissipate with a gust of wind, while others will persist unwaveringly. Xiuhua has never concealed her affection for Lin Hao. Now, as the moment of confession approached, she maintained her composure. Youth requires a love brimming with audacity, yet it equally demands thoughtful reflection. Basketball has bestowed upon them not just love, but also aspirations for the future. Chapter 59. Truly departed. It is said that clarity brings relief, and both individuals exhaled in unison, recognizing the rarity of finding a partner with shared ideals and common aspirations. Lin Hao understood the necessity of safeguarding this bond, ensuring that no external forces could exploit any vulnerabilities. It was imperative to immerse oneself in training. Only through the enhancement of personal skills could one secure an invincible position. During the first lesson at 3 in the afternoon, Mu Hao fixed his sparkling eyes on Lin Hao, while Wen Long quickly joined the fray. Lin Hao refrained from divulging the truth, instead using the situation as a pretext to provoke Qin Wenyuan's ire. Wen Long was convinced, yet Mu Hao was not easily swayed, adamantly believing that Xiuhua would not have declined. Ultimately, Lin Hao disrupted their inquiries with silence, but in truth, revealing the matter would pose no issue, as it was already an accepted reality. At 4:30, with no time to return to the dormitory, Lin Hao enlisted the help of his classmates to carry his books back, and the three hastily dashed towards the field. The sun in Nanjing at 4:30 was still blisteringly hot, had it not been for Coach Li's strict orders. Lin Hao had not braved the sweltering heat to practice long-distance running. Physical training was crucial, yet health was paramount. The risk of heat stroke would only impede their training. Mu Hao shielded his eyes from the sun while surveying the area, feeling the heat radiating from the ground beneath his feet. He rushed back to the sidelines, declaring that the sun was too intense, likening it to a fiery mountain, rendering long-distance running inadvisable. Just as he uttered this excuse, a bare-chested man dashed past him. Mu Hao was momentarily taken aback, initially doubting his eyes. Looking up again, he recognized it was Li Jian, who appeared not to be new to the scene, but rather had been running for some time, drenched in sweat. What was this fellow thinking? Braving such scorching sunlight without fear of heat stroke? Li Jian had labored under the sun since childhood. His robust physique was a testament to his vitality. Training was a personal endeavor, and health was derived from it. One should not impose their own excuses upon others' training. Lin Hao secured his shoelaces and strode purposefully onto the field. Wait for me. 1,500 meters. Early running means early rest. Wenlong hastily dropped his water and followed suit. Mu Hao was genuinely impressed. The sun at this hour was blinding, and he wondered if they would succumb to heat stroke. What was there to hesitate about? They needed to run. Wenlong shouted back, already speeding ahead. Hey, you little rascal, do you think I want to catch you? Mu Hao, seemingly incensed, unleashed a burst of speed in pursuit. Lin Hao glanced back to see the two trailing behind. A smile creeping onto his lips as he faced their approach with simplicity. Though the sun was fierce, it met the requirements for physical training. The longer they persevered, the fewer excuses for heat stroke they would have. After completing 4 laps, Lin Hao adhered strictly to the coach's directives. Although Mu Hao and Wenlong finished their laps, they were left gasping for breath. Catch your breath. Now let's do 100 frog jumps. After that, we have strength training tonight. Let's give it our all. Lin Hao glanced back, then squatted down with his hands behind his back, continuing forward. Frog jumps demanded more from the body than running, yet for Lin Hao, it seemed trivial. 100 jumps concluded in just 20 minutes. Despite being drenched in sweat, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued, believing he could push further. Li Jian. Well done. Lin Hao called out to Li Jian, ignoring Mu Hao, and Wenlong turning back, Li Jian extended his hand, saying, You arrived quite early. You were here before me. If everyone were as proactive as you, within half a month, our stamina would surely meet the demands of the court. Lin Hao glanced at his teammates who had just entered. It wasn't that they were wholly unenthusiastic, but they certainly weren't pouring all their energy into the endeavor. Li Kun had already informed them of the evening's training agenda, which was set for the strength room on the first floor of the gymnasium. Basketball training encompassed more than just the game itself. It also required stamina and strength. Stamina could be developed through long-distance running, while strength necessitated rigorous training in the strength room, deemed the most arduous of workouts. The strength room at Nanjing Normal University served not only the basketball team but also various other sports teams, such as table tennis and soccer. Indeed, all athletic pursuits demanded strength training. Today was the basketball team's turn, with Li Kun and Liang Chuanzhong arriving early to prepare. Xiaohua had already begun organizing the equipment and noting essential details. Lin Hao's strength training focused on his entire body, incorporating not just barbells and dumbbells, but also flexibility exercises. The complete regimen lasted over an hour, leaving his clothes thoroughly soaked. Strength training tested one's endurance, and many faltered under its demands, unable to persist. After a brief respite, Lin Hao resumed by swinging the rope. The most challenging exercise in the strength room was rope swinging, gripping the heavy rope with both hands, maintaining a stable stance while creating waves with the rope. The arm strength required propelled the entire body into motion. Lin Hao would exhaust himself with rope swinging, pushing his limits until he could barely move. After an hour, he had only taken 3 short breaks. The relentless waves of the rope drew the coach's concern. By 7:30 in the evening, Lin Hao finally relinquished the rope, collapsing onto a bench, his body weary yet buoyant from the exertion. Sweat blurred his vision, and he felt entirely transformed, no longer resembling himself. The intensity of training was Lin Hao's personal standard. He required no encouragement from the coach. As soon as the coach spoke, Lin Hao would strive to exceed expectations. Why push yourself so hard? You should take better care of yourself and relax, Xiaohua said with a smile as she sat beside him, not out of pity, but camaraderie. Oh dear, you just confessed, and now you're flaunting it. Xiaohua, could you tone it down a bit and not show off in front of us? Mu Hao interjected with a frown, grinning. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaohua quickly silenced him, wary of his loose tongue. Lin Hao shot him a glare, and Mu Hao, sensing the tension, promptly shifted his gaze elsewhere to avoid further awkwardness. Oh. Strength training is 100 times more grueling than stamina training. At this rate, my little waist may prematurely age. Wenlong lamented. Stop with the excuses. A weekly strength session shouldn't be so exhausting. You might as well go play video games instead of basketball. Lin Hao retorted coldly, pointing at the two. Enough. Let me just lie down for a bit. I'm utterly spent. Wenlong surrendered, waving his hands in defeat while Mu Hao prepared to recline. Lin Hao, however, refused to squander precious time. It was only 7:30. Why waste it in the dormitory? There was still ample opportunity to practice shooting at the gym for another couple of hours before heading back. I want to waste any more time with you. I'm going up to shoot. You can come if you wish, Lin Hao announced as he prepared to leave. Before he could depart, Xiaohua playfully pressed him down, a mischievous smile on her face. Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss with us? Mu Hao shot up in surprise, staring at the two. What is going on? Have you two gotten together? Planning to treat us to a meal? Mu Hao, stop fixating on that. When did we ever get together? Don't stir up trouble. Xiaohua glared at Mu Hao, her voice rising in protest. Mu Hao shook his head in confusion. If it's not about that, what could it possibly be? I heard that Dong and the others are planning to leave next month. And it's for South University, Xiaohua said gravely. This was indeed significant news. Dong and his companions were still under suspension. And it seemed improbable they would leave so soon. Moreover, without any official announcement from the school, how could such rumors be spread? Xiaohua, that's quite a bombshell. Is that information from Coach Li's end? Mu Hao eagerly inquired, keenly interested in the unfolding drama. Let us not rejoice too soon. Dong is still our teammate. And the school 1T let them transfer so easily, Lin Hao interjected firmly, disapproving of the discussion. Xiaohua had long intended to inform them. But Coach Li had been reticent until now. With Coach Li's approval finally secured, Xiaohua hoped the three of them could devise a plan to discuss further. While there was no sense of schadenfreude, the impending storm was evident. It was up to them to devise a more effective solution. Xiaohua glanced at the trio with a sense of helplessness. Lin Hao, however, did not harbor any doubts regarding Xiaohua's words. Yet, the situation felt rather abrupt. Today was already the 25th, and with only a week remaining, was departure imminent? Transferring schools was a convoluted process that could not be resolved with mere words. With the suspension still ongoing and insufficient time to finalize matters, why were Dong and his companion in such a hurry? What about Wen Jian? Lin Hao inquired with seriousness. Indeed, Wen Jian shared a close bond with them. If Dong were to leave, it would be implausible for Wen Jian to remain indifferent. Wen Long also expressed his confusion. Xiaohua shook her head in resignation, indicating that she had only heard rumors about Dong's transfer and had received no updates regarding Wen Jian. Regardless of Wen Jian's stance, if Dong successfully transferred, it would undoubtedly hasten Wen Jian's departure. Xiaohua sought to know if there was any way to prevent this. Her analysis held merit, although Wen Jian contemplated transferring. The urgency instigated by Dong's actions was unexpected. With Kai Gowan intervening behind the scenes, the pace of their transfer would undoubtedly accelerate. Lin Hao, it was imperative that you personally persuaded Dong and his companion. Whether they were willing or not, the transfer must not occur. Xiaohua's gaze returned to Lin Hao. Since Lin Hao had previously aided Dong's attitude towards him had improved significantly. Xiaohua seized this opportunity to encourage his involvement. Yet Lin Hao was not particularly satisfied with the outcome. Persuading them to stay seemed nearly impossible. What troubles you? Your expressions are grave. Are you discussing Dong's departure? Li Kun approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. Coach Li, we were merely conversing, Mu Hao quickly clarified. Li Kun gestured for them to relax before taking a seat. Strength training was a necessity that Li Kun incorporated into his weekly routine. At this stage in life, health was paramount. Although being a coach was an honorable profession, few understood the immense challenges it entailed: frequent outbursts of anger, occasional reprimands, and the constant battle of wits and will, all while managing various frustrations. Dong and Xiaoxi's decisions stemmed from their own desires. Coach Liang and I have discussed this with them thoroughly. The results were disheartening. They are resolute in their intention to leave, and I bear some responsibility for that. Li Kun sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the situation. The rift had originated from their dissatisfaction with his arrangements. For a player who cannot take to the court, what significance remains? Their transfer was a pursuit of the opportunity to play basketball, and rather than obstructing their aspirations, I should facilitate their quest for dreams. Li Kun liberated his thoughts, offering profound encouragement. Yet, to others, this sentiment appeared sarcastic. The inability to play was not merely a reflection of the coach's actions, but rather a lack of effort. Those who wished to be starters without putting in the requisite work were indulging in fantasy. A team that harbored such individuals would only burden the coach, who would prefer their departure. Though Li Kun never truly entertained such thoughts, he recognized that their lack of effort stemmed from his own mismanagement. A gem must be polished to shine. Without practice, one will rust. Had he enforced stricter standards from the outset, perhaps the inclination to play street ball would not have arisen. If Dong were to leave, Wen Jian would likely follow suit. Coach Li, we cannot overlook Wen Jian's significance. We must not lose him as well, Lin Hao remarked. His brow furrowed and his eyes filled with hope. Chapter 60, Comprehensive Training. Lin Hao certainly did not wish for Dong to leave. Nor did he want the situation to adversely affect Wen Jian's standing at Nanchida. If it required Lin Hao to take the initiative to speak with him, he would not hesitate to act. Coach, I hope Lin Hao can reach out to Dong. Perhaps, considering the incident where Zhao Yuan was beset, there might still be a chance for reconciliation, Xiaohua said earnestly. While Lin Hao was inclined to do so, the ultimate outcome would likely not align with their hopes. Li Kun chuckled and turned to Lin Hao, inquiring, "Didn't you agree to accompany Coach Liang this Saturday? Wouldn't it be better to discuss things with him then? What Saturday outing? Where are we going?" Mu Hao, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected, perplexed at his lack of knowledge regarding the matter. Li Kun had initially assumed Lin Hao had informed Mu Hao, but upon realizing the potential blunder, he hurriedly clarified, "Oh, Saturday is a day without training. I meant for you and assistant coach Liang to take Lin Hao to speak with the Dong. Regardless, Lin Hao should step up and do something." Li Kun's words raised Mu Hao's suspicion. Just moments ago, they were discussing Wen Jian, and now the focus had shifted to a Dong. If this matter was not clarified, it could lead to greater complications. "Coach Li, this situation is not so simple. I don't want to see Wen Jian return. He brought this upon himself with his arrogance. Such a person should be expelled. The team's performance has improved without him. If Lin Hao is to persuade him, I will be the first to oppose it." Mu Hao, bluntly expressing his thoughts, directly dismissed the idea of further action. Lin Hao refrained from speaking up because he understood that this matter could not be clearly articulated to them. Rather than waste words, it was better to handle it privately. Success would depend on subsequent actions. Following Liang Xuanzhen's intentions was undoubtedly the right course. "Mu Hao, what is your attitude? Coach Li is acting for the good of the team. Can you not display some magnanimity? Don't let trivial matters consume your thoughts every day," Lin Hao quickly interjected. This was merely an attempt to ease the tension. He had already grasped the situation and was merely waiting for the right moment to proceed with the visit. It was also for Mu Hao's benefit to remain calm. Regardless of what transpired, his mindset needed to be adjusted. "Haha, Lin Hao is indeed commendable. You all should learn from him. Especially the younger ones, you must maintain a positive attitude and not hold grudges. This will aid your growth," Li Kun remarked. Smiling at the trio, the atmosphere remained harmonious, with Li Kun neither angry nor asserting his authority as a coach. "Having rested enough, Coach Li, I will head up for another 2 hours of practice," Lin Hao declared, rising and gathering his belongings. With Lin Hao preparing to leave, Mu Hao could only follow suit. Wen Long, as a key player on the school team, felt compelled to train diligently. "Haha, good luck. I'm optimistic about your performance in tomorrow's match." Li Kun called out cheerfully, "Coach, aren't you going to join us to discuss the strategy for tomorrow?" Wen Long turned back to ask, "I've already explained the tactics to you numerous times. It's the same strategy and approach. It depends on whether you can deliver a different performance." Li Kun replied playfully. Wen Long felt a bit helpless, sensing an underlying message in Coach Li's words. If everything were indeed the same, what variety could they expect? In a small ball style, there were only a few shooting options, unless Wen Jian were to return. On the second floor, the gym was devoid of people. Lin Hao switched on half the lights. At this stage of shooting practice, prolonged aiming was unnecessary. He should shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. Speeding up his release and improving accuracy was the true height a genuine star aspired to achieve. "How can you practice without proper lighting? It's too dim," Mu Hao complained, increasingly annoyed. Training to find one's touch was essential, relying on intuition to achieve the objective of improving shooting skills. Lin Hao then retrieved a basketball from the iron railing and approached the three-point line, shooting without hesitation. The sound of the ball swishing through the net was soon followed by the thud of the ball hitting the ground. Mu Hao stared in disbelief at Lin Hao, unable to fathom the extent of his unconventional thoughts. Who would train under such poor lighting conditions? "Come on, let us get moving and practice," Lin Hao sternly urged. Picking up the basketball, Xiaohua passed the ball from under the basket as Lin Hao practiced two-pointers from various angles. He received the ball, made slight adjustments, and repeated the same shooting motion. Once on the court, Lin Hao was invigorated, and any worries dissipated with each shot he took. After nearly 300 uninterrupted shots, Xiaohua was drenched in sweat, while Lin Hao was still in high spirits. This sensation was sheer bliss. If he did not shoot at least 100 baskets in a day, he would feel uneasy. "Let me pass him the ball. You take a break," Mu Hao said, unable to bear the sight of Xiaohua's exhaustion, urging her to sit aside while he quickly passed to Lin Hao. The faster the pace, the more comfortable Lin Hao felt, and the intensity of the experience only heightened. This was the feeling he cherished. If Mu Hao could consistently deliver the ball to him at such speed, it would surely bolster his shooting percentage. 80 to 50? Wow, that's quite a substantial margin. Wen Long exclaimed, checking his phone for the results from Nankita. Astonished by the scale of the victory. "It's only natural for Nankita to win. Why the surprise?" Mu Hao scoffed. "I actually wanted to be in the same group as Nankita. The organizing committee should have given us that opportunity. Otherwise, they would know the strength of Nanchita." Mu Hao, having yet to earn recognition for his achievements, began to boast prematurely, a stark contrast to Lin Hao's grounded approach. Moreover, Nanchida had not yet earned the right to be grouped with Nankita this year, which was why he spoke so boldly. Don't get carried away. Just because we VE won 3 games doesn't make us a strong team. Our group consists of relatively weak teams. Let us focus on advancing from the group stage first. Wen Long pragmatically asserted, unwilling to indulge in arrogance. The recent matches had indeed not been too poor, but overall, their strength was lacking. The strongest team would play last, while the rest were merely teams hovering at the edge of qualification. In this group, it was a battle of the week. Any team could potentially advance to the next round. Even if they managed to progress, they could not escape the fate of elimination. The second round would be a knockout stage. Those eliminated would simply return home, while only those who remained would have the chance to continue competing. This score represents the largest margin since the tournament began. The opposing team was T2 weak, yet they were utterly overpowered by Nankita, highlighting their formidable strength. Lin Hao analyzed the current situation, determined not to let his players become complacent. Nankita had also released a player, Kai Gowen. Should he return, their strength would only increase. Could the defending champions truly act as they pleased? I suggested we go watch their match tonight. Knowing one's enemy is key to victory. Even if we don't face them now, we should look ahead and study their tactics. If we can neutralize their strategy, we need not fear even 5 Kai Gowens on the court, Mu Hao complained, tossing the basketball in his hand. The gym, still illuminated at 9 o'clock, showed no signs of dimming, and Lin Hao felt it was not yet too late to continue training. However, Mu Hao and the others were reaching their limits. The training load had exceeded their capacity and should be moderated. Let us take a break. We must balance work and rest. The training intensity is increasing. So we should relax a bit tonight, Xiaohua quickly suggested, pulling the 3 to the sidelines while she went to collect the scattered basketballs. Lin Hao shook his head at this sight. Xiaohua, as the team leader, was already working hard enough without needing to tidy up the court. He felt 1,000 grievances at the thought. Let me handle that. Lin Hao stepped forward to pick up the basketball, saying little. Such a simple gesture was enough to warm a person's heart. Xiaohua offered a faint smile and nodded, signaling her appreciation. She cherished this feeling, the unspoken understanding that could be conveyed through a mere glance. Come on, let's hurry and tidy up. Mu Hao, seeing the two busying themselves, felt compelled to assist and pulled Wen Long onto the court. After the court was cleaned, the group finally took a seat, feeling utterly exhausted. We have a match tomorrow. I'm genuinely concerned about exhausting my stamina. Wen Long sighed, leaning back in his chair, his legs still trembling. TCH, with your attitude, you're just full of hot air. Now you're worried about exhaustion? Sleep in a little longer, and you'll be fine, running faster than a rabbit. Mu Hao scoffed. Oh. And you have the audacity to criticize me? Have you looked at your own situation? Don't you ever sleep in? Wen Long retorted, clearly irked. Even before the match had begun, the two were already bickering, though their exchanges were playful and harmless. However, in Lin Hao's eyes, the analysis of their upcoming opponent had already begun after their game with Jiangpeng's team. This team, while not particularly formidable, had managed to defeat the business school and boasted an impressive record of 3 victories, placing them at the top of their group alongside Nanjing Normal University. This match was crucial, serving as both a ranking battle and a morale booster, especially since their style of play was somewhat inscrutable. Recent games indicated that they primarily employed a zone defense, frequently alternating between different formations. This defensive strategy had been the foundation of their victories, and thus far, no one had managed to breach this barrier. The most effective method to counter a zone defense is through shooting, by continuously creating space and taking shots. One can disrupt the opponent's defense and seize victory. Typically, the coaching staff would analyze their rivals in advance, yet tonight there was an unusual silence. Even Xiaohua remained tight-lipped, leaving Lin Hao puzzled about the current situation. After a full day of training, Lin Hao could only await the afternoon session for a detailed analysis from the coach. The anticipation of the match had captivated everyone, and Mu Hao and his friends had already begun boasting in their group chat about how they would play that night, only to be silenced by Coach Li's abrupt remark, which left them unable to utter a word. 2 hours before the match, Lin Hao arrived at the venue to start warming up. Mu Hao and Wen Long trailed behind, still debating their strategy for breaking through the zone defense. Half an hour into his warm-up, a familiar face appeared in the gym, clearly there for an early reconnaissance. Duming? Xiaohua gasped upon seeing him approach the players' bench. As the shout rang out, Lin Hao paused his shooting to turn around. Indeed, it was Du Ming, and the atmosphere in the gym shifted dramatically. Hello, everyone. I'm here to cover your match today, Du Ming greeted politely, displaying his press badge, already aware of his unpopularity. Ah, Our esteemed reporter, do what brings you here today? Come to witness our misfortune? Mu Hao remarked with disdain. Mu Hao, you should wear number 8. I genuinely admire your playing style. Good luck tonight. Du Ming replied cheerfully as he prepared to take photographs. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to take pictures? Did you get my consent? Put that away and scram before I have you thrown out. Chapter 61. To your taste, Mu Hao was not joking. Having previously faced defeat at the hands of Du Ming, he now boldly appeared to conduct an interview. What audacity, given Mu Hao's temperament. The fact that he could tolerate Du Ming's presence was akin to the sun rising in the west. Lin Hao held no grudge against Du Ming, but he was unwilling to accept his insincerity. If the interview was genuinely for a special feature, Lin Hao would gladly welcome him interviewing other teammates. Mu Hao, be courteous. Du Ming is a journalist, and this is his profession, Lin Hao interjected, putting down the basketball to halt the situation. He then shifted to stretching exercises for warm-up. However, Mu Hao was not easily placated. He believed in rising from where he had fallen. The humiliation he endured at Du Ming's hands would not be brushed aside so readily. Du Ming, I respect you for your profession, but I do not perceive you as particularly noble. Given your close ties with Kai Gaowen, why not conduct a special report on him? And what about the argument he had with his girlfriend during the last match? Wasn't that headline worthy? Why have we not seen it in print? Mu Hao boldly voiced his thoughts, directly targeting Kai Gaowen. Kai Gaowen was a star player. His narrative was undoubtedly worthy of coverage. Yet, to report on a couple's quarrel seemed rather trivial. My dear brother, you are being rather harsh. This matter is unrelated to basketball and not fit for reporting, Du Ming replied with a smile, quickly turning to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, let me take a few photos of you for future features. With that, he began snapping pictures, while Lin Hao paid little mind to how he was being photographed. As long as it did not interfere with his warm-up. Without Lin Hao's consent for the feature, Du Ming had no authority to publish anything. Seeing Du Ming's enthusiasm only fueled Mu Hao's discontent, prompting him to step in front and exclaim, I must say, Du Ming, the esteemed journalist, you are quite the slippery one. What special report? There isn't even a hint of it yet. Perhaps I should expose some insider information to make your news a sensation? Realizing Mu Hao's persistent obstruction, Du Ming understood that he had been too confrontational the previous day. Journalists should not antagonize players, as it would complicate their work in the future. The argument between Kai Gaowen and his girlfriend, along with the collaboration between Kai Gaowen and Zhao Yuan in Street Basketball for Profit, were both explosive stories. Audiences thrived on such hidden narratives, and it seemed that even Mu Hao relished unearthing secrets. I'm telling you this now. Hurry and seek out Kai Gaowen, Mu Hao continued to taunt. The atmosphere grew awkward. Du Ming was no fool and recognized that the remarks were aimed at Wen Jian. He had already reported, and it was too late to change it or offer an apology. Sensing the tension, Xiaohua quickly intervened. Mu Hao, please focus on your warm-up. The others will arrive shortly. Don't waste time. Her intervention allowed Mu Hao to step away, but he turned with a smirk, leaving Du Ming with a sense of foreboding. Du Ming, don't stoop to his level. Mu Hao is just like that. The more you interact, the better it gets, Xiaohua courteously explained, asserting that one should treat guests with respect. Du Ming forced an awkward smile, scratching his head in response, it's fine. Mu Hao has a distinctive character and is quite a spirited player. While Xiaohua maintained politeness, it was merely a matter of principle. Who didn't he harbor frustration regarding yesterday's events? Xiaohua, as the team leader from Nanchur University, let's start with you. We are preparing to launch a weekly feature to better promote our collegiate league while allowing more spectators to recognize its merits. Ultimately establishing the Collegiate Basketball League as a signature of our institution, Du Ming excitedly elucidated his purpose for being there. Under different circumstances, Xiaohua would have eagerly collaborated. However, it seemed she was preoccupied. Furthermore, if the intention was truly to promote the collegiate league, it should ideally be backed by official documentation from the league office. At the very least, there should be a filming crew. Instead, it was just him with a camera, lacking even a video recorder. Was this truly promotion? Xiaohua, stop talking and go get the others. This dragging on is getting tiresome. Can we treat this seriously? Mu Hao impatiently shouted back. Xiaohua, seeking an excuse to disengage, promptly raised her hand in response. All right, I'll go outside and call them. Apologies, but my teammates value the match, and I must go attend to them, she quickly stated before hurrying out. Even Du Ming, despite his naivety, recognized the situation was directed at him, and he had no choice but to wait until they finished their warm-up. After concluding his stretching, Lin Hao resumed practicing his three-point shots. Shooting was an essential warm-up routine. and he ensured to cover every angle of the court. It was a necessity before any game. After half an hour of shooting, the other teammates were already sweating profusely on the court. Remarkably, the opposing team had arrived an hour early for their warm-up, demonstrating their seriousness about the impending match. Li Kun and Liang Quanwen were seated at the sidelines, engaged in conversation until the opposing coach approached to greet them, prompting smiles and a brief exchange. Coach Tangen was acquainted with Li Kun, being an experienced coach who had led Ningbo College in the collegiate league for a decade, consistently reaching the finals without faltering. Few schools could maintain such a record. As old powerhouses waned, new teams emerged. Only schools with substantial talent and traditional strength could achieve such results. Li Kun held great admiration for Coach Tangen, particularly intrigued by his tactical evolution. Although he had only a couple of strategies, few could decipher them. Due to the team's capabilities, they could not break through in the collegiate league, but maintaining such performance annually was already commendable. During their conversation, Coach Tang also discussed Lin Hao, providing clear insights into his technical skills and areas for improvement, concluding with a desire to conduct specialized training for him. While it was common for coaches to praise players, it was rare to hear of another team seeking to recruit them. Naturally, Li Kun recognized that Coach Tang genuinely cared for Lin Hao, believing in his potential to achieve greatness in basketball, thus seeking collaboration. Every coach hoped to discover and nurture more basketball talent, contributing to the nation's basketball scene. However, Coach Tang held another lesser-known identity, which Li Kun was acutely aware of. Therefore, he fully supported Coach Tang's proposal for specialized training, yet he needed to consult Lin Hao's preferences, particularly ensuring that it would not interfere with his studies. Having received Li Kun's endorsement, Coach Tang returned to his team. Li Kun couldn't help but admire Coach Tang, thinking that the country needed more seasoned coaches like him. Coach Liang, you should take charge of this matter. It's not just Lin Hao, we should also include Mu Hao and other promising players in the specialized training. Most importantly, the basketball philosophy is essential for their future, Li Kun expressed contentedly to Liang Quanwen. Liang Quanwen remained unaware of Coach Tang's other identity. Yet from their earlier discussion, he recognized the old coach's dedication and naturally resonated with his words. However, arranging specialized training for Lin Hao seemed far-fetched. Given the 2 to 3 matches each week, various training sessions, and school commitments, where would he find the time? Ah, my old teammate, I finally found you. Came a surprised voice from Coach Tang's direction, interrupting Liang Quanwen's thoughts. Approaching them was none other than the security guard from the academic building, causing Liang Quanwen to look bewilderedly at Li Kun, unable to comprehend how Zhang Shu had also become acquainted with the coach from Ningbo College. Li Kun smiled slightly. Patting Liang Quanwen's shoulder, never underestimate Zhang Shu. This security guard is quite remarkable. Come, let us go see. Liang Quanwen felt a bit bewildered. He knew Zhang Fuchuan was a security guard and a retired staff member, yet he had no idea he had a connection to basketball. It was indeed worth investigating. Hey, isn't that Zhang Shu? How does he know the coach from Ningbo College? When Long exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Fuchuan still in his security uniform approaching. Lin Hao glanced over and saw Zhang Fuchuan enthusiastically shaking hands with Coach Tangen, their excitement reminiscent of old comrades reunited after many years apart. Such fervor could only stem from deep-seated affection,